I awoke with the strongest S-rank talent in the world, only to be claimed by a wealthy second-generation heir who demanded I relinquish it back to him. The Academy elders, far from defending me, brought in the nationally wanted Spirit Thief Association to forcibly strip my S-rank talent and transplant it into the rich heir, just when I thought I was doomed to become useless and swallow my grievances for a lifetime. The loss of my talent upon awakening accidentally triggered an unprecedented fusion of 3 S-rank talents. Not only could I fuse any item, material and magical beast, but the effects of the fusion were also amplified 100-fold. However, I did not rush to seek revenge but ventured into the perilous monster forest, knowing full well that I lacked combat abilities and needed to gain strength from magical beasts as soon as possible. Soon I discovered a mischievous cat resting on a tree in the monster forest. Although it was only an E-rank magical beast, it posed a lethal threat to my current state. Armed with an electric shotgun, I felt I had a fighting chance. Determined, I slowly raised the electric shotgun and aimed at the little creature. This type of small shotgun wasn't lethal but could incapacitate a beast, making it perfect for forming a contract. Just as I was about to pull the trigger, the cat, which had its eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Seeing this, I hesitated no longer and fired the shotgun. However, the mischievous cat reacted swiftly, dodging to the side. The shot meant for its head hit its foreleg instead, enraging the normally calm beast. In an instant, it pinpointed my location and leaped from the tree with a speed invisible to the naked eye, appearing right before me and mercilessly swinging its claws. Despite its small size and cute appearance, the mischievous cat, being an E-rank beast, had an attack power no less than a tiger before a spirit transformation. At that moment, I was particularly shocked and dropped to the ground, rolling awkwardly but narrowly avoiding the fierce swipe. The cat, seeing its strike miss, grew even angrier. Its pale pink paws began to faintly glow, signaling the mischievous claw attack, capable of delivering at least 5 consecutive strikes with a chance for a pursuit attack. But this skill had a 0.5-second vulnerability window. Familiar with the mischievous cat, I knew this was my only chance. If the cat managed to unleash its 5 continuous claw strikes, I would have no chance to dodge. Without aiming, I fired the gun. At that moment, my heart nearly stopped. If I missed, death was certain. A second later, the sound of electricity crackled through the air as the shotgun hit the mischievous cat's head while it was gathering strength for its attack. Its movements stiffened instantly, then it collapsed powerlessly. Relieved, I realized I had succeeded. The shotgun's hit to the head would keep it unconscious for at least 10 minutes, giving me ample time to form a contract. Just as I was about to proceed, a gunshot rang out, and the cat's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering blood on me. The cat twitched slightly on the ground and then was still. Feng Shueshan, what a coincidence, we saved you from the jaws of a magical beast, how will you thank us? A playful voice called out. I turned to see 3 old classmates in outdoor training gear, apparently here for field combat training. Upon hearing those words, my eyes instantly darkened. I silently watched the few people in front of me. After a few seconds of eye contact, I turned and walked away. Feng Shueshan, what kind of attitude is that? Not even a thank you, the mocking voices chased after me. Seeing this, I paused slightly, took a deep breath, and spoke softly. This is the wilderness. Danger lurks everywhere, you should all be more cautious. My comment was met with loud laughter. We are all awakeners, you the waste should worry about yourself. Just because we called you Shueshan, don't think too highly of yourself. Their noisy words buzzed past my ears. I turned my back to them and chose to leave without another word. When I was sure I had lost those people behind me, I couldn't hold back anymore. I struck a nearby tree trunk fiercely with my fist, the target that took so long to find. The chance of contract that I had secured through a life-threatening crisis was just like that, messed up by those bastards. But I quickly calmed down. Facing an enemy I couldn't defeat, instead of furious impotence, it was better to lie low and bide my time. I needed to find a new magical beast to contract as soon as possible to face those hostilities. As I walked, all I saw were common livestock or production-type small magical beasts, none suitable for combat contracts. I sighed, knowing that encountering another would be a matter of luck. Just then I suddenly felt a chill behind me, setting off alarm bells in my mind. Almost instinctively, I dove forward, dodging an attack from behind. 2 sharp, black furry legs grazed past my scalp and plunged into the ground. It was then that I saw the creature before me. A giant spider with a glossy black shell and legs longer than 3 meters, sharp as spears. My pupils dilated in shock. It was a grim spider, a D-rank combat magical beast with a strong desire to attack. And the one in front of me was clearly a mature specimen, at least level 3 in strength. Such a beast should not have appeared within the safe areas surrounding Jiang City, but there it was. The likely trigger was the blood sent from the mischievous cat that had attracted this predator. The only thought in my mind now was to flee, but just as I was about to run, the grim spider moved again. Its 8 long legs moved rhythmically, creating a series of afterimages, and in the blink of an eye it was right in front of me. Its 2 front legs lifted and plunged down towards my head. The speed of a D-rank beast was not something an ordinary person could match. This time, those 8 sinister eyes locked onto me, leaving no space to escape. Was it over? Was everything to end before I even had a chance for revenge? Despite my unwillingness, it seemed there was nothing I could do. With a slicing sound, the 2 front legs cut through my arms like tofu, pinning me to the ground. The intense pain that hit made my vision go dark, and I was on the verge of losing consciousness. In this dire situation, was there really no rescue measure from the system that granted me my triple S-rank talent? The last glimmer of hope in Fong Ming's heart finally extinguished, leaving him feeling as if a great weight had been lifted off his shoulders. It was as though he had been wrapped in a sinister spider's web, encased within a cocoon shaped like a human body. The air grew thin, depriving his brain of oxygen, weakening his ability to think. Suddenly, a system alert chimed. Host has triggered an emergency mission, brink of death crisis. Mission objective: escape the shadow of death. Reward: 1 drop of holy dew. It was like a lifebuoy in the midst of drowning, or a lighthouse piercing through the fog. At that moment, the extinguished flame within him reignited fiercely. Fong Ming bit his tongue hard, summoning back his scattering consciousness. He strained his eyes open, only to see a blur of pale whiteness and a deep silence enveloped his ears. In that moment, he felt as if he had been forgotten in some forsaken corner of the world. No, it was not yet time to give up. He vividly remembered that in the pocket of his special training combat suit there was a multifunctional folding knife. His arms were heavily injured and bound. Moving them was agonizing, like tearing flesh. Only a few fingers could still struggle feebly, but it seemed there was a chance to retrieve the knife. Fong Ming maneuvered his fingers, enduring the acute pain until his thumb nearly cramped, but he finally managed to reach the knife. There was hope. With great effort, he twisted the knife open, though the blade sliced nearly a dozen cuts into his palm in the process. With a grimace that formed a silent smile, he saw a glimmer of hope. Fong Ming yanked hard with the folding knife, tearing open the spider cocoon that bound him. Rip after rip, he exerted himself until he finally freed his entire body from the cocoon. Fresh air rushed into his nostrils as he took deep, satisfying breaths. At the same time, he etched the surroundings into his memory. It appeared he was in a cave filled with the sinister spider's webs and many other cocoons. The ground was littered with bones, both of beasts and humans, a truly terrifying sight. Fortunately, the sinister spider must have considered him just another stockpile of food, and it happened not to be around. The system mission was still active, indicating that the shadow of death had not yet passed. Fong Ming knew he couldn't stay long. His eyes scanned the area briefly before choosing a direction to proceed. However, he hadn't walked far before he stopped dead. Sighing, he realized he might have chosen the wrong direction. Before him lay countless spider eggs glowing faintly white. Many tiny spiders were already emerging, creeping into the shadows of the cave. His arms were covered in goosebumps. Clearly, this was the deepest part of the spider's lair. Despite the lack of visible light sources, he could see everything clearly because at the center of all those spider eggs was a plant emitting a phosphorescent glow, a purple flame crystal. Inside the sinister cave, Fong Ming stared in shock at the crystal in the center. The purple flame crystal, a B-grade mineral, was intensely hot inside but cool on the surface, containing a unique fiery power. It was perfect for fire-type pets and creatures, aiding their growth and evolution, a rare crystal worth over $1 million, priceless under current circumstances. No wonder the sinister spider chose this spot for its lair. With this purple flame crystal, a few of the tiny spiders might mutate into purple flame spiders, a C-grade beast. A fire of excitement kindled in Fong Ming's heart, reducing even the fear of imminent death. Having come this far, there was no sense in returning empty-handed. The newly born spiders were still in their juvenile stage, lacking any real ability to attack. Fong Ming hesitated no longer and strode forward toward the purple flame crystal. Crunch, 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 his steps burst countless spider eggs, releasing their sticky fluids. With an expressionless face, Fong Ming approached, his mind clear and vigilant, not clouded by joy. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred. In his backpack, equipped for fieldwork, was a pickaxe. He set to work, clinking and clanking, and successfully extracted the purple flame crystal. Though the ore appeared large and bright, it was actually only the size of a fist when he held it in his hand. With the crystal secured, Fong Ming hesitated no further and ran back the way he had come. Surviving this trip alone would make it worthwhile. He could then afford a fine beast pet, ample cultivation resources, and more. Just as this thought crossed his mind, it abruptly halted. Fong Ming's face turned deathly pale as he looked ahead. The enormous, sinister shadow spider had somehow returned to its nest. Its 8 eyes, filled with malevolence, were fixed intently on Fong Ming, or more precisely on the purple flame crystal in his hand. A chilling aura swept through the nest like a fierce wind, piercing the entire lair and chilling Fong Ming's heart to its core. No, he thought, there must still be a chance. Not willing to give up, Fong Ming, having just escaped from the brink of death, screamed with a fierce will to survive. Hiss! The shadow spider moved. Creeping in the shadows like a specter, its 2 front legs struck at Fong Ming like lightning. Unable to dodge in time, and in a moment of desperation he could only raise his arms to shield his chest. Bang! The immense force hit him like a speeding car, sending him flying. Thud! The force of the spider's strike and the impact of the landing, even with the protection of his specialized outdoor training suit, forced Fong Ming to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Both his arms were pierced by the spider's legs, leaving 2 long bloody gashes. The wounds on his arms, not yet healed, were torn open once again and blood poured out. The strength of a mature Class D magical beast was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Fong Ming took a deep breath, the air entering his lungs burning with pain. At this very moment, if no solution was found, it would truly be akin to dying once more. This time luck wouldn't be as favorable. Severe pain stimulated Fong Ming's brain to operate rapidly. His gaze suddenly fell on the spider eggs nearby. In a flash, an idea sparked in the depths of his heart. Regardless of the outcome, he had no choice but to gamble. Clenching his teeth, Fong Ming stretched out his hands and, using his blood, pressed them directly onto one of the spider eggs. At the same time, he activated the remaining spiritual energy within his body and gritted out the words, "With my blood I form a pact." A faint glow flickered at his fingertips. Typically, to contract a beastmaster needs the monster to have very low resistance. Thus, for a successful pact, the monster either has to be willing or be beaten into unconsciousness or incapacity to resist. At this moment, what Fong Ming was contracting was merely a small spider egg, naturally facing little to no resistance. The Beastmaster Pact was almost instantaneously achieved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting the beast fluffy spider. Indeed, it was an E-rank fluffy spider. As the contract succeeded, a spider the size of a palm clumsily crawled out of the spider egg. The offspring of a sinister spider are mostly E-rank fluffy spiders, with only a few advancing to become D-rank sinister spiders. Mutations depended entirely on luck. Fong Ming sighed, as this was within expectations. He tightened his grip on the purple flame crystal and issued another command. Use the purple flame crystal on the fluffy spider for integration. Ding! Integration successful. Special effect integration. Monster 100-fold effect activated. Fluffy spider evolves into purple extreme spider and has matured into its adult form. Effective time 10 minutes. As the system's notification sounded, the originally palm-sized fluffy spider suddenly expanded dramatically, growing into a giant beast several meters in size. Its appearance also changed drastically. The originally soft fur-covered fluffy spider now sported numerous sharp spines on its legs and purple patterns on its carapace, looking both sinister and imposing. This was truly an unexpected delight. Even with the purple flame crystal, evolving a beast to B rank required many other precious materials and wasn't guaranteed to succeed, however. The system's 100-fold effect magnified the outcome, successfully evolving the fluffy spider from E rank to B rank. The purple extreme spider, now a B-rank beast positioned above the purple flame spider, coupled with its adult combat abilities, could definitely hold its own against the sinister spider. Although it was only for 10 minutes, it was enough to save his life. The use of this purple flame crystal was indeed worthwhile. Without any hesitation, Fong Ming mentally commanded the purple extreme spider to confront the sinister spider directly. Watching its precious crystal disappear, the sinister spider was already enraged to the extreme. But upon seeing the purple extreme demon spider suddenly appear before him, adorned with eerie patterns all over its body, he couldn't help but falter slightly. The overpowering aura of this superior purple extreme demon spider completely suppressed the rage of the sinister spider. Delighted by the hunt, the purple extreme demon spider swiftly lunged forward with its forelegs, stabbing fiercely while the sinister spider hastily scrambled to defend itself. Although both were mature, the difference between a D level and a B level was vast, 2 whole ranks apart. How could the sinister spider possibly stand a chance against the purple extreme demon spider? It was almost rubbed against the ground in defeat. Suddenly, the purple extreme demon spider spat out a burst of purple flames, charring the legs of the sinister spider. The intense heat even caused the temperature inside the cave to start rising. Squeak, the sinister spider screamed in pain. Under the threat of death, its eyes glinted even more fiercely, and its remaining 7 legs like spears desperately stabbed at the purple extreme demon spider. The purple extreme demon spider, unyielding, had its legs fused with crystal, making them even harder. It raised its legs and collided continuously with the sinister spider. The sharp tips of its legs kept piercing, leaving the purple extreme demon spider unscathed, while the body of the sinister spider was punctured with countless tiny holes. Black-green viscous fluid splattered everywhere, corroding the ground where it fell. This was the venom within the demon spider's body. Fong Ming silently retreated. In such a battle of titans he was of no help. It was better to stay away to avoid friendly fire. The battle between the two demon spiders did not last long. The purple extreme demon spider undoubtedly crushed the sinister spider overwhelmingly, completely dismembering its body, leaving no room for any final resistance. Ding! Emergency mission, brink of death crisis completed. Reward: Holy Dew has been distributed. Holy Dew item level S. Item description: A. Mysterious fluid of unknown origin, seemingly possessing immense sacred power. An S-level item indeed, a reward truly worthy of a narrow escape from death. Yet even with Fong Ming's knowledge, he had never heard of such a thing. It would be better to research its effects and origins in the library when he had the chance. Fong Ming took a deep breath. Hearing the system's announcement, he could finally be sure that the sinister spider was thoroughly dead. However, this was still the wilderness, and he could not afford to be careless. Fong Ming's mind remained incredibly calm. Taking advantage of the purple extreme demon spider's remaining combat strength, he knew he must leave the cave quickly and return to the city. Without further hesitation, Fong Ming moved forward to retrieve the demon core of the sinister spider. This was a decent gain as well. A D-level demon beast's core could be worth tens of thousands. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Fong Ming led the purple extreme demon spider and headed out. They were close now. The entrance was just within reach and he could already see the sunlight outside. Fong Ming passed by the purple extreme demon spider, eager to step out of the cave first. Just as he was about to take a deep breath of relief, his expression suddenly darkened again. Across from the dense forest not far away, it was those same 3 people they had encountered before. Indeed, it's a small world full of enemies. Outside the cave lay a dense forest, and observing the nearby wild environment, it was clear they had ventured beyond the safe zone of Jiang City by miles. Those 3 clearly intended to adventure, deliberately daring to venture into such places. Fong Ming tugged at the corner of his mouth, smiling softly. Gentlemen, what a surprise to meet again. Fong Ming, the leader with blonde hair, was startled, glanced over, and after taking a quick look at Fong Ming, his gaze suddenly focused on Fong Ming's hand. Fong Ming was taken aback, realizing that in his haste to exit the cave and overwhelmed by the excitement, he had forgotten to put away the sinister magic spider's core. You actually have a D-level magical beast core. The 2 followers were also shocked, their attention immediately concentrating on Fong Ming's hand. It wasn't that they had particularly keen eyesight. Each level of magical beast core was very easy to recognize. Gold for S-level, red for A-level, purple for B-level, blue for C-level, green for D-level, white for E-level, and gray for F-level. The core in Fong Ming's hand was green, naturally indicating it was D-level. What do you want? Fong Ming hurriedly stuffed the core into his bag, hastily trying to hide it as if he didn't want it to be seen. Fong Ming, a man is innocent. Bearing a jade invites trouble. You're a nobody. What use do you have for a magic core? A young man behind Blondie couldn't hold back any longer. I found it, Fong Ming argued reluctantly. It's just laughable, Fong Ming, you're so naive. You really should just stick to your ivory tower and hit the books, Blondie sneered, finally unable to restrain himself. Do you know where this is? This is the wilderness, and moreover, it's a wilderness far beyond the safe zone. Even if I killed you here, others would just think you were eaten by a magical beast. Fong Ming looked at them expressionlessly. So you really want to kill for treasure? Oh, Fong University God, you're not going to try and use that old schoolmate's routine to beg for mercy, are you? Fong Ming, if you kneel down now and hand over the core willingly, we might consider letting you die less painfully. Brother dog, if you ask me, you're still too kind, said one of the 3, a cruel smile on their faces. All of them were awakened beast tamers, daring to venture into the wilderness beyond the safe distance, which meant they were no longer mere benign students. a D-level core is worth around 100,000. You really want to kill for that? Fong Ming seems still reluctant, struggling again to confirm with the three. It's laughable, Fong Ming, you don't think your worthless life is worth more than a D-level core, do you? Blondie brother dog looked at Fong Ming disdainfully. Well, since you put it that way, I also think there's nothing regrettable about it. Fong Ming nodded in agreement. The baffled Huang Mao stared at him. What do you mean? Fong Ming just looked at them coldly, his gaze piercing as if he were looking at corpses. He uttered only two words, do it. The next moment a massive shadow burst forth from the cave behind Fong Ming. It was the purple extreme demon spider. With a terrifying speed that belied its enormous size, it lunged at the three men. Almost instantly, it was upon them, a demonic beast. Huang Mao's pupils dilated in terror as the fear of death descended upon him, his instincts to summon his pet beast for defense completely forgotten. The purple extreme demon spider didn't give him a chance to react. Its sharp spear-like forelegs mercilessly slashed across, and a fine line of blood appeared on Huang Mao's neck. Struggling, Huang Mao looked up at Fong Ming, his eyes pleading for the first time, as if he wanted to say something, but only fragmented sounds leaked from his throat, unable to form words. Fong Ming watched Huang Mao coldly, his pupils calm as a still lake, devoid of any ripples. Brother dog, what on earth is this thing? The two flunkies behind were stunned. They only saw a shadow flash by, and then Huang Mao stood motionless. It's Fong Ming's doing. What do you want, Fong Ming? Brother dog is from the Wang family. Do you want to offend the Wang family? The two realized something was wrong and were visibly frightened. They hurriedly pulled out their handguns, their hands shaking so much they couldn't even grip them properly, let alone aim. Fong Ming found this laughable. The ones he had considered adversaries were merely this caliber. The sharp spider spear swung again, and before the two could react, their hearts were pierced. The purple extreme demon spider lifted them up high like candied haws with a silent mockery. Fong Ming just stood there quietly watching the three men. From the moment the encounter started, he had been preparing for this battle. His goal was to engage in verbal sparring to draw their attention and then, taking them by surprise with a lightning strike, to kill them instantly. He didn't give Huang Mao any time to summon his beast to prevent any mishaps. Throw all three of them next to that big spider in the cave, Fong Ming spoke indifferently. In a flash, the shadow of the purple extreme demon spider skewered the three men and disappeared. Fong Ming carefully checked the area, cleaning up any traces that might expose him. He had never let the purple extreme demon spider reveal its purple flame ability, so all traces seemed like the work of a sinister spider, bold yet meticulous. Nevertheless, it was his first time killing someone. Fong Ming silently gazed at the sky, unable to return to his senses for a long time. Squeak! It was only when the purple extreme demon spider returned to his side that he came back to himself. Let's go. Fong Ming took a deep breath, glanced once more at the cave behind him, and without hesitation hurried towards Jiang City with the purple extreme demon spider. He wanted to make it back to the wild safe zone in Jiang City while the purple extreme demon spider still had some time left. A day later, the Wang family and several teachers from the Beast Mastery School finally arrived near the cave. Old Wang, we've already gone beyond the safe zone of Jiangcheng. There's no need to keep going, right? I didn't expect that. Even the folks from Yusho number 1 school are just cowards. It's not like that. We've emphasized repeatedly in this field training that no student is allowed to venture outside the safe zone, I think. No need to think, just do as I say, the elder known as Old Wang snorted coldly, just about to continue forward when suddenly he paused. Something's not right here. There's a smell of blood. With a gesture of his hands, a huge gray magic wolf appeared by his side. Everyone follow me. The cave was not well hidden, and under the magic wolf's tracking, it was quickly discovered. The group entered the cave cautiously and soon found several bodies. Judging by the scene and the wounds on these students, it's clear that the sinister magic spiders are to blame. Strange, there seems to be a trace of purple flame crystal here. Could it have been taken already? The sinister magic spider has been torn to shreds. A mature magic spider has at least a 3rd-tier cultivation. Could there have been a powerful beast master here before? Is it possible that these students found the purple flame crystal and were killed by another beast master for it? Whoever dares to touch my Wang family's people, as long as they are still in Jiangcheng, my Wang family will investigate to the end. The group discussed fervently but ultimately could not reach a definitive conclusion. They had to temporarily conclude that the students' deaths were caused by the sinister magic spider. As for the magic spider, it was probably killed by another powerful beast master who then took the purple flame crystal from the cave. The Wang family, though reluctantly accepting this conclusion, was still secretly tracking any recent news about the purple flame crystal in the market. After all, the person who sold the purple flame crystal might very well be involved in this affair. Fong Ming, of course, was unaware of what happened outside the city. At this moment Fong Ming had already returned to Jiangcheng. His arm injuries were bandaged upon his return, making it inconvenient to use both hands, which made life seem a bit joyless for him. However, fortunately, as a beast master, his physical constitution and self-healing abilities were much stronger than ordinary people. After resting for a couple of days, he gradually recovered. During these days Fong Ming was naturally not idle. He had been containing his excitement, revisiting his gains from this trip several times. First was the system reward, the Holy Dew. Next was the magic core of the sinister magic spider. The effects of the Holy Dew were unclear, and it was generally not used casually. Thus, the magic core was the most practical gain for now, worth several tens of thousands if sold on the market. It's a pity that the purple flame crystal had already been used. However, having saved his life, Fong Ming felt more fortunate than regretful. Additionally, the purple extreme magic spider had now reverted to a fluffy spider. Nestled obediently in Fong Ming's palm, the creature was just about the size of a hand. Its body was covered in fluffy fur, which made it somewhat adorable. As Fong Ming looked at the charming fluff spider, he recalled the formidable purple extreme demon spider inside. The system was indeed frustrating. Not only did its effects not last permanently, but they could only hold for 10 minutes. Such a large piece of purple flame crystal, and it only lasted for such a short time. Fong Ming deeply despised this limitation. Squeak, squeak, the little fluff spider scurried around joyfully in Fong Ming's palm. At this moment Fong Ming felt no fear of spiders. Instead, he felt a kind of telepathic closeness. With this thought, he silently invoked the system again. System, can you display the attributes of my pet beast? Ding! Pet beast panel activated for the host. A blue LCD panel appeared in front of Fong Ming. Fluff spider species. Fluff spider rarity, E-grade tier. First tier attributes: poison plus fire strength, 13 agility, 12 magic, 15 defense, 18 skills. Web spitting, E-grade, venomous sting, E-grade. Fong Ming glanced at the fluff spider's attributes, which were standard for an E-grade beast, though slightly higher than the average for E-grade pets, yet without any mutations. Wait, something was off. Fong Ming suddenly thought of something and looked at the attribute column next to the fluff spider. There it clearly stated the fluff spider's attributes as poison plus fire. But when did fluff spiders have a fire attribute? Fong Ming quickly pulled out a beast atlas from his bookshelf and flipped to the spiders section. Sure enough, there was a problem. Typically fluff spiders only had the poison attribute. Could it be, although the effect of the purple flame crystal lasted only 10 minutes, it had permanently added a fire attribute to the fluff spider? If that was the case, this fusion talent seemed to have some additional effects worth further exploration, Fong Ming thought as he stroked his chin. Ding dong, a sudden sound of keys came from the door. After his awakening, Fong Ming's senses had become much sharper than before. At this moment his heart suddenly rang with alarm bells. Although he was confident that he had cleaned up all traces outside the city, one could never be too sure. Fong Ming clenched his fists, steadied his breathing, and peered through the peephole. The scene outside the door left Fong Ming momentarily silent. In the corridor, there was a young girl dragging a large suitcase, opening the door opposite. With long hair cascading over her shoulders, dressed in a white dress, her figure was outstanding. And this young girl was none other than Yining Xuan, the prodigious girl from Ubeast Middle School. Since her first year at school, Yining Xuan had consistently ranked in the top 3 in theoretical grades. Unlike Fong Ming, whose awakening had failed, she had successfully awakened in her second year, possessing an A-grade Frost Snow Ice talent. This talent could add an extra ice attribute to all pet beasts, with an additional 100% boost to ice attacks, a top-tier single-element combat talent. Thus Yining Xuan had always been regarded as a precious gem by Ubeast Middle School. Moreover, what drove all the male students at the school mad was Yining Xuan's dazzling beauty. With her icy visage and pure snowy complexion paired with bright kind eyes, her personality was, as her name suggested, pure-hearted and clear as crystal, like a goddess of ice and snow. Despite the continuous efforts of the male students at Ubeast Academy, none could engage her in more than a few words, so it was quite a surprise for Fong Ming to see her. logically speaking, as a gifted young lady like Yiningshuang, even if her family was of modest means, the school's exclusive subsidies over the past 2 years should have allowed her a comfortable life. Why then would she live in such a rundown rental? Fong Ming pondered but chose not to initiate a greeting. He had moved on from Yubi's academy and was set to follow his own path. There seemed no need to acquaint himself with such a prodigy. The next morning Fong Ming woke up early, packed his backpack, and headed straight for the city center's beast trade market. As the name suggests, this was a marketplace dedicated to the trade of magical beasts and related items. Although Fong Ming arrived early, the market was already bustling with activity. Initially, there was only one official exchange located in the heart of the market, resembling a giant egg-shaped trading center. However, many merchants, including individual beast tamers who captured magical beasts, obtained magical cores, or gathered spiritual herbs, also brought their goods here to sell. Over time, this led to the formation of a long trading street. Fong Ming's goal today was simple: to sell the dark spider's magical core he possessed. Naturally, he avoided the official trading center where all transactions were recorded. Given the potential risk of the dark spider's core being traced, Fong Ming decided to scout the outskirts of the trading street for any merchants or individual traders who might need the core. Having no prior experience in selling such items, he felt somewhat nervous. After roaming back and forth and tentatively asking at several stalls, Fong Ming got a sense of the asking prices from both buyers and sellers. Approaching another stall, Fong Ming confidently spoke up. "Boss, interested in a third-tier magical beast core?" The stall owner, a burly middle-aged man, glanced at him dismissively and scoffed, not even bothering to look up. Fong Ming's expression remained unchanged. "Just say if you want it or not." "Sure, if you have it, show it. I'll take as much as you have." The middle-aged man laughed, finally looking up at Fong Ming. "Let's talk price first," Fong Ming said, meeting his gaze calmly. The man snorted. "My prices are fair. Ask any old-timer on this trading street, everyone knows me as Rock. Let's start with the price." Fong Ming's words remained unchanged. The middle-aged man grew impatient. "Kid, my word is as solid as stone, spit on a nail. Would I cheat you? Show me the quality of the magic core first, then I can give you a quote." Fong Ming shook his head, repeating his stance. "Let's talk about the price first." The middle-aged man gave him a deep look. The exaggerated expression on his face suddenly disappeared, and he became serious as he looked at Fong Ming. "All right, let's settle this. For a perfect third-tier magic core, it's 100,000. For each 10% of damage, it decreases by 10,000. Fong Ming's expression remained unchanged as he continued to dig deeper. "Is there no difference in the price of magic cores based on their attributes?" The burly man chuckled. "Below the 5th tier, the prices are the same for all attributes unless, kid, you can bring out a magic core above the 5th tier. Then the pricing would depend on market demand." Fong Ming nodded. It was indeed so. A first-tier magic core could range from hundreds to thousands, a second tier might fetch tens of thousands. And from the 3rd to the 5th tier, the price could range from tens of thousands to even millions. Based on his previous experiences and the pricing theories he had studied beforehand, this man's words were reliable and there was no deceit. Good. Without further ado, Fong Ming opened his backpack and took out the magic core of a sinister spider. The middle-aged burly man's eyes lit up at the first glance. It was a perfect magic core. This indicated that the battle had been controlled perfectly to preserve the quality of the magic core. To produce such an item, this young man was no ordinary person. The middle-aged burly man took a deep look at Fong Ming and spoke decisively. "Nice piece, I'll take it. I can give you 100,000 for it." This took Fong Ming by surprise. The man's offer was decisively more than he had expected. In Fong Ming's estimation, 80,000 would have been a reasonable price. Even with such an offer, Fong Ming's expression remained impassive. "Okay," the middle-aged man nodded. "All right then. Scan the code for me." Fong Ming paused. "No rush, everything on your stall is for sale, right?" The burly man laughed. "If it's on the stall, it's definitely for sale." "Why, young man, did you see something you like?" His attitude had significantly improved, almost a complete 180-degree turn from the beginning. Fong Ming nodded and began to carefully select his purchases. Water blue crystals, spirit mysterious fungus, fire spirit grass. 2 E-grade water blue ores could serve as a life-saving trump card. For the other materials, Fong Ming mainly focused on ordinary and F-grade ores and medicinal herbs, aiming to experiment with the effects of special effect fusion beasts back home. "That's it," Fong Ming summed up. The middle-aged burly man glanced over. "That totals about 80,000 and I'll scan the remaining 20,000 to you." After confirming, Fong Ming said, "Done." The transaction completed, Fong Ming happily packed his goods and prepared to leave. The middle-aged burly man spoke.
Again, my name is Su Lei. Familiar folks call me Stone. How should I address you, young man? To Fong Ming. Fong Ming looked at him with some surprise, not expecting the burly middle-aged man to suddenly take the initiative to get to know him. You're quite skilled, young man. If you have good items in the future, keep in touch with me. I'll offer you a fair price, Su Lei said as he waved his cell phone at him. Fong Ming nodded in agreement. Sure thing.
The transaction went smoothly without any surprises.
As soon as Fong Ming got home, he couldn't wait to set down his backpack and dumped out all the materials he had bought. Ores and herbs clattered to the floor, a colorful and rich assortment. Quickly summoning the fluffy spider, Fong Ming picked up a strand of fire spirit herb and silently muttered to himself, using it on his pet, the fluffy spider. Speaking of which, Fong Ming suddenly paused. Looking at the fluffy spider lying in the palm of his hand, he found it cumbersome to recite such phrases each time. System: name the pet fluffy spider Mao Mao. Ding. Naming successful. Using fire spirit herb on Mao Mao for integration. Ding. Integration successful. Special effect: integration monster hundredfold effect activated, triggering boiling blood effect. Fluffy spider Mao Mao is now in an extremely excited state, effective for 10 minutes. The fire spirit herb, originally a grade F herb for activating blood circulation and removing stasis, had an unexpected effect post-integration. Pensively, Fong Ming turned around only to see what had been a docile fluffy spider now scurrying up to the ceiling at lightning speed. Mao Mao, what are you doing? Come down. Fong Ming was stunned, hurriedly calling the little guy to come down. However, the fluffy spider paid no heed to Fong Ming's calls and started excitedly spewing webbing from the ceiling. White strands floated around like willow fluff and the spider swung from the strands, its figure agile and unmatched. It was a literal Spider-Man scenario. Fong Ming watched helplessly as within less than a minute his entire living room was draped in a layer of white spider webs. It was not just unrecognizable but a complete mess. System: can this effect be cancelled directly? Finally remembering the main culprit, Fong Ming quickly initiated an emergency call, and the melodious system notification sound finally arrived belatedly after his desperate calls. Ding. Fire spirit herb effect cancelled. Remaining materials returned to backpack. Phew, that's a relief. Fong Ming breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the effect could be cancelled midway. He quickly caught Mao Mao still hanging mid-air. The little guy seemed to finally realize the trouble it caused, staying motionless, obediently lying in Fong Ming's palm as if waiting for a reprimand. Fong Ming helplessly tapped its little head with his finger. Never mind, it's also my experiment after all, can't blame you. The fluffy spider, which had been drooping its head, suddenly perked up again, its dark eyes staring intently at Fong Ming. Fong Ming thought of something else and suddenly looked at his system backpack again. The remaining half of the fire spirit grass was in his backpack. Mao Mao, look, our experiment wasn't entirely fruitless. Fong Ming glanced at the living room again, clenching his teeth in determination. Since things have already turned chaotic, we might as well go all out and conduct a thorough experiment this time. Use the Ling Zuanzi mushroom. Ding. The strength of the fluffy spider has been enhanced 100-fold, effective for 5 minutes. Bang. A loud noise. The fluffy spider, seemingly unaccustomed to the sudden change in its body, casually stepped and created a dent in the sofa. The already struggling household seemed to be hit with yet another blow. Fong Ming continued to grit his teeth. Use the copper ore. Ding. The carapace of the fluffy spider has been strengthened 100-fold, effective for 5 minutes. The fluffy spider, having misstepped due to its unbalanced body, now crashed onto the floor. Then, with a crisp crack, it neatly chipped a round hole in the ceramic tile exactly the shape of a small head. Fong Ming clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Use. A chaotic fusion experiment began fervently in the experimental living room of Fong University. God. Thud thud thud. Soon after, the door was suddenly knocked. This time Fong Ming could be certain that someone was indeed knocking. He calmed the fluffy spider down and then walked to the door. Through the peephole, a frosty young girl stood prettily at his doorstep. A door separated them, both sides somewhat silent. It was Fong Ming who spoke through the door first. Hello, what's up? Hello, I'm your neighbor next door, could you please keep it down a bit? Ah, okay, I will be more careful. It turned out that the fluffy spider was too noisy, disturbing the neighbors. Fong Ming confirmed through the peephole that Yining Xuan had left, then turned back. Inside the room, chaos reigned. He helplessly looked at himself, covered in spider webs from the fluffy spider, his clothes also quite torn and tattered. The fluffy spider itself, evidently not lightly tormented by him, lay on the ground, seemingly having lost all will to live. However, after Such a tumultuous series of repeated experiments, Fong Ming had roughly figured out a pattern. The fusion effects were indeed controllable. Taking the purple flame crystal as an example, he had used it directly in the cave in a moment of urgency, which counted as full consumption by default. But in fact, by communicating with the system, he could end the fusion prematurely, and any unused materials would be directly returned to the system backpack. The test subject, Fluffy Spider, had been excited at first after undergoing various strange material fusions. But by the later stages, it was just lying on the ground, too lazy to resist, letting Fong Ming do as he wished. Although the effects of the fusion would fade afterwards, there would still be some residual effects. Thus, the physical condition of the Fluffy Spider had indeed experienced some abnormal growth. Fong Ming opened the system panel and scanned the attributes of the Fluffy Spider. Generally speaking, a magic beast of E rank should have initial attributes around 10 points, but Mau Mau was different. Mau Mau's species, Fluffy Spider, rarity, E-class rank, first order attributes, poison plus fire strength, 28 agility, 33 magic, 27 defense, 35 skills, web spinning, E-class, venomous sting, E-class. This profile, aside from the average skills, could make one believe it belongs to a D-class beast. It seems those materials weren't wasted after all. Fong Ming smiled, but soon his face fell into a frown again. Well, Mau Mau, you might be happy, but your master is broke now. The 80,000 yuan worth of materials left Fong Ming with only some E-class materials for emergency combat, with the rest having been completely used up. Being a beast tamer sure burns through money, and this is just for a common E-class first-order magic spider. For other tamers to continually break through with their pets, they need to keep feeding them various cultivation materials and energy ores. The higher the level of the magical beast, the more expensive the materials required, burning even more money. Fong Ming sighed, but his eyes quickly hardened with resolve. From the moment he dropped out of the Beast Taming Academy, he was mentally prepared. Being a freelance beast tamer might lack the school's resource subsidies, but it offered greater freedom. Plus, there was about a month left until the national exams. Although he had dropped out, it didn't mean he had lost his chance to participate in the exams. Participating as a freelancer, he was determined to prove who the real loser was. Remembering the condescending face of the head teacher and the smug expressions of the Wang family, Fong Ming gritted his teeth. Now that he had awakened his talents and had a new magical pet, it was time to buckle down. Joining the Beast Taming Guild to become a hunter, accumulating combat experience while completing tasks for resources, was undeniably a good choice. Fong Ming glanced at Mau Mau, still lying on the side, and gently tapped its fluffy head. Let's go, Mau Mau, we have work to do. The Beast Taming Guild was also in the city center, just a street away from the trading center. As Fong Ming entered the guild, a large electronic screen displaying the latest notices and activities of the association caught his eye. At the entrance was a reception desk where several staff members were busy providing services to visiting beast tamers. Behind the reception desk were rows of self-service information kiosks and computer terminals, allowing beast tamers to look up information and schedule services on their own. The hall was bustling with people coming and going. Fong Ming approached the reception desk. The receptionist gave him a professional smile. Hello sir, how can I assist you? Fong Ming responded. Could you tell me where the task hall of the Beast Taming Guild is? Are you looking to post a task or accept a task? Accept a task. The receptionist glanced at him, seemingly slightly surprised. Okay, is this your first time here? Fong Ming nodded. Yes, it is. For the first time you'll need to register a dedicated hunter account. All task information and rewards you receive in the future will be posted to this account. The receptionist saw that Fong Ming had no objections and quickly swiped her hand across the electronic screen in front of her. Please take a look, and if there are no issues you can sign at the bottom. Soon the display screen in front of Fong Ming showed the relevant information. He glanced over it. It mostly contained guidelines and rules for accepting tasks. Fong Ming nodded and signed his name decisively. You need to choose a hunter name. Would you like to use your real name? No, call me Eugene, he replied. Alright, I've registered you under that name. Here is your hunter card, please keep it safe. The receptionist head bowed, handed over a black card which Fong Ming accepted. Thank you, you're welcome. The mission hall is to the left, all the way down, the receptionist said, making a standardized guiding gesture. Fong Ming nodded and walked straight into the interior, entering the Hunter Association's mission hall. The place was bustling with even more people than outside. At that moment, there were many shouting out, Peach Squad is assembling people, E-level cleaning mission, we need one more healer ready to leave immediately, F-level herbal mission, any loan. Wolves taking it, I won't go to the wall, let's save some on the fee. E-level Magic Core mission veterans only, rookies stay away. D-level extermination mission officially led, interested hunters please contact XXX. Fong Ming was momentarily overwhelmed by all the calls. However, after quietly observing for a while, Fong Ming gradually understood the classification of hunter missions.
The entire Dragon Country didn't have more than 5 9th-tier Beast Masters, naturally they were not included in the hunter's classification.
Thus, S-level missions generally required the team leader to be an 8th-tier hunter representing the highest level, involving tasks that could even relate to national security, hence they were called national-level missions. The rest of the missions were organized accordingly, with a plus level requiring a 7th-tier team leader, A level a 6th tier, and B level a 5th tier.
For missions below B level, there were no specific cultivation requirements. Hunters only needed to meet the mission level to accept them.
Thinking it over, Fong Ming headed to a consultation desk in the mission hall to confirm his understanding. Hello, I just registered as a hunter, are there any conditions for accepting missions? Hello, hunters have a specific rating, and as a novice you can only start from the lowest level missions. You must complete missions to earn points and increase your hunter rating to take on higher level tasks, the receptionist at the desk explained patiently. Fong Ming nodded,
understanding the system.
This was also a way for the Beastmaster Guild to increase loyalty. Hunters, in order to take on higher level missions for greater rewards, had to continuously complete missions to improve their ratings, and naturally, there was no shortage of people for the lower level tasks. Hey kid, as Fong Ming was pondering, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Turning around, Fong Ming saw a tall, thin man dressed in a floral shirt exuding an air of arrogance. New here, kid? Fong Ming furrowed his brow. Who are you? The man replied, I'm called Westwind Slim Horse, but everyone calls me Slim Monkey. I've led many newbies at the Hunters Guild. They all respect me as the newbie mentor. Slim Monkey said this with a slight tilt of his chin. So kid, how about it? Need me to take you on a mission? Just give me half of the earnings from one mission. Fong Ming looked at him expressionlessly and replied, no need. Slim Monkey's self-proclaimed newbie mentor scoffed coldly, his eyes full of
disdain.
Kid, you probably don't know yet, to take on missions you need a hunter's rating. As a newbie you can only start with F-level missions. Slim Monkey with his floral shirt proudly pointed at the nearby electronic screen. But if you follow me you can take on many off-the-record missions to think about the difference in profits. Fong Ming calmly looked at him. Off-system missions might not earn hunter points.
You only get direct transfers from employers and the distribution depends entirely on your mood. Without system tracking, the officials can't monitor it. If any newbie truly follows these so-called mentors, they're really boarding a thief's ship. Losing money is one thing, but if the mission is dangerous, the first to be sacrificed would likely be the newbies. Hearing Fong Ming's words, Slim Monkey's expression turned cold. You newbies, always so stubborn and overconfident, think you can slowly work your way up from beginner missions? You're killing yourself. Well, don't bother yourself about it.
Fong Ming turned and walked away. Are beginner missions difficult? A smirk formed on Fong Ming's lips. That might be true for others, but he would prove with his speed what it means to skyrocket. Without hesitation, Fong Ming went straight to the terminal and took on 5 F-level missions in one go, the highest level a newbie hunter could currently undertake. All of them without exception were core missions.
Naturally, these involved killing designated monsters and obtaining their cores. Ding.
Due to your level restrictions you have reached the limit on the number of tasks. Fong Ming shook his head slightly in regret. After all, as a newbie hunter he could only take on a maximum of 5 missions at a time. The assistant managing the terminal operations, noticing Fong Ming's screen, a hint of mockery flashed in her eyes. This hunter, it would be better to start with just one mission to test the waters.
Fong Ming didn't even lift his head. No need, the assistant's eyes flashed with annoyance as her advice was intended for Fong Ming's benefit.
Really doesn't know what's good for him, she muttered under her breath, just loud enough for Fong Ming to overhear. Fong Ming raised his head and glanced at her expressionlessly. Miss, as long as a hunter does not exceed the rule limits he should be free to choose his tasks, right? The assistant sneered and stopped talking. She regarded Fong Ming with an air of indifference typical of someone who had seen too many overzealous newcomers. They would awaken their powers and rush to become hunters, eagerly filling their task sheets to the brim, all in a bid to prove themselves. Yet invariably these novices lacked the strength to complete the tasks on their own and ended up paying the penalty fees for contract violations without exception. In her view, Fong Ming would be no different. The F-grade magic core tasks he took on invariably involved hunting down first-order magical beasts. He had picked up the tasks in the morning and by close to noon Fong Ming had nearly completed
4 out of 5 F-grade tasks.
The only reason the last one remained was due to the target's distant location. Flicking open his hunter-exclusive radar watch, Fong Ming could see the territory of the Kapok bees was near the edge of Jiang City's safe zone. As an F-grade magical beast, the Kapok bee itself wasn't much of a threat. However, being social creatures, getting surrounded by them could still pose a significant challenge. This was why this particular task ranked in the top 10 of the F-grade tasks and was considered an elite challenge among its peers. The rewards correspondingly were quite substantial compared to other F-grade tasks. Of course, such difficulties were relative to the average novice hunter. For Fong Ming, taking on a task of this level was merely a matter of using 1 or 2 more resources.
With his abilities enhanced 100-fold, even ordinary materials were enough for his pet beast, the fluffy spider, to decimate these creatures of the same rank 100 times over. Approaching the territory of the Kapok bees, Fong Ming saw injured young hunters lying on the ground, moaning and groaning in pain. Now he was sure he was in the right place. Following the trail of these fellows would undoubtedly lead him to his destination. Every few steps he could see young hunters tending to their wounded pets, and occasionally even some second-order E-grade hunters appeared looking just as miserable. It was no wonder this task was among the top 10 in difficulty at the F-grade level. Advanced hunters looked down on such meager rewards, while hunters of the same or slightly higher rank often suffered. Due to the Kapok bee's gregarious nature, the path was lined with lush trees and fragrant flowers soothing to the senses, a characteristic of the Kapok bee's nest which encouraged the rich flora surrounding it. Despite the Kapok bee's aggressive tendencies, Jiang City had designated this creature as a beneficial magical beast and preserved it within the safe zone. From a distance, Fong Ming could hear the buzzing sound resonating deeply and powerfully. Without needing to see, he knew the swarm here was dense.
Without any hesitation, Fong Ming released his pet beast, the fluffy spider, and fused it with the White Cloud Vine, F-grade, to enhance its capabilities for the impending battle. Ding fusion successful. Special effect: fusion monster effect increased 100-fold. Agility of fluffy spider significantly boosted. Effective duration 5 minutes. 5 minutes should be more than enough.
With a thought, Fong Ming directed Momo, who without any hesitation charged towards the beehive. The duo,
following behind, hoping for a laugh, were utterly stunned. Could it be this courageous? Then in the next second, the swollen-faced duo witnessed an even more astonishing scene. That seemingly weak and cute fluffy spider, which only had an E-level energy fluctuation, was now creating afterimages in the air. Countless spider silks were almost simultaneously woven in the air.
Many newcomers around sensed the commotion and drew nearer to watch the spectacle. Thus everyone witnessed the formation of a terrifying and intricate web which took shape in just under a minute.
Fong Ming sneered and commanded, "Collect." With a squeak, Momo dropped the completed spider web directly downwards. The Kapok bees, busy gathering honey below, only then noticed the anomaly from above. They tried to take off in resistance. However, spiders naturally prey on bees, not to mention the poisonous and sticky nature of fluffy spider silk.
The Kapok bee army hadn't even fully taken off before they were overwhelmingly suppressed. Literally, it was a clean sweep. Damn it! The onlookers burst into curses. The outer ring of novice hunters, seeing their long-sought target so effortlessly fall into Fong Ming's hands, were instantly green with envy. They had suffered so much and spent so much time just for a newcomer to resolve the situation in less than 3 minutes. It felt like a joke on everyone present. Suddenly, numerous gazes, both covert and overt, fell upon Fong Ming. Fong Ming spoke out loud, his eyes clear and fearless. "Gentlemen, in the outside world, everyone relies on their own methods.
My web is not just the one you saw." As he spoke, he secretly clenched 2 E-level water blue crystals in his palm. The highest rank among those present was merely E-level beast tamers, and most were injured. Fong Ming believed that if he chose to leave, no one could stop him. "No matter what other tricks you have, you can't take these Kapok bees alone," someone suddenly shouted. "Right, we're all newcomers. Why should you be able to cheat and complete one of the top 10 tasks? I won't accept this." The top 10 elite tasks, when completed, offer additional reward points. The Hunters Guild uses this method to encourage hunters to continuously challenge themselves and level up quickly. Such a reward was now the spark that ignited everyone's frustrations. With a leader stepping forward, the rest quickly echoed their agreement. "These Kapok bees have already cost us a lot of energy in battle. What does it mean for you to come and scavenge? Boy, leave the Kapok bees, let everyone here share them." Yes, share them. In no time, the crowd around was fervently riled up as if truly Fong Ming had scavenged what belonged to them all. Fong Ming looked emotionlessly at the crowd in front of him. Sheep flock together, but the fierce tiger walks alone. Do you think you are qualified to let me take advantage of the situation? Fong Ming sneered, then silently commanded system use the E-grade aqua blue crystal to merge with the pet beast Mao Mao. Ding, the fusion was successful. Special fusion. Monster activated. The hundredfold effect is effective, significantly increasing the defense of the fluffy spider for 10 minutes. Fong Ming opened the system panel. The hundredfold acceleration effect of the white cloud vine had disappeared, obviously overridden by the aqua blue crystal's effect. It's a pity they can't stack. Mao Mao finished them in 1 minute, Fong Ming said indifferently. Facing these rookie beast tamers, even if their pet beasts could hit the fluffy spider with a hundredfold defense boost, it was no different than tickling. On this basis, the fluffy spider attacking those tamers' magical beasts was like an adult hitting children. So, a minute later, the scene was a mess. The fluffy spider was far more ruthless than the K-pop bee. None of those present could still stand. All were lying on the ground groaning and sighing. In a sense, these rookie beast tamers had received another significant impetus. The scene was always quiet, like a huge library, and the librarian had already carefreely started on his way back to the city. Have you heard? The K-pop bee mission was completed by a rookie who just became a hunter. Really? That mission has been posted for at least half a year, right? Of course it's true. I heard that everyone at the scene got beaten up. This rookie is too cruel, though. He may be skilled, but his intentions aren't good. When Fong Ming returned to the Beast Taming Guild, he immediately heard various rumors as he walked in. News really travels fast, and quite ridiculously so. Fong Ming shrugged his shoulders. He never cared about the public opinion, it didn't matter to him. What he cared about were only the mission rewards, the points, and the Dragon Kingdom currency. Fortunately, those hunters didn't know who the rookie they were talking about was. They would never imagine that this rookie was now passing by them, listening to the rumors with an indifferent expression. Arriving at the self-service terminal, Fong Ming directly inserted his Hunter Black card and in one go submitted 5 tasks. The interface showed that the tasks were successfully submitted, bringing Fong Ming's Hunter points to a total of 30. A normal F-grade task was worth 5 points, while the K-pop B mission had given him 10 points. To upgrade to an E-grade hunter he needed 100 points, meaning Fong Ming's progress was still less than 1/3. Fong Ming shook his head slightly in regret, not very satisfied with such progress. He needed to quickly accumulate points, raise his hunter level, take on higher level missions, and continue to do tasks to earn points and rewards. In this process, Mao Mao could continuously improve its strength through battles, and the consumed materials could be continuously replenished. This was indeed Fong Ming's confirmed approach of fighting to foster growth. Compared to the step-by-step cultivation, this undoubtedly matched his talents best and was the fastest way to advance his strength. With only 1 month left until the major examination, Fong Ming's goal was to advance himself and his pet Mao Mao to at least the 2nd tier and ideally reach a D-level hunter rating. Time waits for no one, and Fong Ming knew he had to quicken his pace to catch up with those geniuses who had endless cultivation resources at their disposal. Are you the newbie from this morning? Suddenly a stuttering voice came from beside him. Fong Ming turned his head and saw it was the service assistant from the morning. What's up? Fong Ming replied indifferently. Although he didn't care much about others' opinions, he wasn't about to show any warmth to such individuals either. Did you really complete those 5 tasks all at once? The assistant swallowed hard, recalling that among those 5 tasks, there was one involving the K-pop B, a task ranked within the top 10 of F-level assignments. Wait, the K-pop B, the new guy everyone was discussing, could it be this young man? The assistant thought, her face turning pale. She was just an ordinary working person and hadn't expected to inadvertently offend such a talented beast master. Fong Ming, however, didn't give her a pleasant look, coldly glancing at her and signaling her to keep her distance with his eyes. Do I need to report to you? Indeed, the assistant was frightened by his response, silently moving her feet away from him, not daring to speak another word. What a terrifying look! Although Fong Ming didn't answer, the assistant had just glimpsed that the young man had taken on another 5 tasks. My God, is he planning to complete 10 tasks in one day? Could the record for the best newcomer in Jiangqing City be broken by him? This young man is truly fearsome. The assistant moved even further away, hoping that Fong Ming would completely ignore her and preferably forget about her altogether. Fong Ming, of course, had no time to care about what others thought. He quickly finished accepting the tasks and was ready to set out again, but before leaving the city he had to make a special trip to the beast trading market. After all, with so many K-pop magic cores and other task rewards, how could he not convert them into combat power? At the beast trading market, Fong Ming arrived at Brother Stone's stall and saw the middle-aged burly man dozing off. "Brother Stone not busy, huh?" Brother Stone woke up groggily, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and then became somewhat alert. Young brother, it's you. I have some F-level magic cores, are you interested?" Fong Ming smiled slightly. "Of course, I'll take them." Brother Stone nodded repeatedly, instantly perking up at the response. Without another word, Fong Ming poured out all the K-pop magic cores. He had handed in just a dozen for the tasks, but he still had dozens left. Brother Stone looked at everything in front of him, his mouth agape in an O shape. Where on earth did this kid sweep through? F-grade magic cores, although mostly priced around 1,000 yuan each, can add up in large quantities. Plus, these cores are all of perfect quality, which could fetch a slightly higher price. Let me calculate this. Sure Tu took out a calculator, ready to crunch some numbers. "No need," Fong Ming smiled, "just give me 100,000 yuan." Sure Tu nodded, acknowledging that this price was slightly in his favor. It seemed that this young man Fong Ming was quite straightforward. "Alright, I'll transfer it to you. But hold on, same old rules, I'll pick some materials first." Sure Tu agreed, thinking to himself that his judgment was as sharp as ever, having befriended this young man right from the start. This could be a long-term major client. Besides the K-pop magic cores being an extra gain, those 5 tasks also brought Fong Ming nearly 100,000 yuan in rewards. Considering the upcoming intense battles, Fong Ming gritted his teeth and spent all his money on hand. The materials he got were quite substantial. Sure Tu had both purchased and delivered them. In total, he acquired a D-grade yellow jade crystal along with a dozen E-grade ores and herbs. "No need to transfer it to me, it's my turn to pay you." While speaking, Fong Ming was already swiping on his phone to make the payment, and then he walked away. Sure Tu waved happily at Fong Ming's retreating figure. "Take care, brother, come back soon." In the following days, Fong Ming continued at an extremely fast pace. He swept through tasks almost like a whirlwind, taking on every task he could. He didn't miss out on any of the top 10 tasks in the F-grade category. With his frenetic pace, the name Eugene gradually began to circulate among the newcomers. More importantly, his points were soaring like a rocket, rapidly increasing. On the third day, Fong Ming's hunter points reached 110, officially advancing him to an E-grade hunter and moving him out of the novice ranks. He also became the fastest advancing hunter in the history of Jiang City. This sparked curiosity among many. Who exactly was this Eugene? After all, apart from turning in tasks and picking up new ones, Fong Ming hardly spent any time at the Hunters Guild, and the guild never disclosed the real information of any hunter. Suddenly, the identity of the new generation hunter Eugene became a mystery. On the outskirts of the city near the 10-mile safety zone, Fong Ming followed behind a velvet spider running swiftly. Ahead, the velvet spider was relentlessly chasing a wild boar. This was Fong Ming's newly accepted E-grade task, which not only aimed for the beast's magic core but also the valuable wild boar meat, making it a cost-effective task that provided both task rewards and preserved the E-grade magic core. Mao, use your skill web spitting. The velvet spider, having been enhanced with various materials, had a physical constitution comparable to a D-grade. So recently, when Fong Ming was facing individual magical beasts of the same level, to enhance the combat capabilities of his fluffy spider, he refrained from using material fusion. Instead, he let the fluffy spider defeat the opponent with its own strength. As the battle reached a critical moment, Fong Ming decisively commanded the spider. Upon hearing his order, the fluffy spider immediately opened its mouth and spewed out thousands of white threads. The wild boar, with its immense strength and a power attribute comparable to a D-level magical beast, had been able to withstand the fluffy spider's fierce attacks up until now. But at this moment, by employing softness to overcome hardness, the spider immediately restricted the boar's movements. Caught off guard by the fluffy spider's attack, the boar couldn't break free from the threads in time. Layer upon layer of white silk wrapped around it, turning it into a large immobilized bundle akin to a meat dumpling. Victory was claimed. Fong Ming felt good. This was the last task of the day, and after completing it, he could wrap up his work. He instructed the fluffy spider to deal with the wild boar while he himself opened the hunter's radar watch to check the route home. Just then, not far away, a small flare exploded, prompting Fong Ming to look up. In the sky, a faint monkey head pattern flashed. This was
Fong Ming narrowed his eyes, suddenly recalling the rookie instructor he had met when he first arrived at the Hunters Guild. Interesting, he muttered, a trace of chill flashing through his eyes. On the other side of the dense forest, that rookie instructor Skinny Monkey was gathering his team. As a rookie instructor, naturally his team included newcomers. At that moment a newcomer ran breathlessly from a distance. Captain, what's happened? I came as soon as I saw the message. I found a mutated herb, but it seems a few D-level red-eyed golden crown snakes have taken over the nest, so I called everyone to discuss. Skinny Monkey explained, lighting a cigarette and puffing away with a troubled look. The newcomer hesitated. That's good news, isn't it? With so many of us, dealing with a few D-level snakes shouldn't be too hard. The prospect of benefiting from the mutated herb made the newcomer overlook whether the D-level magical beasts were beyond the safe zone of the main city. Skinny Monkey gave him a sidelong glance. Do you usually just handle healing and rarely participate in battles? The newcomer shrank back a bit. Captain, my talent is indeed in healing, so naturally, I mainly handle that. Skinny Monkey's mouth curved into a smile. No wonder then, you might not be aware, but a single D-level magical beast, just by its attribute values, is comparable to several E-level beasts. Not to mention mature D-level beasts exist at the 3rd tier, the deputy captain added. Magical beasts are categorized into juvenile and mature phases, with the latter being the most stable and rapid stage of growth. The upper limit for a grade F magical beast in its mature phase is typically 1st tier, grade E reaches 2nd tier, grade D hits 3rd tier, and so forth, increasing incrementally with higher grades. The primary advantage of higher tier magical beasts over their lower tier counterparts is the stability of their growth. For instance, a grade A magical beast upon reaching maturity under normal circumstances starts off as a 6th tier beast. Further advancements depend on the beast's inherent qualities and fortuitous encounters, thus, most of our team currently comprises 2nd tier grade E beasts. Tough to deal with, aren't they? The newbie finally began to grasp the situation. Skinny Monkey volunteered, the deputy leader and I are both 3rd tier. With the other 2 members, we should just manage to hold off those red-eyed golden crown snakes, but only for a short while. Upon hearing this, the newbie suddenly slapped his forehead in excitement. Holding them off for a while is enough. Captain, I've got a plan. Oh, what's your idea? Skinny Monkey feigned surprise, a barely noticeable smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You guys distract those snakes, hold them off and prevent them from coming back, and I'll sneak in and gather the herbs. Simple. The newbie blurted out, feeling like a genius at that moment. Hearing this, Skinny Monkey's smile widened as he looked approvingly at the newbie. Good brother. I knew I brought the right person. You truly are a resourceful newbie. Delighted by the praise, the newbie beamed. If his suggestion ultimately led to the acquisition of that mutated herb, he would earn a significant share. He quickly confirmed, Captain, shall we proceed with my plan then? He had his motives too, as the battlefield was fraught with danger while his task of herb gathering was absolutely safe. Skinny Monkey nodded decisively. Yes, let's follow your plan. With the decision made, the team hesitated no longer. The 4 members took their assigned positions and gradually moved towards the location of the mutated herb. The newbie trailed behind, cautiously observing the situation ahead. Unbeknownst to them, a slow figure had begun to follow behind the newbie. In the dense forest, Skinny Monkey led the way, drawing his team ever closer to their target. Ready? He stopped, raised his hand and looked seriously at several red-eyed golden crown snakes ahead. Despite his experience, he felt a tinge of nervousness. All was quiet around, no signs of anything unusual. Attack. With a wave of his hand, several magical beasts fiercely leaped forward. This was Skinny Monkey's team's usual tactic. Use a few fast pets to attract the target and create some distance. Number 2, be aware of our surroundings, Skinny Monkey advised the deputy leader as they neared battle. Captain, I understand, the deputy leader nodded, though his expression briefly flickered with disdain. This safe area nearby was usually where those with poor talents and low-grade pets hid. Could these newbies really dare to challenge them? Perhaps the captain was being overly cautious. After a moment of silence, the battle erupted. Skinny Monkey's team, indeed formidable, managed to hold their own against 3 mature grade D magical beasts, their well-coordinated efforts evident in the fierce exchange. It was clear that the nickname newbie mentor given to Skinny Monkey wasn't entirely an exaggeration. Nearly a dozen magical beasts were battling fiercely in the woods, creating a chaotic scene. Amidst the turmoil, the clever newbie quietly made his move. The dense forest provided ample cover, allowing him to stealthily navigate through the underbrush, avoiding any attention from the battling beasts.
his journey was surprisingly smooth, so much so that he himself was a bit incredulous. Along the way there were no incidents, and the two beasts he was prepared to summon at any moment were never needed. He was close now, very close. The newbie's eyes gleamed as he stared intently at the mutated herb just a short distance away. Just 2 more steps and he could reach out and grab it. A greedy thought flashed through his mind: if he picked the herb now and ran immediately, the members of the Skinny Monkey Squad, currently entangled by the red-eyed golden-crowned snake, surely couldn't catch up to him. Smirking, the newbie proceeded with his plan, moving 2 steps closer to the mutated herb. Now was the moment, he could almost touch it. Excited, he swiftly reached out towards the herb. But at that instant a swishing sound was heard, a golden flash suddenly darted in front of him. The newbie was startled, and then to his horror found that his arm had lost all strength. Not just his arm, even his breathing became weak. No. With eyes full of longing he reached out towards the herb, now seemingly just out of reach. Alas, it was as if it were a world away. He would have no more chances. The newbie collapsed to the ground unwillingly. Monkey bro. Not far away, the deputy captain, who was evidently in the midst of a fierce battle, suddenly shouted. I know, Skinny Monkey sneered, having been waiting just for this moment. A fierce sky falcon descended from the sky, aiming directly at the golden flash. This was Skinny Monkey's contingency plan, held back even during the fierce skirmish, all for that golden flash. The sky falcon dove, launching its attack skill Sky Strike. The golden figure, equally formidable, retaliated in kind. The two magical beasts collided fiercely, their battle erupting with a force that seemed to surpass that of the other beasts in the vicinity. Both were D-grade peaks. Meanwhile, nestled in a bush not too far away, Fong Ming was observing the scene through his binoculars. He had sensed something off about the Skinny Monkey Squad early on, and now he finally saw their true colors. So they intended to use a human life as bait. No wonder they opted for an offline task and sought a rookie hunter. Fong Ming smirked. The newbie, so obviously oblivious and blinded by greed, was merely reaping what he sowed. In that case, Fong Ming would have to step in on behalf of the newbie and teach the so-called newbie mentor a proper lesson. On the other side of the battlefield, Skinny Monkey was rapidly closing in on the mutated herb. Now that several red-eyed golden-crowned snakes had been lured out, the king snake coiled at the base of the herb was entangled by the fierce skyhawk. The mutated herb was ripe for the taking. To avoid any unforeseen delays, Skinny Monkey was eager to secure his victory. Mine, this is mine, as he drew closer. Even with his years of experience as a seasoned hunter, he couldn't help but tremble slightly with excitement. This particular strain of Cold Star herb, also known as Ice Star herb, was a Class C herb imbued with a powerful chilling essence. It was extremely beneficial for the growth and evolution of ice attribute beasts, and its price could easily reach into the high hundreds of thousands. He thought. Not in vain had he schemed. However, suddenly a hand appeared out of nowhere and violently uprooted the shimmering Ice Star herb. No, Skinny Monkey roared. He was just 10 steps away from reaching it, flames almost bursting from his eyes. Skinny Monkey focused his murderous gaze on the figure that had appeared out of nowhere. Is that you? In the blur of his memory he had some recollection of Fong Ming. His rage momentarily stalled, but then surged even more fiercely. Well, to think that Skinny Monkey, who has always been the hunter, would one day be pecked by the prey. A newbie dares to scheme against me? His voice was chillingly cold, as if coming from the depths of hell. But you playing this game of the mantis stalking the cicada with the oriole behind, have you thought about how you will escape? Fong Ming shook his head with a smile. Escape? Why would I need to escape? You think a newbie can't turn the tables? Skinny Monkey glared at him. Fong Ming shrugged. This mentor, do you look down on newbies that much? Put down the herb and I can pretend I never saw you. Skinny Monkey was silent for a second, then suddenly spoke, unsure of Fong Ming's tactics. He cautiously said, but clearly this is my last compromise. Fong Ming smiled. What I have in my hands, I never give up. Skinny Monkey's gaze turned fierce. So there's nothing to discuss? Nothing at all, Fong Ming said even more decisively. At the same time, the furry spider made its thunderous move. It certainly wasn't going to give Skinny Monkey any space to maneuver. Now, Skinny Monkey's team was entangled by the swarm of red-eyed golden-crowned snakes, and his trump card, the fierce sky hawk, was caught up by the king snake. Skinny Monkey had come over here to gather herbs, having left the protection of his pet beasts. If not now, when? He suddenly realized his extremely perilous situation, his expression rapidly changing. Skinny Monkey didn't hesitate. He gritted his teeth, recalled his distant beasts involved in the group battle, and released them in front of him once again. Fang Ming watched his movements coldly, his eyes hardening with intent to kill. Such decisive heart, such ruthlessness, with Skinny Monkey. Recalling his beasts, the balance of the nearby battlefield was instantly disrupted. His team members were in for a tough time. Shouho sneered, "As long as I live, the Shouho squad will exist. Their sacrifice for me is their honor." Fang Ming shook his head and sighed, "You won't survive." He had been watching the battle from the sidelines. Shouho had at least the strength of a third tier, and the several demonic beasts he faced were all of D-class third tier standard. Initially he had hoped to save some materials, but it seemed that was no longer an option. System use Ice Star Grass, C-Class, on the pet Mau for fusion. Ding, the fusion was successful. Special effect Fusion Monster 100-fold effect activated. Fluffy Spider evolved into C-Class Ice Star Demon Spider and has grown to 3rd tier maturity. Effective time, 10 minutes. As the system's voice fell, the Fluffy Spider transformed as if by magic, growing rapidly in just a second. From a harmless palm-sized toy, it transformed into a terrifying demonic beast with legs several meters long. Unlike the previously seen purple extreme demon spider wrapped in purple demonic patterns, the Ice Star Demon Spider was pure white, as if covered by frost and snow. Undoubtedly, in a snowy field, it would be the most hidden and terrifying hunter. Mau species, Ice Star Demon Spider rarity, C-Class tier, 3rd attributes, poison plus fire plus iced strength, 3100 agility, 3200 magic, 3500 defense, 3800 skills. Web Spitting, A-Class, Venomous Sting, A-Class, Frost Nova, D-Class. Extreme Cold Beam, C-Class, Armor Shatter, C-Class. Even with his mental preparation, Fang Ming was startled to see the stats of the 100-fold enlarged Ice Star Demon Spider. Is it too powerful? He thought, yet his movements were swift, retreating quickly to a safe position. After all, he had witnessed the power of the Ice Star Demon Spider in combat and dared not get too close. Shouho, seeing the sudden appearance of the Ice Star Demon Spider, couldn't help but widen his eyes. This terrifying aura! Shouho involuntarily took a sharp breath, suppressing his heartbeat. Are all the newcomers these days this powerful? Nope, this kid's demonic beast was just a fluffy spider. This transformation must be temporary and the side effects must be severe. A chill ran through Shouho's heart and he instantly felt that he had seen through Fang Ming's bluff. As a 3rd-tier beast tamer, Shouho had 3 pets. While his fiery Sky Hawk was still battling with the Snake King, he had 2 other demonic beasts at his disposal. 2 against 1 inch. Shouho didn't see how he could lose. Come out, Electric Shock Butterfly Burrowing Rat. 2 D-class demonic beasts of 3rd tier aura appeared on the battlefield at his command. Fang Ming frowned. Although he was confident in the combat power of the 100-fold fusion, it was his first time officially battling a beast tamer, and it was 2 against 1 right from the start. Fortunately, the performance of the Ice Star Demon Spider did not disappoint him. Without hiding its strength, the Ice Star Demon Spider immediately unleashed the skill it had just learned, Frost Nova. A ring of frosty white light radiated outward from the center, encompassing Mau and spreading in all directions. As the Electro Butterfly and the Burrowing Rat approached, they were immediately penetrated by the halo and frozen in place, unable to move. Skinny Monkey was shocked. Impossible? What kind of freakish ability is this? Even if you've managed to break through to the 3rd tier by relying on the Ice Star herb, there's no way a single ability could freeze 2 D-class magical beasts. Fang Ming glanced at him, his eyes filled with undisguised mockery. In the myriad ways of the world, how much do you think you know? Although we are both at the 3rd tier, the Ice Star Spider, being a C-class magical beast, possesses skills and intrinsic properties far beyond those of the 2 D-class beasts. This battle was even more devastating than the previous skirmish with the Grim Spider. The body of the Electro Butterfly was fragile, and although the Burrowing Rat was more resilient, being frozen in place made it nothing more than a sitting duck. The duration of the Frost Nova was only 5 seconds, but that was more than enough for the Ice Star Spider. With a thought from Fang Ming, he instructed the Ice Star Spider not to hold back and to quickly finish off its opponents. The Ice Star Spider rapidly spat out bundles of frosty white silk, entangling the 2 adversaries before beginning to charge up power right where it stood. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Extreme Cold Beam fired. The terrifying magical energy fluctuations nearly cleared all the vegetation in the path of the beam, creating a vacuum zone about 1 meter in diameter. The vegetation was obliterated, not to mention the 2 magical beasts that took the direct hit. The Electro Butterfly and the Burrowing Rat didn't even have a chance to utilize their magical powers before they were obliterated into nothingness. Normally, the power of the extreme cold beam was only meant to freeze targets into ice sculptures, however Fong Ming had instructed it to spare no effort.
The Ice Star Spider naturally complied and accidentally exerted too much force, leaving nothing
but air where its opponents once stood. Skinny Monkey was quick-witted. Seeing the Ice Star Spider charging up, he had swiftly dodged to the side. Seeing such a barren scene, he was completely dumbfounded. Trembling, he raised his hand pointing at Fong Ming but was unable to utter a single word. Fong Ming shrugged. Sorry, seems I might have overdone it a bit. After the death of a beast, it would return to its beast master in the form of a spirit, requiring a long period of nurturing before it could reappear. In severe cases, it could even result in a loss of rank or a partial loss of strength. Skinny Monkey let out a yell and decisively ran off into the distance. He even promptly recalled his fiery hawk, clearly intending to let the Snake King cause trouble for others instead. Fong Ming frowned slightly. Skinny Monkey was indeed shrewd, recognizing that the situation was untenable and choosing the best strategy by retreating. Due to his withdrawal, the battlefield, filled with many magical beasts, had already suffered significant casualties in just a short moment. The three red-eyed golden crown snakes were wreaking havoc, decimating numerous beasts. The defeat of Skinny Monkey's team was only a matter of time. Seeing its opponent vanish, the Snake King paused briefly before locking its gaze on the Ice Star Spider, the closest to the battlefield. In the very air breathed by the Ice Star Demon Spider, there lingered the essence of the Ice Star grass which it had guarded for so long,
without daring to consume.
This scent ignited a chilling fury in the eyes of the Serpent King. Fong Ming immediately thought to himself, this is bad. With Skinny Monkey having fled, his foremost thought was naturally to give chase. After all, it is better to resolve enmities rather than let them fester, and if they must fester, then it's best to strike first. However, he hadn't anticipated that the Serpent King would set its sights on the Ice Star Demon Spider. At this moment Fong Ming dared not recall his pet beast.
Like Skinny Monkey had done, with Skinny Monkey gone, the Ice Star Demon Spider had drawn attention. If it were to disappear, that attention would turn to him. Be careful, Mau Mau, he thought anxiously, but Fong Ming knew that a tough battle was inevitable. The Serpent King's red eyes fixed intently on the Ice Star Demon Spider, its pupils slit vertically, harboring a cold, profound intent to kill. The spider's 8 eyes moved agilely, vigilantly warding off the Serpent King's attacks, ready for battle. Hiss! The Serpent King spat out a long tongue, its golden crown slightly lighting up, a sign of an impending attack. In the next moment the Serpent King moved, its golden crown traced a dazzling arc of golden light through the air. Fong Ming's eyes were momentarily dazzled and he squinted involuntarily. A sound sharp as the clash of metal rang out. Fong Ming hurriedly opened his eyes, only to see the Serpent King's tail whip striking the Ice Star Demon Spider's foreclaw. Fortunately, the Ice Star Demon Spider had somehow managed to condense ice with its chill, forming a hard ice armor around its body, sparing it from injury. The Serpent King's attack, however, had clearly angered the Ice Star Demon Spider. It raised its forelegs, frantically waving them as if wielding two divine spears, continuously colliding with the Serpent King. The two beasts struggled for a long time, neither willing to relent. Fong Ming sighed. If it hadn't been for the extreme cold beam that had drained the magical energy from the Ice Star Demon Spider earlier, the fight might have been easier. Now, the Ice Star Demon Spider was purely relying on its physical strength to compete with the Serpent King. Thinking of this, Fong Ming couldn't help but stroke his chin. The Ice Star Demon Spider, truly worthy of a C-level, was able to exchange blows with the D-level peak Serpent King purely on physical strength. The Serpent King utilized various skills, yet it still could not overcome Mau Mau. Suddenly, it let out a sharp cry towards a not-so-distant place. The piercing sound waves at that moment seemed almost capable of rupturing Fong Ming's eardrums. Fong Ming quickly covered his ears, but in the next instant his face turned pale as he suddenly realized what was happening. During this time, the red-eyed golden crown snakes probably had already wiped out Skinny Monkey's team. The Serpent King's cry was a call for reinforcements. In the dense forest, accompanied by the Serpent King's hissing, several red-eyed golden crown snakes appeared as if out of nowhere, quickly converging towards this location. Their bodies slid almost silently over the ground with only occasional rustling noises. Accompanying them was a dense smell of blood. This was a symbol of the recent slaughter. Fong Ming had no choice at this moment. Once surrounded by the snakes, the situation would only worsen. Mau Mau prioritized taking down the Snake King. Fong Ming shouted the command, simultaneously boosting the morale of the Ice Star Spider. The Ice Star Spider understood instantly and began to unleash the remaining
fusion energy within its body, launching a furious attack on the Snake King with wide, powerful movements. Even Fong Ming, usually so composed, couldn't help but feel anxious. He silently opened the pet panel and saw the duration of the gigantification effect, originally meant to last 10 minutes, rapidly decreasing 9 minutes, 8 minutes, 7 minutes. This was the Ice Star Spider exhausting the medicinal effects of the Ice Star herb. The move was significantly effective. The Snake King was clearly dumbfounded by the sudden burst from the Ice Star Spider. It couldn't understand how its opponent, who had just been evenly matched, had suddenly become so fierce. Was it drugged? In a sense, yes. The Ice Star Spider vibrated its front legs, sending out a ring of icy light once again. A hint of mockery flashed in the cold, vertical pupils of the Snake King. It had noticed Mao Mao using this move before and naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to fall for such an obvious skill. With a flick of its tail, it leapt into the air, hanging from a tree branch, apparently intending to use the branch's elasticity to dodge the frost nova. However, a web suddenly appeared above its head. A glint of excitement flashed in the eyes of the Ice Star Spider. This was a technique Fong Ming had secretly taught it through telepathy, and it had actually worked. As the saying goes, repair the plank road by day while secretly moving through Chen Song. On the surface, the Ice Star Spider continuously tangled with the Snake King, but during the process it had quietly spun webs hanging its pale white silk all over the nearby trees. The Snake King, focused on the battle, had not noticed these fine threads. Suddenly entangled by the Ice Star Spider's web, the Snake King was shocked and immediately began to struggle desperately, trying to use brute force to break free from the thin spider silk. However, the tenacity of the Ice Star Spider's silk far exceeded its expectations. The fine silk, like steel ropes, was incredibly flexible and stretchable. For a while, it was completely unable to break free. The agile and ghost-like Snake King showed signs of defeat for the first time. Once its proudest advantage of speed was gone, the outcome was naturally inevitable. Meanwhile, although the Snake King had dodged Mao Mao's Frost Nova, its minions weren't so lucky. Caught off guard, they were frozen in place and could only watch helplessly as their leader was violently broken through by the Ice Star Spider. The over 3 meters long red-eyed golden-crowned Snake King now seemed like a disassembled toy as the Ice Star Spider's 8 legs slowly tore apart its scales and flesh. Golden scales scattered everywhere and bright red blood flowed across the ground. The painful cries of the snake echoed through the jungle. Fong Ming's expression remained as calm as ever. The situation had steered clear of danger, everything unfolding as anticipated and moving towards a positive outcome. Even now he maintained high alertness, keeping himself well away from the snakes within the protective reach of the Ice Star Spider. Finally, the time for the Frost Nova had come and the shrieking of the Snake King ceased at last. The once radiant, glowing golden Snake King now lay limp and lifeless on the ground, dead beyond doubt. As the snake horde thawed, they launched a frenzied, suicidal attack on Mao Mao. Mao Mao, don't fight them head on, the Ice Star Spider immediately understood. It relied on its speed, using the surrounding spider silk as a brake, dodging the mad attacks of the snake horde. After all, having just killed the Snake King, these red-eyed golden crown snakes were now a group of irrational mourning soldiers. Once this wave of attacks was dodged, the rest would naturally be easier. Fong Ming followed the Ice Star Spider, continuously retreating with swift dodges. Fortunately, his regular training was meticulous. Relying on his awakened body, he was just barely able to hold on. The madness of the red-eyed golden crown snakes didn't last forever. Feeling the intensity of the opposing attack weakening and the snake horde's speed evidently insufficient, Fong Ming immediately issued a counterattack order. It wasn't that he was impatient, but the Ice Star Spider didn't have much time left. After dealing with the Snake King, there were less than 3 minutes remaining. Sensing Fong Ming's telepathic command, a glint of excitement flashed in the Ice Star Spider's eyes. It had been holding back for a long time, and the magic power it had just used was finally recovering a bit. The Ice Star Spider had been restless. Had it not been for Fong Ming suppressing its desire to attack, it might have struck back much earlier. But now it wasn't too late. The Ice Star Spider chirped, perhaps signifying a declaration of war, and then in the next moment it launched a countercharge against 3 red-eyed golden crown snakes. This was the final battle, and the Ice Star Spider knew its time was limited. It fought without a hint of fear, unbridled and bold. The Ice Star Spider's ice armor became a major trouble for the snake horde at that moment. Physical attacks could only leave a faint white mark, and venom attacks were even more ineffective against the spider. The snake horde clanged against the Ice Star Spider, finding they couldn't even breach its armor. After all, if even the Snake King couldn't break through Mao Mao's defense, they were even more helpless. Their only strategy seemed to be to keep attacking, draining Mao Mao's magical power, waiting for the ice armor to disappear.
Unfortunately, the Ice Star Demon Spider was not merely a defensive creature like a turtle, it was an Ice Star Demon Spider unleashing its battle lust.
While the snake horde was still striking the iron, the demon spider quietly withdrew some of its magical power and began to gather energy right there. To the snake's surprise, the defense of the ice-armored spider seemed to be significantly weakened. Just as they were about to strike while the iron was hot, they felt a terrifying surge of magical energy erupting from the body of the demon spider.
At this moment, Fong Ming had cleverly moved a bit further away, and in the next second, with a loud
boom, the ice star demon spider voluntarily shattered the ice armor surrounding its body. The broken ice crystals, sharp as numerous knife blades, were propelled by the burst of magical energy. One after another, they fiercely pierced into the bodies of the snakes who couldn't dodge in time. This was a skill usually used at the last moment armor shatter technique.
It erupted with tremendous power, but after its use, the protective ice armor would disappear completely, leaving the spider in a
vulnerable state for a short period. It was a fierce move with significant pros and cons. With such a technique deployed, the closely striking snake horde naturally met only one fate, death beyond death. Countless ice blades slicing open one meticulous wound after another, densely overlapping. They even cut the hard scales of the red-eyed golden-crowned snakes into pieces. The power of this attack was imaginable. Fong Ming took a deep breath. It was finally over.
It was only at this moment that he finally stepped out from the
concealment of the forest. The fluffy spider, having used up all its magical energy and lost all fusion effects, simply swung from the tree's silk and landed on his shoulder. Well done. Fong Ming extended his index finger and tapped the head of the fluffy spider. The spider lifted its head and rubbed against his finger, conveying its joy. If not for the intense scent of blood, the scene would have been a harmonious natural sight. Suddenly a series of claps echoed through the now quiet forest.
Fong Ming stiffened.
He turned around with a grim face, meeting the sight of that thin, tall figure. Indeed, well done, Skinny Monkey said with a smile. Under the shade of the trees, Skinny Monkey's face fell into shadow, looking somewhat sinister. Didn't expect me to come back at this time, did you? Wu Fong Ming silently watched him, saying nothing. A few Class D magical beast cores, plus you, a newcomer full of secrets, and those things on those guys?
Skinny Monkey's eyes gleamed with greed and he couldn't help
but laugh as he spoke. Maybe this trip I won't just break even, I might even make a profit. Fong Ming finally spoke. So the lives of your few brothers are just weights to measure value, huh? Brothers? Skinny Monkey scoffed. Money is the real brother. I have money, and who can't I recruit to the Skinny Monkey squad? Fong Ming looked at him, his face expressionless as he shook his head.
I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. You won't be getting anything. Skinny Monkey's lips curled into a sneer. Oh, you still want a bargain with me?
Fong Ming looked at him. It's not a negotiation, it's a notification. What? Skinny Monkey suddenly felt something was off. Notification, it's time for you to die. Fong Ming's lips curled into a smile as he suddenly shouted out loud. System, fuse the yellow jade crystal, grade D, with Mao Mao. Ding, fusion successful. Special effects, fusion monster, 100-fold effect activated. The fluffy spider has evolved into a 3rd tier D grade sinister demon spider. Effective time, 10 minutes. The fluffy spider, which had been small and limp on Fong Ming's shoulder, now leapt down to the ground, regaining its imposing demeanor. Its 8 huge legs, sharp as blades, and its dark eyes stared at Skinny Monkey, flickering with a cold, murderous light. Skinny Monkey's heart raced, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. How in the hell can this kid's beast still transform after it was clearly exhausted? No longer daring to hesitate, he quickly released his last pet, the Skyfire Hawk. The hawk spread its enormous wings, shielding him from the sinister gaze of the demon spider, easing Skinny Monkey's heart a bit. Impossible, I saw your spider was exhausted, how could it recover so quickly? He finally burst out, his face full of disbelief. Unfortunately for you, my pets never tire. Fong Ming spoke calmly, his fighting spirit unwavering. My power is limitless. As his words fell, his intent also transmitted. Mao Mao, finish him. The sinister demon spider leaped onto a branch and spat out a web hanging onto the opposite treetop. Be careful. Skinny Monkey's eyes suddenly narrowed. In the forest terrain, a spider with webbing was no different from a flying beast. As he shouted, the demon spider swung across, using its web, descending upon him like a divine soldier from the heavens. The Skyfire Hawk, alerted, positioned itself in front of Skinny Monkey in time. Its sharp eagle eyes locked onto the demon spider, its claws whirling through the air, sending out a chilling gust of wind. D-grade skill. Skyfire strike resounded like a gong.
The sinister demon spider's black golden front legs crossed, easily blocking the attack. Though both were third-tier D-grade, the demon spider blocked its opponent's skill attack with its mere body. In this moment the superior was clear. Facing the demon spider's effortless demeanor, the Skyfire hawk seemed to feel its dignity challenged. It let out a sharp cry like the call to battle and dived swiftly towards the demon spider. The speed was so fast it seemed to tear through the air. Having just blocked the Skyfire hawk's attack, the demon spider, unable to find leverage in the air, inevitably landed on the ground. At this moment, facing the Skyfire hawk's diving attack, not a trace of panic was seen in the demon spider's eyes. The yellow jade crystal might not have added any extra attributes, but the ice attribute from the previously used ice star grass was retained. At this moment a burst of extreme cold light erupted. Without charging, the power wasn't great. However, having experienced this move's power before, the Skyfire hawk did not dare to withstand it directly and chose to dodge its edge. Just as the Skyhawk was about to flap its wings and dodge, the sinister spider suddenly released a strand of sticky webbing. The webbing rapidly expanded in the air, forming an almost invisible trap. The Skyhawk's wings accidentally touched the web, its speed immediately slowed, and its body began to fall. Seizing the opportunity, the sinister spider swiftly moved under the Skyhawk, its 8 legs tracing lines on the ground like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. The Skyhawk struggled to break free from the web's constraints, but its wings were firmly stuck. Taking advantage of this, the sinister spider leaped up, its fangs glistening coldly in the sunlight, aiming directly at the Skyhawk's vital points. In desperation, the Skyhawk launched its final counterattack, its claws waving in the air, trying to fend off the attack. However, the sinister spider's attributes had already overwhelmingly surpassed the Skyhawk, including its agility, which far exceeded the Skyhawk's expectations. It easily dodged the Skyhawk's attack and then launched a fatal blow. Its fangs deeply pierced into the Skyhawk's body. "No!" shouted Skinny Monkey, who witnessed this scene in despair. The Skyhawk's body shuddered violently and eventually fell powerlessly to the ground. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it was only a few exchanges before the Skyhawk was brought down. In a battle of the same rank and level, it was resolved within 3 minutes. Fong Ming was quite satisfied with the outcome like this. "Get up, continue the fight." Skinny Monkey's eyes
were bloodshot, staring fixedly at the Skyhawk. "You trash, you're not dead yet, stand up." The Skyhawk weakly flapped its wings but was completely unable to stand. The sinister spider's venom had already invaded its internal organs. Skinny Monkey roared furiously, "Stand up, even if you die you should die in front of me, protecting me." Fong Ming shook his head. Indeed, a scumbag using his own beast as a shield. Such a person does not deserve to be a beast tamer. Killing such a person, he
wouldn't feel any guilt at all.
With a thought from Fong Ming, the shadow of the spider instantly flashed. No, I still have value. I have a lot of money and precious materials stored at the Beast Taming Guild." Skinny Monkey suddenly raised his hands, surrendering. "If you kill me you get nothing, but if you spare me, I guarantee all those things are yours. A person like you, I wouldn't believe a single word you say." Fong Ming looked at him emotionlessly. "And your things, I'd find them filthy."
Hearing Fong Ming's words,
a desperate madness flashed in Skinny Monkey's eyes as he charged at Fong Ming. "Kill me, you dare to kill me? Even if I die, I'll take you down with me." With a muffled sound, Skinny Monkey suddenly stopped midway in his charge. Despairingly, he lowered his head and saw a black sharp leg had already pierced through his chest. He staggered a few steps and finally fell to the ground. "You dare to kill me?"
Shouho spat out a mouthful of blood, his bloodshot eyes still fixed on Fong Ming. Fong Ming said indifferently, "It is indeed you I'm killing." Shouho's throat moved as if he wanted to say something more, but in the end he could no longer utter another word. Nearby, the dying fierce Skyhawk also vanished like dust in the wind. With the death of a beastmaster, all his contracted beasts would also disappear immediately. What a pity! Fong Ming smacked his lips. His pity, of course, was not for Shouho, but for the magic core of the fierce Skyhawk. That was money after all. Well, Fong Ming rubbed his chin and surveyed the chaotic battlefield. It was finally time to tally his gains. In the dense forest, the bodies of several red-eyed golden-crowned snakes were scattered everywhere. Fong Ming directed the fluffy spider to dig out all the magic cores. Unfortunately, the fluffy spider's armor-breaking spell was too powerful, causing significant damage to several cores. 3 D-grade cores were damaged by 10% and 1 D-grade core was nearly 20% damaged. Fong Ming sighed. "Mao, you really went all out." While assessing the quality of the magic cores, Fong Ming had already searched Shouho's body. Apart from a hunter's black card, there was nothing else of value on him.
However, Fong Ming couldn't use this black card. He shook his head. Not only was Shouho tough to deal with, but he was also stingy, not dropping a single gold coin. On the other hand, the newbie had some materials in his backpack. After cleaning up the site, Fong Ming moved on to the burial site of Shouho's squad members. The scene here was even more chaotic and bloody than before. The bodies of several pet beasts had disappeared along with the deaths of their beast masters. However, the squad members' bodies were a ghastly sight, completely mangled beyond recognition. Fong Ming did not linger long and quickly looted their backpacks. To his delight, the backpacks were filled with various ores and herbs. Although mostly F-grade and E-grade, they were still a good haul. Additionally, there were nearly 10 hunters' black cards in the pack.
Fong Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, understanding that these cards were likely obtained through their violent looting. Could they actually use these black cards? Fong Ming muttered to himself. After thinking it over, he decided to collect all the black cards. If there was indeed a way to access the resources on these black cards, that would be an unexpected windfall. If not, it didn't matter. A gentle breeze blew by, seemingly dispersing some of the thick scent of blood in the air. Fong Ming knew that this place, being outside the safety zone of Jian City, could attract other magical beasts at any moment with such a strong scent of blood. Mau Mau, let's go. Fong Ming did not allow Mau Mau to end its fusion state and instead decisively mounted its back. Mau Mau spun silk to hang from the branches, swiftly shuttling through the forest with him, heading toward the main city. This time Fong Ming did not head straight to the Beastmaster Guild to submit his task. His body was heavily stained with the scent of blood, and to avoid trouble he decided to go home for a bath first. Just as he was climbing the stairs to the corridor, he ran into Yining Shuang face to face. She seemed to be just about to leave, a trash bag in her hand. Fong Ming paused for a moment, but thinking she might not recognize him, he simply did not greet her and prepared to pass by with his head down. Unexpectedly, Yining Shuang stopped in her tracks and took the initiative to speak. Are you Fong Ming? Fong Ming was startled and his motion to pass by became awkward. You know me? Remembered during every beast control theory exam and spiritual density test, you were often just one rank below me. Yining Shuang nodded earnestly. Although Yining Shuang was telling the truth, it somehow sounded a bit sarcastic. One could only say that this girl was too straightforward in her speech. However, it was rare to see her initiate a conversation. Fong Ming took it as her being honest and shrugged. Indeed, compared to you, I am far behind, but that's all in the past now. I am no longer a student at Beastmaster High. Yining Shuang's eyes suddenly lit up, staring intently at him. You were admitted early? He didn't quite understand why the girl was so excited. Hearing that Yining Shuang was a cultivation fanatic, could she be wanting to seek some immediate guidance from him? Taking a deep breath, Fong Ming shook his head. Admitted early? Only those with a plus or even S-rank talents could cause the 4 major Beastmaster colleges to do that, and I don't have that capability. I was expelled due to a failed awakening. His tone was indifferent, revealing no emotions. Yining Shuang uttered a soft "oh." Seeming a bit disappointed, she lowered her eyelids and said no more. Have a nice day. Fong Ming glanced at her, not wanting to get involved any further, greeted her and turned to enter his house, closing the door behind him. The girl tilted her head to look at the tightly closed door, silent for a moment before finally heading downstairs. Fong Ming naturally did not know, nor would he care about Yining Shuang's reaction. Once at home, he eagerly took a hot shower. After a day of completing a bunch of E-rank tasks and encountering the skinny monkey squad, fighting several battles back and forth, even without him participating directly, it was somewhat exhausting. After the shower, he sorted out the ores and herbs. He would rest for today and submit the tasks tomorrow. Fong Ming lay on the sofa, closing his eyes. Despite being very tired, he couldn't fall asleep immediately. What floated before his eyes was the gaze of Yining Shuang that he had just encountered. At that moment, she was staring at him. Did she notice something? Fong Ming, originally with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. At that time, he was carrying a large backpack specialized for the wilderness, his body covered in the scent of blood. Yining Shuang, I hope you don't meddle too much. Keeping to ourselves would be the best choice. Early the next morning, Fong Ming took the materials for the tasks and headed to the Beastmaster Guild. Recently, the young assistant had clearly gotten used to Fong Ming's visits. However, Fong Ming usually completed and submitted his tasks on the same day he received them, never letting them sit overnight. This was the first time he had submitted a task the next day. The assistant couldn't help but look at him curiously. Fong Ming silently glanced at her and her gaze immediately drifted away like a startled rabbit.
He inserted his black card, opened the terminal's task interface, confirmed the submission, placed the task materials inside, and successfully submitted them all in one smooth motion.
As he became more proficient with each task, Fong Ming's understanding of the Hunter Guild's task system deepened. The existence of hunter levels meant that
hunters could only take on tasks at or below their own level, which led to the proliferation of many gray market activities. A typical D-level task reward was often several times that of an E-level task, but the point threshold for D-level hunters was also 10 times that of E-level hunters. Even if a capable E-level team could handle a D-level task, they were often restricted by insufficient points and an inadequate hunter level to take on such tasks directly. Thus, a team could hire a D-level hunter to take on the task and submit it on their behalf with only a nominal fee involved. However, such practices were explicitly forbidden by the Hunter Guild. If caught, both parties involved would have their points wiped clean and would have to start over as novice hunters. Despite this, driven by substantial benefits, such behavior was still common in private. It even led to the rise of hunters who specialized in taking on tasks for others, known as navigators. At this moment, a man who claimed to be a navigator was standing in front of Fong Ming, the man with a ponytail and a
bit of a rock and roll rebel vibe. Said, "Young man, I've been with the Hunter Guild for a long time now, and I've seen you coming back to take on tasks almost every day." Fong Ming, who had just taken on a few new E-level tasks, glanced at him but didn't feel like saying much. "What do you want to say? As a beastmaster like yourself with limitless prospects, you surely have a good chance of advancing to higher hunter levels." The ponytailed man chuckled. "So I have a very good opportunity I'd like to introduce to you." Fong Ming looked at him, who was acting all mysterious, and frowned. "Just speak plainly. Do you know about the navigators?" The ponytailed man stepped closer and whispered. Fong Ming looked at him coolly. "Isn't that forbidden by the association? We've organized a club, very private, only the most talented hunters get an invitation." The man with the ponytail didn't care about Fong Ming's attitude and continued speaking on his own. "Our club has countless long-term cooperative teams and we never worry about lacking clients. You can say once you join our club you will have a safe and stable road to wealth," the ponytail man declared earnestly, his face showing disbelief that Fong Ming wouldn't be tempted. Fong Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. "Get lost." "What did you say?" The ponytail man thought he heard wrong, his face full of disbelief. "I said get lost." Fong Ming stared into his eyes, his gaze icy cold. "The reason why the Hunters Guild continuously prohibits such practices is because it leads to a vicious cycle. After all, points are non-transferable. Hunter teams, by taking missions through leaders, might earn some income but lose the chance to upgrade their hunter levels. The upper-level leaders are just parasites to these teams, reaping benefits without contributing anything. Their personal points even continue to rise, leading to a lack of mid-level combat power in the Hunter Association and even deformity." Finally convinced that Fong Ming was not joking, the smile that had been on the ponytail man's face slowly faded. "Kid, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, but I've seen plenty of people like you before, and in the end they all obediently cooperate with us." The so-called Leaders Club was more like a pirate ship. They coerced some hunters to join, and once a transaction was made, evidence of their coercion remained, trapping them on this pirate ship forever unless those hunters had the courage to start over. In the eyes of the ponytail man, Fong Ming was just an inexperienced rookie lacking lessons. "Kid, I'll show you the consequences of resisting the Leaders Club." Fong Ming watched his cursing figure leave, a trace of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected that the beastmaster he once aspired to be in school, tasked with protecting civilians, was surrounded by such scum. He chuckled. After dropping out of school, he indeed saw a different world. With only 27 days left until the national exam, Fong Ming's hunter points had accumulated to a significant milestone of 200 points in the past few days. He had reached January 5th of the 1,000 points needed for a D-level hunter. Not enough, still not enough. Besides feeding various regular medicinal herbs and minerals to Mao Mao to enhance its physical attributes daily, Fong Ming also constantly maintained his spiritual cultivation and routine exercises. There was no shortcut to breakthrough for a beast master. It was a long process, making spiritual cultivation essential. Maintaining physical exercise was crucial because at critical moments in battle, the physical condition of the beast master himself was a vital aspect. After all, no matter how powerful a pet beast is, it will vanish the moment its master dies. And the age-old truth that capturing the king is always the best strategy meant that, in life or death moments, it was extremely important for a beast master to protect himself. Now, as a novice first-level beast master, Fong Ming's physical condition was not yet significantly superior to an ordinary person's, making self-training a very important way to improve. Sighing contentedly after a brisk 10-kilometer run, Fong Ming felt quite relaxed, his forehead only slightly sweaty. At the entrance of his residential area there was a breakfast shop where he bought a basket of steamed dumplings and 2 buns and ordered a bowl of spicy soup. Finding a casual spot to sit, the flavor of the small shop was quite pleasing. Recently he had tried various breakfast spots nearby, but this one suited his palate the best. As he had just started eating, a familiar figure entered the shop, Yining Shuang. The girl was dressed in a white sundress today, her long hair draped lightly over her shoulders, making her face look particularly delicate under the summer sun. It was quite a coincidence. Fong Ming continued to bite into his bun, indifferent. It was just about time for school at the Beast Mastery Academy. Although he had dropped out, his daily routines hadn't changed over the years. Fong Ming nodded at her as a greeting. The next moment, without any pretense, Yining Shuang sat down opposite him. "You killed someone," she stated flatly, her tone matching her usual icy demeanor. Unfazed even by such a statement, Fong Ming, without even lifting his head, took a large gulp of his spicy soup and muttered indistinctly, "Nonsense. The scent on you, I smelled it that day." Yining Shuang continued, seemingly unconcerned by his response. "If a magical beast keeps killing, its beastly nature might spiral out of control. Be careful." Fong Ming's grip on his bowl stiffened. He hadn't expected Yining Shuang to suddenly bring up such a topic. In his memory, this girl had always been one to mind her own business. "You better hurry up and eat or you'll be late," Fong Ming said as he checked the time on his phone, returning her a friendly reminder. The girl paused, silently picking up a bun she had ordered, and slowly chewed on it before finally speaking again. "Why did you drop out? Are you curious about me?" Fong Ming found Yining Shuang rather odd. Shaking her head, she replied, "I sensed it before. With the density of your spiritual energy and your test scores, your awakened talent should not be inferior to mine. I just can't understand why you would drop out." Fong Ming tilted his head back and finished the soup in his bowl in one go. Curiosity is not always good. There are things better left unknown. With that, he stood up and walked straight out of the breakfast shop. Yining Shuang watched his retreating figure, slightly stunned again. Fong Ming wasn't intentionally secretive. Anyone at the Beast Mastery Academy could easily find out the reason for his withdrawal if they inquired. Perhaps Yining Shuang was just a bit reclusive, never bothering with such rumors. Fong Ming chose not to speak, simply wishing not to involve more people in the affairs of the Spirit Theft Association. Even for a talented girl like Yining Shuang facing such monstrous shadows, she would likely stand no chance. Fong Ming smiled slightly, looking up at the clear sky. It was a perfect day, the sky of flawless blue. At this moment, all he needed was to devote himself to cultivation and quietly wait for the wind to come. One day, when the wind rises, he will soar up 90,000 miles. On the outskirts of the city, at the boundary of the safe zone, Fong Ming was performing a task with his fluffy spider. "Mao Mao, try using the fire attribute attack," he commanded softly. The fluffy spider opened its mouth and spat out a huge fireball straight at the demon wolf in front of it. The demon wolf whimpered, already entangled in the spider silk with no room to dodge. It was hit directly and fell down. Fortunately, this was a good training for Mao Mao. After using purple flame crystals and frost star grass, the fluffy spider retained both fire and ice attributes. However, since these were not its inherent attributes, it was not very accustomed to using them. Therefore, in the past few days, Fong Ming had been deliberately training the fluffy spider's multi-attribute abilities during their task battles. Now, after continuous practice, it had become much more familiar with the abilities of fire and ice. Some skills that it had acquired through fusion were gradually being recalled by the fluffy spider. However, due to the current concentration of attribute energy in its body, it could not yet use them very flexibly. After collecting the demon wolf's magic core, Fong Ming glanced at the radar map on his wrist. This device, standard issue from the Hunters Guild and developed by Thunder God Technology, the leading tech company in the Dragon Nation, could smartly display the general locations of task targets. The next grade E task was to collect 10 water attribute 2nd tier magic cores. These types of magic core tasks, which did not limit to a single target, were relatively simple. However, water attributes could be a bit tricky. Fong Ming thought for a moment and then activated the radar map on his hand. After searching around, he finally set his sights on a lake 3 kilometers away, Dragon Lake. Rumor had it that large dragon-type magical beasts had been spotted there, hence the name. It was decided then, there would naturally be many water-type magical beasts in the lake.
The main issue was that the fluffy spider was not very suited for water combat, but he would have to try anyway.
Fong Ming regretted not paying more attention when accepting the tasks. He had simply selected all the magic
core tasks available. If he really couldn't complete it, he would have to pay a penalty fee to return the task. The wilderness was still dangerous after all. Deciding to make the journey easier, Fong Ming simply sat on the back of the fluffy spider, which had enlarged, and let it carry him forward by leaping quickly using its spider silk. The fluffy spider, still in the first-tier juvenile phase, had already seen its stats soar far beyond the first-tier range, probably matching the peak of the
second tier.
The 3-kilometer distance was covered in just a few minutes thanks to the fluffy spider's rapid bouncing on its silk, and now Dragon Lake was already in sight. As the largest freshwater lake within several miles, it attracted a very large number of magical beasts. Fong Ming glanced around feeling a mix of awe and fear: giant crocodiles, unicorns, long-tailed monkeys.
Grade B magical beasts, Grade C magical beasts, Grade D magical beasts.
This place was truly the bustling center of the great forest outside Jiang City. Fong Ming suddenly felt that his presence, accompanied by the fluffy spider, seemed somewhat insignificant in this setting. However, he was able to be here with peace of mind because he was well aware of an unwritten rule among magical beasts: no fighting during drinking. This rule served to protect the creatures of each species.
Thus, even as various magical beasts took turns appearing by the lake, a strange harmony prevailed. "Let's go, Fluffy," Fong Ming said as he chose a secluded corner to approach.
A flower deer drinking water nearby glanced at him with wide eyes before lowering its neck to continue drinking. Fong Ming smiled, feeling quite pleased, and pulled a fishing rod from his backpack with a grunt. It wasn't that he had prepared in advance, he was simply an avid fisherman, with a need to collect water-based magic cores. Fishing was just the thing. Water monsters naturally lived in water. He expertly baited his hook and cast the line. The fisherman coming online, the fluffy spider,
stood by watching Fong Ming's actions intently, its face full of anticipation. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Ahem! Fong Ming cleared his throat, about to say something when suddenly his expression changed. There was a bite, the float sank sharply, then started to rise rapidly. Without hesitation, Fong Ming lifted the rod. Damn! Just this lift sent a tremendous force from under the water, pulling him into a stumble. What kind of monster was this? Fong Ming gripped the fishing rod tightly, his face turning bright red. Even though he was stronger than an average human, as a first-level beast tamer he was hardly a match for a true magical beast. Fluffy, help! Fong Ming quickly called for backup. The fluffy spider, which had been quietly waiting for Fong Ming's performance, immediately sprang into action, its slender legs stretched out, tightly coiling around the fishing rod and pulling back. Fortunately, the rod, crafted from specialized materials, could withstand such a forceful tug, and as the fluffy spider exerted its strength, the resistance on the other end of the rod was evidently unprepared. Fong Ming felt the force against him slacken. A silver figure was swiftly pulled from the water. He flicked the rod onto the shore and the silver figure leaped towards him. Fong Ming remained calm, swiftly dodging, and the fluffy spider, in perfect sync, charged forward. Once the water beast was on land, it lost its greatest threat. The fluffy spider quickly subdued the opponent. Fong Ming could
now see clearly. It was a silver-tailed carp, fittingly a second-level creature. Promising, Fong Ming was delighted and continued his method. Then the afternoon quietly passed.
Fong Ming had never imagined that what would limit the speed of completing his task was not the strength of the magical beasts, but his fishing skills. Fortunately, the outcome was pleasing, and this task set for the end of the day was his final one for today. Having completed his task, Fong Ming packed up his gear, ready to depart. At this moment, it was essential to return to the city.
Any later, with nightfall, the dangers in the vast forest would multiply. As Fong Ming hurried back with
his fluffy spider, a figure suddenly blocked his path. "Are you Yi Jin?" The stranger clearly recognized him, addressing him by his hunter title right away. "Who are you?" Fong Ming's expression darkened, sensing a particularly solemn aura emanating from the man opposite him. Stopping him at this time and place, the stranger clearly meant no good. The man opposite him let out a cold laugh. "It seems I haven't mistaken." As his words fell, a bizarre round stone thudded to the ground. The surface of the stone was rugged, and shockingly it sprouted two strange arms, presenting a particularly eerie sight. Giant fist stone. Fong Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression turning grave as he slowly uttered the three words. This was a D-class peak monster whose strength and maturity could reliably reach the third tier. The aura of this particular giant fist stone was stronger than usual, likely due to being Enhanced with numerous materials and having just broken through to the 4th tier, however, its aura seemed slightly unstable, indicating a recent advancement to the 4th tier. Perhaps there was a chance. As the thought flashed through his mind, Fong Ming had already quietly taken several stones into his hand. In the dense forest, Fong Ming looked at the man opposite him, confirming that he had no recollection of this person.
I do not seem to know you, sir. You can call me Lao Ba. It's okay, I know you, the man grinned.
Fong Ming remained silent, simply watching him. Seeing that Fong Ming showed no intention of cooperating, the man self-proclaimed as Lao Ba seemed quite angry. I come on behalf of the Pioneer Association. Do you understand? So it's you? Fong Ming realized, the only recent foe being this inexplicably troublesome association.
Lao Ba laughed, thinking Fong Ming understood his point. Just as he was about to speak, Fong Ming's next sentence changed his expression. So it's you, this bunch of
scum, indeed a foolish young man who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Lao Ba's eyes flickered with a cold intent to kill, his voice dropping slowly. Young man, because the boss said you still have uses, I can exceptionally give you a chance to apologize. Fong Ming shook his head, expressionless. Keep your chances for yourself, but I won't give you an opportunity to apologize. With that, the ore in his hand was already pressed onto his pet spider, using the giant energy rock or
D class on the pet spider. Initiate fusion.
Ding! Fusion successful. Special effect fusion beast. 100-fold effect activated. Fluffy spider has grown to 3rd tier maturity. Defense and strength attributes have been 100-fold enhanced. Effective time 10 minutes. The fluffy spider hissed and pounced fiercely towards the giant fist stone. Overestimating your own abilities, a mere ant's light daring to compete with the sun and moon.
Lao Ba watched Fong Ming coldly, his eyes full of mockery. Big brother said you have potential, but if you're accidentally killed, high potential won't be of much use. Lao Ba's lips curled into a strange arc, as if he had already envisioned a scene that brought him great pleasure. Fong Ming couldn't be bothered to waste words with these scum. If they were merely intermediaries for tasks, it would have been tolerable, but this so-called Navigators Association, in order to stabilize their profit chain, forcibly coerced people into joining, even using the threat of death. That meant they deserved to die even more.
In the dense jungle, dust filled the air. Every attack by the stone giant was staggeringly powerful. Its sturdy body and fists almost made it invincible. Each of its strikes was accompanied by the sound of trees breaking and the ground shaking. The force was immense and intimidating. The attacks from the fuzzy spider seemed to have no effect on it. However, luckily, due to the stone giant's cumbersome body, it had no way to deal with the fuzzy spider leaping through the trees for the time being. Mao Mao, try using your frost abilities, Fong Ming commanded. The fuzzy spider understood immediately. Almost the instant Fong Ming's words left his mouth, a frost nova exploded outward from its body. The stone giant, unable to dodge in time, was indeed frozen on the spot. On the other side, Lao Ba's expression did not change, as if everything was still under his control.
The next moment, the stone giant's actions provided the answer. Its stony body suddenly shook violently, shattering the binding ring of ice into pieces.
The broken ice fell to the ground in a rush. Kid, I'll let you know that in the face of absolute power, any scheming is useless, Lao Ba said, his mouth curling up. Stone giant, use your skill boulder punch. With Lao Ba's words, the stone giant spun in place, using the rotational force to launch a tremendously powerful punch at the fuzzy spider. Mao Mao, dodge quickly, Fong Ming shouted urgently. The fuzzy spider, clearly startled by the stone giant's sudden escape, spat out a strand of web at the last moment and swung from a treetop, narrowly avoiding the stone giant's attack. Seeing this, Fong Ming frowned. The stone giant was indeed a peak D-class monster, its stony body almost invincible in defense against lower-class monsters. Mao Mao, being only a 3rd tier E-class, was indeed outmatched by the 4th tier D-class monster. Thus, even with attributes magnified 100-fold, it was hard to match the stone creature.
Squeak! Suddenly, the fuzzy spider emitted a low shriek. Fong Ming immediately understood its meaning.
It was telling him to keep a distance. Fong Ming didn't hesitate and immediately took several steps back. The furry spider utilized its web to glide across the sky, layering its silk over the head of the stone fist golem. Such a trivial skill. A mere E-rank beast shouldn't show off its incompetence, Lao Ba sneered. Stone fist, just finish it off. Facing the spider's web trap, Stone fist seemed unbothered and began to roll on the spot. It was a continuous move, rolling. Fong Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Once the rolling began, it would relentlessly pursue the opponent, and its power would increase as the rolling continued. The best strategy against such a move was to interrupt it at the start. However, the furry spider seemed unfazed and kept bouncing from treetop to treetop, weaving a massive web, layers upon layers overlapping. It's useless, stone fist break through that pathetic spider's web.
Lao Ba laughed, maniacally confident in his victory. Stone fists. Rolling had gathered momentum, and at Lao Ba's command it charged towards the furry spider. The spider sprang its 8 long legs, draping the heavily layered web it had been weaving directly on a stone fist. Useless, useless. Lao Ba was about to continue laughing, but the next scene abruptly stuck his laughter in his throat. Stone fists rolling hit the spider's web, deforming it dramatically, yet the web did not break. Fong Ming was also stunned, but he quickly understood. It was the effect of a 100-fold fusion. Unexpectedly, the 100-fold increase in defense was not only for the furry spider itself but also significantly strengthened the toughness of the silk it produced. The web remained intact, and stone fist, like a stone caught in a net, spun around for a while before gradually coming to a stop. The rolling was halted in such a manner. This was a classic case of softness overcoming hardness. Lao Ba watched the scene in disbelief, his face turning exceptionally ugly. Impossible, it's just a common E-rank furry spider. How could its web block the attack of a D rank peak stone fist? Nothing is impossible. Fong Ming silently praised the furry spider. Now, it's our turn to counterattack. The situation became somewhat stalemate. The furry spider could only temporarily trap Stone Fist without a way to resolve it. Meanwhile, Lao Ba, watching Stone Fist being wrapped layer by layer in the web, unable to move, had a very ugly look on his face. Kid, I don't know what tricks you've employed, but I warn you, don't go too far. Fong Ming smiled slightly. Is this a sign of weakness? I am a 4th-tier beast tamer. You don't think I have only this one pet, do you? Lao Ba snorted coldly. You're welcome to try. Fong Ming's eyes narrowed, unyielding. Such an obstinate kid. So many want to join our Navigators Association but can't find a way, and here you are not appreciating the opportunity. Lao Ba stared at him intently. I've said enough. If you don't leave now, I'm going to take action again. Fong Ming looked at him and spoke calmly. The reason I didn't fight to the end is actually quite simple. The person opposite is indeed a legitimate 4th-tier beast master, much stronger than Skinny Monkey. If it really came down to a final showdown, Fong Ming wasn't sure he could secure a win. More importantly, there was nothing to gain from this fight. Kid, you'll regret this. Lao Ba pointed a finger at him, his tone full of threat. Fong Ming shrugged nonchalantly. I'll say it again, suit yourself. Lao Ba silently stared at him, surprisingly not making another move but instead focused on Fong Ming. Kid, could you please release my giant fist stone? A beastmaster cannot reclaim their monster if it's not in a free state. Fong Ming smiled slightly. You blocked the road to rob others. I'm merely defending myself, and now you have a hostage in my hands and you think you can just walk away? Lao Ba became furious. Kid, you're seeking death. Fong Ming remained calm. You can keep trying. Lao Ba took a deep breath. What do you want? How much? Fong Ming chuckled softly. Losing a fight has its price, and for the hostage, definitely a ransom. Alright, how much do you want? Lao Ba almost laughed in frustration. This is a D-tier monster, surely worth at least 1 million or 800,000, right? Fong Ming was seriously bargaining, not joking at all. Kid, mercy to those who deserve it. Do you really want to make an enemy of the Navigators Association? Lao Ba was thoroughly enraged, accustomed only to them scamming others for money, never the other way around. Fine, I'll let you off. A bargain sale, a flat rate of 500,000. Fong Ming's lips curled up, quietly watching Lao Ba as if waiting for him to flip the table. Lao Ba hesitated, glanced at the menacing giant spider nearby and growled, how should I pay? Scan to pay, thank you. Fong Ming returned to the Hunters Guild, submitting his tasks as usual, but this time he distinctly felt some odd stares. It was as if someone was watching him subtly. Fong Ming's brow furrowed imperceptibly. It seems the Navigators Association won't let this go. He must continue to enhance his strength quickly. As he submitted his tasks, the recent rewards alone had already brought his earnings close to 800,000. Along with other materials and magic cores he gathered, it's no exaggeration to say Fong Ming was now an invisible millionaire. Unfortunately, in the era of beast masters, 1 million is merely a B-tier crystal or herb. Powerful beast masters never care about money, only strength. Fong Ming sighed, just about to take on new tasks when suddenly someone patted his shoulder from behind. He turned around warily. Standing in front of him was a man in a sleek suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking refined and even overly delicate. You are? Fong Ming was puzzled. Another unknown figure.
Could it be someone from the Navigators Association? Then the man across from him spoke. I am Zui, the Secretary General of the Jiangcheng Hunters Association. You are Eugene, right? Yes, Fong Ming nodded, his confusion deepening. The role of Secretary General was no minor position in the Hunters Association. It was specifically designed as the deputy to the president, making him effectively the second in command. Why would such a significant figure seek him out? May we have a talk? Zui asked with a warm smile, gesturing for Fong Ming to follow. Indeed, he seemed a refined gentleman. Fong Ming nodded. Please lead the way, Mr. Zui. Feeling relatively safe within the confines of the association, Fong Ming followed Zui. They walked into the internal rest area of the Hunters Association, a place Fong Ming was entering for the first time. It felt refreshingly different from the world of hunters who tirelessly tackled various missions outside. Inside, there was a serene, almost leisurely atmosphere where everyone seemed to work in a relaxed manner. Zui led him into an office with a prime location featuring transparent glass walls that offered a clear view of most of the office area. Please have a seat, Zui invited, brewing 2 cups of tea. Mr. Zui was certainly honoring the talented Fong Ming, not overly flattered, quietly waited for Zui to speak, knowing that a man of his stature must have a significant reason for this meeting. Zui chuckled lightly. After all, sitting across from me is the new top hunter who has broken records in Jiangcheng in recent years. I must pay attention. Fong Ming remained composed. As the Secretary General, it wasn't surprising that Zui knew his identity. May I know, Mr. Zui, why you have sought out a novice hunter like myself? Fong Ming asked directly. Brother Yi is quite straightforward, so I'll cut to the chase, Zui said approvingly, then continued. First, I need to confirm something with you. Has the Navigators Association contacted you? Upon hearing this, Fong Ming's understanding deepened, and he replied with a half smile. It seems the association is very well informed. You know a lot about this underground group. But why have you allowed them to exist for so long? Logically, the dealings between the Navigators and the Hunters Association shouldn't involve someone like me. But since Zui brought it up, it clearly related to what would follow, prompting Fong Ming to be on guard. Zui showed no change in expression at Fong Ming's words, simply picking up his teacup and taking a sip. It's not about toleration but giving them enough rope, he explained. Fong Ming was startled not by the words themselves but by Zui's candidness. Could such matters really be discussed so openly? Zui seemed indifferent to Fong Ming's reaction, putting down his teacup to continue. Brother Fong, I'd like to ask you, what is your stance towards the Navigators Association? Fong Ming shrugged his shoulders. Mr. Zui, I'm just a novice hunter. You two are titans and you're such a big shot. Why would you care about the opinion of a small fry like me? If I say that I need your help, shouldn't I first ask about your attitude towards this matter? Zui looked at him seriously. Asking for my help? Fong Ming's expression paused slightly. Although he guessed that Zui wanted him here related to the Navigators Association, he thought it would at most involve some exchange of intelligence, like information about Old 8, the ponytail man, or the boss. But to his surprise, Zui was actually asking for his help. What kind of help? Fong Ming frowned and asked. Zui smiled slightly, gently pushing up his gold-rimmed glasses. Before answering that question, I'd still like you to answer my previous one so I can continue to answer yours. Scum, that's my understanding of them, nothing more, Fong Ming replied straightforwardly. Zui's smile gradually faded. Very well, then would you be willing, Brother Fong, to serve as the bait in a long line fishing tactic, drawing the snake out of its hole, acting as the sparrow in our plan? In the quiet office, Fong Ming and Zui looked at each other. Mr. Zui, it seems you think too highly of me, Fong Ming chuckled. I'm just a first-tier novice hunter. What use could I possibly be against the likes of you who are 4th or 5th tier beast masters? Why sell yourself short, young brother? You did, after all, directly block an attack from a 4th tier hunter of the Navigators Association, Zui remarked, his eyes showing a hint of admiration. Fong Ming shook his head. Mr. Zui, you flatter me too much. I wonder if this is the stance of the Hunters Guild or just your personal opinion. It's naturally the association's stance, Zui answered with a mysterious smile. Are you interested in hearing the detailed plan? Once you hear it, you'll be aboard the association's ship. This was Zui's way of asking Fong Ming to make a commitment. Fong Ming hesitated slightly, then made a gesture inviting Zui to continue. I'm all ears. Zui clapped his hands and smiled. Good brother Fong, you have a great spirit, so I shall no longer keep secrets. As part of the deal, Zui naturally promised Fong Ming corresponding benefits which would naturally be fulfilled after the matter was completed. Before that, Fong Ming didn't mind asking for some interest. He thought for a moment and took out some black cards he had previously collected.
Mr. Zwa, these are some black cards I found dropped by others, I'm not sure how to deal with them. Zwa looked at him deeply. Since these items are unclaimed, naturally they belong to the person who found them. Fong Ming returned a knowing look. Can the resources within be withdrawn? Actually, there used to be a hunter black card inheritance system, Zwa answered, his expression revealing a trace of reminiscence. After all, hunting is a high-risk profession. Inheriting black cards also allowed hunters' families and friends to legitimately obtain corresponding inheritances, and then? Fong Ming asked curiously. Subsequently, there were some malicious incidents where hunters were killed for their resources. At this point, Zui's expression turned cold, and thus the association completely froze the inheritance system of the hunter's black cards. Fong Ming was silent, reflecting on the darkness within human nature. However, the association now has a corresponding unlocking procedure, and if it's verified that the black card hasn't been cancelled, it can be unlocked directly. For you, Zui suddenly added. Fong Ming smiled. Thank you, Mr. Zui. It's nothing, just remember the things I mentioned, young brother Yi. It should be so. The association acted swiftly. When Fong Ming left Zui's office and reinserted the black cards into the terminal, he found that the cards were completely unlocked. The points in the hunter account couldn't be transferred, but the money was real. This skinny monkey squad was ironically named, as they were actually rolling in wealth. Together, the team members' cards amounted to nearly 10 million. Even Fong Ming, with his composure, couldn't help but feel a bit shaken by this fortune. What he thought were useless black cards turned out to be such a huge treasure. It almost felt like a windfall from heaven. However, for Fong Ming, money sitting in an account was dead and meaningless. Others might not have the ability to immediately convert money into combat power, but he could. So, the first thing Fong Ming did after leaving the beast taming guild was to head straight for the neighboring trading street. Being a frequent visitor, he knew his way around. When Fong Ming found Shirtu, the burly man was carefully tending to the herbs at his stall. His meticulous actions didn't quite match his rugged appearance. Brother Shirtu, Fong Ming called out as Shirtu hadn't noticed him. Shirtu looked up and a spark of delight flashed in his eyes when he saw Fong Ming. Brother Fong, what brings you here? You should have told me you were coming. If it weren't for the limited space at my stall, I would have set up an altar for you, Shirtu half joked. Can't help it, brother, it's just me and I single-handedly matched the volume of a week's trade for you. You're too polite, brother Shirtu. I'm just here to buy some materials today, Fong Ming said lightly. Shirtu was used to Fong Ming's way of trading, usually sell first, buy later, with each transaction typically involving over 100,000. Shirtu nodded. Pick whatever you like, brother Fong. If there's anything missing, just let me know and I'll try to get it for you. Fong Ming smiled. Shirtu was a man of his word. His business was honest. The materials he sold were all of high quality, provided one didn't mind the price. So without beating around the bush, Fong Ming spoke up. Brother Shirtu, I'll take everything at your stall today. Alright, it's all yours. Wait, the whole stall? Shir suddenly snapped back to reality, looking incredulously at Fong Ming. The vendor at the neighboring stall, upon hearing this, couldn't help but turn his head too. Since Fong Ming had been a regular at Shir's stall, this vendor had seen him several times before. However, Fong Ming's previous purchases had always been in the tens of thousands, maybe up to 100,000 at most. But this time, he had unexpectedly decided to buy everything in one go. This was certainly a transaction worth at least $1 million. Shir had truly hit the jackpot, having met such a wealthy second-generation rich guy. The vendor next door was visibly envious. Shir couldn't help but verify. Young Master Fong, you're not joking with me, are you? Although he regarded Fong Ming as a god of wealth, this was beyond anything he had imagined. This wasn't just purchasing goods, this was buying out his entire stall. Brother Shir, we're not strangers. When have you ever seen me joke? Fong Ming looked at him earnestly. Shir fell silent for a few seconds before confirming, really buying everything? My stall might not be big, but the total for all these goods can't be less than $1 million. Fong Ming smiled. If you still don't believe me, should I transfer the money to you first? While saying this, he took out his phone, pretending to scan for a payment QR code. No, who does business like that? You haven't even picked through the goods and you want to transfer money? I still need to maintain my reputation. Shir hurriedly stopped Fong Ming's actions. However, he still couldn't help asking worriedly, are you sure you don't want to pick through? Some of the materials are just average, not as good as the ones I recommended before. Brother Shir, you're honest, and just for that I trust you. Fong Ming gave him a thumbs up. Shir's reputation for good quality goods was well known, and even if some were not the best, it wasn't a big deal. Alright, you really understand me, I didn't misjudge you.
Sure didn't waste any more words. He stretched out his hand and began to organize the goods. You're the god of wealth now, you just sit back, I'll pack everything for you. While saying this, Sure gave up his own reclining chair and rolled up his sleeves to tidy up the stall. Fong Ming shook his head with a smile. No need. Brother Sure, just tally up the total, I have a way to handle it. Sure looked at him skeptically but ultimately chose to trust him. He began to seriously calculate the cost of each material. The total comes to 107 million, just give me 1 million. Sure quickly finished tallying up the prices, openly showing Fong Ming his account book. Brother Sure, you're generous, I'm transferring it now. Fong Ming barely glanced at it and chose to make the payment symbolically. Ding, your Waipu wallet has received 1 million. Sure's phone chimed with a pleasant notification sound. Sure's face instantly turned a thrilled shade of red as he burst into hearty laughter. Brother Fong, thanks to you for taking care of the business today, I don't have to worry about this month at all. Come on, I must treat you to a good drink today no matter what. Sure too was clearly a man of passionate temperament, his boldness apparent in his speech. However, Fong Ming could only helplessly shake his head. Brother Sure too, let it be I. Don't drink much. How can a man not drink? Sure too insisted, attempting to pull Fong Ming along, but then he paused, noticing his own stall. Right, how are you going to take these goods? This will do, Fong Ming replied with a slight smile, reaching out to the goods. In the next moment, all the merchandise vanished without a trace. Kid, did you get yourself a space ring? Sure too's eyes widened in shock. A space ring was something only the big families could afford. Even a simple one with a cubic meter of storage space would cost 1 million each, right? Fong Ming casually mentioned, I just made some money recently so I bought one to make things easier. Of course, he wouldn't tell Sure too that he was using a system space which had no storage limitations whatsoever. Sure too sighed, truly a hero emerges from youth. With your rate of growth, you're destined to make a name for yourself in Jiang City one day. Brother Sure too, you flatter me. I'm far from it, Fong Ming said, modestly smiling. He certainly wouldn't mention that his ambitions stretched far beyond just Jiang City. Know that the aspirations of youth are lofty, aiming to be unmatched under the heavens. Ultimately, Fong Ming still declined Sure too's kind offer. His time was pressing and he had no time to waste on drinking. He also asked Sure too to keep an eye out for high-end materials, especially those that could add extra attributes to Mao Mao other than fire or ice types. In Fong Ming's mind, a plan for a super fusion monster was already taking shape. At this stage, Grade B or even Grade A materials were priceless. So, it was crucial to keep an eye out for leads early on. Sure too naturally agreed wholeheartedly, his respect for Fong Ming's rapid development growing deeper. Fong Ming, pleased with his purchases, bid farewell to Sure too and headed home. Walking briskly at first, his pace slowed as he neared his neighborhood. Finally, Fong Ming stopped, standing still with a gloomy look in his eyes. Stop following me, come out, he said. The street behind him was empty with no one responding, but Fong Ming was very aware that it should be the evening rush hour at this time, yet eerily there were no other people visible on the street. Soon he didn't have to wait long. A somewhat effeminate voice that was uncomfortable to hear sounded from behind. Only realizing now, isn't it a bit too late? Fong Ming suddenly turned around, facing a figure in a hooded black cloak. Sneaky in hiding, you don't seem to be much of a formidable character, Fong Ming directly taunted. Ah, what a sharp-tongued young man, the hooded figure replied, his tone as flat as dead water, showing no sign of anger. Wait a moment, wait until I peel off your skin layer by layer. Pry open your mouth, then let's see if you still have the strength to talk to me like this. The voice on the other end, filled with venomous intent, made Fong Ming's skin crawl despite his usually calm demeanor. It comes down to each individual's capabilities. Fong Ming took a deep breath. Judging by the opponent's ability to silently construct such a space, he was at least a 4th-tier beast master. This was going to be tough. Fortunately, he had just stocked up on a large batch of goods from Brother Stone. Even if he couldn't win head-on, he had the resources for a war of attrition. What an interesting boy, it's been a long time since someone dared to talk to me like this. The shadow laughed eerily. Moreover, I'm curious, where did your talent come from? At that moment, as the shadow's words were spoken, it was as if thousands of drums suddenly started beating in Fong Ming's heart, sending a shock through him. This person knew about his stolen talent. His usually tranquil mind suddenly surged with tumultuous waves. A boundless rage engulfed his heart in an instant. You're distracted, a chilling voice rang in his ears, and at the same time a cold breath, like maggots on bones, attacked his back. Fong Ming was startled. The threat of death became vividly clear at that moment. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart, mingling with the cold breath on his back, threatening to freeze his heart lake in an instant. Just give up, just let go. It seemed as if some voice was silently hypnotizing him. At this moment, to give up and die seemed like a relief. Why continue the struggle? No, 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 no. I can't die yet, Momo, Fong Ming roared, his thoughts whirling, and in an instant the fluffy spider emerged from his pet space and landed on his back. There was a crisp sound of a sharp object piercing flesh. At the same time, the tremendous force from behind sent Fong Ming flying.
The fluffy spider cried out in pain, lying on Fong Ming's back without moving.
It had barely had time to merge. It had used its E-rank body to take the blow for Fong Ming. Fortunately, it was no ordinary E-rank monster. Its strong body had helped it withstand this lethal attack. Cough, cough, cough. Thank you, Momo. Fong Ming struggled to get up from the ground and immediately took out a C-rank ore. This was the most valuable material at Brother Stone's stall, which Fong Ming used without hesitation at that moment. System apply red agate, grade C, to the pet beast Mao. Mao for fusion, ding fusion successful. Special effect fusion monster activated, effects increased 100-fold. The fuzzy spider evolves into a grade C red rock demon spider and has grown to the third stage of maturity, effective for 10 minutes. Mao Mao species, red rock demon spider, rarity, grade C stage, third attributes, poison plus fire plus ice strength, 3,300 agility, 3,550 magic, 3,800 defense, 3,950 skills, web spitting, grade E, venomous sting, grade E, frost nova, grade D, polar beam, grade C, fiery breath, grade D. The red agate is a fire attribute mineral with a pure texture, not only powerful in attributes but also very beautiful in appearance. With the help of the red agate, the fuzzy spider's originally fatal wounds heal rapidly and its aura visibly swells at a rapid pace. Its entire body turns a bright red in an instant, sweeping the entire space with a frenzied aura. The shadowy figure is clearly taken aback. Fusion material, so this is your talent? Very nice, I like it. The shadowy figure, unfazed by the lack of a fatal blow, continues to watch Fong Ming leisurely, much like a cat playing with a mouse. Fong Ming pays no heed to the mockery, as the shadow's words had almost cost him his life in a momentary lapse of concentration. This time his focus is unwavering. Mao Mao, start with a fire attack. Even now Fong Ming is unclear how the shadow attacks. However, seeing how the opponent lurks in the shadows, it seems reasonable to test out a fire attribute first. The red rock demon spider had previously fused with a purple flame crystal and had specifically practiced using fire energy. So, upon hearing Fong Ming's command, it releases a high-temperature fire line from its mouth without any hesitation. Grade C skill, fiery breath. The fiery flames roar like a dragon towards the shadowy figure. Impressive. The shadowy figure is slightly surprised, but his disdain remains unchanged throughout. In the empty sealed space, the fiery flames instantly raise the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Fong Ming has no choice but to retreat repeatedly, the shadowy figure facing the flames performs a remarkably simple action. He slowly raises his palm. The flames are blocked just a meter away from him. Fong Ming's eyes widen in disbelief. What kind of power is this? How could a human beast tamer possess such strength? At this moment Fong Ming even begins to doubt his own theoretical knowledge, which he had always prided himself on. Could it be some newly emerged fire-resistant talent? Then, in the next moment, a gesture from the shadowy figure shatters Fong Ming's speculation. He clenches his hand into a fist, and the surging fire line, like a roaring dragon, is abruptly snuffed out as if its throat had been crushed. This definitely can't be a talent. Fong Ming's doubts multiply, but he immediately suppresses his imagination, refocusing his mind on the battle at hand. Mao Mao, use your ice abilities. Fong Ming continued to direct Mao Mao to use elemental attacks. At this moment Mao Mao was fused with a fire type ore, which enhanced its fire attacks. Switching to ice type would not increase its power. However, in the struggle against magical beasts, there are two crucial points to consider. In addition to suppression by bloodline rank and differences in realm stages, there exists racial and elemental suppression. Racial suppression is easy to understand and commonly seen in nature. Cats naturally suppress mice, birds naturally suppress insects. It's the instinct of these animals. Even though these animals have mutated into magical beasts, such instincts are still retained. Elemental suppression, the concept that water suppresses fire, fire suppresses wood, and wood suppresses earth. The special fusion effect. The current trait is the ability to retain different properties by fusing different materials. Such a clear advantage should naturally be utilized well. The red rock demon spider barely spat out a breath of icy frost, but before it could take shape a dark shadow quickly closed in. Not good.
A sense of urgency tightened in Fong Ming's heart. With such
speed he couldn't issue any commands in time. The only thing to rely on now was Mao Mao's own ability to react. Sure enough, the red rock demon spider did not disappoint him. Almost at the moment the dark shadow approached, the spider's arms crossed sharply with a clang, firmly blocking the incoming attack. Fong Ming's eyebrows slightly furrowed as he watched the dark shadow's movements, a guess slowly forming in his mind.
The dark shadow seemed quite surprised that its second attack was blocked by Mao Mao.
In its understanding, it had thought the red rock demon spider was a magic-oriented beast. It hadn't expected its close combat capabilities to be so high. However, that was about to end. The dark shadow scoffed disdainfully, its assault growing fiercer like a violent storm, attacking the red rock demon spider. The spider's 8 long legs, like dancing blades, moved flawlessly. Well done, lad. The dark shadow, having not breached the red rock demon spider's defenses for a long time, seemed to feel insulted. Its previously fierce movements suddenly paused. The red rock demon spider finally breathed a sigh of relief. The opponent was clearly a 4th-tier high-agility type, ghost-like in speed and extremely frequent in attack. Even with its combat power magnified 100-fold, it could only barely block the attacks. Fong Ming also couldn't help but frown.
With each advancement of a magical beast, its attributes nearly increase tenfold, thus higher-tier magical beasts can overwhelmingly defeat lower-tier ones.
It is for this reason that high-level bloodline beasts are so fervently sought after. The sudden halt in the dark shadow's attack was definitely not a good sign. Alarm bells went off in Fong Ming's mind. The next second he almost instinctively dodged to the side. With a sneer, a sharp claw viciously pierced through his shoulder blade. Quick on his feet he was, but that would be all. Death was imminent.
A ghastly laugh escaped the shadow as it continued its assault, aiming once again for Fong
Ming's heart. In Fong Ming's eyes there was nothing but the cold, unfeeling frost of logic. With a backward kick, he used the recoil to propel himself away, trailing a streak of bright red blood across the sky. The pain, nearly suffocating, threatened to drown his reasoning. Gritting his teeth, a fierce light flashed through Fong Ming's eyes. Mao Mao, the red rock demon spider leaped and in the blink of an eye pounced towards the shadow. The shadow, caught off guard by its sneak attack on
Fong Ming, had left itself exposed. There was no escaping this time.
The spider's 2 sharp, elongated legs plunged deep into the chest of the shadow. For the first time, surprise flickered in the shadow's eyes. The injury seemed far beyond what it had anticipated. With a fierce clamp of its arms, the shadow grabbed Mao Mao's legs and flung it away, forcibly repelling Mao Mao with sheer brute force. After accomplishing this, the shadow seemed unconcerned, instead fixing its gaze intently on Fong Ming.
You setting your own trap? The shadow looked at Fong
Ming, its eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent. Ha, fooled once, do you think I'd be foolish enough to fall for it again? Fong Ming chuckled coldly, his words dripping with undisguised mockery. Having been tricked once, he had indeed become more cautious, but the shadow's sudden flash-like sneak attack was nearly impossible to guard against. Thus Fong Ming simply used himself as bait, allowing the red rock demon spider to seize the moment to strike at the shadow, aiming to turn the tide of battle. Even if you possess an indestructible body and the strength of a savage king, sustaining an injury will inevitably wear you down. As he spoke, the red rock demon spider, thrown away earlier, spat out a strand of web, using the pulling force to launch itself back into the air, attacking the shadow. Just you. The shadow roared in anger, a powerful demonic energy rippling through the space. Fong Ming immediately retreated to avoid being splashed by the attack. The red rock demon spider, undaunted, pressed on against the challenge. The space around them trembled with the intense fluctuations of their fierce battle, threatening to collapse. Keep at it, Mao Mao, Fong Ming commanded. Simultaneously, the full-force eruption of the red rock demon spider caused its demonic energy fluctuations to rise exponentially, even beginning to approach the power of a 4th-tier monster, albeit at the cost of rapidly decreasing the duration of its fusion. 8 minutes, 7 minutes, 6
minutes. Impossible, mere ants, how could this be?
The shadow bellowed, roared and screamed in disbelief. Once lofty and superior, it now found itself being overwhelmed, yet, in the face of sheer power, its useless rage finally turned into impotent fury. Even with the shadow's speed, it was no match for Mao Mao in full force. Along with the red rock demon spider's sharp legs slicing directly across the shadow's throat, a bright stream of blood spurted from its throat.
A cracking sound was heard like a glass dome unable to bear any more burden.
The entire space began to fragment, shattering the space enveloping their heads and bodies. The sounds around him finally penetrated through. It was as if the blocked air was rushing into a brand new world. Fong Ming's heart suddenly felt much lighter. At last he had emerged. However, it wasn't time to let down his guard yet. Fong Ming's gaze remained firmly on the shadowy figure to prevent any further disturbances.
Strangely, as the space cracked open, the entire shadow seemed as if its soul
had been sucked out, completely collapsing to the ground, lifeless and still. It seemed to be thoroughly dead. Only if the master of the space died or withdrew voluntarily would the space unravel. The velvet spider approached, about to prod it, when the shadow in front vanished like a puff of black smoke. Fong Ming's expression instantly turned exceedingly grim. His suspicions were confirmed. The shadow was not a beast tamer but a humanoid monster. Only a monster could be retracted by a beast tamer in an instant, disappearing suddenly like that. This shadow so bizarre. Who exactly was behind it? A deep gloom flashed through Fong Ming's eyes. A fourth-tier ability to mold space to know the true nature of his talents. An answer was almost ready to surface. The Spirit Thieves Guild. I was thinking of seeking you out, yet you came to me first, Fong Ming muttered to himself. The noise around him surged like a tide, and the evening breeze gently brushed his face. Everything seemed harmonious, but Fong Ming knew that a silent, dark tide was undulating, ready to surge towards him at any moment. With the disappearance of the emergency adrenaline, the pain of his pierced shoulder blades finally surged forth. Fong Ming took a deep breath and hurried home. The smell of blood filled his nostrils. Passers-by, startled by his near-death appearance, quickly moved away in fear. Fong Ming gave a wry smile. According to the regulations of the Beast Tamers Guild in the main city, it was forbidden to freely change the combat state of beasts to avoid frightening the civilians. At the moment, the velvet spider, tiny as it was, crawled on the back of his hand. Sensing Fong Ming's weak state, the velvet spider urgently transmitted its thoughts. It's all right, Mao Mao, I can hold on. Fong Ming bit the tip of his tongue to stay conscious, not allowing himself to faint from excessive blood loss. Just a few more steps to the building. Yet even though it was only a short distance, the world before him began to wobble dangerously.
Fong Ming's legs weakened, nearly causing him to fall. Then a pale arm suddenly supported him. The touch was slightly cool, like a piece of fine jade. Fong Ming, somewhat dazed, thought he saw an incredibly beautiful woman before him. I must be too tired. Am I starting to hallucinate? He gave a bitter laugh, finally unable to hold on, and passed out. What is that pungent smell? Fong Ming uncomfortably shifted, feeling as though he was abruptly woken from a pleasant dream. Achoo! A sneeze thundered through the air. Fong Ming was jolted awake by his own sneeze. Opening his eyes, he finally confirmed that he was indeed back home. Wait, back home? Fong Ming was startled. He had no memory of returning. In his memory, he seemed to have fainted on the way home. Alarms went off in his mind and he almost leaped out of bed, but the intense pain in his arms firmly pinned him down. Turning his head, he saw that his arms were wrapped up like a cocoon, swollen and layered thickly. The sharp awakening smell was unmistakably that of disinfectant. You're awake, hearing the noise. From his side, a figure walked over from the kitchen. Fong Ming widened his eyes, hardly believing the scene before him. Yiningshuang, wearing an apron, was cooking for him. Fong Ming found it easier to believe he was still trapped in that shadowy space, unawakened. Not speaking. Are you mute? Yiningshuang placed a bowl of millet porridge on the table, her expression puzzled. You brought me back. Fong Ming gathered his thoughts, finally accepting the reality, and then spoke up. Yiningshuang nodded. I was just going downstairs when I saw you about to faint, so I brought you back. There are still good people in this world. Fong Ming gave a wry smile, looking earnestly at Yiningshuang. Thank you, it's nothing, we're classmates. Feeling his gaze, Yiningshuang unconsciously turned her head away. Fong Ming looked at his arms again and then at the millet porridge on the table. Did you do all this? The girl, seemingly uncomfortable with his constant staring, did not reply and stood up to return to the kitchen. The room fell silent. But to Fong Ming, it felt unusually warm-hearted. At that moment, Mao Mao crawled out from somewhere, cheerfully standing on his hand as if congratulating him on not being dead. Fong Ming, annoyed, sent the creature back to its pet space. Hey, Yiningshuang, who had retreated to the kitchen, popped out again unexpectedly. Fong Ming, hearing her icy voice, slightly smiled and looked over. What's up? You haven't told me why you dropped out yet. When Yiningshuang brought up this topic, she finally looked him straight in the eyes without evasion. Did you save me just because of this reason? Fong Ming was almost amused. So curiosity can not only kill a cat but also save a person. Yiningshuang shook her head. Classmate, helping out.
Alright, as an exchange for your help, I can indeed tell you the reason, but don't regret hearing it later. Fong Ming saw her serious expression and knew he couldn't tease her any longer.
I won't regret it, Yining Shuang expressed her clear attitude, immediately eager to know more.
The young girl's black hair cascaded over her shoulders. Normally her expression was cold and indifferent, but at this moment there was a hint of playfulness about her. Fong Ming quickly turned his head away, thinking to himself that he must be delirious from losing too much blood. It was absurd to associate the frosty Yining Shuang with the word playful.
I indeed failed to awaken properly because I lacked talent,
Fong Ming said calmly, repeating the school's verdict.
Yining Shuang paused, slightly clearly picking up on the subtext in Fong Ming's words, failing to awaken due to lack of talent. Yet here was Fong Ming evidently talented. How could that be considered a failure? Have you heard about the Spirit Thieves Association that's recently been targeted for official apprehension?
Fong Ming looked out the window. It was already dark outside, the moon sparse and the stars few.
Yining Shuang nodded, acknowledging she knew. Fong Ming fell silent. Yining Shuang was momentarily taken aback, then realized his implication.
She turned to Fong Ming, who was still looking out the window, and suddenly spoke. Classmate Fong, have some food and rest a bit. The room fell quiet. Once Yining Shuang was sure Fong Ming was alright after waking up, she didn't stay long, leaving after a few words of advice. Fong Ming silently finished the porridge she had cooked, finding it quite palatable indeed. He owed her a favor now. Muttering to himself, he thought about his reckless actions that day.
He shouldn't have insisted on
pushing through. Over the next few days, Fong Ming patiently tended to his injuries, using the goods he had scavenged from Brother Shi to continually integrate and strengthen his velvet spider. His own training in understanding spiritual energy and practice did not slacken either. The path of a beast tamer was different from that of a magical beast. One could only break through by long-term cultivation of spiritual energy, gradually increasing its concentration within the body. Fong Ming was naturally a genius in cultivating spiritual energy, standing out even among his peers at beast taming high. But even with his diligent daily practice, it took him nearly half a month just to approach the threshold of the second tier. This pace was incredibly fast, considering that becoming a second-tier beast tamer during the national exams placed a student in the top 10% nationwide. Once his body had mostly recovered, Fong Ming resumed his combat-oriented path. And on this particular day, the Hunters Association posted an elite-level E-rank mission officially issued: the extermination of the E-rank gregarious magical beast, the white demon ants. This mission had no limit on the number of completions. Each submission of 20 white demon ant cores counted as one completion. The white demon ant, an entry-level E-rank magical beast, had low individual combat capability. However, its variants, the soldier ant and the general ant, were at the pinnacle of E-rank. Therefore, the task was classified as an E-level mission with rewards double that of ordinary tasks. For a moment many novice hunters were enticed. As long as they could avoid those mutated ants, they had every chance of exterminating the regular ants. The double reward of an E-level mission was too tempting. Consequently, countless transaction messages started circulating in secret. Fong Ming also didn't hesitate to take on this task. Over the past few days, his hunter points had steadily increased, reaching a major milestone of 800 points. Completing this task well could potentially allow him to break through 1,000 points in one go, advancing him to a D-level hunter. Fong Ming prepared the necessary materials and set out for the outskirts of the city once again with his fluffy spider. The nest of the white demon ants was located within the safe zone to the east of the city. Recently, due to large-scale breeding, they had started to overflow and even began threatening the safety of passing civilians. Hence, the authorities had specifically issued this extermination task. As Fong Ming made his way, he realized that many hunters were traveling the same path, including numerous novice hunter teams. This extermination mission was truly a carnival for novice hunters. Riding his fluffy spider, Fong Ming darted through the dense forest, outmaneuvering other hunter teams with his agile speed, drawing envious gazes from them. Wow, Captain, that guy's spider is so cool. Jealous, aren't you? You've not seen the world yet, kid. This kind of spider beast is only somewhat useful in forest terrains like this. It's nothing special elsewhere.
Exactly, our captain's magic wolf is more formidable. If it really came down to a fight, it could flatten a trash spider in one round. Fong Ming paid no mind to the chatter of the novice hunters. He had just reached the vicinity of the white demon ant's nest and his expression grew serious. Originally, he thought this task wouldn't be much different from previous extermination tasks.
only now witnessing the scene in front of him did he realize he had underestimated it. The once lush and verdant forest was gone, now the trees had been gnawed down
to mere stubs by the ant swarm.
The grassland looked as if it had been devoured by some monster, completely bare. Even the soil had turned sandy and hollowed out in places. Looking around, the land was pockmarked with countless holes. Occasionally white demon ants scurried across, their white bodies devouring what was once a vibrant land like devils. "Be careful," Mao Mao Fong Ming cautioned as he dismounted from the fluffy spider, instructing it to scout ahead. The fluffy spider immediately hung from a thread swinging from a bare tree trunk towards the front. At that moment, the boundary's sentinel ants noticed the traces of the fluffy spider. A low hoarse alarm sounded, and several white demon ants quickly surrounded them. Fong Ming furrowed his brow. These white demon ants were like a well-trained army. System: used the fire spirit herb, grade F, on the pet Mao Mao for fusion. Ding! Fusion successful. Special effect: fusion creature 100-fold effect activated. Fluffy spider vitality increased 100-fold. Effective for 5 minutes. Fong Ming discovered a new method that allows him to use items on his fuzzy spider directly from his backpack without taking them out, thereby making his fusion talent less noticeable. On the battlefield, the fuzzy spider, enhanced with a 100-fold increase in its vitality, had its combat desire greatly inflated and charged directly at several white demon ants. With the fuzzy spider's current physical strength and attributes, dealing with ordinary E-rank magical beasts was no challenge at all. Quickly eliminating the small group of white demon ants, "Keep moving forward, Fuzzy, and try not to attract more than 5 ants at a time," Fong Ming instructed as the fuzzy spider cleared the path ahead, with Fong Ming following behind to collect magical cores. They swept through the area like a hot knife through butter. 5 minutes passed, and as the medicinal effect of the chi blood grass wore off, Fong Ming unhesitatingly fused new materials.
At the same time he glanced at his loot. In just 5 minutes the fuzzy spider had taken down dozens of white demon ants.
The actual combat took even less time, with most of the time spent on the move. Even so, this was equivalent to completing 3 elite E-rank missions. The cost-effectiveness and efficiency far exceeded any previous tasks. Even someone as composed as Fong Ming couldn't help but get excited. At this rate he could break through the 1,000-point mark in his hunter score within an hour, an unbelievably fast pace.
Normally, such elite E-rank tasks, dealing with several white demon ants at once, would require an E-rank team, and even they wouldn't be as fast as a single fuzzy spider. The fuzzy spider's 100-fold combat ability, with a continuous supply of fusion materials that wouldn't run out, made Fong Ming and his spider thrive in this mission. The fuzzy spider grew more valiant as it fought, even overly excited, pushing forward aggressively. In the food chain, spiders are naturally predators of ants, further suppressing them with their natural enemy status. At that moment Fong Ming's ears twitched.
He looked up and saw several ants with wings swiftly approaching him and the fuzzy spider. Before him appeared a variant of the white demon ants, the white soldier ants, 3 peak E-rank beings. Without hesitation Fong Ming used an E-rank water blue crystal, replacing the effect of the fire spirit grass. The 100-fold defense effect was immediately fused into the fuzzy spider's body.
The fuzzy spider, seeing its prey, did not retreat and instead shot a web into the sky. The leading white
soldier ant with its strong mandibles snapped the spider's web. The remaining 2 soldier ants attacked from the left and the right, but the fuzzy spider raised its front legs like a general wielding battle blades, blocking all incoming attacks. A true war god. Unbeknownst to them, another hunter team had followed up behind them. A novice hunter couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing the scene,
"Captain, didn't you say this spider wasn't formidable? Why is it so strong?" The man known as
the captain scratched his head, equally baffled. "I remember correctly, this fluffy spider is just an E-rank magical beast, mature ones being barely second tier. Where did it get such fierce combat power to fight 3 against 1? Fong Ming quietly distanced himself from the others, keeping himself within a safe range for rescue by the fluffy spider. On the other side, the captain of another hunting team, misinterpreting Fong Ming's stance, scoffed in dissatisfaction. "Look at him, just an E-rank hunter, probably just lucked out and contracted a mutated magic spider, acting all proud for nothing." "Captain, is your swift wind wolf stronger than his?" "Absolutely. If it really comes to a fight, I'll say it again, that little spider, I could squash it with 1 foot. Fong Ming shrugged his shoulders, noting that the fluffy spider had already dealt with 3 white soldier ants, and quickly followed to collect the magic cores.
"Damn, Captain, he can collect so many magic cores by himself. Did he strike it rich?" The following team still trail behind.
"You money grubber will make our move too soon, you won't miss out. Said we've really had bad luck, haven't encountered any ants along the way. Captain, is it possible that all the ants were wiped out by that guy ahead?" "Nonsense, those are dozens of ants, could one person kill them all?" "Exactly, on these low-level E-rank missions, D-rank hunters wouldn't bother. Among the entire Jiang city, which E-rank hunter could single-handedly clear a path?"
Fong Ming suddenly turned around, the
constant chatter behind him abruptly fell silent. The man known as the captain instinctively flinched and, regaining his composure, glared at Fong Ming. What do you want?" Fong Ming stared coldly at them. "Stop following me, or else I will treat you as enemies." With those words, he mounted the fluffy spider and sped off towards the front. The hunting team behind him stood in confusion for a moment, then began cursing with resentment.
"That guy really putting on airs, who does he think he is? Does he own the road?
Right, does he really think he can take on our whole team by himself?" "Exactly, Captain, are we still going this way?" The team members looked fervently at their own captain. The captain, recalling the young man's cold gaze, shivered inwardly. Tentatively, he suggested, "Should we take another route?" At this moment, Fong Ming was nearing the main nest of the white magic ants. Logically, grinding on the periphery was the safest approach. However, the fluffy spider seemed to get into the fighting spirit and insisted on moving towards the center. Left with no choice, Fong Ming cautiously proceeded, gradually getting closer to the area. As they approached the main base, the number of hunters they encountered along the way also decreased. The bustling crowd gradually dissipated. Up until this moment, Fong Ming had only been glancing around occasionally when he spotted a small group of hunters nearby. It seemed that most novice hunter teams were staying on the outskirts of the nest. Making his judgment, Fong Ming continued forward with the fluffy spider. The entrance to the ant nest was deep and narrow, like a portal to another world. The deeper they went, the more horrifying the sights became. Deep in the corridor, amidst the remnants of plants, there were numerous carcasses of magical beasts and even humanoid remains. The sprawling passages connected every corner of the ant nest. The fluffy spider, however, seemed very familiar with the route, confidently leading the way.
Fong Ming communicated with it using his mind, but the spider's
response was vague. The general idea was that there was something very good ahead. The fluffy spider, having merged with a grade B ore at birth and having come across various ores and herbs sporadically, must have found something truly exceptional. Even it said it was something very good. What could it be? A hint of anticipation couldn't help but show in Fong Ming's eyes. Along the way they encountered several small ant groups.
The fluffy spider pushed through them all with overwhelming force, until in front of them they came across a few dark brown ants.
Among the crowd of white magical ants, these brown ones were undeniably conspicuous. Fong Ming instantly became alert. If he wasn't mistaken, these were the mutant ants he hadn't yet encountered, the soldier ants. "Be careful, Momo," he warned. The fluffy spider gave a human-like squeak and then fiercely pounced forward. Its 8 slender, sharp legs fully extended, making its body expand several times in an instant.
At this moment, the fluffy spider's ferociousness was even more exaggerated than
those few ants. Fong Ming couldn't help but chuckle. The fluffy spider was perhaps a bit too excited today. Its attack was somewhat reckless and unreasonable. The clashing of metal, yet not even a white mark was left on its shell. The soldier ants were strong, undoubtedly peak of grade E. Unfortunately, they were up against the fluffy spider, a creature that had surpassed the bounds of grade E.
Soon, its claws had broken their formation, and after a few more strikes the ants were in an unstoppable retreat.
Just as the fluffy spider was about to continue its onslaught, it suddenly squeaked and stopped its movement. Fong Ming also felt something and looked towards the depths of the tunnel. There, an entirely red bizarre ant was standing upright, walking slowly towards them. An extremely dangerous aura. Fong Ming's alarm bells went off. This aura far surpassed any of the grade D magical beasts they had previously encountered. "Mau Mau!"
Fong Ming uttered softly as the realization hit him. In an
instant, the furry spider had already dealt with several defeated underlings and charged towards the red ants. Without hesitation, Fong Ming selected a powerful material specially prepared in the system backpack. System used the lily of the valley grass, grade C, on the pet beast Mau Mau for fusion. Ding! Fusion successful. Special effect: Fusion Beast 100-fold effect activated. The furry spider evolves into a grade C lily of the valley demon spider and has grown to the 3rd stage of maturity. Effective time, 10 minutes. Inside the ant nest, Fong Ming eyed the red ants before him with extreme caution. This was clearly a mutant species that had never appeared before. Its upright posture especially exceeded the common knowledge of the typical magical beast forms of ant species. Fong Ming stared intently at the ant, trying to discern its uniqueness. The next moment, the red ant provided the answer. A streak of red lightning suddenly flashed across the cave. The lily of the valley demon spider, startled, spread its 8 long legs to defend, but was still sent flying by the strike. Fourth stage pinnacle. Fong Ming's pupils suddenly contracted. It was hard to imagine that within an ant colony generally at grade E and with a strength limit of only the second stage, a fourth stage magical beast had mutated. There must be something hidden in this cave. Meanwhile, the flung lily of the valley demon spider, irritated, bounced back and attacked at an even faster speed, although it was only at the third stage. Its combat spirit had grown ever since its last victory against a fourth stage shadow. Confident in the strength of its own shell, which far exceeded those of its peers, it believed it had a fighting chance. For a moment, countless sparks of lightning lit up the cave. If the ordinary warrior ants were more like warrior-type magical beasts, then the red ant was clearly a swift assassin type. Fortunately, the speed of the lily of the valley demon spider was also exceptionally fast, and it exchanged blows with its opponent, both dealing and receiving hits. The cost was nearly a body full of cuts. Thick blood flowed everywhere, even scorching holes into the ground. The red ant was also in a bad shape, its wings at the back torn and ragged. Taking advantage of a brief lull, the lily of the valley demon spider took a deep breath and exhaled a massive fireball. Grade C skill, fiery breath. The red ant swung its blade-like arm, slicing the fireball in two. The lily of the valley demon spider attempted to repeat the move, but the red ant flashed using that red lightning again. At such speed, it was momentarily undefendable. Once again, the lily of the valley demon spider was sent flying. This time, the red ant followed up immediately, obviously intending to press its attack. Mid-air, the lily of the valley demon spider spat out a web, quickly forming a net on the cave wall. The red ant continuously sliced, making a neat Z shape, and cut through the web directly. Fong Ming's heart tightened as the lily of the valley demon spider now had no barriers left. With a screech, the spider raised one of its front legs, blocking the red ant's blade-like arm. With a snap, that leg was cleanly severed. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the moment the red ant's blade was blocked by the leg, the other 7 legs of the lily of the valley demon spider surged forward towards the opponent. It was a desperate move. The red ant had not anticipated that the lily bell spider would act so decisively, resorting to a desperate self-sacrificing move to block its attack. Now, cornered with no way out, the red ant faced the relentless assault of the spider's 7 long legs. Yet it did not dodge. Instead, it raised its arm, transformed into a blade, continuing to slash towards the spider's head. A life for a life. Such ruthless tactics, harsh on the enemy and even harsher on oneself. Fong Ming gasped, realizing that in this instant it all came down to whose attack was quicker. With a hiss, the sound of a sharp weapon piercing a brain could be heard. Even for a mighty beast, the head remains the most fatal vulnerability. The red ant's arm blade reached the spider's head but could advance no further, for the spider's 7 legs had already completely shattered the ant's skull. Fong Ming exhaled deeply. Mao Mao, we won the bet. It was an extremely close call, won by seizing the moment to strike first. After all, the red ant was the one reacting, trying to exchange its life, and thus it lost. It was perilous indeed. Fong Ming hadn't expected that an E-class mission could turn out to be so dangerous. Had other hunter teams encountered this red ant, their fate would likely have been grim. Fong Ming quickly moved to the side of the lily bell spider. Still within the ant's nest, there was no way to send the spider back to the beast's space to rest and recover. He could only use some herbs to aid its recovery. First, he ended the integration, retrieving the half-used lily bell herb back into his backpack. Then Fong Ming hurriedly applied a series of healing herbs to Mao Mao. With the effects of a 100-fold integration, the spider's injuries rapidly healed. Even a severed leg was reattached under the powerful effect of the herbs. Seeing that there were no significant complications, Fong Ming's heart finally settled. Next, naturally, was the time for harvesting. It was difficult to judge the bloodline level of the red ant, but having advanced to the 4th tier, it was at least a C-class magical beast, if not merely a D-class mutation. A 4th tier magical beast, just the magical core alone could bring in hundreds of thousands in revenue. Although Fong Ming was now a hunter with substantial assets, such a large sum was still exhilarating. More importantly, having cleared this roadblock, he could finally explore what lay deeper within this nest. The path ahead seemed smooth, mostly filled with E-class white ants, which the lily bell spider easily dispatched. About 10 minutes later, Fong Ming finally saw the deepest part of the cave. Countless milky white eggs stretched across the cave, and in the center a huge white queen ant lay atop a strange patch of red soil, continuously producing more eggs. It seemed that the unusual red soil was the culprit behind the white ant's unrest. From a distance, Fong Ming observed the scene in the vast cave and formed a rough hypothesis. The question was, could there be another one of those red ants guarding this place, or perhaps that red ant was just an aberrant example? At the moment, Fong Ming was also somewhat perplexed and could only squat down, hiding next to the numerous milky ant eggs, observing the entire scene of the cave.
The ants here moved in an orderly manner,
according to their respective roles, continuously transporting food and eggs, forming a complete industrial chain around the queen ant. After observing carefully for a while, Fong Ming finally confirmed that there was no second red ant here and made up his mind. Mau Mau use fire attack. These are all crawling gold coins, naturally we can't let them go. The fluffy spider responded immediately, starting to spit fire lines using a sweeping inferno to ravage the ant nest. This disturbance nearly woke all the defending white magic ants.
In no time, countless white magic ants became agitated and began to support their queen.
Continuously, without hesitation, Fong Ming used the fire spirit herb, directly boosting the fluffy spider's health by 100-fold. At this moment, the fluffy spider truly became like a war god, fighting alone against all the encircling white magic ants. Like chopping vegetables, with each stroke steady, it maintained the upper hand. Despite being bombarded by countless waves, it stood firm like a rock among the ant crowd.
Fong Ming's task was to hide well to avoid being ambushed. The chaotic battle lasted for a long time.
In the end, the fluffy spider neatly and cleanly killed all the defending ants. Leaping up, its long legs sharp as knives, it chopped off the queen ant's massive head. The queen ant twitched a few times and its fat tail went through a spasm like egg laying. The fluffy spider, without hesitation, dug out the queen's magic core, and in the tunnels leading to the center of the ant nest, loyal white magic ants continued to provide support. The fire had been burning since it started and never went out. The great fire burned the ant nest, the eggs, and even scorched the large body of the queen ant. Countless white magic ants bravely came forward to rescue their queen, but only served as fuel, continuously intensifying the fire. Eventually, the fire grew so intense that even the fluffy spider had to retreat. Fong Ming did not hesitate and quickly moved forward, swiftly collecting the red soil into the system space. With the fire urgent, he had no time to inspect closely and prepared to retreat the same way, with the fluffy spider exiting the ant nest. Just then, a sharp sound suddenly rang near his ear. Ding, A+ grade strange lifeform shell detected. Do you wish to restore it to a complete lifeform? Fong Ming's steps suddenly paused. Behind him, the fire raged fiercely. The sudden sound from the system also gave Fong Ming a start. A strange lifeform shell? Restore it to a lifeform? Despite having many questions about the system's prompt, Fong Ming couldn't possibly stop at this moment to look into it thoroughly. He had to temporarily set aside the system's prompt. As his thoughts flowed, his steps only paused briefly before he once again moved outward with the fluffy spider. The white magic ants within the tunnel were already in utter chaos. As the pathfinder, the fuzzy spider led Fong Ming charging straight through. At this moment, seated on the back of the fuzzy spider, Fong Ming couldn't help but marvel. Compared to these white magic ants, the fuzzy spider truly seemed like the real villain. Phew, after a long ordeal, they finally saw daylight again. Fong Ming took a deep breath, freely inhaling the fresh air outside the cave. Outside the cave, chaos had also ensued. Fong Ming directed the fuzzy spider to stop atop a high hill, looking back at the scene below. Only now could he clearly see that the vast sand dune palace was continuously emitting thick smoke. The grand underground ant nest was likely about to be consumed by fierce flames. And those hunters had already escaped from the ant nest, each of them spectating this spectacular scene. Good heavens, who went into the ant nest to start a fire? Damn, this elite mission could have lasted a long time, but now it was finished in just one day. Who knows which madman did this? Regardless, taking advantage of the ants' disarray, it was a good time to kill more for points and money. The noise around him mixed with the flames, creating turmoil. People in the crowd kept daring to snatch profits from the jaws of danger, advancing towards the fiery ant nest. Fong Ming took one last look, silently deciding to head back. This trip had achieved the goal of earning 1,000 points. Plus, he had obtained a large batch of magical beast crystal cores and that piece of strange red soil, truly a fruitful return. As he turned around, he saw the rookie hunter team he had encountered earlier. Hey, we didn't mean to follow you, it just happened. The team leader quickly stepped forward. Seeing Fong Ming, he felt the young man before him had an aura of intense ferocity.
Moreover, the young man's giant spider seemed even more
terrifying than before. Fong Ming, finding the rookie team leader's avoidance peculiar, waved his hand nonchalantly. This gesture startled the team leader, causing him and his entire team to involuntarily step back. After a moment, the team leader awkwardly realized Fong Ming probably meant they could leave as they wished. So we'll be going then? The team leader tentatively asked. But the fuzzy spider acted faster than him, already whisking Fong Ming past the team in a flash. The entire
team went silent again, only resuming their chatter after Fong Ming had moved far away.
Captain, he seems even more terrifying than before. You felt that too, right? I thought it was just my imagination. Did you see he just came out of that fire-ravaged nest? Do you think, could it be he who set the fire? Should keep your voice down, the team leader cautioned as Fong Ming, carried by the fuzzy spider, was already busy checking the system's recent messages.
Having escaped the lair of the white demonic ants, he was now far from the crowd, free from other threats, and could afford
a slight distraction. He reopened the system panel and analyzed the system's prompts word by word to make sure he hadn't overlooked anything, then clicked confirm. A notification sounded: insufficient materials to restore life form, please collect the required materials as soon as possible. It turned out there were conditions after all. Fong Ming scratched his head and opened the details of the system's prompts.
The materials needed for the upgrade included water orchid grass, purple snake, flower fire spirit grass.
Fong Ming glanced over the list, which extensively named no less than 20 types of herbs plus more than 10 types of minerals. Fortunately, none were particularly rare, making them not too difficult to collect. He had previously rated Sure 2 GE's stash and estimated that the remaining materials could cover half of the list and the rest wouldn't be too hard to gather. But wait, the last two materials. Fong Ming's eyes widened in shock as he saw the end of the list. Dragon's Beard Vine and Sky Dragon Stone, 2 A-grade materials and both of dragon type. What a joke! A-grade materials were priceless, and even if they were available, he couldn't afford them. One was at least 10 million, two for 20 million. What was the system planning? 2 A-grade materials along with a bunch of E-grade and D-grade materials. Was it trying to restore an S-grade life form, if it really was S-grade? Fong Ming hesitated slightly. It might not be impossible. Lately he had been continuously cultivating and fighting in missions, feeling his spiritual power surge, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. Breaking into the second tier would allow him to contract a new pet beast. If the system could really restore an S-grade magical beast, that would be his second pet beast right there. And an S-grade pet beast wasn't something you could simply buy, it was a national strategic resource. Lost in this exciting train of thought, Fong Ming's heart began to race. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. From somewhere in the dense forest, a thick vine whip suddenly lashed out at Fong Ming from the side. Luckily, the velvet spider, while leading the way, kept its attention on Fong Ming. Sensing the danger at the first moment, it had already spat out its web, pulling Fong Ming behind it. The vine whip hit nothing but air. Had quick reflexes. It seems the shadow ape didn't lose unjustly, a sinister voice echoed from the depths of the forest. Fong Ming had regained his senses the moment the ambush occurred, initially thinking it was an attack by a magical beast, but upon hearing the voice his pupils contracted sharply. This voice unmistakably belonged to the shadowy figure who had brazenly attacked him in the main city district that day. Simultaneously, the familiar notification sound autonomously chimed in his ear. Ding, the host has triggered the legendary prequest Old Grudges task description. An irreconcilable hatred can only be quelled by slaughter. Task objective: kill the enemy in front of you. Task reward: a drop of holy dew. Fong Ming's eyes swept over the system prompt, and without hesitation he used the remaining lily grass. System: apply the lily grass, grade C, to the pet Mau Mau for fusion. Ding. Fusion successful. Special fusion monster 100-fold effect activated. Fluffy spider evolves into grade C lily magic spider and has grown to a 3rd stage maturity. Effective time: 5 minutes. The fluffy spider suddenly grew larger, shielding Fong Ming in an instant. Tisk tisk, indeed a miraculous talent, a magical beast mutation. Combat power surged. Such talent must be at least grade A, right? The voice carried undisguised greed as the speaker finally revealed himself completely in front of Fong Ming. Still clad in a black hood, his face hidden in the shadows, indiscernible. In the dense forest, Fong Ming frowned at the dark figure before him and commanded, Mau Mau, hold nothing back, let's move. The surroundings were completely unfamiliar and he didn't know what the other party had planned. Plus, this shadowy figure was definitely a beast master of at least the fourth order, not to be trifled with. Hee hee, I just love to see how rats run for their lives, it's quite interesting. The shadow, with hands pocketed, stood atop a tree branch exuding a cat playing with a mouse tease. At the same time, a sinister black flower emitting evil miasma suddenly appeared before the shadow. Numerous vines began to spread from the flower, sweeping towards the lily magic spider. Soul-eating flower. Fong Ming recognized the origin of the flower in an instant. A grade C plant-type magical beast with dark attributes, it grows rapidly by consuming the essence of corpses, and its mature form possesses at least fourth order strength. Did the Wang family send you to kill me? Fong Ming gritted his teeth. Wang family? The shadow chuckled as if hearing a grand joke. What ants also worthy of commanding me, dying man, but I might as well tell you my title, Spirit Thief Association Shadow Killer. As these words fell, the vines of the soul-eating flower violently tightened, crazily strangling. The dense forest was the main battlefield for the soul-eating flower. With thousands of vines covering it, the lily magic spider had nowhere to hide and could only resist with its body. I have no quarrel with your Spirit Thief Association. Fong Ming hadn't expected that this was not directed by the Wang family, and his anger grew even stronger. After all, if the Spirit Thief Association had merely done business with the Wang family, why would they target him repeatedly? How could there not be? Shadow Killer laughed sinisterly, his soft voice carrying an inexplicable joy. Wasn't your talent taken by us? Don't you want revenge? You. It really was you. Fong Ming clenched his fists tightly. The lily magic spider seemed to feel his anger at the moment, furiously charging forward. In an instant, its 8 long legs, like a meat grinder, tore apart numerous vines, breaking them into pieces. Actually, I didn't care about you initially, but your performance has been somewhat too outstanding. Ingxia chuckled, speaking as if he was mentioning an insignificant fact. So I'd like to test out this new talent of yours that appeared out of nowhere, see if it's of any use. After all, the feeling of stifling a genius is utterly fascinating. He said this in a somewhat intoxicated tone, his gaze upon Fong Ming like one would look at a fragile piece of art ready to shatter at a touch. Fong Ming remained silent, but the look he gave Ingxia was filled with a murderous intent that spoke of a fight to the death. It was this man before him who had once stripped him of his most precious talent. From the highs of the cloud, he had nearly become a cripple. Moreover, this man had flouted the laws of the main city, attacking him directly within its walls. With old grievances and new, today was the day to settle them all. Mao Mao, burst forth with all your might, Fong Ming roared. At that moment, the body of the belladonna spider expanded yet again. This was a sign of energy overload from the fusion within. In this state, the belladonna spider's combat power would increase further, though the fusion energy would deplete rapidly. The soul devouring flower seemed to sense the anomaly in the belladonna spider, and its vines twisted into a rope, lashing towards the spider. The belladonna spider raised its forelegs high, ready to confront its attacker. The trait of the belladonna grass was its toxicity, now magnified 100-fold. After several exchanges, even the soul-devouring flower began to suffer from the potent toxin, its vines gradually turning a bluish-purple. Such fierce poison, Ingxia remarked with a hint of surprise in his voice, but this is as far as it goes. Soul-devouring flower, unleash your skill, soul siphon. As his words fell, the thick vine of the soul-devouring flower snapped voluntarily, and at the same time, the main bud of the flower lifted towards the belladonna spider. Then, it suddenly exploded into an immense suction force. The belladonna spider, caught off guard, was unable to resist with its webbing and was swallowed whole by the soul-devouring flower. Ha ha, thanks for the spider nourishment, Ingxia sneered triumphantly, just about to speak further when his expression suddenly changed. No, wait, Mao Mao, use your skill, Toxic Sting. Fong Ming's indifferent voice came at this moment. Toxic Sting was merely an E-grade skill of the belladonna spider itself, but the key to this skill was the ability to inject the magnified toxicity of the belladonna spider into the body of the soul-devouring flower. Simultaneously, as Fong Ming's words ended, the huge bud that had swallowed the belladonna spider began to twitch bizarrely. The color of the entire bud also began a strange transformation, shifting from black to an eerie rainbow hue. As Ingxia watched in stunned silence, the whole bud eerily swelled up. Realizing something was amiss, Ingxia hastily retreated to dodge, and just as he narrowly avoided it, there was a loud bang. The giant soul-devouring flower burst open. The belladonna spider leaped out from the bud, and now, with nothing between it and Ingxia, it lunged directly at him without hesitation. Trash! Even with his entire face hidden beneath his hood, Fong Ming could vividly sense the other's anger. Come forth, Shadow Leopard. in the path where the belladonna spider had pounced, a giant black leopard suddenly materialized. The two creatures clashed abruptly, neither gaining an advantage from the impact. The belladonna spider flipped from the air, landing in front of him to confront the black leopard. It was then that Fong Ming noticed the spider's body was pockmarked and corroded by some acidic substance, looking utterly horrifying, a result of its recent encounter with the soul-eating blossom. Meanwhile, the medicinal effect of the belladonna was exhausted under the spider's full exertion. Watching the menacing black leopard opposite him, Fong Ming's brows furrowed deeply. To think that a mere ant would possess such strength. Sha, observing Fong Ming, spoke with a tone that showed no concern for his fallen beast but rather a growing greed. I can't help myself anymore, I want to take your talent for my own. Fong Ming coldly stared back. Your talent in the shadow element must be at least A grade, right? Oh, you have a keen eye. Sha chuckled sinisterly, but A grade is all it is, not at the pinnacle yet. Who would be satisfied with that? A beastmaster's simplest and most accurate way to recognize talent is through the impact on their beast's combat strength. An ability that can enhance a beast's strength by 100% is A grade, 50% is B grade. C grade increases it by about 20% and D grade around 10%. Sha's beasts, whether it was the shadow ape in the urban battle or the recently seen soul-eating blossom, were undoubtedly formidable. Even among counterparts of the same tier, they were clearly superior. Given the attributes of these magical beasts, Sha's talent in the shadow element was very likely A grade. Endless greed is your original sin, said Fong Ming lightly. And what of it? I'm a 4th tier beastmaster with 2 powerful beasts still in combat. What about you, boy? What do you have to contend with me? Sha's smirk seemed to carry a perpetual jeer, his eyes never losing their mocking glint. Your beasts' combat power must have been drained. You, a mere 1st tier beastmaster, I don't believe you can summon a new beast. Hearing this, Fong Ming's lips curled into a smile, unable to suppress his laughter. What are you laughing at? Seeing Fong Ming's face not showing the panic he expected, but instead a hint of amusement, Sha's irritation grew. I laugh at your shallow understanding. To kill you, why would I need a second beast? One is enough. Fong Ming took a deep breath and silently commanded to the system. System, apply the holy dew, S grade, to my beast Mau Mau for fusion. Ding, fusion successful. Special effect, fusion monster 100-fold effect activated. Fluffy spider evolved into S grade Luo Tian holy spider and has gigantified to the 5th stage. Effective time, 3 minutes. Momo species, Luo Tian holy spider rarity, S grade rank, 5th stage skills, web spitting, E grade, venomous sting, E grade, frost nova, D grade, extreme cold beam, C grade, fiery breath, D grade, fantasy world. S grade, holy light song, S grade, divine judgment, S grade, holy heavenly net, S grade. As the system's voice fell, the originally unremarkable fluffy spider suddenly began to emit pure white dazzling light. Like ribbons twining around, in an instant the fluffy spider was enveloped in a cocoon of light. Then in the next moment the Luo Tian holy spider emerged from the cocoon, releasing a supremely holy aura. Like a storm of holy light, it silently spread an invisible halo, instantly enveloping the entire magical forest. Such an aura seemed to comb the entire forest. All the noise vanished in this moment, leaving only tranquility and peace. At this moment, the Luo Tian holy spider with its holy aura alone forced the peak C grade 4th stage magical beast opposite to retreat, not daring to advance. It really worked. Fong Ming's heart surged with ecstasy. An S-grade magical beast in the whole dragon country could definitely be considered a strategic weapon comparable to nuclear weapons of old times, unless bored as S-grade. Evolving an S-grade magical beast later would require countless precious materials. The system's defiance of the natural order was its ability to amplify the effects of materials by 100 times and ensure a 100% fusion success rate. At this moment, Fong Ming, looking at the Luo Tian holy spider standing before him, bathed in its holy light, couldn't help but feel a sense of pilgrimage. Opposite, Sha at this moment was completely spooked. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He screamed hoarsely, how could it be S-grade? It must be you bluffing. For you, a mere 1st stage beastmaster, to own an S-grade magical beast, it's utterly a fool's dream. You can't scare me, haha. Shadowless leopard void fish attack. Sha, his eyes wide, even through the thick hood one could feel his madness. At this point his eyes no longer held pride or disdain, only complete madness. Verbally defiant, yet he had already flipped his last ace without hesitation. A B grade 5th stage magical beast, the void fish, makes its entrance. Fong Ming was startled at this moment. He had never expected Sha to be a 5th stage beastmaster. One could only say Ing Sha had hidden his strength deeply. Unfortunately, he encountered Fong Ming, and as the void fish appeared, its massive body was like a heavy nightmare, bringing endless oppression.
This is the oppressive feeling of a fifth-stage magical beast, a pillar of strength in an entire main city, despite its size.
The void fish moved without any delay, floating in the void, roaming at will. The level 5 void fish roaming through space is as unpredictable as ghosts and gods. Along with its massive body, it rarely finds a match even among its peers in combat, yet this enormous void fish, alongside the once formidable shadow leopard, now appears as timid as a mouse before a cat, staring dumbly at the Luo Tian holy spider in front of them, daring not to make a single move. No matter how much their master shadow assassin curses and yells from behind, they dare not budge an inch. Damn it, seeing no other solution, shadow assassin curses angrily once more before suddenly turning to flee. Fong Ming observes everything calmly, uttering just 3 words softly, "Leave him behind." The next moment, the Luo Tian holy spider moves. Fong Ming hardly sees its action before noticing that one of its forelegs is already bringing shadow assassin back.
If not for the mental connection confirming the action of the Luo Tian holy spider, Fong Ming would have thought it hadn't moved at all from its spot.
Shadow Assassin is held high in the foreclaw of the Luo Tian holy spider, the once arrogant level 5 beast master now resembling nothing more than a doll, unable to move. On the other side, the void fish and shadow leopard watched their master being captured, still suppressed by the holy spider's daunting presence, trembling uncontrollably. "You ants dare to treat me like this?" Shadow Assassin glares at Fong Ming, grinding his teeth in anger.
"What can you do?" Fong Ming laughs briefly, then
his smile fades. "Mau, kill those 2 beasts first. To prevent any complications later, it's always better to strike first." The Luo Tian holy spider glances at the 2 beasts cowering nearby, one large and one small, and with a slight movement of its long legs, the void fish and shadow leopard, never daring to resist, meet their unclear demise. No, Shadow Assassin's eyes nearly burst with rage.
These were the top quality beasts he had raised with immense effort, trading countless talents, gifts for resources.
Now all turned into nothing. "You deserve to die, you must die." Fong Ming looks at him, the murderous intent in his eyes fleeting. "That's what I should be saying to you, but you can't die yet. You think you can extract any information from me? You're deluded." Shadow Assassin laughs loudly to the sky. "To me, death is not scary. The consequences of revealing secrets, those are truly terrifying." As soon as he finishes speaking, Shadow Assassin bites down hard. Not good, Fong Ming realizes. Something is wrong and immediately tries to have the Luo Tian holy spider stop him, but it's already too late. Shadow Assassin has clearly bitten into a poison sac previously hidden in his mouth, dying instantly. Fong Ming frowns, looking at Shadow Assassin. Even a level 5 beast master can be a dead soldier. It seems the Spirit Thieves Guild is even more fearsome than I imagined. Ding, the legendary pre-task Old Grudges is completed and the reward Holy Dew Drops has been issued. Ding.
The legendary follow-up quest Thief Spirit Heart Eye has been activated.
The system's notification chimed just at the right moment. Fong Ming sighed. The system verification confirmed that the Shadow Assassin was indeed dead beyond doubt. However, to his surprise, the system's follow-up quest explicitly targeted the Thief Spirit Association. It seemed a showdown was inevitable. Thief Spirit Heart Eye. The quest description read, "The act of thieving spirits is a deception of the chosen and cannot be forgiven."
Quest objective: eliminate 0/1 minions of the Thief Spirit
Association. Quest reward: a droplet of Holy Dew. Another droplet of Holy Dew as a reward. This was an S-grade material, each droplet potentially life-saving. Fong Ming muttered to himself as he read through the quest description. It appeared that the pursuit of the Thief Spirit Association must continue. Though the Luo Tian Holy Spider was incredibly powerful, its time was short-lived. Once the 3 minutes were up, the Luo Tian Holy Spider automatically reverted to its fluffy spider form. The Shadow Assassin he had captured was now free-falling to the ground. Fong Ming walked over and, after confirming there was no movement, lifted the Shadow Assassin's hood. A completely ordinary male face appeared, one he had no recollection of in his memory. Unfortunately, there were no other clues. Fong Ming shook his head and sighed. Suddenly he felt an intuition and looked up towards the sky. There, a dazzling rainbow light was speeding towards him. Under the Shadow Assassin's hood was an ordinary man's face, unremarkable and unrecognized in Fong Ming's memory. Besides this face, there were no further clues. Fong Ming shook his head and sighed again, but not before taking a photo with his phone for record keeping. Next was the familiar routine of treasure hunting. The shadow assassin had only a storage ring on his body which Fong Ming forcibly unlocked using his spiritual power to break the seal. This would normally alert the ring's owner immediately, but since the shadow assassin was already dead, there was no effect. He scanned the storage space briefly and a thought struck him. Jackpot, the storage space was filled with various materials and magical beast cores, truly a fifth-order big shot, wealthy beyond measure. Suddenly something caught his eye and he carefully scanned the pile of materials. There it was, dragon whisker vine, heavenly dragonstone. He had it all. Besides these, there were several other A-grade materials. It was like being offered a pillow just as he felt sleepy. Fong Ming suddenly felt a strange gratitude towards the shadow assassin. It turned out that apart from being notorious, the man had his merits. Besides heaps of materials, there were also some modern technological devices and a hunter black card in the storage space. Fong Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Hunters had to provide their real names and related information during registration. Perhaps this black card could lead to further clues. Fong Ming took a deep breath, relieved to have at least some leads to pursue. He didn't dare linger and quickly left the area. Only a few steps away he suddenly felt a premonition and looked up at the sky. There a dazzling rainbow light was racing towards him, and in just a moment a figure descended from the sky, landing lightly in front of him. The person arrived clad in a light blue gown adorned with silver patterns that resembled runes of ice and snow. Her hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her slender neck and slightly tilted chin exuded an air of noble grace reminiscent of a solitary orchid in a secluded valley, profound and distant. As she cast a fleeting glance at Fong Ming, it seemed as if she could freeze the air around them with just that look. Fong Ming, observing the lady, silently summoned his pet Mau Mau to perch on his shoulder, staring warily at her. "Have you been here all this time?" the lady asked, her voice deep and resonant like a breeze from a tranquil mountain valley. Fong Ming took a step back, silent, nodding in response. A beastmaster capable of flight indicated that the woman before him was at least a 7th-tier beastmaster, and in all of Jiang City there was only one such master above the 7th tier, the president of the Beastmasters Guild, Gongsun Jilan. Seeing Fong Ming nod, the woman further inquired, "Did you see any peculiar beasts?" Fong Ming instantly understood the reason for President Gongsun's visit. She must have sensed the presence of the Luotian holy spider. "I haven't seen any," Fong Ming replied straightforwardly. The woman looked deeply into his eyes, and at that moment the air around them seemed to grow even colder. "President Gongsun, there were indeed 2 people fighting here earlier, but by the time I arrived, they had nearly finished, so I really didn't see any peculiar beasts, just their pets," Fong Ming explained earnestly. "People fighting?" The woman's brows furrowed slightly. "When did such powerful individuals appear in Jiang City? The aura of such a fight suggests at least 5th-tier beast masters. Could the aura have been from their pets?" Fong Ming took another step back. "President, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Wait," the woman turned and called him back. "How do you know I'm the president? Do you recognize me? In Jiang City you are the only 7th-tier master." Fong Ming bowed respectfully. The expression in the woman's eyes softened and the air around seemed to thaw somewhat. "Correct, I am Gongsun Jilan. Tell me more about those 2 who were fighting. What did they look like? If your information is useful, there will be a reward." They were both dressed in black, wearing hoods, and their faces were obscured. "The fight was fierce and I didn't dare get too close." "What about their pets? What were their forms, their aura? Was there an S-class presence?" "Their pets were formidable, far beyond my knowledge. But S-class beasts, which can destroy heavens and earth, how could they be here?" Gongsun Jilan looked at Fong Ming thoughtfully. He didn't seem to be lying and apparently was unaware of any news about S-class magical beasts. Just as she was pondering this, Fong Ming spoke again. "However, there was indeed one particularly powerful beast that defeated one of the fighters. Look, President, he's still lying over there," Fong Ming said, pointing at the fallen Ing Sha. "Ishem." Gongsun Jilan glanced towards the corpse beside her and slowly walked over. "Do you recognize this person?" Wu Fong Ming tentatively asked. Gongsun Jilan shook her head. "I don't remember him, but we can take him back to the guild and have the system identify his facial information." Fong Ming coughed awkwardly. "Then, guild masters, shall we leave this matter to you?" "Wait, did you see where the other person in the black robe went last?" Gongsun Jilan seemed unwilling to let the matter drop. "Just like that, he went deeper into the wilderness." Fong Ming casually pointed in a direction away from the main city. "Alright." Gongsun Jilan casually picked up the body from the ground, glanced at him and said, "Thank you for the information this time. If there's anything you need help with, feel free to come to the Beast Tamers Guild. I promise I will lend you a hand once." "Thank you, Guild Master." Fong Ming's mouth twitched slightly.
This woman offered no tangible benefits, just empty promises smoothly delivered. However, as it was something gained for nothing, Gongsun Jilan's verbal promise might still be of some use. Watching Gongsun Jilan's retreating figure soaring into the sky without a word, he bowed his hands. Safe travels, guild master. Meanwhile, at an unknown location, countless sinister black mists continuously surged from the ground, spreading throughout a mysterious ancient hall. The entire hall, enveloped by such eerie black mist, appeared as if one had stepped into a gloomy underworld. Suddenly a pair of black eyes, which had been closed in meditation, slowly opened, and an old voice echoed in the air, "Shadow Killer is dead, my lord." The target of this mission was supposedly not dangerous. Could something unexpected have occurred? Another voice responded immediately, along with a figure frantically prostrating on the ground. The capability of the Shadow Group is increasingly disappointing me. The subordinate trembled. "Please inform me, my lord, where was Shadow Killer's last trace located?" "Not in the forbidden area, but near the main city Jiangcheng of the 7th district." Strange, who there could kill Shadow Killer? With his shadow powers he should have been able to escape unhindered. The voice in the air suddenly fell silent. Then, in the next moment, the old voice, carrying a chilling breath, sounded again. "Shadow Wind, go clean up his remaining traces to prevent any complications." "Yes, my lord." In the dense forest, Fong Ming watched as Gongsun Hong disappeared into the distance, and he slowly exhaled a breath of relief. At the same time, a chirping noise suddenly came from behind him. Captain, why does that person ahead look familiar?" The voices of these people were vaguely familiar. Fong Ming turned around and his eyes met those of the small team he had encountered before. The team leader, upon seeing Fong Ming, changed his expression slightly, hesitated, and then somewhat awkwardly stepped forward again. "Big shot, would you believe me if I said it's a coincidence?" "Indeed, it's quite the coincidence," Fong Ming said blandly, given that the safety zone was only so big. Just then Gongsun Hong had also spoken up, proving that this small team had indeed just arrived here by chance. "Shall we go then?" Fong Ming nodded. "No need to see us out." The members of the hunter team exchanged looks, not daring to ask any more questions, and turned to leave. Only when they had walked a distance did some faint whispers of discussion carry over. "Captain, why is that master so weird?" "Less talking, move it." "But Captain, isn't it such a coincidence to meet the master? Could this be fate? I've always said those with a romantic mind aren't fit to be hunters." Meanwhile, Fong Ming still remained where he was, not moving. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave, but at that moment the surging spiritual power within him was almost too much to contain. As a beast tamer, aside from regular self-cultivation, one can also receive positive feedback from the growth and combat of their pets. Perhaps it was because of the overly potent effects of the recently fused fluffy spider that his spiritual power continued to roil within him, clearly at the brink of a breakthrough. Just now, when Gongsun Hong and the hunter team passed by, he dared not show any abnormality. After all, the beast tamer must be fully concentrated during a breakthrough, which naturally reduces their guard against the outside world. Only after confirming the team had left did Fong Ming dare to release the suppressed spiritual power. He quickly checked his surroundings and found a hidden bush. Fong Ming straightforwardly released the fluffy spider, letting it switch to combat mode to guard him as he broke through. He then sat down right there, guiding the spiritual power within his body to complete the grand circulation of energy. Because of the overflowing spirit, the breakthrough encountered little resistance. Fong Ming smoothly advanced to the second rank of beast taming. At that moment, he felt the pool of spiritual energy within him expand significantly. Indeed, only with such reserves of spiritual energy could he contract a second pet beast. Thinking of a new pet beast, Fong Ming felt a surge of excitement. Ding! The system detected that the host had reached the second rank and the talent effect, Monster Fusion, was eligible for an upgrade. Talents could upgrade. Fong Ming was shocked. This was the first time he heard such news. He quickly opened the system panel to look at his talent details. Monster Fusion I talent level, SSS, talent effect. You can fuse any material with a beast, amplifying the fusion effect 100-fold. Currently at level 1, each fusion is limited to one type of material. Current status, upgradable. Please collect 1 A-grade material from each category for the host. Damn, Fong Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had just scraped together some materials from a shadow kill, not expecting his talent to also be a money pit. A-grade materials were worth at least 10 million each, and one from each category would amount to at least 100 million. Fong Ming calculated his total assets, which were less than 30 million. Indeed, he was still poor.
Meanwhile, as the tide of spirit within Fong Ming settled and his aura stabilized at the second rank, the fluffy spider underwent a change as well. Its stable aura began to climb steadily as if ascending stairs, and in less than a minute it naturally advanced to the second rank. Fluffy buddy, how come your breakthrough is as easy as drinking water? Well, Fong Ming sort of understood. The fluffy spider had probably fused with various materials and its inner magical energy was already sufficient for a breakthrough. It was only because he hadn't advanced to the second rank that he got involved in this mess. Now that he had successfully broken through, the fuzzy spider naturally ascended to the second rank as well. Finally reaching the second rank, his recent training efforts had not been in vain. Without relying on the spiritual cultivation chambers or medicinal meals provided by the Beast Taming Academy to nourish his body, Fong Ming solely depended on his own strength to achieve this breakthrough. His speed was certainly among the top in the entire academy. However, compared to true geniuses, he still fell short. A wave of reminiscence flashed through Fong Ming's eyes. If he remembered correctly, Yiningshuang, that girl, seemed to have broken through to the second rank just a week after her awakening, and now, who knows if she had reached the third rank. Now was not the time to ponder on this, especially since he was still in the wild. With the spiritual energy storm inside him finally calming down, Fong Ming had the fuzzy spider carry him swiftly back towards the city. This trip had been full of surprises but no dangers, and fortunately, with the timely aid of Shadow Kill, he had obtained the 2 grade A materials necessary for full life recovery. With the major examination looming and materials ready, Fong Ming couldn't wait to return home and commence the long-awaited recovery experiment. System: the shell of an A+ grade exotic lifeform and materials are now fully collected. Can it be restored to a complete life form? Ding detection complete. Materials are ready. Recovery preparation is complete. Please confirm if you wish to proceed with the restoration. Confirm. Ding restoration in progress. Please wait. Ding dragon beard vine merging and absorbing. Dragon stone energy purity surpassing threshold. Excessive absorption in progress. The shell of the exotic life has now broken through to S grade. Ding recovery successful. Shell life has been reset to juvenile state. Please name it to add a new soul. Name and add a soul. Isn't that the ability of a creator god? Fong Ming hesitated for a moment, then thinking of that strange puddle of red mud, he said, let's call it Xiaohong. Ding naming successful. Since this creature was named by the host, a contract bond with the host has been automatically completed. Was it that easy? Overjoyed, Fong Ming hurriedly opened his pet panel, skipping directly over the fuzzy spider's information, his gaze fixed tightly on the newly added Xiaohong panel below. Xiaohong species, shapeshifting slime, rarity, F grade, upgradable, rank, first rank. Attributes: none strength, 3 agility, 2 magic, 5 defense, 6 skills, devour, S grade. Fong Ming looked baffled. What kind of panel was this? Oh, Fong Ming believed that if he looked in a mirror at that moment, his face would definitely be filled with question marks. Wasn't it supposed to be an S rank? How did it turn into the lowest F rank? System, come out and explain this rarity to me. It can be upgraded, right? Are you expecting me to collect various materials too? Ding, currently this lifeform is in its juvenile stage. The rarity level will change as the lifeform evolves and it needs to devour the corresponding materials to grow. As expected, it's a creature that needs a lot of investment to grow, but considering it will definitely reach a solid S rank in the future, I can only reluctantly accept this. But isn't starting at F rank a bit too weak, especially after having consumed so many materials? Fong Ming waved his hand, calling out Xiaohong. Xiaohong still looked like a puddle of red mud, but now it was a living mud, briefly known as a slime monster. No wonder it's F rank. Fong Ming finally understood. Slime monsters are indeed the lowest of all magical beasts, to the extent that they are almost negligible, pitifully weak combat strength, slow movement speed, and its only skill. S-rank devouring. Looking at Xiaohong's frail attributes and an incredible S-rank skill, Fong Ming had a guess. Could it be that although Xiaohong's lifeform has regressed to a juvenile state, its skill was retained? However, what exactly does this S-rank devouring skill do? Oh, Fong Ming thought for a moment, took out an F-rank copper ore from the system's backpack and threw it in front of Xiaohong. Xiaohong raised its head to look at Fong Ming, as if confirming with him, "Stop looking. It's for you." Fong Ming nodded at it. Xiaohong then slowly moved towards the copper ore, opened its mouth wide and swallowed it in one gulp. Such a little one, yet its mouth is quite big. Fong Ming watched this scene and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Xiaohong burbled for a while, seemingly digesting, and then soon turned around and spat out a crystal. Fong Ming was stunned for a moment, picked it up and saw it was still the same piece of copper ore, but it seemed a bit more refined in energy density. He frowned, took out a herb and casually threw it to Xiao Hong. The little guy was not picky and gobbled it down. Then a moment later it spattered out completely unchanged with no apparent effect. Could I have been wrong? Fong Ming frowned, rummaged through his backpack and took out a first-tier magic core.
Little guy, try this one next, Xiao
Hong swallowed once again, and this time as soon as she did, changes began to occur. A distinctly different gurgling sound arose, seemingly the noise of the magic core tumbling and rolling around inside Xiao Hong. It wasn't long before a crystal-clear magic core was expelled by Xiao Hong. Perhaps it shouldn't be called a magic core, but rather an energy stone, which seems more appropriate.
After all, a magic core is the essence of spiritual power from magical beasts, and while beast tamers cannot absorb it directly, they can use it as an energy stone for their pets' cultivation. However, this energy stone lacked the characteristic bloody aura of a magic core, filled instead only with pure energy. Could it be that this consumption has a purifying and refining effect? Fong Ming pondered as he held the energy stone in his hand, feeling the pure energy within. The spiritual energy circulating within his body seemed eager to move. He decided to give it a try. If it truly had this effect, then his cultivation speed might indeed take off. Without hesitation, Fong Ming sat down cross-legged, holding the energy stone, and began to cultivate. Unlike usual, where he needed to absorb sparse spiritual energy from the air and refine it within his body until there was enough for a complete cycle, Fong Ming now skipped these initial steps. A continuous stream of pure spiritual energy flowed from the energy stone, following the grand circulation route of his internal spiritual energy, entirely free of impurities. Fong Ming was astonished. In the market there are indeed energy stones directly available for beast tamers' cultivation, but they are not only expensive but also very impurity due to different refining techniques. An energy stone with 70% purity usually costs about 5 times as much as a magic core of the same level. An 80% purity stone is considered quite good and might cost 10 times as much, and a 90% purity energy stone is something only top-tier alchemists could produce, at which point it's not about the price but about connections. Alchemists are a group of beast tamers who have awakened talents in herbology or pyrokinesis and typically choose a path not of combat but of lifestyle. They use ores to forge arrays, herbs to concoct medicines, and magic cores to refine into energy stones, playing an indispensable part in the world of beast tamers. Even so, consuming too many high-purity energy stones from alchemists could still affect one's internal spiritual energy. Thus, true geniuses usually don't rely on energy stones but build the most solid foundation through their own cultivation. Previously, Fong Ming also relied solely on his own efforts to reach the second tier. His progress was definitely among the fastest of his peers, yet still not comparable to the true prodigies. But now it seemed a new fast track in cultivation had appeared before him. An impurity-free energy stone could elevate his cultivation speed to an unimaginable level. A first-tier energy stone doesn't contain a very high density of energy. Having already advanced to the second tier, Fong Ming soon depleted the spiritual energy within the stone. Looking at the small slime creature at his feet, he felt his efforts were not in vain. "Well done, Xiao Hong," he said as he tossed out another first-tier magic core. Xiao Hong repeated the process, quickly purifying and refining it again. "Awesome." Fong Ming gave a thumbs up to the creature. The speed at which it purified was astonishing. If those alchemists from the outside world saw this, their jaws would surely drop. Moreover, it achieved 100% purification, a feat even the top alchemists couldn't manage. However, Fong Ming tested further and found that Xiao Hong could only devour first-tier demon cores. It couldn't handle the second-tier ones. It seemed that Xiao Hong's devouring capability was linked to its own rank. With his hypothesis confirmed, Fong Ming picked up an energy stone and began to cultivate tirelessly. Thus, what started as an experiment to test Xiao Hong's abilities unwittingly turned into a cultivation marathon for the obsessed Fong Ming. I'm stuffed." Fong Ming put down the energy stone, now drained of energy, feeling the spiritual power within him so abundant it was nearly bursting, and he sighed with satisfaction. After all, the human body has its limits. He had absorbed nearly 10 energy stones in one go, nearly exploding himself. The circulation of spiritual energy within his body flowed continuously, unable to absorb all that power immediately, so much so that Fong Ming was now so full he could barely move. It was a bit impulsive. He should have proceeded more gradually. He chuckled ruefully. The energy stones were pure, but the human body has its limits, yet this speed was far beyond his normal cultivation pace.
Typically, he could only perform 2 to 3 cycles of spiritual energy in one session, but with the help of the energy stones, he had done almost 20 cycles in the same amount of time, a nearly tenfold increase in speed. Even a genius like Yiningshuang could only manage about 10 cycles in the same time, which was considered exceptional. Fang Ming suddenly realized that with Xiao Hong's help, his cultivation speed had completely surpassed those geniuses, even if there was still a gap in realms. The advantage in cultivation speed would surely close that gap. Eventually, he would surpass all those geniuses one by one. Fang Ming clenched his fist, his inner flame burning even brighter. And now only 3 days left until the national exam. In Jiangqing City at the Beast Taming Guild, as Fang Ming completed the submission of the required demon cores, a brilliant light suddenly streaked across the screen. Hunter Yi Jini, congratulations, you have been promoted to a D rank. Hunter. At the same time, on the large screen at the Hunter Center, all advertising information was suddenly cleared. All the hunters present who were browsing various pieces of information were startled. What's happening? Why did the screen suddenly clear? Must be a newbie. It's the official bounty task ranking settlement. The latest official task should be the E-rank White Ant mission, right? But that task takes at least 3 days, and today is only the first day. Who knows, maybe a big shot has entered the fray. These E-rank tasks, even doing 10 of them only equals the points of one D-rank task. What big shot would bother with such an unrewarding task? For a moment, the entire Hunter Center fell into a brief silence before plunging into an even more intense discussion. Everyone was eagerly waiting for the tally of the task leaderboard, and the large screen quickly refreshed with the results. On the leaderboard for the Elite Class E task to eradicate white demon ants, the top scorer was Night Ash with 235,450 points, followed by Wu Liang with 11,020 points, Peach with 10,910 points, and Babbling Endlessly with 9,980 points. Did I see that wrong? Dude, can you check how many points the first place has? I can't believe what I'm seeing. The first place has an entire digit more than the second place. It should be 23,545, right? I'm dying of laughter. Even the officials make mistakes adding an extra 0. You're the one who's killing me, buddy. The minimum score for an E-class task is 10 points, so where does a 5 at the end come from? Amid the skepticism of the hunters present, someone actually went to the nearby consultation desk to inquire about the accuracy of the data. The official response from the Hunters Guild was straightforward. The data was correct. The data's fine, but that doesn't mean the methods were. Someone continued to mock. This Night Ash, isn't he the newcomer who broke the record in Jiang City? Seems like he's pretty capable. You know, he's the rookie of the year, but do you think a newbie could score over 200,000 points on an elite E-class task? Look, Wu Liang is here. He's the real rookie king of the last session. Who knows what this Night Ash is really about? Fang Ming quietly watched the commotion without saying a word. Actually, he was in quite a good mood, mainly because he had just submitted his task and the rewards were incredibly generous. He was almost embarrassed by the bounty, a whole 20 million, and because he topped the leaderboard, an additional 10 million was awarded for ranking. Scanning his account balance and confirming the rewards were deposited, Fang Ming couldn't help but ponder. Logically, an E-class task had a base reward of 10 points with monetary rewards ranging from 10,000 to 100,000 dragon currency. These 20 million equated to him completing 200 times the maximum reward for an E-class elite task. Could there be that many? Although he submitted many white demon ant cores, it should not have sufficed to complete so many tasks. Perhaps the queen ant cores and the red ant cores carried extra rewards. Additionally, he saw the official leaderboard posting the 200,000 plus contribution points, which also baffled him. After all, the actual hunter points given to him were only 2,000. This was 100-fold less than the reported contribution points. Fang Ming speculated, wondering if the official contribution included the actual contributions from killing the queen ant and destroying the ant nest, whereas the hunter points only accounted for the submitted cores. Fang Ming grinned. Regardless of the details, this mission was a huge win. Just this one elite task had skyrocketed his hunter points to 2,820. As a solid D-rank hunter, the next step for him would be to challenge the 10,000 point mark of the C-rank hunters. At this moment, a young man with purple hair standing at the bottom of the leaderboard started complaining loudly. Which jerk is Yi Jin? Come out and face your death. Fang Ming shook his head at this. Such people were either lunatics or fools. It was better to stay away from them. After collecting his mission reward, Fang Ming glanced at the terminal's mission list but chose not to continue with another task. The national examination was imminent and he needed to prepare ahead of time. With that thought, he turned and walked away from the terminal towards the exit of the hall. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of him, blocking his path. "Are you the damn Eugene?" The speaker was the same purple-haired young man who had been shouting earlier. Wu Liang had really come looking for him. "Haha, I just knew it." With young Master Wu's temper, how could he swallow his pride? "So this is Eugene, he looks really young." As Eugene appeared, those who had been looking for him turned their attention his way, especially since Eugene, who held the title of the current rookie king among hunters, drew the interest of many onlookers. Even some higher-ranked hunters paused to watch. "Who are you?" Fong Ming coldly stared across at him, genuinely annoyed by the feeling of being forced into the center of a crowd. "My name is Wu Liang, and I don't change who I am," the purple-haired young man thumbed at his chest. "I despise you sneaky, deceitful types the most. Kid, did you manipulate the rankings? Kneel and apologize to me now and I might consider forgiving you. You brainless thing, who are you calling dad?" Fong Ming kicked out in response. "You're attacking me by surprise." Wu Liang grew even angrier, blocking Fong Ming's kick. "So do you want to fight for real, huh? Has no one told you that I am the combat expert king from you beast middle school?" Fong Ming raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I wasn't aware of that." "Well, you'll see today," Wu Liang said, throwing a direct punch. Fong Ming caught it, and after his recent breakthrough to the second tier, his physical capabilities had significantly improved. Fighting Wu Liang now felt effortlessly familiar. A few punches and kicks later, Wu Liang was only on the receiving end. The onlooking crowd was stunned. "Am I seeing this right? A newbie who can fight on par with young Master Wu?" "What do you mean on par? Wu Liang is getting beaten up, okay? This Eugene is really something worthy of the record-breaking rookie king." Seeing that the discussion around him was turning unfavorable, Wu Liang quickly blocked a punch and jumped back. "Wait a minute, where did you come from?" Clearly dazed from the beating, Wu Liang still couldn't believe he was being thrashed by someone even younger than him. Fong Ming looked at him as one would look at an idiot. "Didn't you come looking for this yourself?" Wu Liang's face turned a deep red in an instant. "That score of yours was clearly rigged. I'm just upholding justice." Fong Ming casually dusted off his clothes as if the recent skirmish was nothing more than a light warm-up. "Just because you can't do it, does that mean others can't either?" For the first time, Wu Liang tasted the helplessness of being completely outclassed by someone else. "Can you move aside now? You're blocking my way." Fong Ming straightened the wrinkles in his clothes and casually slipped his hands into his pockets. "Hey, that fight just now was a private affair, nothing official. I admit you're good with your fists, but don't think you've beaten me yet," Wu Liang shouted at Fong Ming, clearly unwilling to let the matter drop. "Think whatever you want, it doesn't concern me." Fong Ming shrugged his shoulders, uninterested in further discussion. "How about a real challenge, a true test of skill? A battle between beastmasters should be decided by our beasts." Wu Liang was not ready to let him go just yet. "Have I ever told you, wasting someone's time is like murdering their life? I never show mercy to those who try to kill me." Fong Ming's voice dropped colder, his gaze piercingly sharp as he turned to look at Wu Liang, who flinched and stammered, "It's just a contest, no time for that." Fong Ming turned to leave. "Hey Eugene, considering your age, you surely won't miss the national exam, right?" Wu Liang called after him, trying one last time. As expected at these words, Fong Ming paused in his steps. "What are you getting at?" There was a fleeting glint of murderous intent in Fong Ming's eyes. The national exam was set to begin in a couple of days. He was determined to win and he would not be polite to anyone trying to hinder him. Wu Liang, unaware of the change in Fong Ming's expression behind him, continued confidently, "Since you won't compete with me now, let's see who is better in the national exam. With your abilities, I'm sure we'll meet there." Fong Ming was silent for a moment before responding tersely with 3 words: "You're insane." Wu Liang shouted, "Eugene, only if you beat me in the national exam will I truly acknowledge that your score surpasses mine." Fong Ming didn't even turn his head, simply stating, "Challenging me comes with a price, you know." Wu Liang blinked, puzzled. "Huh, you look like you've got money. 10 million. Fong Ming glanced back at Wu Liang. 10 million what? Wu Liang scratched his head. "As you said, if you win I give you 10 million, if you lose you give me 10 million. Fong Ming noted that this guy wasn't the brightest, probably easy to fool. "Deal," Wu Liang shouted, his eyes blazing with excitement. This was indeed a fiery gamble. Indeed, registration for the national exam required not only online completion but also in-person verification. On the second last day before the exam, early in the morning, Fong Ming set off to complete his identity verification at the offline location. Coincidentally, the offline registration site was set up at Yusho No. 1 Middle School. By the time Fong Ming arrived at Yusho number 1 middle school, the place was already swarming with people.
"Don't push, please line up," in an orderly manner echoed around as the security guards at the entrance tried to maintain order. On normal days, the security at Yusho
number 1 is extremely tight and outsiders hardly have a chance to enter. It was only because it served as a registration point this time that the restrictions were relaxed to allow so many people in. A citizen ID card and the online registration admission slip were both essential.
In addition, security guards also mandated every entrant to register their name and phone number, ostensibly to further tighten security and ensure everyone could be traced. Why doesn't he need to line up or register his name and phone number to enter?
Suddenly, a commotion stirred among the crowd as someone pointed at a student who seemed unconcerned walking past the queue. The security guard, growing impatient, responded, "He is a student of our Yusho middle school." "Are you? Then you can't expect special treatment. Right now everyone must go through the same offline registration." This statement only angered the bystanders more. "This is Yusho number 1 middle school. How we arrange it is our business. You just need to follow the arrangements," the security guard stated firmly. "It's a unified national exam registration and yet you're pulling this nonsense. Truly disgusting." "Yet Yusho number 1 middle school thinks they're so great. Let's see them compete in the real deal during the exams," someone retorted. The crowd buzzed with discussion. The students who had already entered turned their heads, looking back with a sneer at those gathered at the gate.
"A bunch of trash, thinking you can compare with us. Don't think just because you
signed up for the national exam you're on our level," one of them scoffed. "Let me tell you, your so-called big exam is just a preliminary selection round at best, and you lot are probably just trash that won't even make it through this prelim." "Who are you calling trash? Why should students from Yusho number 1 middle school directly advance to the main event?" "That's right, it's not fair. We demand to go straight to the main event too." The young registrants, all under 18, were naturally hot-blooded and furious. However, their anger quickly dissipated in the face of the imposing Yusho number 1 middle school. As several teachers came out to suppress the disturbance, their commanding presence silenced any further objections. Everyone obediently lined up and registered their identity information quietly. Fong Ming stood in the queue, silently observing everything that unfolded, never uttering a word throughout. The rules mentioned by the Yusho number 1 student had always been in place.
Ordinary individuals and self-awakened beast tamers from society, though eligible to register for the national exam, indeed had to go through a round of preliminary selections.
The primary reason is that the crowd is too chaotic and mostly consists of low-level beastmasters. These individuals, compared to the elites from beastmaster high schools, are indeed at a disadvantage, as most do not qualify to be recruited by top schools. Allowing all these independents to participate directly in the main exam would likely multiply the numbers and workload exponentially. Hence, the preliminary rounds are a good method. True warriors do not complain about their circumstances. Instead, they use their strength to overcome all injustices. The line was long, and after almost an hour, it was finally Fong Ming's turn. "Hand over your ID card and the exam admission ticket and fill out the form next to you." The security guard reached out to check his identity. Upon receiving Fong Ming's ID card, the guard paused. "Aren't you a student from First Beastmaster High? What are you doing in this line?"
Fong Ming, who was once revered as a prodigy at First Beastmaster High for 3 years, was somewhat memorable.
Fong Ming shook his head. "Not anymore." The guard paused, took a closer look at the printed information on the admission ticket, and finally noticed civilian printed under the category of examination identity.
"All right, no problem, go ahead."
The guard, after giving him a deep look, did not ask further and handed back the ID card and admission ticket. Just as Fong Ming was about to take them, a hand suddenly reached out and snatched the admission ticket away. "Yo, I was wondering why this face looked so familiar from afar, thinking who it could be. Turns out it's our great scholar Fong from school." A mocking voice came from the side. Fong Ming looked over expressionlessly. It was Mo Yushin, a short-haired young man in a white t-shirt, casually swinging his admission ticket. Mo Yushin was also a former classmate of his, with decent theoretical grades and a B-level talent awakened later which promised a decent future.
Fong Ming remembered that they had little to do with each other. He didn't know why Mo Yushin would go out of his way to provoke him today.
"Excuse me, great scholar Fong, you still remember me?" Mo Yushin's mouth curled into a smile. "I remember back then you were so full of yourself, we insignificant ones were simply invisible to you. The people behind were still waiting. I don't want to waste time here with you, just give it back." Fong Ming, uninterested in engaging further, simply issued an ultimatum.
Right, that condescending tone. I'm so scared. Mo Yushin mocked, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. Fong Mingyu.
Don't still think you were some great scholar, do you? I'll say it one last time, give it back. Fong Ming sighed and repeated himself, if you're capable, come and take it yourself. You don't think that just because you once held some combat king title you can still act almighty, do you? Fong Ming ordinary fists and kicks. Mo Yushin continued to babble, but the next second a fist fast as lightning was already in front of his face. He was startled, his words halting mid-sentence, almost biting his own tongue. Fong Ming paused his fist right in front of the man's face and spoke lightly, what do you see before you? Mo Yushin, stunned by the force of the thunderous punch, seemed to have been scared stiff. Next time, have a bit of discernment and bring some brains. Do you think ordinary people come to take the grand examination? A slight smirk appeared on Fong Ming's lips as he shifted his fist aside, smoothly retrieving his examination permit from the man's hand and patting him on the shoulder as a gesture. Mo Yushin, with a dumbfounded expression, still seemed to be recovering from the punch that had almost hit him. Shaking his head, Fong Ming walked past him and entered the main gate of the Beast Mastery School. A month had passed and he was finally back here. As the saying goes, where you fall there you must pick yourself up. Taking a deep breath, Fong Ming strode forward confidently. The Beast Mastery School had prepared well for this offline registration with protective barriers and signs along the way to ensure that the candidates did not take the wrong path. Recognizing the indicated direction, Fong Ming knew it led to the gymnasium. As he progressed, he was increasingly recognized by others. Look, isn't that Fong Ming? Haven't seen him around for a while. Did you hear the rumor? They said he failed the awakening and dropped out of school, right? How come he's back? Have the national preliminary exams become so relaxed that even the untalented can register? That's actually a good thing. They serve as stepping stones, someone commented, perhaps. Unaware of how fame can sometimes work against you, Fong Ming just smiled wryly, paying no heed to the rumors. To him, such words were like a breeze passing by, not to be taken to heart. The gym wasn't far, and with a sense of nostalgia he walked around before naturally arriving at the venue. It was only once inside that Fong Ming realized many of the staff members were current teachers at the Beast Mastery School. Perhaps due to the upcoming grand examination, there was a shortage of staff, and these teachers had been temporarily called in to assist. Musing to himself, Fong Ming joined the slowly moving line. He took out his phone and started browsing the rules for this year's national preliminary exams. The rules hadn't changed much from previous years, but this year's preliminaries had notably omitted the written exam, opting instead for a PK, player kill, battle scoring system. Simple, brutal but effective. All candidates would connect to the Grand Examination Network via virtual battle devices and compete in one-on-one PK battles. Over 2 hours, they would continuously cycle through matches, earning 1 point for a win, none for a draw, and losing 1 for a defeat. The total scores would be tallied, and the top 10,000 across the nation would advance to the main competition. The pace was incredibly fast this year, with a clear preference for the development of Beast Tamer's combat abilities. As a former academic prodigy, Fong Ming was well versed in the rules of the national examinations over the years, and he immediately recognized the official recruitment trends of this year. Considering the overall situation in the Dragon Nation, Fong Ming's expression couldn't help but turn serious. Currently, there are 13 main cities in the Dragon Nation, with the rest being wild forbidden zones occupied by magical beasts. With the continuous development of these beasts, the 2 southernmost main cities had been plagued by them over the years. It was uncertain when they might be reduced to only 11 main cities. Thinking of this, a flash of determination crossed Fong Ming's eyes. Choosing this path was not just about proving himself out of spite, but it held greater significance. Next, called the voice of the registration officer, snapping Fong Ming back to reality. He stepped forward, handing over his ID card and examination permit together. Fong Ming? The registration officer looked up at him, slightly startled, obviously recognizing him. Hello, teacher, Fong Ming greeted, remembering the teacher who taught theoretical courses on magical beast species and property classification, known for his expertise and affability. The registration officer opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately just sighed and remained silent. Fong Ming didn't say much either. Although the teacher was highly knowledgeable theoretically, he was only a second-tier beast tamer himself, and Fong Ming didn't want to cause any trouble. After recording his photo and other relevant information, the two exchanged a knowing look and nodded to each other. Fong Ming took his registration slip and continued forward with more forms to fill out and signatures to collect. but the next person he looked up to see was a face that instantly made his skin crawl. Isn't that Fong Ming? What brings him back to school? The speaker was the former guidance director, now casually supervising the form-filling process, his legs crossed, not seeming surprised to see Fong Ming. I'm here naturally to register for the national examination, Fong Ming responded coolly, staring directly at him. Good, even trash can be useful, huh? Serving as a stepping stone for others is also a contribution, the guidance director said with a smirk, casually tossing a form towards him. Here, fill this out. Fong Ming didn't catch the form, maintaining his gaze on the guidance director. Indeed, only trash people would speak such trash words. How dare you? The guidance director slammed his hand on the table, his eyes bulging as he stared at Fong Ming, disrespectful, uneducated. You hardly count as a respected elder, and manners are only reserved for those who are mannered themselves, Fong Ming replied, looking calmly at the angry, balding man before him. All right, very well. Young man, how dare you offend me like this? Don't even think about registering now, get out. The guidance director stood up abruptly, pointing at Fong Ming menacingly. Whether I can register or not is not for you to decide. Fong Ming shook his head, his gaze steady. Right now you are just responsible for supervising the registration form filling, that's it, you. The guidance director paused, clearly not expecting Fong Ming to understand the examination committee's operations so thoroughly. What do you think would happen if I report your malicious obstruction during the registration to the examination committee? Fong Ming gave a slight smile, shaking his phone slightly in his hand. At such a young age, sneaky and deceitful. I have no interest in wasting words with trash like you. The head of discipline's face turned red with anger, and he spat out a few words before huffing and puffing as he sat back down. Director, I once thought you were formidable, but it turns out you're nothing special after all. Fong Ming, however, pushed his luck further, leaning in close and whispering, Kid, do you really think I have no way to deal with you? The head of discipline suddenly looked up, staring intently at Fong Ming, a clear intent to kill flashing in his eyes. I know, Director, you're a prestigious third-tier beast master. It would be effortless for you to crush someone insignificant like me. Fong Ming smiled and asked, so what do you plan to do, Director? Guess whether you'll see tomorrow's sun or not. A cruel smile curled at the corners of the head of discipline's mouth. That's quite a threat. Fong Ming nodded seriously. I'm waiting for you, Director. Shall we set a place to save you the trouble of finding me? Seeing Fong Ming's demeanor, an inexplicable panic surged within the head of discipline. Damn it, this kid is just a talentless waste. Why the hell should I be afraid? He suppressed the inexplicable chill, gripping the ballpoint pen in his hand tightly. Kid, are you really not afraid of dying? I am terribly afraid. What I fear the most is you not coming to kill me, Fong. Ming grinned. I suppose, Director, you're also a man who must avenge his grudges. Across the desk where forms were being filled out, Fong Ming and the head of discipline locked eyes. Eventually, the head of discipline threw down the form on the table and chuckled dryly. Kid, weren't you here to fill out forms? Go ahead then. TSK. So this is what true trash looks like. Fong Ming laughed, picking up the form casually. You just sit tight, it won't be long now. What won't be long? The head of discipline asked, his voice harsh but tinged with fear. Fong Ming glanced at him, a smirk forming on his lips, then said no more. Only the head of discipline was left, staring at his back, his eyes hesitating over something, ultimately solidifying into a killing intent that could no longer dissipate. After Fong Ming filled out the form, there was one last step left, which was to verify the Beast Master's identity. In the gymnasium, there was special equipment to detect the fluctuations of a Beast Master's spiritual power with a very small margin of error, only about 1 to 2%. Such machines were rare. There were only 3 in the entire city of Jiangcheng. This was also why the examination committee specifically set the registration point at the Beast Master Middle School Gymnasium. Heading towards the testing room located at the back of the gymnasium, Fong Ming walked over, and as expected, there was another long line ahead. As the basketball players finished their game, a group of young men walked over. Leading the pack was a tall, skinny guy with a buzz cut. Wango, that shot you made was a clean swish, dead accurate, one exclaimed. No need to tell me, I know how good I am, Wang replied arrogantly. Another chimed in. Wango, didn't your family secure a nomination for you for the big exam? How did that go? Wang scowled. Why bring up the sore subject? You think nominations are easy? I might be A-grade talented, but the requirements are S-grade. They laughed and mocked the ordinary folks lined up quietly, their disdain undisguised. Fong Ming, who had initially only glanced at them, found his gaze inexplicably locked on the buzzcut leader. The very person who had stolen his talent Wang Tang from the Wang family. Interestingly, Fong Ming had encountered everyone he had hoped to see that day. Perhaps sensing the intense murderous intent in Fong Ming's eyes, Wang Peng suddenly turned around. Their eyes met for the first time. "Who are you?"
Wang Tang asked, his face suddenly serious, no longer laughing. Fong Ming remained silent,
observing him. "Wanggu, I remember this guy, isn't he the one they called Scholar Fawn at school?" One of the boys scoffed. "Scholar Fawn? He's just a dropout who failed his awakening, a total loser." Ignoring them, Wang Tang's voice was still icy. "Are you Fong Ming?" Fong Ming smiled calmly. "You recognize me?" "Hard not to," Wang Tang replied, both men smiling as if they were old friends. "Heard you failed your awakening. What brings you back to the big exam?"
"Got lucky and awakened successfully later, thought
I'd give it another shot," Fong Ming replied, his eyes boring into Wang Tang as if memorizing every feature. "Luck isn't bad," Wang Tang acknowledged, his patience waning. "But luck won't help you twice. You shouldn't have appeared before me again." Fong Ming's smile slowly faded, revealing that it was never truly a smile but a barely contained expression. "You've never killed anyone, have you?" The saying goes, startling statements are often followed by death. At this, Wang Tang's expression froze.
The other boys noticed and rushed over.
"What do you mean, threatening our Wanggu?" one yelled. "Fong Ming, do you even know who Wanggu is? Laughable, a trash nerd like you daring to boast." Fong Ming looked at them expressionlessly. "Quite the pack of lapdogs." "Shut up, Fong Ming, you're looking for trouble. A trash scholar thinks he can catch up to us with some trash talent." Fong Ming faced them, his expression unreadable as tensions escalated.
Fong Ming shrugged his shoulders and glanced at the line ahead. The queue was moving
quickly. It was almost his turn. "Excuse me, everyone, I hope to see you again in the field," he said, before turning and heading straight for the testing chamber. "What does he mean by that?" a boy began to question, but Wang Peng suddenly interrupted him, his voice deep and serious. "There's something off about Fong Ming's gaze. It's as if he really has killed someone."
Inside the testing room was a massive psychic energy detector shaped like a huge funnel, following the testing instructors' directions. Fong Ming stood in the designated spot and raised his hands, circulating the spiritual energy within his body.
Meanwhile, on the testing instructor's display screen, numbers were continuously jumping. "This young fellow is quite something. His spiritual energy circulation is very stable and his foundation is solid," one instructor noted. "His spirit power density is also quite impressive, steadily increasing." "What? He's already breaking through to the second tier? This kid is quite surprising." The numbers kept rising.
"Wow, this concentration, he's almost at the mid-second tier already," the instructors
looked at each other in astonishment. Earlier, there had been a few Beastmasters who reached the mid-second tier, but their spirit energy circulation was somewhat unstable, clearly having been aided by external forces. However, Fong Ming's data was perfect, arguably the best Beastmaster tested so far. This young man might just be the dark horse of this major exam.
Such a solid foundation, and not even from a school training. It's possible he trained himself. Excellent, let's note down his name.
We'll see his combat abilities in the preliminaries, and if possible, Professor G was looking to recruit a student. I might consider recommending him. It seems some teachers were already considering cherishing this talent. After all, finding someone with such a nearly perfect foundation and a steadfast heart in cultivation, even among all Beastmaster schools, was rare. This only indicated that the student's dedication to cultivation was very solid, never looking for shortcuts. This was exactly what they valued most, and it would determine how far a Beastmaster could go in the future. "You're done, student." Hearing this, Fong Ming, who had just stepped out of the testing room, suddenly felt several pairs of eyes intently focused on him. He paused, slightly puzzled. "Teachers, may I ask if there's a problem?" The testing instructors quickly coughed lightly and averted their gazes. An older, middle-aged male instructor looked at Fong Ming and said seriously, "Student, your spirit power data is sufficient. We have already submitted the results online to the Grand Exam Data Center. You can go back and prepare well for the exam." "All right." Fong Ming nodded and left the testing room. Outside, Wang Tang and the others had already left, and there was no one in sight. Fong Ming looked calmly towards the distant school buildings, a faint hint of ruthlessness flashing in his peaceful eyes. "The National Grand Exam is finally here. I will show you who is the real trash." The last day before the Grand Exam was the open day at the offline exam venue.
Candidates had the opportunity to arrive early on this day to familiarize
themselves with the equipment and ensure there were no operational faults. Meanwhile, the national exam was one of the most significant events of the year in the Dragon Nation, and traffic control near the examination site had been officially implemented a day earlier. Amidst this atmosphere of national tension and preparation, the day of the national exam finally arrived.
To maintain a sense of relaxation before the exam, Fong Ming did not alter his usual routine. He got up early to practice, went for a jog, and after breakfast headed to the examination site calmly. Upon entering, he verified his ID card and admission ticket and checked the virtual combat equipment. After completing all these tasks, he logged into the system early to synchronize his Beast Master's backpack and pets and entered the preparatory room for the National Beast Master competition. As the unified national time struck 9 in the morning, a bell rang signifying the official start of the preliminary round. A countdown of 2 hours appeared on the top right corner of the screen's in front of numerous candidates. At the same time, a panel indicating that it was matching opponents appeared. This was the system automatically searching for an opponent. For Fong Ming, the matching panel loaded for just 2 seconds before connecting him with his first opponent, opponent ID, Liu Bei, a good name Fong Ming silently praised, as at the same moment a bright light appeared and the virtual character model was loaded into the arena. To ensure fairness in the competition, all arenas were set to practice mode, preventing any bias towards the magical beast attributes. In the preliminary round, both the beast pets and character panels were identical to reality, and there were no restrictions on the items in the backpacks. After all, in the world of beast mastery, reality revered strength, victory defined justice. In today's Dragon Nation, which increasingly emphasized martial development, this rule was unbreakable. Come out, Momo. As soon as he landed, Fong Ming summoned his fluffy spider and without hesitation he used a fusion material. After all, it was a simulated backpack. Why not use it? The fluffy spider's form instantly swelled, and in a mere moment it evolved into a grade C Ice-Star magic spider. It is worth mentioning that as the fluffy spider advanced to the second tier, the effect of 100-fold fusion also boosted its combat power directly to the fourth tier. Exaggeratingly speaking, this presence in the preliminary round was almost invincible. The exaggerated figure of the magic spider and its formidable combat pressure almost instantly frightened the opposing beast master, causing him to shudder. What in the world is this? Fong Ming glanced at his opponent, whose aura was still around the first tier and who also lacked practical experience. In this encounter he failed to release a beast pet for defense immediately. Therefore, the Ice-Star magic spider took just 1 second to end the battle with a swipe of its claw. Congratulations on your victory, you have gained +1 point current total points. 1. Matching in progress for your next opponent. The system panel popped up for only 2 seconds before pairing with the next opponent. The evolutionary effect of the Ice-Star spider was still in place, sweeping down opponents with a single claw. It was highly unlikely that anyone could block this attack. Thus Fong Ming didn't exert much effort and swiftly accumulated another point. As the battles progressed smoothly, any slight tension he initially felt had completely vanished. Meanwhile, at the Jiangcheng District's examination center, several proctors were watching the central large screen. The large screen was divided into dozens of smaller screens, all capturing live battle scenes. Since the preliminary match had just begun, the teachers were merely watching out of curiosity without paying special attention to any particular contestant. However, as the matches progressed, several contestants began to stand out and catch the proctor's eyes. There was one contestant whose strength seemed decent, with at least a C-level talent, having already achieved 5 consecutive wins. Look at this contestant. His pet beast is a desert dragon lizard from the subdragon species, which is extremely rare among individual contestants. Another one was also good, with 7 consecutive wins, but his magical beast was a bit odd, seeming to be a spider. Spider-type magical beasts aren't great, their growth limit is generally only up to the 3rd level. The one you mentioned who has won 7 times must have been lucky facing weak opponents. True, but it's still too early. Only after an hour will the data actually be meaningful. Unbeknownst to Fong Ming, his performance like a shooting star had rapidly flashed through the minds of several proctors. He just kept on matching and telling himself to be faster. The preliminary round was limited to 2 hours. The less time each PK match took, the higher the frequency of matches he could have, and naturally, the more points he could accumulate. Besides the countdown timer at the top right corner of the panel, a number had appeared on the left side after the match began. It started with over 10,000 and had been rapidly decreasing, now shrinking to just over 100. Fong Ming guessed that this number might be the real-time ranking of the entire Jiangcheng preliminary round. Just over 100, that's not enough, Fong Ming muttered as he stared at the matching panel. With a beep, he was matched with another opponent.
behind the opponent's ID there was a flaming number 7.
Fong Ming had encountered this situation several times, which probably indicated the opponent's consecutive wins.
It seemed he was up against a formidable opponent. Fong Ming couldn't see the situation behind his own name, but he remembered that he should have already been matched for 13 matches. Could it be that there was a flaming number 13 behind his name? Meanwhile, the proctors at the examination center had shifted their focus to the small window of their battle. Quick look.
7 consecutive wins versus 13 consecutive wins. This will be interesting to watch. It was that spider
kid who had just been mentioned, the one with 13 consecutive wins. Quite unexpected indeed. I think this match is going to be a challenge. The highest Spider Kid had faced before was someone with just 3 wins in a row, and this time his opponent is no pushover. A teacher with thick glasses looking at the screen where Fong Ming was displayed stated with certainty. But no sooner had he spoken, he was metaphorically slapped in the face, because Fong Ming had resolved the fight in less than 10 seconds, swiftly taking his consecutive wins to 14. This kid's something's eerie about him. The thick glasses teacher scratched his head, somewhat baffled. I knew he was good from the start and you didn't believe me. Another teacher burst into laughter, feeling a sense of superiority for having such foresight. I just don't believe he can keep winning. He's now at 14 consecutive wins. The higher he goes, the tougher it gets, facing only the experts.
If he's unlucky enough to face someone whose attributes counter his streak will end.
The thick glasses teacher pursed his lips, clearly a bit skeptical. Well, let's just wait and see. The other teacher, full of confidence in Fong Ming, wagered he could reach 20 consecutive wins. Dream on. The highest record in Jiangqing these past years is just 22 wins, and you think this kid, just a spider, can turn the world upside down? I'm still betting on the desert dragon lizard. If it comes across that spider, it'll probably end it in one bite. Just watch, they're both in the Jiangchang region, they're bound to encounter each other. As time passed, Fong Ming's record quickly reached 20 consecutive wins. Most of his opponents posed no significant threat to his fluffy spider, and almost all battles were concluded within a minute. The pressure of a 4th-tier magical beast was clear for all to see. Fong Ming had just finished a duel, and although it wasn't a real fight, he was visibly tired. The continuous battles were the greatest strain for a beast tamer, partly due to the spiritual energy needed for the pets' continuous output and partly due to mental fatigue, yet the system's matching would not pause for that. But this time, the matching took noticeably longer. After all, with such a record as Fong Ming's, finding an equal opponent was somewhat difficult, unless his winning streak ended, which would reset the matching data to start afresh. However, the wait wasn't long.
About a minute later, the match box at the center of the screen displayed the next opponent's information. Opponent ID, Zhang Zhengxi, 17 consecutive wins?
This was the highest winning streak Fong Ming had encountered so far. With a flash of light, the character model loaded. Fong Ming, as per his usual habit, summoned his fluffy spider immediately. Unexpectedly, he had matched with someone who had won 20 matches. The opponent Jiang Zhengxi appeared and laughed. A burly young man with a fiery red lizard perched on his shoulder, which looked quite cute. Jiang Zhengxi took a step forward, his eyes gleaming as he stared intently at Fong Ming. But too bad you met me, so your winning streak will have to end again. Fong Ming looked impassively at the figure opposite him, uttering only a few terse words. Such pointless babble. You arrogant fool, I will show you who the real powerhouse is. Seeing that Fong Ming completely disregarded him, Jiang Zhengxi felt an unprecedented humiliation and flew into a rage. Dragon Lizard battle mode, take them down.
The red lizard leaped from Jiang Zhengxi's shoulder and, swelling in the wind, transformed in a mere instant from a palm-sized creature into a massive beast nearly 10 meters in diameter. System used the Thunder Crystal, Grade B, on Pet Mau Mau for fusion. Fong Ming commanded, opting to use a Grade B fusion material to shorten the battle duration. This was a material previously saved in his Shadow Assassin pack, not a pain to use in simulation. Ding! Fusion successful. Special effect: Fusion Beast 100-fold effect activated. Fluffy spider evolves into Grade B Thunder Magic Spider, now grown to 4th-tier maturity, effective for 10 minutes. The body of the fluffy spider rapidly expanded, and the air seemed to crackle with invisible electricity that etched thick thunder patterns onto its shell. Even its 8 long legs occasionally flickered with electric light. Fong Ming accessed Mau Mau's system panel and indeed saw a new electric attribute. Mau Mau species, Thunder Magic Spider, rarity, Grade B tier, 4th attributes, poison plus fire plus ice plus thunder, strength, 51,000, agility, 53,500 magic, 59,550 defense,
47,550 skills, web spitting, grade E, venomous sting. Grade E, frost nova, grade D, arctic beam, grade C, scorching breath, grade D, flash thunder, grade B, lightning volt, grade C. Seeing the emergence of the thunder magic spider, the previously menacing desert giant lizard actually took a step back in trepidation. Dragon lizard, what are you afraid of? Attack him. Jiang Jingshi immediately panicked, shouting loudly. With its master's cry, the desert dragon lizard's bloodlust was fully ignited, and it charged fearlessly towards the thunder magic spider. The thunder magic spider swung its long legs, and countless bolts of lightning like a spider's web struck down towards the desert dragon lizard. The desert dragon lizard flicked its long tail, vibrating the ground, and suddenly stirred up a cloud of dust, forming a thick sand shield in front of itself. Kid, it seems your knowledge of magical beast attributes isn't up to scratch, not even knowing the basic attribute counters. Your thunder beast attacking my earth beast is purely self-torture. Jiang Jingshi, seeing this, relaxed and laughed heartily, taunting Fong Ming. Fong Ming's expression remained unchanged, and he simply gave a calm command to the thunder magic spider. Mao Mao, use frost nova. At Fong Ming's command, the thunder magic spider paused momentarily. Following that, the creature thrust its 8 long legs into the ground simultaneously, and in the next instant a burst of familiar demonic energy erupted from its body. A white ring of ice, shimmering like brilliant stars, swept directly toward the opposing desert dragon lizard. Jiang Jingshi was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting that the thundering demon spider had such a trick up its sleeve. Dragon lizard, move quickly, he shouted, but his command came too late. The desert dragon lizard too did not anticipate that its opponent, primarily of the lightning type, could suddenly unleash an ice type skill. In an instant it was frozen in place by the thundering demon spider's frost nova. Now it's our turn, Fong Ming thought, a smile finally breaking across his face. With his intent, the thundering demon spider burst forth like a flash of lightning, leaving only a faint afterimage in the air. Jiang Jingshi watched helplessly as everything unfolded without any means of counteraction. In this moment he could only watch as his desert dragon lizard became a sitting duck, overtaken by the thundering demon spider. No, this moment seemed to signal the end of his 17-match winning streak. Fong Ming showed no signs of holding back. As a 4th-tier magical beast, the thundering demon spider's fundamental attributes already surpassed those of the desert dragon lizard. Even though the desert dragon lizard, being a sub-dragon type magical beast, was known for its toughness, it couldn't dodge or move as a mere target now. Under the thundering demon spider's relentless attacks, its defenses were swiftly broken, turning it into a mere object of torment. Jiang Jingshi sighed deeply and recalled his desert dragon lizard. Come back, dragon lizard, shall we continue? Fong Ming asked. As a 3rd-tier beast tamer, Jiang Jingshi indeed had other pets. No need, the dragon lizard was my strongest beast. Since you've defeated it, I won't waste any more time. I might as well find another match, Jiang said reluctantly. Fong Ming chuckled. This guy sure knows how to see the clear picture. Exiting the battle to return to the preparation space, the number in the top left corner had reached the 90s. Fong Ming frowned. He had been winning continuously and was only ranked in the 90s. It seemed the competition in Jiang City this year was fierce. As Fong Ming's winning streak moved forward to 21 consecutive victories, the monitoring room's several supervisors looked at each other speechless. They had been anticipating the showdown between Fong Ming and Jiang Jingshi, as it was nearly the pinnacle of competition in the Jiang City region at the moment, yet it turned out to be so one-sided. See, I told you this spider kid's strength is not as simple as it looks on the surface. He really made it to 21 consecutive victories. Could it be that Jiang City's record of 22 consecutive wins is about to be broken by him? I truly underestimated him. I didn't expect the desert dragon lizard to not last even 5 minutes in his hands. With this kid's form, he's almost certain to break through the Jiang City limits and enter the national selection. The so-called national selection refers to a process where the top 10 individuals within a main urban area enter into an elite pool where only those within this pool encounter each other. Once someone enters this pool, it signifies that they've garnered the attention of many prestigious families and even top figures. It's well known that members of these hidden families aren't ordinary beast-taming school students. They start competing from the preliminary rounds. If this young man can encounter those exceptional prodigies in the national selection, that would truly be interesting. These prodigies are at least at the 3rd tier, and some might even be at the 4th. Moreover, as members of prestigious families, their starting beasts are all at least B grade. Even if this young man's spider is exceptional, it would likely struggle to compete against the beasts of those from hidden families. Who knows, though, didn't we underestimate his potential to reach this stage initially? Perhaps there really could be a miracle with this young man. Fong Ming, of course, is unaware of these hidden rules. His thoughts are simple: continue to push forward with his beast Mao Mao. After defeating Jiang Zhengxi, the subsequent two battles were relatively easy. His consecutive victories reached 23, and then the system's matching time noticeably increased. Fong Ming took this opportunity to rest briefly, allowing his constantly tense mental state and maintained spiritual power to recover slightly. After about 2 minutes, the matching frame flickered slightly, indicating that an opponent had been successfully matched. Fong Ming, with anticipation, watched the matching frame and murmured to himself. As the opponent ID appeared, Fong Ming was slightly stunned. It wasn't that the opponent's name was particularly unusual, but rather the number that blazed after the name, 24. This number was actually one victory more than his. It seemed he had finally matched with a formidable opponent. Fong Ming clenched his fist, a fiery combat desire flickering in his eyes. As the character profiles loaded, the appearance of his opponent was fully revealed. Standing opposite him was a girl with a long ponytail, dressed in a fiery red short skirt radiating an energetic flame-like presence. Fong Ming glanced at the opponent's ID name, Nalan Huowu. The surname Nalan was quite rare. In his memory, it seemed to be associated with a beast-taming family. Whether it was a coincidence of names or if the opponent indeed came from a beast-taming family, the over 20 consecutive victories led Fong Ming to a slight guess. Mao Mao, prepare for battle. Each match refreshes the combat state of the backpack and beasts. This meant that Fong Ming had countless opportunities to fuse with no need to conserve resources. As Fong Ming summoned the furry spider, he simultaneously used a B-grade material, the Thunder Crystal. The moment the furry spider landed, it dramatically expanded into a B-grade magical beast, the Thunder Spider. The woman across from him witnessed the scene without any sign of surprise. Her gaze towards Fong Ming was as indifferent as ever, as if she was looking down on an ant she could crush at any moment. With the appearance of the thundering spider, the woman's figure flickered rapidly, retreating a great distance in an instant. At the same time, two magical beasts emerged from her body, attacking the fluffy spider from both sides. Fong Ming was slightly startled. This was the first time he had encountered a beastmaster who could control two magical beasts at the same time during the preliminaries. This indicated that his opponent was extremely confident in her combat control and also suggested that she was at least a third-tier beastmaster. Only with a sufficient supply of spiritual power could one support the intense combat of two fighting-type magical beasts. This actually touches on a common-sense issue in combat. Although high-tier beastmasters can summon several magical beasts for combat, they often do not summon up to their limit because it places a great burden on the beastmaster. Confident beastmasters generally summon only half the number of beasts their limit allows, maintaining the flow of spiritual power in the most efficient state and keeping reserves for unforeseen circumstances. In contrast, average beastmasters typically choose to summon only one beast for combat. The moment the woman summoned the two beasts, Fong Ming had already identified their origins. One was a grass-type purple vine demon and the other a hybrid of grass and water-type wooden fish spirit. Both beasts were also B-tier and their aura had reached the third-tier level. Indeed, she was a formidable opponent. Fong Ming didn't relax at all, instructing the thundering spider to defend immediately. After all, it was a 2-against-1 situation. If the thundering spider faltered in its response, he would be vulnerable to the other beast's attack, which was extremely dangerous. The woman's slight raising of her eyebrows at Fong Ming's choice indicated surprise. Opponents who had consecutive victories often had great confidence in their own strength and rarely chose to defend actively. Fong Ming's choice showed that his combat experience was very mature. Unfortunately, it still meant he was likely to fail. Nalan Huowu's lips slightly curved up as she issued an attack command to the two beasts. The purple vine demon swung its numerous whips towards the thundering spider, enveloping it, while the wooden fish spirit released numerous bubbles surrounding the fluffy spider. These bubbles acted like vacuum cages, making it extremely difficult to escape once trapped. The thundering spider's response was straightforward, a simple, powerful countermeasure. As a fourth-tier magical beast, the thundering spider had a significant advantage over others of its tier due to the fusion of various materials, and Fong Ming certainly would not miss such an advantage. The thundering demon spider swiftly spread its 8 long legs resembling giant spears that covered the sky and shattered the traps and predicaments around it. The many vine whips of the purple vine demon were sliced into fragments by the sharp barbs on the spider's legs, while the woodfish spirit's bubbles burst like illusions under the assault. Easily popped. Impossible. Even if your spider has mutated, it shouldn't be able to break through skills of the same rank with just its physical advantages. Nalan Huowu could hardly believe her eyes, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment.
Fong Ming's lips curled into a slight smile as he softly
chuckled. Miss Huowu, you seem too easily shocked. In a beast tamer's battle, nothing is impossible. Humph, just breaking 2 skills has made you so proud. I need to teach you a lesson. Clearly infuriated by Fong Ming's words, Nalan Huowu immediately issued another command. Purple Vine Demon Woodfish Spirit, use the combo skill. Combo skill. Fong Ming was slightly startled upon hearing this.
A combo skill, compared to normal monster abilities, doesn't simply add up the power like 1 + 1 is equal to 2, but multiplies it exponentially.
No wonder Nalan Huowu had achieved 24 consecutive victories. She truly had some tricks up her sleeve. Mao Mao used the bursting thunder roar. Fong Ming didn't hesitate to have the thundering demon spider unleash its B-rank lightning skill. Opposite, the pollen from the purple vine demon and the bubbles from the woodfish spirit merged into an array of illusions, floating colorlessly and invisibly in the air.
This scene was enchanting and dreamlike, as if it could immerse one's soul
in a moment, but Fong Ming was well aware that each of these illusions was a lurking deadly threat. Fortunately, under the full force of the thundering demon spider's bursting thunder roar, like a divine descent of countless lightning and thunderbolts, it blasted all the illusions at once, shattering them simultaneously. Even Fong Ming couldn't help but be mesmerized by this splendid scene.
Meanwhile, with the thunderous strikes, numerous lightning arcs formed along the water bubbles in the air, briefly turning the entire field into a flickering light show.
Caught in the center, the purple vine demon and woodfish spirit hardly had time to react before they were numbed by the electricity and collapsed limply without resistance. Truly a B-rank skill, indeed impressive. Fong Ming mused quietly as he moved away from the electrified field. Although he had won, he knew it was because the opponent had water-based skills.
In a way, this enhanced the thundering demon spider's lightning skills due to elemental advantage, allowing him to easily break through the opponent's combo skill. If the opponent's creatures had been of another element without the vulnerability to lightning, it wouldn't have been so simple to break through. Little demon woodfish, Nalan Huowu across from him was clearly desperate, recklessly charging forward despite the dangers. Fong Ming sighed. Although this young girl was extremely talented with both her cultivation and her beasts full of potential, her lack of combat experience was glaring, risking herself alone.
In such situations, it was fortunate this was only a virtual combat environment. Otherwise, the multitude of electric arcs could have electrocuted her in an instant. Of course, Fong Ming never had the habit of pitying his opponents, especially in the fiercely competitive national exam. The thought flashed by, and Fong Ming had already let his thundering demon spider finish off his opponent. Congratulations on your victory. You are currently in a winning streak mode. Your points plus 23, current total 254 points, matching you with the next opponent. Please wait. Inside the preparation space, Fong Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Nalan Huowu's strength was actually formidable. Had her combat experience been a bit more mature, even if he could win, it wouldn't have been so easily. It seemed that in this round of preliminaries there were indeed some capable figures, and he couldn't afford to take it lightly. Fong Ming silently admonished himself in his heart. What Fong Ming didn't know was that in the Jiang City District's examination room, several proctors were so startled they almost jumped up. Did I see that right? This kid actually defeated the gem of the Nalan family, that final combo move from Nalan Huowu. I thought the Spider Boy was done for. Exactly, with that move even a 5th-tier magical beast might find it hard to defend. I can't believe it was countered. Wow, this is going to be big news. This kid is going to be famous. How could he not be? Breaking Jiang City's 22-game winning streak and taking down a hidden clan-seeded contestant as a solo player? Forget it. If he really is a solo contender, I must take him as my student. Give it a rest. You didn't even know who he was a moment ago, thinking he wasn't up to par. You don't understand. This is called proving oneself through strength. Only then can this kid really meet my standards. Alright, no more jokes. Given our status as ordinary teachers, we probably won't have a chance to teach this kid anyway. Currently, these competition recordings are temporarily stored in the database of the tournament. Once the preliminaries are over, countless people will probably want to contact this kid. Hearing this, the proctors also unanimously sighed. Currently, throughout the Dragon Nation, besides official powers, there are countless clan families and consortium organizations. The official mainly relies on the Beastmasters Guild for the unified management of Beastmasters and relies on Beastmaster schools to cultivate a large number of Beastmaster reserve talents.
Meanwhile, the clans themselves possess sufficient wealth and resources to train their own direct line of Beastmasters, and
through these resources they continuously accumulate, attracting more Beastmasters to serve the clan, thus forming a powerful consortium organization. The government can only offer relatively fair administrative positions, but when it comes to resource provision, it is far inferior to the wealthy clans and conglomerates. As a result, many talented beast tamers have been poached by these families and corporations to serve them privately. For this young man, known as Spider, growing to this
stage as an independent must have been incredibly challenging.
To further his growth and development, Spider inevitably cannot resist the temptation of the conglomerate's funds and resources, nor does he have a reason to. After all, the resources needed by a beast master in the later stages are almost impossible to accumulate on one's own without the backing of a big family. These teachers earning a meager salary, what do they have to compete with those wealthy conglomerates? Let us be happy for this young fellow. He has reached this point through his own hard work, and he truly deserves it. The examiners watching Fong Ming meditating on the small screen also showed a look of relief. This young fellow might just be the next legendary figure in Jiang City. After all, the person who previously set a record of 22 consecutive victories in Jiang City has now become a leading figure for the new generation. The match isn't over yet. How far do you think this kid can go? I guess 24 consecutive wins is about it. Each opponent from here on is a top tier master, and every additional victory is as difficult as ascending to heaven, a step far more challenging than all the previous victories combined. The teacher with thick glasses began his rational analysis again. Mr. Zhang, since you put it that way, I'll bet on 25 consecutive wins. If I lose, I'll treat you to crayfish tonight. Ha, you just want to take advantage of me again, but alright, I'll take that bet. After all, every step this Spider kid takes is creating a record. Let's just see how far he can go. Mr. Zhang replied with a slight smile, his eyes full of anticipation while watching the screen. Since defeating Nailan Huowu, Fong Ming's winning streak had already reached 24 victories. The number displayed in the upper left corner of the screen had also reached double digits, indicating that Fong Ming was now likely ranked 10th in the Jiang City region. However, the system seemed to be frozen as Fong Ming waited for a while but still received no message about matching with an opponent. Fong Ming scratched his head in confusion yesterday, glancing at the countdown timer in the upper right corner, which only had 10 minutes left. Another opponent, let my points soar even higher, he thought to himself. Just then, as if responding to his call, the matching system finally reacted, displaying a message: you have been matched with an opponent entering the battlefield, please wait. Fong Ming's eyes lit up instantly. Being matched with an opponent was always good news. At the same time, after a brief delay, the opponent's ID was revealed: Yi Bingtong. My god, it was Yi Bingtong.
I remember when he first joined the Longya
squad, he was already at the 3rd tier, right? Speaking of which, it was unexpected for everyone that Yi Bingtong, the rightful heir of the Yi family, chose to join the army instead. But as it turned out, he made the right choice. From a new recruit in Longya to a rising star known throughout the military, it only took him 1 year. It looks like Spider Kid is really in trouble this time.
Yi Bingtong's reputation was entirely earned through combat, and we old-timers are probably no match for him.
With Yi Bingtong's strength, he's definitely in the top 3 in this major examination. Fong Ming didn't know, but the proctoring teacher who had been keeping an eye on him was utterly shocked to see Yi Bingtong's name appear. Even teacher Zhang, who had always had high hopes for him, showed a face of pessimism, saying that he would definitely treat everyone to dinner tonight, as Spider Kid's winning streak was probably going to end. At this moment, Fong Ming's eyes were fixed on the fiery
number behind his opponent's name: consecutive wins, 24. Another expert. Fong Ming's spirits lifted. As the system finished loading, Yi Bingtong's figure was fully displayed in front of Fong Ming. This was a tall man with a straight posture and a very stern face, exuding an indescribable charisma. Perhaps true to his name, the person opposite clearly had a military background. The person opposite seemed slightly surprised to see Fong Ming. It's not someone from those families? What does that mean?
Fong Ming glanced at the other side, slightly curious about his words. Because this match had taken at least 3 minutes to pair, with about 10 minutes left to register, and playing this match, there probably wouldn't be another chance. This was likely his last contest, so he wasn't in a hurry. It was also the first time he didn't rush to make a move after entering the competition. "You're not from the hidden clans?" the person opposite asked. "Hidden clans?" Fong Ming was slightly startled. Quickly analyzing some information from the term, his thoughts racing. "I am not." Hearing this answer, Yi Bingtong showed a hint of a smile. "That's interesting. It's probably been a long time since an outsider like you has entered the selection pool, apart from that one anomaly years ago." Although Fong Ming was very interested in the information in the other's words, he did not continue to inquire. He simply shrugged. "Looks like this should be our last match then. Are we still fighting?" "Why not?" Yi Bingtong replied. "It's been a while since I've sparred with someone outside those clans. I'm quite curious about your strength." Yi Bingtong smiled slightly. "But it seems your realm is only at the second tier. It's indeed quite astounding that you've made it this far." Fong Ming's expression remained unchanged. "Realm is just one part of strength. It doesn't represent the full combat capability." "Well said," Yi Bingtong responded with no irritation but rather a flicker of admiration in his eyes. "I'm starting to appreciate you more. Don't talk to me with that condescending tone. Let's see whose skills are superior before anything else." Fong Ming shook his head, indifferent to the other's praise. "Haha, interesting, very interesting. I didn't expect to meet someone who loves combat even more than I do." "As you wish, then let's go." As Yi Bingtong's words fell, a massive figure appeared behind him. "Come forth, Holy Judgment Knight." System merge. Simultaneously, Fong Ming also initiated his merging thought. The form of the velvet spider immediately magnified to the peak B-class power form of the thundering demon spider. On the vast training ground, two colossal magical beasts stood opposed to each other out of nowhere. The Holy Judgment Knight was a beast Fong Ming recognized well, a holy attribute A-class magical beast with formidable combat power. Clad in silver-white armor that covered its entire body, it resembled an ancient knight reborn, or perhaps this magical beast was like the reincarnation of an ancient heroic spirit in armor, exhibiting extremely strong performances in both attack and defense. It was indeed the dream of many holy attribute beast tamers to possess such a powerful pet. No wonder Yi Bingtong spoke with such arrogance, he had the backing to justify it. Fong Ming smiled, though he noted that the opponent's level hadn't exceeded his expectations. It was still within the fourth order, a range within which he could fight, a peak B-class thundering demon spider against an A-class Holy Judgment Knight, both in the fourth order realm. On the surface, it seemed like the thundering demon spider was at a disadvantage. However, Fong Ming was confident that with the thundering demon spider's attributes surpassing those of its peer, it stood a chance to win. Before they even clashed, the intense aura of the two beasts had already collided in the air, sparking invisible fireworks. In the next moment, both sides charged at each other simultaneously. Countless afterimages flashed through the air, and the symphony of clashing resounded non-stop, marking their rapid exchanges. The lightning bolts from the thundering demon spider struck the Holy Judgment Knight's armor without much effect, while the knight's sword was repeatedly dodged by the agile form of the thundering demon spider. "Your spider is truly extraordinary. It must have cost you a great deal to train him to this level." Yi Bingtong suddenly spoke, his eyes still showing appreciation as he looked at Fong Ming. "Are you really a solo cultivator? One can cultivate alone, why not?" Fong Ming replied indifferently. The two men conversed while their beasts clashed wildly in the air, creating a chaotic yet harmonious scene. "If my Yi family were to support your cultivation and all it cost you is your help during our family's times of crisis, would you be willing?" Yi Bingtong looked deeply at him, suddenly presenting this strange offer during the preliminary competition. Fong Ming was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting such a proposal under these circumstances. "If I remember correctly, the Yi family is a well-known noble family. Surely they wouldn't need someone as insignificant as me for protection, right? But what if I am not representing the Yi family but myself personally, and the one I need you to protect is not the entire family but just one person? Would you be willing then?" Yi Bingtong gave a slight smile, seemingly indifferent to Fong Ming's refusal. Fong Ming fell silent for a moment. Truth be told, he didn't quite understand what the man in front of him was thinking. As the two conversed, the battle nearby grew increasingly intense. The thunderclap spider did not attempt to hide at all, unleashing a barrage of skills from various elements. Frost Nova combined with extreme cold beam, venomous sting paired with silken cocoon. In that moment, the spider seemed like an armored artillery unit launching relentless barrages at the defensively oriented paladin. Yi Bingtong slightly raised an eyebrow. "Such a combination of skills from multiple elements you have indeed surprised me once again." However, the paladin's offensive and defensive capabilities are outstanding, and without high-level skills to break through you won't be able to defeat me. Nothing is absolute, Fong Ming replied with a slight smile, his lips gently uttering a few words. Mao Mao used scorching breath. Following Fong Ming's command, the thunderclap spider spat out a high-temperature flame line towards the paladin, who had already been trapped, the paladin just frozen by the frost.
Nova was now scorched by the ice fire effect, turning red, and even his steel armor began to crack.
Yi Bingtong's eyes widened in shock. What's going on here? It's just a simple elemental reaction, Fong Ming replied with a slight smile. For such a big chunk of steel, a sudden drop in temperature after extreme heating will change its hardness properties, and that's the perfect time for Mao Mao to strike. The thunderclap spider didn't miss this opportunity, charging with its massive strength, directly smashing the already fragile paladin into pieces. Seeing this, Yi Bingtong sighed, shook his head slightly and directly retracted the paladin back into his pet space. Impressive tactics, but I'm sorry, with the family mission in mind, I must win this battle. As Yi Bingtong's words fell, another terrifying monster appeared on the scene. Ms. Tia, an A+ grade monster with psychic powers rumored to have such strong psychokinesis that it can even warp space.
Floating in mid-air like a human figure, its immense oppressive aura was evident without even moving. To be able to unleash the power of a 4th tier with the capability of a 2nd tier beast master, you are indeed extraordinary. Yi Bingtong spoke calmly, the power boost clearly defining your talent as potentially S rank. Fong Ming noncommittally replied, good insight. So this Ms. Tia is your trump card? Not really, in my view, the only one I can rely on is myself, Yi Bingtong said, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Fong Ming's brow furrowed, his sense of crisis intensifying. Mao Mao, go. At Fong Ming's command, the thunderclap spider hesitated no further and charged towards Ms. Tia. Yi Bingtong simply shook his head
expressionlessly upon witnessing the scene. According to you, my trump card is myself. As Yi Bingtong's voice fell, Fong Ming felt his sense of crisis soar to its peak, his heart pounding furiously. In the next moment, a sharp blade of light suddenly struck from behind him. Such speed, Fong Ming had no time to turn around and for the first time summoned his second magical beast, Xiaohong Armor Merge. Indeed, the summoned creature was the slime beast Xiaohong. Although the slime beast had little combat ability, it was a good choice for defense. Moreover, Fong Ming had discovered in his previous research that the slime beast also had the ability to transform, so he temporarily kept the slime beast by his side as a protective magical beast. At the same time, with the slime beast covering his back, Fong Ming issued another command in his mind. System, use the giant energy rock mine, grade D, for a 100-fold fusion. Ding, fusion successful. Special effects, fusion beast 100-fold effect activated, variable slime beast defense increased 100-fold, effective time 10 minutes. All of this happened in an instant. Just as the slime beast Xiaohong covered Fong Ming, the blade had already fiercely struck Fong Ming's back. Fong Ming was sent flying, but fortunately he was protected by the slime beast and was not injured. I didn't expect you to have this move up your sleeve, said Yi Bingtong, who appeared behind Fong Ming. He slightly frowned as he looked at the slime beast covering Fong Ming. It's a pity, just an F grade magical beast. With your talent for contracts, using such a beast merely for protection, isn't that a bit of a waste? You needn't worry about that, Fong Ming replied coldly, staring at Yi Bingtong across from him. This guy was indeed formidable. Fong Ming had never expected Yi Bingtong to directly confront him beast tamer to beast tamer in such a manner, trying to take him down this way. Don't be surprised, my talent is A-grade psychokinesis, so I can enhance both my pets and myself in combat, Yi Bingtong smiled slightly. Now that you've summoned your second pet, I can also let loose. With those words, Yi Bingtong's figure burst towards Fong Ming once again. Fong Ming had once been considered a combat expert among beast tamers, but at this moment Fong Ming realized that his skills were nothing in front of Yi Bingtong. Relying on his superior combat skills and the element of surprise from his psychokinesis, Yi Bingtong's various moves relentlessly pressured Fong Ming, leaving him gasping for air. Even though Yi Bingtong was in mid-air, his blade attack seemingly spent, he could still explode with unexpected new offensive moves thanks to the effects of psychokinesis. Even though Yi Bingtong's body had no angle to dodge in mid-air, he could still avoid Fong Ming's attacks by forcefully using psychokinesis. This frustrating way of fighting was really giving Fong Ming a headache. Your combat skills are quite impressive and have greatly exceeded my expectations. Honestly, even among those prestigious families, your skills would likely rank at the top. Yi Bingtong slightly smiled, his face showing a trace of pride, but unfortunately you have met me. Fong Ming shook his head. you are indeed strong, but you have taken a somewhat misguided path. As a beast tamer, the primary focus should always be on your beasts, with your own safety being secondary, yet you have put yourself at the forefront like a general charging into the front lines, which is putting the cart before the horse. Off track, Yi Bingtong's eyes narrowed slightly, pausing at Fong Ming's words. "Let's save that discussion until after you manage to defeat me," he said, and then his attacks started coming faster. Fong Ming realized that his words had probably touched a sore spot. It seemed that Yi Bingtong's approach had also faced its fair share of doubts. Fong Ming calmly defended himself, and his slime creature Xiaohong, having been strengthened 100-fold, was now fully capable of withstanding Yi Bingtong's attacks. Thus Fong Ming was not particularly worried. His attention was more focused on the main battlefield with the beasts. At that moment, the Thunderclap Spider and Miss Taya were also locked in an evenly matched battle. The entire battleground was nearly covered with the spider's thunder and lightning. Miss Taya, leveraging her nimble and high-speed movements, darted through the lightning while continuously attacking the Thunderclap Spider with her telekinetic powers. It appeared that the battle between the two beasts would not have a victor anytime soon. Suddenly Fong Ming had an idea and took out a herb system. Used the Spirit Mushroom, Grade D, on the pet Xiaohong for fusion. Ding! Fusion successful. Special effect: Fusion Monster 100-fold effect activated. Variable Slime Monster's attack power increased by 100-fold, effective for 10 minutes. Indeed, this time he chose to go on the offensive. With the slime creature strengthened 100 times, its attack power surged dramatically. Facing another attack from Yi Bingtong, this time Fong Ming did not dodge but opted for a head-on confrontation. Yi Bingtong had not expected Fong Ming, who had been passively defending, to suddenly strike, so he fearlessly engaged in direct combat with Fong Ming. A thin layer of telekinetic membrane covered Yi Bingtong's body, helping him to fend off attacks and exert greater strength. However, against the 100-fold strengthened attack of the slime creature, it was as fragile as paper, shattering upon contact. The power of the beasts, compared to humans, was still far superior. The immense force instantly penetrated Yi Bingtong's entire arm almost completely, crippling it in an instant. SSS, such incredible strength. The pain only caused Yi Bingtong to frown slightly. He seemed unaffected, deeply looking at Fong Ming. "It seems I have still underestimated you, and your F-grade beast is not as mediocre as it seems." Fong Ming shrugged. "I've already told you, don't just look at the surface when assessing strength. Realm and attributes are just fleeting clouds." "Ha, you're right, I guess you've taught me another lesson," Yi Bingtong responded. Yi Bingtong displayed no trace of irritation, his demeanor utterly carefree. "Perhaps the path you've chosen isn't wrong, but it might have been better to let your pet beast coordinate with you against the enemy instead of going it alone," he suggested. Fong Ming looked at him, his eyes reflecting a sense of admiration. Yi Bingtong's gaze turned complex as he considered Fong Ming. "That's a good suggestion, I'll think about it." Fong Ming smiled. "Can you still fight, or shall we continue?" "Never mind, you have the upper hand now. And time is almost up. You win this match, next time it won't be so easy." Yi Bingtong raised his uninjured arm, casually waving at Fong Ming. "And don't forget the proposal just now. If you have ideas, you can contact me anytime. My hunter's name is also this." With these words he conceded defeat and exited as the countdown timer in the top right corner hit 0. In the last moment before leaving the space, Fong Ming saw his score being recalculated. The number in the top left corner flickered slightly with a changing score synchronizing the change. As the battle ended, Fong Ming returned to the preparation space. The countdown had reached 0, but all candidates couldn't immediately exit the virtual combat system. They had to wait for the final score calculation and ranking. Fong Ming distinctly remembered glancing at the ranking in the top left corner before exiting. The scores were still being settled and didn't show up immediately. However, he was confident he'd be securely within the top 10. The preliminary competition awarded different prizes for the top 10, inch 100 and 1000, and these were opportunities not to be missed. Moreover, only those who ranked in the top 10,000 in the preliminaries qualified for the national examination. The system didn't take long to settle. About 10 minutes later, a system notification popped up in front of Fong Ming. "Congratulations, your ranking has been finalized. Congratulations, you have successfully entered the national examination. Congratulations, your final ranking in the preliminary contest is 3rd nationwide. Congratulations, your rewards for the preliminary contest have been deposited in your personal backpack." As for notifications appeared one after another, Fong Ming prepared to dismiss them. Finally entering the national competition, though expected, was still thrilling to see confirmed. The third message confirmed his total score ranked third, which was reasonable as others might have had shorter match times or more victories. It was a decent ranking. Wait.
Fong Ming paused just as he was about to close the notification. Third nationwide. Didn't the number in the top left corner represent the Jiangcheng district?
For a moment Fong Ming was stunned, then slowly realized the implication. No wonder the last two opponents were unexpectedly fierce. It turns out they were top national experts. As Fong Ming contemplated this, he had already opened the virtual combat system's backpack. How generous! They actually rewarded 1 billion Dragon Country currency. This was indeed a substantial amount of resources.
Fong Ming couldn't help but exclaim that the officials were indeed lavish, and this was just the preliminary round. To think that they handed out so much reward already. Most importantly, he had finally gathered enough money for his talent upgrade. Originally he was only short of 50 million, but unexpectedly a single preliminary contest had exceeded the target. Fong Ming couldn't wait to contact Shur 2 to help him find A-grade materials from various series. This examination has ended. You may exit the competition space at any time. The system's prompt finally arrived late. Fong Ming directly withdrew the rewards from the virtual combat system to his ID card. Then he decisively exited the system. Although the exam was in an online simulation space, there were specialized examination sites offline. As Fong Ming exited the system and looked around, he realized that the other examinees were also a mix of joy and sorrow. Damn, the opponents' match this time were too outrageous. I think this matching system is definitely targeting me, someone complained bitterly. I was also on a 3-win streak when I met a ridiculously strong guy who broke my winning streak. Damn, it seriously affected my ranking score. That's why I'm saying this competition isn't fair at all. It's all about luck. How well you play doesn't matter, the key is how good the match is. As soon as these words came out, they immediately resonated with a crowd of students. The examination site suddenly erupted with a cacophony of complaints. A bunch of garbage, their own ability isn't enough, yet they blame the system matching. It's really laughable. In this preliminary round I barely made an effort and was already unmatched. Honestly, isn't passing the preliminary round just a matter of having hands? A wave of complaints also sparked more mockery. For a time, both inside and outside the examination site, it was a scene of chaos. Because it was the system's timely settlement of points, once the preliminary round countdown ended and the rankings were announced, the final scores were already decided. Most of the examinees had naturally been eliminated with no chance to advance to the national competition, so now was the moment when hearts were aggrieved and emotions were inflamed. Even a slight verbal dispute was magnified countless times. In the center of Jiang City, there lay a luxurious manor, which was the manor of Wang, the wealthiest family in Jiang City. At this moment, a crew-cut young man with a grim face was listening to a subordinate's report. Are you saying that Fong Ming really awakened a new talent and even made it to the national third? Yes, young master, this is the information passed from our examination team. It should be correct, the subordinate replied respectfully. Impossible. The crew-cut young man, who was naturally Wang Teng, slammed the table angrily upon hearing his subordinate's words. That trash clearly had no talent left. How could he possibly make it to the national top 3? Even with my current strength, I dare not say I have the capability to enter the national top 10. But this news. The subordinate hesitated. Shut up, Wang Teng bellowed furiously, slapping the reporter across the face with such force that the man fell to the ground, yet he dared not utter a sound. He merely got up silently and continued to kneel before Wang Teng. Calm down, Tanger, what's all this fuss about? A middle-aged man dressed in an elegant suit entered from the door, his demeanor courteous. It was Wang Lang, the current head of the Wang family. I've told you before, you are the legitimate heir of our Wang family's main branch. You will inherit the entirety of the Wang family in the future. A person of your stature must remain calm in the face of turmoil. How are you to lead the Wang family like this? Wang Lang looked at Wang Teng, clearly dissatisfied with his current behavior. Yes, father, I have learned my lesson, Wang Teng replied, bowing his head, though a flicker of defiance shone in his eyes. What was the argument about just now? If your grandfather hears of this, he might punish you, Wang Lang said as he sat down in the main hall and took a sip of tea. It was nothing important, father, no need to concern yourself, Wang Teng responded, with a smile smoothing the angry expression from his face. You have your own matters and I understand that. But make sure everything you do is thorough and does not bring trouble, lest I have to clean up your mess. Wang Lang glanced at him and took another sip of tea before standing up and walking out. If there's anything serious, let old Wang help you. And don't disappoint me in tomorrow's national examination. As Wang Lang's voice faded, an elderly man silently emerged from behind him and approached Wang Tang.
I will heed your teachings, Father. Wang Tang quickly bowed deeply to send the middle-aged man off, the hidden malice in his eyes not surfacing. Once Wang Lang was far away, Wang Tang straightened up and turned to the old man standing by his side. Old Wan, was the investigation into Ergo's murder outside the city related to a sinister spider demon? Indeed, young master. Old Wang nodded, a trace of sorrow flashing in his eyes. Humph.
That must be Fong Ming's doing. He's probably been
targeting our Wang family since then, Wang Tang said coldly, revealing his suspicions. What? Old Wang exclaimed, instantly filled with boundless rage. If it is indeed that boy, I shall kill him myself to avenge Ergo. Keeping him around is only inviting trouble. Since you also wish to act, Old Wang, I'll leave it to you to take care of him. We must deal with him before he grows too powerful, Wang Tang said calmly. As you command, young master.
I will handle it, Old Wang assured him. Make it quick. In tomorrow's examination I do not wish to see him again.
The area remained bustling as ever. Fong Ming paid no heed to the noisy chatter around him and walked out of the examination center without hesitation, heading home. The main event of the national examination was closely linked and was scheduled to start tomorrow. He needed to get home quickly and rest. After more than 20 battles, he was in a state of extreme fatigue. The midday sun was scorching as he passed through the shaded path and into a quiet alley, his route growing increasingly remote. Finally, he stopped walking. You've followed me for so long, you might as well come out now, Fong Ming said calmly. Fong Ming, you're quite bold, knowing that I'm here and still daring to walk into such a secluded place. Do you think that just because you've regained your talent you can do whatever you want? A cold voice rang out from behind him and a familiar figure appeared in front of him once more. Oh, it's the headmaster. Long time no see, Fong Ming remarked, looking at the figure before him without any hint of surprise in his eyes. Fong Ming, this secluded, deserted alley will be the perfect place to end your worthless life. You are destined to live in obscurity, and even in death, no one will care. Ah, the headmaster looked at him with a self-satisfied smile, clearly pleased with the location he had chosen for their confrontation. Hearing this, Fong Ming's expression turned a bit strange. Indeed, this is the perfect place to bury trash. Fong Ming, don't think you will leave this place today, even if you pass the preliminary round. Even if you've regained your talent, you will never have the chance to participate in the national examination, the headmaster said coldly, his face twisting into a sinister grin, no longer resembling a teacher but more like a demon. It was you who provoked me. You brought this upon yourself. You should have just walked away. Why did you have to trouble me? So you must die. It's sad that you beast high has someone like you as a teacher, Fong Ming said, his eyes calm like a still lake, reflecting the twisted face of his adversary without a ripple. Sad, the sad one is you and your fate. You will always be trash, the headmaster roared, summoning his pet beast, a demon swamp frog that lay on the ground, its gray cold eyes staring venomously at Fong Ming, just like its master. A Class D Tier 3 magical beast, indeed a formidable challenge for any ordinary student. Fear tremble, because this day next year will be your death anniversary. The headmaster laughed triumphantly, as if he could already see Fong Ming cowering in fear, kneeling before him begging for mercy, and he would eventually tear him open, letting the demon swamp frog devour every piece of his flesh, ensuring this detestable boy would never trouble him again. I'm curious, how did someone like you get to be in this position? Fong Ming smiled, looking at the headmaster as if he was looking at a fool. Didn't you notice that the path I chose to walk here was through unmonitored, secluded lanes? Have you ever wondered why, knowing full well that you were following me, I chose this path? Indeed, in your eyes, poor students like us with no background are always deemed worthless, our talents merely nutrients for you to exploit at will. You occupy a position that doesn't belong to you, feeding off others' hard work and resources, and the existence of someone like you truly makes me sick. My original talents were ruined by people like you, and that deeply saddens me. Fong Ming looked at him coldly, no longer hiding the rage in his heart. A boundless fury emanated from the depths of his eyes, like thunder breaking the calm of a lake, stirring endless waves and raging torrents. Enough, boy, die. The dean of discipline, completely infuriated by Fong Ming's words, could no longer hold back and directed the demonic frog to pounce. The real trash here is you. With those words, Mao Mao instantly appeared on Fong Ming's shoulder, lunging synchronously at the demonic frog. The spider and the frog collided in midair, resulting in an unsurprising one-sided slaughter. With just one strike, the fluffy spider knocked the demonic frog harshly to the ground. Another claw pierced directly through the frog's chest cavity, ruthlessly slicing open and spilling out all its organs. You. The Dean of Discipline, witnessing this horrific scene, turned deathly pale, involuntarily stepping back, his hefty body trembling uncontrollably. How is it? Is this beyond your expectations? Unexpected, right?
Fong Ming smiled faintly. Honestly, I thought you'd at least hire some assassins. Watching the show from behind, it's foolish of you to take action yourself, but it's also good. Now it'll be easier for me to kill you. No, you can't kill me. I'm the Dean of Discipline at Imperial Beast Academy. If you kill me, you'll have to pay with your life too. The Dean of Discipline stammered, suddenly hopeful, pleadingly looking at Fong Ming. You can continue to participate in the national exam tomorrow. I won't stop you anymore. You can have a broad future and we'll have nothing to do with each other from now on. How about that? How? Utterly foolish. Fong Ming shook his head, and with a thought Mau started waving its long legs. No. The Dean of Discipline, terrified, kept retreating, supporting his corpulent body as he moved backwards. The fluffy spider, seemingly toying with him, merely raised its long legs, approaching him slowly while the Reaper's scythe hung ominously over his head yet did not fall. This was exactly what Fong Ming intended. He wanted the Dean of Discipline to fully taste the flavor of fear, to savor the feeling of despair, to experience the pain of falling into an endless abyss before dying. After all, letting him die so easily would be too merciful. He sought to reclaim all the despair, loss and grief he had inflicted upon himself. Even in death, he could only quell the rage within his heart temporarily. His next target was the Wang family. The Dean of Discipline watched the fluffy spider above his head with incessant fear, retreating until he finally collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted, unable to move further. Why aren't you running now? Fong Ming looked at him, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Someone like you should cherish your life, shouldn't you? Oh, Fong Ming, you don't really want to kill me, right? Just let me go and I can give you money, a lot of money, or anything else you want. We can negotiate and I can satisfy your demands. The Dean of Discipline seemed to have thought of something suddenly and said eagerly to Fong Ming. However, before he could finish his words, an impatient expression had already surfaced on Fong Ming's face. Enough, your nonsense is unbearable. You're so disgusting that even torturing you is no fun. As Fong Ming's thought shifted, the fluffy spider's raised side-like legs finally slashed down without hesitation. No, the long drawn-out shadow of death finally enveloped him. The Dean of Discipline found no relief, only endless pain and anger. Fong Ming, I won't let you go even in death. Good, then I'll be waiting for you. Fong Ming replied coldly, a smile on his face. For someone like you, I'd happily obliterate your soul as well. The Dean of Discipline was dead, utterly dead. Fong Ming had the fluffy spider incinerate the body completely with flames, turning it to ashes. He didn't even want to touch any of the possessions on the Dean's body. They disgusted him. Suddenly, a slow and heavy applause echoed from behind Fong Ming. Bravo, truly bravo. A student killing a teacher and covering up the crime so adeptly. You're both ruthless and wicked. In the dim alley, Fong Ming slowly turned around to face an aged visage. Who are you? He asked bluntly, appearing at this place at this time and speaking such words. Friend or foe? The Wang family. Old Mr. Wang. The old man smiled, seemingly amused by the scene before him. Boy, to commit such a crime against your mentor and remain so composed, you're truly born wicked. Fong Ming coldly stared at old Mr. Wang. I haven't even started on the Wang family and you've already come to me. Old Mr. Wang laughed. Boy, don't think that by killing one piece of trash you can disregard the Wang family. You can't see the forest for the trees. In the quiet alley, a mysterious glint flickered in Fong Ming's eyes. Today's plan was only meant for the Dean of Discipline. The appearance of the Wang family was indeed beyond his expectations. The Wang family is smarter than I thought, but that's all there is to it. Fong Ming watched the old man, secretly gauging his strength. Regrettably, in his spiritual perception, the old man opposite him seemed to be shrouded in a thick layer of black cloth. There was no sense of the spiritual power fluctuations within his body. A boy who likes to boast, thought the old man from the Wang family, a cold smile playing upon his lips as he looked at Fong Ming as if he were looking at a dead man. Boy, since I have appeared here today, it only represents one thing. Fong Ming slightly narrowed his eyes. Old Wang's mouth curled up, his wrinkled face squeezed together, looking particularly sinister. You can't escape today. Here you will undoubtedly die. The moment his words fell, Fong Ming had already commanded Mau to charge at him. The old man daring to appear here at this moment clearly indicated he had already investigated his strength. Thus, this battle would inevitably not be easy. Under the circumstances of not using his trump cards, Fong Ming knew he must strike first.
as the furry spider charged. Bibian's soft slime Little Red was also summoned by Fong Ming instantly. It covered and protected Fong Ming in a most secure form of combat.
In an instant, the furry spider spat out thousands of spider silks, forming layers
upon layers of spider web traps in the narrow alley. Old Wang chuckled grimly, as if watching the futile struggles of ants before their death. Good, the less you want to die, the more interesting it becomes for me to kill you. As his voice fell, a huge Song Yu wolf suddenly appeared by his side. Go bite off that boy's flesh one piece at a time. Old Wang looked at Fong Ming, a hint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Boy, I ask you one thing, if you answer honestly, I might consider leaving a whole corpse. Fong Ming looked at Old Wang, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Do you want to know why Wang Tang is targeting me? Old Wang's face darkened slightly. These are the young master's private matters, I am not interested. Fong Ming suddenly laughed. Ha, it seems Wang Tang is doing this behind the Wang family's back. Let me guess, it's for the position of the future family head, isn't it? After all, as the richest man in Jiang City, he certainly needs to find ways to display his talent and gain recognition. Old Wang roared. Shut up, I did not ask about this. Fong Ming shrugged his gaze towards Old Wang, growing even more disdainful. Old Wang, as if he hadn't heard Fong Ming's mockery, instead asked, Boy, about a month ago, did you encounter several youths outside the city? Fong Ming was slightly startled, then he recalled the youths he had met outside the gloomy spider cave on his first trip out of the city.
Hearing Old Wang's question, thoughts flashed through his mind, and he almost guessed something.
What are you asking me to tell you? Where is your sincerity? Old Wang coldly looked at him. The Wang family has decreed your death. If you answer me, I can make your death less painful. Fong Ming chuckled. Let's not talk about life and death just yet, but those trash, they are indeed dead already. Old Wang's eyes suddenly narrowed. You really know, it seems that the young master guessed right, it was you. What can you do if it was me?
Fong Ming leisurely crossed his arms and looked at Old
Wang. Killed the junior, and now the senior comes. None of you are any good. You vile boy, do you know that the young man you killed outside the city is my own grandson? Old Wang roared, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot. Song Yu wolf, kill him. Like father, like son, you really are all the same, Fong Ming said without a trace of fear in his eyes, just a faint smile. This just means that I was justified in killing him.
As he spoke, the velvet spider launched an attack on its opponent.
The Song Yu wolf is a tier B level for magical beast with speed as its most apparent advantage. In the wild, it can fully utilize its abilities. It can be said that Old Wang, as a servant of the Wang family, owning such a magical beast already demonstrates the profound foundation of the Wang family. In the moment of the pounce, the velvet spider had already completed its fusion evolution.
Tier C level for magical beast, the red rock magic spider reappeared. The moment it appeared, a scorching
fireline was almost simultaneously spat out at the Song Yu wolf. Tier D skill, Scorching Breath. The Song Yu wolf leaped, its nearly 10-meter-long body agilely vaulting off the walls of the alley like a cat. Fong Ming watched the scene without any sign of panic on his face. In his eyes, this old man was really an inferior opponent, merely boasting of his age, longer cultivation time, and a slightly higher level. Although Old Wang's magical beast was not bad, its own spiritual power control
was clearly very ordinary.
A 4th-tier beastmaster, yet he could only focus on summoning one magical beast for combat. The Red Rock Magic Spider directly adopted an offensive mode against the Song Yu wolf and continuously used its web to limit the Song Yu wolf's combat. The alley was narrow to begin with, and with the Red Rock Magic Spider's fire poison webs, the Song Yu wolf was utterly miserable, its speed advantage completely restricted, unable to perform. Old Wang also realized this. He had thought that his B-tier magical beast, specially bestowed by the Wang family, was already quite powerful. After all, in Jiang City there are only about 30 individuals above the 5th tier, all of whom are well known. The Wang family, being the wealthiest in Jiang City, had connections with most of them, and normally there was no possibility of conflict. So Old Wang had always thought that he could walk sideways in Jiang City. He hadn't expected to encounter Fong Ming, this freak. He had seen Fong Ming kill the head teacher, but that was at most the strength of a 3rd-tier magical beast. The difference between the 4th and 3rd tiers is nearly tenfold, a huge gap. Old Wang really couldn't understand why that Song Yu wolf was being suppressed by a mere spider. Song Yu wolf, use your skills, use your skills. Old Wang was both shocked and scared, urgently demanding that Song Yu wolf to exert its full strength. He couldn't understand that given the current predicament of the Song Yu wolf, self-preservation was already a challenge, let alone launching a counterattack. But as The beast tamer commanded. The pet beast had no choice but to obey. That Song Yu wolf howled, and instead of dodging the fierce attack of the red rock demon spider, it stayed put, charging up. A ball of pale green energy formed in its mouth, ready to be unleashed. The red rock demon spider swung its long spider spear with lightning speed, swinging over the head of the Song Yu wolf as it gracefully landed.
But also landing was the head of the wolf, eyes filled with reluctance, silence filled the narrow alley.
Old Wang looked at the fallen Song Yu wolf and the wolf head that rolled to his feet, his face filled with terror. Kid, let's end it here today. You wouldn't want to completely turn the Wang family against you, would you? Fong Ming couldn't help but laugh at these words. Old man, are you afraid of dying? Are you ready to fight to the bitter end? Old Wang's face turned ashen, staring fiercely at Fong Ming. You sought me out and now you want to negotiate?
Fong Ming looked at the old man in
front of him, his face full of scorn. Since you've come, you should be prepared to stay forever. Fong Ming, I am after all a member of the Wang family. If you really kill me, there will be no more chances for any conditions between you and the Wang family. Didn't you just say I killed your precious grandson, so do we have a chance to reconcile?
Fong Ming looked at old Wang with a slight smile. I'm afraid if I let you go today, tomorrow you will tell the Wang family all about my true combat strength and then bring a bunch of people to block my path.
Old Wang suddenly looked terrified, raising his hands high, his face swearing an oath. I promise I won't reveal a bit of information about you after I go back, or may lightning strike me dead. Since I'm doomed sooner or later, I might as well die now and save the trouble. Fong Ming smiled coldly, and with a thought, the Crimson Beauty Spider no longer held back and charged directly at old Wang. Damn kid, you're forcing my hand since you insist on a fight to the death. Old Wang grimaced, gritted his teeth, and directly took out a greenish pill from his storage space. A gift from the Wang family, a 5th grade Qingwen sublimation pill. This was my means of preserving my life. Since you forced me to use it, then today I really have no choice but to kill you. As the pill entered old Wang, his aura began to climb, insanely soaring from the initial stage of the 4th rank, breaking through the bottleneck of the 4th rank to enter the realm of a 5th rank beast tamer.
At the same time, he gestured with his hands, summoning all his remaining beasts. A D-grade red-eyed lizard, a D-grade fierce claw sparrow, and a C-grade iron fist ape. Although he was a 4th rank beast tamer, aside from the B-grade Song Yu wolf given by the Wang family, the other beasts were ones he had contracted himself and were not of high rarity. Fong Ming looked at old Wang's desperate move, his gaze unflinching. Is this your trump card? I'm curious, although you've temporarily advanced in rank with the help of a pill, how do your pets advance? Old Wang's eyes were bloodshot as he glared fiercely at Fong Ming. I certainly have my ways. With a loud roar, his fighting spirit surged. Fong Ming's expression suddenly turned strange. The surge of fighting spirit was naturally the old man's innate talent, albeit it was only a D-level talent. It could temporarily elevate the rank of his pets, which was quite effective in combat, but the side effects were significant. Not only was the duration short, but the side effects were also considerable. It was no match for Fong Ming's SSS level talent, which could increase his combat power 100-fold. However, at the moment it indeed posed some trouble. The Wang family's 5th rank Qingwen sublimation pill helped the old man temporarily ascend to the rank of a 5th rank beast master, maximizing his combat potential as he could now rely on abundant spiritual power to summon 3 magical beasts to fight together. Furthermore, with the activation of his fighting spirit, the 3 beasts reached the peak of the 4th rank. Although they had not yet broken through to the 5th rank, they were very close. Although the Red Rock Demon Spider was outstanding in attributes and combat power, it was after all also a 4th rank creature. Facing 3 opponents, it was naturally not as easy as before. Boy die, old Wang smirked triumphantly as the 3 beasts counterattacked the Red Rock Demon Spider. Fortunately, these 3 beasts were of ordinary attributes and lacked elemental attacks, allowing the Red Rock Demon Spider to maneuver through the alleyways using its webs. Suddenly, the claws struck, the air blasted, and the furious iron fists were unleashed. Use all your skills and kill that boy. Seeing that they hadn't subdued the Red Rock Demon Spider immediately, old Wang grew increasingly irritable. With a thought, he directly commanded the beasts to synchronize their skills. For a moment, the alley was filled with intense magical fluctuations. Fong Ming frowned, knowing that if the fight dragged on, it might attract unnecessary trouble. He took a deep breath and pulled out a small compass from his backpack. This was something he had scavenged from the storage space of a shadow assassin, a rare and valuable item.
it was a C-grade spirit formation, the mini boulder array. This formation, which required at least a C-grade earth attribute beast master to craft, generally needed considerable amounts of equal grade materials to produce. Moreover, as long as there were enough energy stones, the spirit formation could be reused.
Fong Ming immediately infused his spiritual power and activated the formation, hurling it towards the three beasts.
The mini boulder array instantly took shape, trapping all three beasts within the formation. A spirit formation. Old Wang had been with the Wang family long enough to recognize it, but not everyone in the family could use such an item. He was just a servant and naturally didn't possess such luxuries. Boy, you may have a spirit formation, but I doubt it can stop my 3 fourth-rank beasts. Old Wang clearly wasn't worried. Oh?
Let's wait and see, Fong Ming responded calmly. This C-grade
spirit formation indeed couldn't directly kill those 3 peak 4th order magical beasts. However, with the red rock demon spider setting the formation, it could fully trap the 3 beasts. Meanwhile, the exposed Elder Wang was now isolated and without support, becoming the biggest vulnerability. In the battle of beast tamers, brute strength is one aspect, but strategic planning is equally crucial.
Moreover, ever since the profession of beast tamers was created, various battle strategies targeting the inherently weaker beast tamers have been devised.
After all, no matter if it's a 4th, 5th, or even 8th or 9th order, no matter how powerful the magical beast is, once the beast tamer dies, the magical beast will also dissipate into nothingness. A clear murderous intent flashed in Fong Ming's eyes. He charged towards Elder Wang, covered in the battle armor formed by Xiao Hong. This was a fight to the death, allowing no moment of hesitation. Elder Wang, seeing Fong Ming, who had been hiding behind, suddenly charging at him, his face changed instantly, and he immediately understood Fong Ming's intention. Immediately he pulled out a gun from his waist and shot at Fong Ming. At the same time, a sinister smile appeared on his lips. Kid, you could have just stayed hidden. Charging forward now is simply seeking death, is that so? Fong Ming's voice was cold as ice, and with a swift dodge, he avoided the bullet shot by Elder Wang using his incredible reflexes. You.
Elder Wang was dumbfounded. How can you, a mere 2nd order beast tamer, have such reflexes?
A 2nd order beast tamer naturally would not have such speed. Elder Wang wouldn't have guessed that the blood-red armor covering Fong Ming was also a magical beast, one that had undergone 100-fold fusion and strengthening. Even so, you must die. Elder Wang's face was ferocious as he gathered all his spiritual power and also charged towards Fong Ming. Since firearms were useless, he decided to settle this with close combat. After all, Elder Wang, now a 5th order beast tamer, had physical strength comparable to a 3rd order magical beast. This kid is really seeking death. As Elder Wang charged swiftly, Fong Ming's hand, unbeknownst to one, had already drawn a sword gleaming with crystal and light. This was also a treasure he had acquired from a storage ring of shadow assassins, a C-grade spiritual weapon, the Spirit Light Sword.
In today's age, ordinary cold weapons or firearms were outdated, and beast tamers mostly used spiritual weapons. However, in the world of beast tamers, the main force was naturally the magical beasts, as humans were too fragile in comparison.
Therefore, the combat power of beast tamers themselves wasn't highly regarded, focusing more on self-preservation. The Spirit Light Sword, although also costly, was much less valuable compared to the spirit formation. Kid, you're quite wealthy. Once I kill you, all these things will be mine. Seeing Fong Ming once again conjure a treasure out of thin air, an uncontrollable glint of greed shone through the murderous look in Old Wang's eyes.
He speculated that Fong Ming's storage space must be filled with treasures, which probably explained his rapid increase in strength. It seemed he had stumbled upon some extraordinary fortune. Old Wang's thoughts churned, exciting his blood and chi to the point of turmoil. Facing him, Fong Ming showed no signs of retreat, wielding his long sword directly at Old Wang with a crisp clang. To Old Wang's shock, his ordinary long saber was instantly cut in half by Fong Ming's sword. What? Old Wang exclaimed in horror, his pupils constricting. Almost instantly upon clashing, he realized something was amiss with Fong Ming. The force behind the sword was not something a normal 2nd-tier beast tamer could possess. After slicing through Old Wang's saber, Fong Ming didn't hesitate. He swiftly swung his sword again. In desperation, Old Wang had no choice but to block with his arm. With a snap, Old Wang's left arm was cleanly severed. He cried out in pain, his face turning ghostly pale in an instant. It seems as a 5th-tier beast tamer you're not much of a fighter, Fong Ming said coldly, raising his sword once more. Old Wang, in both pain and panic, tried desperately to recall his magical beasts, but his intentions were blocked by the formation, making it impossible to retrieve them. No, Fong Ming, we can talk about this. Whatever terms you want, I can agree, Old Wang pleaded in a last-ditch struggle. Fong Ming looked at him coldly. To save your miserable life, you people really will say anything. I have served the Wang family for decades and saved up quite a few treasures, if you spare me. Despite the agony of his severed arm, Old Wang tried to continue, but Fong Ming had already swiftly decapitated him with his sword. A fifth-tier beast tamer in death is no different from that third-tier head teacher, Fong Ming commented emotionlessly as he looked at the headless corpse before him, his eyes devoid of any pleasure from revenge. With Old Wang's death, the trapped magical beasts also disappeared. Fong Ming searched Old Wang's body and found a storage ring. Glancing inside, there were a few bottles of chi-enhancing spirit pills and some low-purity energy stones worth about $1 million in total. Of course, the most valuable item was the fifth-tier cyan pattern sublimation pill that Old Wang had previously taken, which he had carefully kept on the other side with only one pill left in the bottle. This pill could be crucial when the time comes, Fong Ming thought, continuing his search. Apart from that, there was nothing else of value. It seemed that the treasures provided by the Wang family were not carried on his person. However, the storage ring itself was still worth some money, unapologetically. Taking the ring, Fong Ming then instructed the Red Rock Demon Spider to spew flames, burning the bodies of the head teacher and Old Wang completely. A stench of charred flesh lingered in the alley. Frowning, Fong Ming covered his nose and quickly left the scene. Although there were no surveillance cameras along the way, Fong Ming was careful to cover his tracks just in case any clues were left behind. It wasn't until he returned home and confirmed that everything was in order that he finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a shadow lift from his heart. Yet he remained tense. After all, the disciplinary director was merely an accomplice. The real mastermind was still out there living freely. Looking out the window, Fong Ming saw the night approaching, the beautiful sunset enveloping the world. The entire city of Jiang seemed so peaceful and harmonious. The Wang family, the city's wealthiest, had ruled it for nearly decades. Perhaps it was time for a change. Fong Ming smiled faintly, his eyes void of emotion. Taking a deep breath, he lowered his head and sent a message to Brother Shi asking for help in keeping an eye on the sources of grade A materials. These materials were hard to come by, while the conventional attributes of metal, wood, water, fire and earth were manageable, and ice, psychic and poison were common. Light, dark and dragon materials were relatively rare. The national exam was tomorrow, and it seemed too late to gather all the necessary materials now. The next morning, Fong Ming got up early. Today was the main competition of the national exam and he couldn't afford any mistakes. He made sure to leave enough time to get to the venue. The rules of the main competition had already been announced. Unlike the online preliminary rounds, all candidates for the national exam had to gather at the central Jiugong Sky Tower in the city. As the name suggests, the tower was divided into 9 sections, each offering a completely different environment and challenge. Candidates entered the tower to take on these challenges, with their rankings determined by the time it took to clear each section and their overall score at the end. Previously, the highest record in Jiang City's exam was set at the 7th level by the current president of the Beastmasters Guild, Gongsun Jilan, who was regarded as the leading young beastmaster of the new generation. Each major city had a sky tower, generally used for Beastmasters' exclusive challenges, so most candidates were somewhat familiar with the trials of their local Jiugong Sky Tower. However, the real test was during the official competition. Some could perform beyond their usual capabilities, perhaps advancing an extra section or completing sections faster than usual. Others might underperform due to their abilities and mental state. The towering Jiugong Sky Tower stood proudly in the center of Jiang City, visible from almost any corner. Fong Ming was familiar with the tower, although he usually just passed by. Now, standing at the base of the tower ready to gather, he truly appreciated its grandeur for the first time. The towering structure rises over 1 kilometer high, standing on the earth like a divine sword thrust into the heavens, truly deserving its name, Sky Tower. The entire body of Sky Tower is constructed from an unknown spiritual material, its dense magical energies palpable even 1 kilometer away from its base. Standing at its foot, one feels as insignificant as an ant gazing up at a towering tree, naturally invoking a deep sense of awe. Fong Ming had just arrived at the outskirts of Sky Tower, finding it already swarming with people. Fortunately, the outer perimeter was already secured by officials with long protective barriers to prevent the entry of the uninvited. Only candidates who could authenticate themselves with both an ID card and an entrance ticket were allowed into the examination area. Since the test involved entering the tower for a practical assessment, there was no need for last-minute cramming. The exam was scheduled for 9 a.m. and most candidates had already arrived early. While many looked nervous as they waited under the tower, others were engaged in casual conversation. As Fong Ming approached, he overheard a group discussing gossip from yesterday's preliminary contest. "Did you hear? Just yesterday in the prelims, someone from our batch ranked third nationwide." "Really? But wasn't it always people from the capital who took the top 10 spots? When did it start including other main cities?" "Absolutely true, this is fresh news. I heard the entire examination committee in Jiang City was shocked. I wonder who this genius is. Looks like our batch is really strong." "Definitely, dude. This time Jiang City really made a name for itself across the Dragon country." As this news spread, more and more people joined the discussion. Even the onlookers were stunned by the news. "Third in the country, that's a first for Jiang City in decades. Does anyone know who this guy is? I'd really like to meet him. I heard that all the major clans and corporations are planning to scoop him up for talent development. That guy's future is bright then." "If it were me, I'd skip the national exam and head straight to a corporation." "True, after the national exams you just get into one of the 4 major beast taming colleges, but the resources there might not compare to the full support of a corporation." Unaware that his own achievements were being discussed, Fong Ming was planning to focus on his preparations, but as soon as he arrived, he found that the news of his performance had already spread. "It seems that the whole town is buzzing with it by now. I wonder who leaked it." He had intended to keep a low profile, but now it seemed as though his achievements were being flaunted everywhere, almost as if by design. Fortunately, the name of this legendary genius was not leaked, which seems to be a deliberate protection by the examination committee for the candidates, or perhaps it was to prevent corporations or clans from poaching talents. At this thought, Fong Ming's expression turned somewhat peculiar. As he pondered, he found himself unwittingly arriving at the base of the tower. Choosing a spot casually, he silently prepared for the main competition. Just then, lifting his head, he saw several familiar faces approaching him. It was indeed his old classmates from Beast High School. Beneath the Sky Tower, numerous candidates displayed various attitudes. Some were quietly preparing, others were laughing and talking freely, and still others were seizing the moment to stir up trouble and join the crowd. Approaching Fong Ming were his old classmates. Upon seeing Fong Ming, their faces lit up with the joy of reunion. "Can you believe it, Fong Ming? You actually made it through the challenge and qualified for the main exam? Isn't that great? If someone like Fong Ming can pass the challenge, it means this year's exam isn't that tough and our chances of passing are even higher." "Yeah, with Fong Ming here as a stepping stone, our chances of reaching higher levels are even better." They laughed heartily. "So we should thank Fong Ming first, shouldn't we?" The group reached Fong Ming speaking as if performing a comic dialogue, winking and smirking mockingly at him. The reason was simple. Fong Ming was once the top student at Beast High School. Coming to him to assert their presence was a delightful thing for them. Fong Ming glanced at them coolly, narrowing his eyes slightly. There are always fools who like to belittle others to elevate themselves. He didn't mind teaching them a lesson. Just then, a few more people passed by and witnessed the scene. Leading them was Mo Yushin, who had encountered Fong Ming at the entrance of Beast High School during an offline registration a few days ago. Seeing the group provoking Fong Ming, his lips twitched. He stopped to watch the fun. After all, he had done the same thing that day, only to learn from Fong Ming's fist what it meant to have real power. Given Fong Ming's temperament, he was unlikely to let these people off easily. Smirking, Mo Yushin was about to enjoy the drama when the provocateurs turned and saw him standing there. "Yushin, you're here." The group greeted Mo Yushin with respect. After all, Mo Yushin was a genuine B-level talent awakener with an impressive contract beast. At Beast High School, he was definitely among the top. Therefore, to show their respect, these few people also gave him a somewhat cheesy nickname. You guys go ahead." Mo Yushin saw that as soon as these people started talking, even Fong Ming's gaze swept over, causing him to shudder and curse under his breath, wanting to slip away immediately. However, the group was overly enthusiastic and one of them even grabbed his arm. "Don't go, Rain God, look who this is." "Hey Rain God, this guy used to be quite against you, right? We took the liberty of teaching him a lesson for you." "That's right, Rain God, we can handle him for you without you having to lift a finger." The group babbled on, effectively preventing Mo Yushin from leaving, and somehow brought him in front of Fong Ming. "Fong Ming, guess who this is?" One of them pointed at Mo Yushin, looking smugly at Fong Ming. Fong Ming looked up, sweeping his gaze over casually. Mo Yushin awkwardly met his eyes and raised his hand in greeting. "Hi." Fong Ming responded, "It's you again." Mo Yushin quickly waved his hands off Fong Ming. "Don't get me wrong, I was just passing by." He was about to continue explaining when he was interrupted by the others.
Fong Ming, bet you didn't see this coming either. Rain got him here to slap you in the face. Remember how you always topped the theory classes back in school? What good did that do you? You still couldn't awaken your talent. You should know that I, the rain god, have awakened a Class B talent. Are you convinced now? The group looked at Mo Yushin's face, hoping to see a satisfied and approving expression. After all, as the rain god, saying these things himself wouldn't have much impact. But having others say them for him surely felt great. However, Mo Yushin's expression was dark as ink, showing not the slightest hint of happiness. Shut up, all of you. Seeing Fong Ming's cold stare, Mo Yushin couldn't help but yell out. The group was startled and immediately shut their mouths. If you wanna die, don't drag me into it, Mo Yushin warned them with a glance and then looked back at Fong Ming.
Fong Ming, it's really a misunderstanding. You see, I haven't said anything unnecessary.
From start to finish. His eyes were sincere, his demeanor earnest. This was under the sky tower with countless eyes watching. If Fong Ming knocked him down with a punch here, Mo Yushin felt he might as well not even attend the major exam. He promptly softened, completely compliant. Fong Ming looked almost amused. Why be so afraid? We are classmates after all. Yes, old classmates. The deeper the friendship, the harder the hit, Mo Yushin said with a bitter smile.
You better focus on preparing for the big exam. I
won't disturb you anymore. Fong Ming just looked at him silently. Mo Yushin coughed, bowed and turned to leave. The others looked at each other, but even the fools among them understood what Mo Yushin's attitude meant. Fong Ming, I admit I was a bit loud just now. The big exam is about to start. We won't disturb you anymore. Look, the exam supervisor is coming. We better leave.
The group once again chattered and, smiling apologetically at Fong Ming, followed Mo Yushin walking away. Dejectedly, Fong Ming watched them all the while maintaining his indifferent demeanor. Some of the candidates who were originally just waiting around and prepared to enjoy the show were completely baffled by the scene unfolding before them. They recognized Mo Yushin, who was quite capable, yet he seemed terrified of Fong Ming as if he had seen a ghost. Could it be that Fong Ming had dominated him before leaving him with a psychological shadow?
They wondered, chuckling. You dare to question the strength of the rain god? If he heard you with his fiery temper, teaching you a lesson would be a piece of cake. But hey, I'm just saying. However, there's something about Fong Ming, he seems fearless, as if he really has some issue. While they were laughing and discussing the recent events, the next second brought another surprising scene. A tall girl with long hair flowing over her shoulders walked straight up to Fong Ming, who was standing in a corner. She exuded a cold aura, clearly signaling keep away, yet she was like the most dazzling crystal, always attracting countless gazes. Almost everyone recognized her. She was Yining Shuang, the goddess-level beast tamer from Imperial Beast Middle School. What's going on? Yining Shuang knows Fong Ming, they speculated. That explains why Mo Yushin was so wary of Fong Ming. It must be because of Yining Shuang. That makes sense. Fong Ming might not have any real skills, but he sure has this kind of skill, and he does look quite decent. Yining Shuang, who usually never interacted with others, why would she approach Fong Ming on her own? Could there be something secretive between them? Suddenly, the whispers around, which had begun to settle down with the departure of Mo Yushin and others, flared up again like a barrel of gunpowder had been ignited. Hearing the noise around him, Fong Ming looked up to see the girl standing in front of him, and he was also slightly surprised. How come you're here? Under the Jiugong Sky Tower, the girl stood charmingly facing the young man.
I'm also here for the big exam. Why can't I come?
Yining Shuang said to Fong Ming in a calm voice. Fong Ming was at a loss for words. You usually don't seem to have many friends. I haven't seen you talking much with others before. After a moment of silence, Fong Ming felt it was not good to be too cold, so he took the initiative to speak. They don't like me, Yining Shuang replied, standing beside Fong Ming and closing her eyes slightly. A gentle breeze blew by, lifting her black hair and seemingly also sweeping away some of the icy cold aura surrounding her. At this moment, Yining Shuang seemed a bit more approachable. But you are an A+ talent, maybe those people just think you're too formidable, Fong Ming said softly, glancing at the girl with her eyes closed, resting. I don't care about that, do you? Yining Shuang's voice was as calm as a clear spring, but much warmer than the icy demeanor she was once thought to have. Hearing this, Fong Ming smiled softly. I don't care about others' opinions, but I do care about your A+ talent. Yining Shuang raised an eyebrow and glanced at Fong Ming, a mysterious meaning swirling in her deep eyes. Though she remained silent, clearing his throat, Fong Ming changed the subject. Do you have any knowledge about the Sky Tower? He coughed slightly before continuing. During the last full school simulation contest at Beast High School, we indeed had a trial session here at the Sky Tower, Yining Shuang shared openly, looking earnestly at Fong Ming. The Sky Tower is divided into 9 Chambers each presenting a different challenge, and the challenges vary each time it opens. The first chamber mainly tests the contestants on fundamental knowledge and beast taming experience. From the second chamber onward, the challenges mostly involve puzzles and combat. Fong Ming nodded. It seems that U Beast High School indeed has some privileges, allowing its students to get a sneak preview of the national competition content.
The trials in the 9-chamber Sky Tower aren't really
hidden, they've been part of the exams every year, focusing more on assessing the candidates' actual abilities, Yining Shuang explained. Fong Ming nodded again, understanding that Yining Shuang wasn't lying. Although the Sky Tower was the same every year, the content of the exams indeed changed annually. For instance, the beast taming gate in the first chamber, although always conducted in a Q&A format, had specific questions that were only revealed on the day of the exam. Suddenly, a deafening bell rang throughout the venue. The bell of the Sky Tower had officially been struck. This also signified that the doors to the trial chambers of the 9-chamber Sky Tower would soon open to all contestants. Instantly, all the candidates looked up, gazing at the towering structure before them. In each of the 13 main cities of the Dragon Nation there was a Sky Tower, and at the top of each was a massive bell tower. When the bell towers in all 13 cities rang simultaneously, rumors claimed a world-shaking event would occur. However, these remained mere rumors. So far, the bell of the Sky Tower only rang once a year, during the national exams, with no other occurrences heard. Its starting, Fong Ming also looked up, observing the towering structure before him. On the kilometer-high tower, countless runes seemed to swirl in the air, constantly rearranging and regrouping around the tower, forming a powerful protective barrier. Be careful, Yining Shuang cautioned as she watched the towering structure. Although there is special protection in the tower to safeguard the contestants, accidents have happened before, so it's best to withdraw if it becomes too much. Fong Ming smiled slightly. Thanks for the reminder. Meanwhile, the crowd outside the tower had already begun to stir. Look, the gates of the Sky Tower have opened. Does this mean we can enter on our own? The absence of designated examiners at the scene surprised many candidates, prompting whispers and curious glances all around. The exam was set to officially begin at 9 o'clock, and it was already time. We should be able to go in now, right? The doors have opened. What are we waiting for? As the murmurs and discussions of a few examinees grew louder, someone finally couldn't hold back and took the initiative, charging towards the grand entrance of the Sky Tower. After all, the trials of the Sky Tower were graded based on the highest floor reached and the shortest time taken. Thus, the earlier one entered the tower to begin the trials, the shorter the time they would take, and correspondingly, the better their scores would be. With the first person taking the lead, the rest of the onlookers could no longer hold back, and large groups began to make their way into the tower. Fong Ming glanced at Yining Shuang beside him. Shall we go then? Of course, Yi. Ning Shuang nodded without hesitation and started walking towards the Sky Tower. Fong Ming followed behind her, shaking his head with a smile. She seems even more eager than I am. Meanwhile, several figures were silently observing them from behind. At the center of the crowd was a tall, thin young man with a buzz cut, Wang Teng, the eldest son of the direct line of the Wang family. He was arguably the most prestigious participant in this session of the national exam. With his status, he technically need not concern himself too much with the exam. However, it seemed the Wang family deliberately wanted to test him, insisting that Wang Teng personally participate in this session of the national exam. Even so, he was surrounded by a group of followers, clearly prepared to clear the path for him in the tower. Wang Xiao, shall we go in too? Someone suggested, glancing at Wang Teng, who stood still with a cold expression. Only after watching Fong Ming disappear into the entrance of the Sky Tower did Wang Teng speak. After entering the tower, everyone should follow the original plan and quickly break through to the first palace, then regroup at the entrance of the second palace. Yes, young Master Wang, rest assured. His followers responded in unison. Additionally, Wang Teng continued, not fully reassured. If you encounter Fong Ming, keep an eye on his movements. Do not act recklessly before I arrive. Understood, young Master Wang. With a cold expression, Wang Teng was determined to amass a superior force before confronting Fong Ming inside the tower. After all, since Old Master Wang hadn't returned yesterday, he had sensed something was amiss. Old Master Wang possessed the strength of a 4th-tier beast master, and the B-ranked Sangyo wolf he faced was quite formidable. Currently, Wang Tang was merely relying on absorbing energy from crystal stones, having only recently broken through to a 3rd-tier beast master just before the exam. He knew he was no match for Old Master Wang. Thus, he could not afford to underestimate Fong Ming at all. Everyone follow me. With a sinister smile, Wang Tang led his followers towards the Sky Tower at a steady pace. Indeed, the Sky Tower was intended for trials and forbade killing. For this national exam, the tower was even more heavily guarded by powerful beast masters to ensure supervision and safety. But what does that matter? With the foundation of the Wang family, killing an unknown examinee should be easily handled.
Fong Ming, today is the day you die. Those who enter the tower must not make noise. Violators will be directly deprived of their qualification to take the exam.
As Fong Ming just stepped through the grand doors of the Sky Tower, a voice as resonant as a great bell rang in his ears, startling him slightly. He felt an immense pressure from this voice, a presence that surely surpassed the 7th-tier beast master he had encountered before. This must be a restriction left at the entrance of the tower, a message audible to all who enter. Fong Ming thought to himself, yet his steps did not halt.
He continued onward into the tower. The first sight that met his eyes was a vast circular plaza. Many examinees who had arrived earlier were already standing in the center of the plaza, looking around for opportunities to ascend further. Yining Frost approached Fong Ming and spoke softly, "This is the first palace. Close your eyes and you can hear the prohibitive sound set within the tower." Fong Ming chuckled and said, "For someone who has never been here, without your hint, they wouldn't know how to truly begin the exam, would they?" Yining Frost seemed indifferent. From the moment one steps into the 9 Palaces Sky Tower, every step is part of the exam.
"What need is there for hints?" Fong Ming was momentarily at a loss for words and gave a dry laugh. "Then I really should thank you." Yining Frost glanced at him, her beautiful eyes void of any emotion. "Save your words and feel with a quiet heart." "All right." Fong Ming promptly found a secluded corner, sat down cross-legged, and began to sense his surroundings. Yining Frost watched him silently for a long while after he closed his eyes, then finally turned and left. As soon as Fong Ming closed his eyes, the voice he had heard upon entering echoed in his ears again. "In the 9 palaces, this first palace tests the basics. If your heart knows the answer, naturally you will not fear." Fong Ming nodded and silently recited in his mind, "Senior, please pose the question. According to the standard combat power ratings, how many times stronger is an A-grade 4th-tier beast than an F-grade 2nd-tier beast?" This was a standard beast combat power calculation question. 1200 times. Without
much thought, Fong Ming blurted out the answer. "Correct." Next question. According to the beast attribute counter chart, please recite the specifics. Water overcomes fire, metal overcomes wood, wood overcomes earth. This was the standard 5 phases chart, and additionally, holy overcomes dark, dark overcomes psychic, psychic overcomes normal.
Correct. Next question. Please note the following is a beast skills test. Within 5 seconds, quickly state the skills attribute in effect. Listen to the question. Please briefly describe the barrier skills attribute in effect. Barrier, a psychic type support skill that can temporarily increase one's defense by approximately 1 times. Correct. Next question. Please briefly describe the mushroom spore skills attribute in effect. Mushroom spores, a wood type support skill that scatters parasitic spores across the field, carrying poison and sleep effects. Correct. Next question. A series of questions, all related to the basic knowledge of beast mastering, as well as some basic experience and cultivation theories, were tested, including basic information about magical beasts, assessments of their skill attributes, along with tactics and strategies for handling them. Fong Ming, previously known as a prodigy at the prestigious Imperial Beast Academy, dealt with these questions with ease. In fact, in the theoretical part alone, he was truly the top scorer. It was only after adding the spiritual power test that Yining Shuang surpassed him in the overall score. With his foundation facing, the current problems almost required no extra thought. He could answer them right off the bat. Under such speed, Fong Ming quickly completed the test. Congratulations to the candidate for finishing the first palace exam of Jiangqing District in first place with a full score of 100, earning a reward of 10 million dragon coins and a star badge. Fong Ming cleared the first palace with a perfect score. He was quite satisfied with the rewards from the first palace. Direct payment was very straightforward. However, what exactly was this star badge? Fong Ming opened his eyes to see a golden star badge shining in his palm. It was made of some alloy material, feeling cool to the touch. After examining it for a while without discovering its secrets, he stored the badge in his system backpack. It was at this moment that he realized he had unknowingly left the circular plaza and was now in a different space, standing before a vast jungle. Could this be the location of the second palace? Fong Ming couldn't help but survey his surroundings. Observing the environment, what he didn't know was that the crowd outside watching the grand examination of the Sky Tower had already erupted in astonishment. 10 minutes, and 8 seconds. Someone had actually cleared the first palace with a perfect score at this incredible speed, stunning everyone. Yes, I remember the average scores for previous exams were around 20 minutes. Who looks at average scores? I recall that the fastest record for the first palace in the last few years was about 12 minutes and 30 seconds. This is a full 2 minutes faster. That doesn't prove anything. You only need a passing score of 60 to get through the first palace. Maybe this guy just wanted to speed through. Are you silly? Didn't you see the color of that light? That green is only for those who pass with full marks. What do you think we were surprised about? Really, some people can't even understand what they're watching. Exactly, someone capable like that wouldn't just aim for a quick finish.
Remember, the scores from each palace are tallied at the end.
And it's the overall score that truly determines the ranking. A truly impressive person wouldn't sacrifice their ranking just for speed, someone immediately retorted. Who knows, let's just watch. Anyway, I remember this year the scores from Imperial Beast High School were quite average with no particularly outstanding talents. Brother Dong knows it all again. Amidst the bustling chatter outside the examination arena, Fong Ming within the arena had already started to make his way towards the
jungle.
But he had barely taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The reason was simple. At the entrance of the jungle, there were already several people waiting. These people even had the leisure to look around, showing no sense of urgency about the significant exam, seeming more like they were there to enjoy the scenery. Seeing this, Fong Ming became more cautious.
An abnormal situation often hides a monster, especially here in the exam area where vigilance is crucial and magical.
Beasts could appear at any moment. Fong Ming promptly summoned his fluffy spider to walk ahead of him. Fong Ming's arrival had already caught the attention of those people, or rather, these people had breezed through the first palace early on just to wait here for Fong Ming. Indeed, these were the people following Wang Tong who had been ordered by him to speed through the first palace and specifically block Fong Ming. Fong Ming, you finally arrived?
One of them couldn't help but grin as he saw Fong Ming approaching.
You're waiting for me? Fong Ming frowned as he looked at the several people in front of him. Each of them had an aura that wasn't particularly strong, mostly around the level of second-tier beast tamers. 5 people all eyeing him eagerly. It wasn't a big trouble, just a bit of a waste of time. After all, during the national exam, Fong Ming didn't want to waste time on irrelevant matters. That's right, we're waiting just for you.
You're quite fast, probably breezed up here just like us, huh?
Too bad, it's useless arriving early. You still have to wait here for a bit. The group looked at Fong Ming, laughing disdainfully. Fong Ming took a deep breath. It seems that although we don't know each other, you've specifically come to cause trouble. Good that you know. Now, please wait here at the entrance of the jungle, they said, smiling slyly. Fong Ming couldn't help but laugh. You're surrounding me here just to delay my time and affect my exam results?
It's not that complicated. Our young master just hasn't arrived here yet.
Fong Ming shook his head. I've roughly guessed who your young master is. What if I say I don't want to wait even a second? It's not about what you want or don't want. It's about what you must do, they said, grinning. Seeing that Fong Ming had let the fluffy spider walk in front, they had already summoned their pets early on. In no time, several magical beasts had surrounded Fong Ming from all directions.
What a hassle, Fong Ming muttered, glancing at the magical beasts closing in from all
around, and silently recited in his mind, System used the yellow jade crystal, grade D material, on Momo initiate fusion, ding fusion successful special fusion beast 100-fold effect activated fluffy spider has evolved to a grade D magical beast sinister magic spider in its mature 4th stage effective time, 10 minutes.
The fluffy spider rapidly increased in size, instantly overshadowing any magical beast present, exuding a terrifying aura of dominance. Impossible, wasn't his magical beast just a second-tier E-class creature moments ago?
What's with this aura? This kid must be playing tricks, trying to scare us off with such tactics. Indeed, this kid is absurd. I might have believed it if he summoned a 3rd-tier beast's aura, but a 4th tier? Do I look like a fool? For a moment, as the sinister spider appeared, its powerful predatorial presence instinctively made them step back in fear. They exchanged glances quickly, then realized and looked at Fong Ming with mocking expressions.
Mao Mao, deal with them, kill the beasts.
But spare the humans, Fong Ming said calmly. It wasn't that he was particularly merciful, but this was after all the site of a major examination. There were surely supervising figures around, and recklessly killing might lead to complications. Squeak, the fluffy spider responded and lunged at the surrounding beasts. This kid is crazy, he really dares to make a move. Since he's seeking death, we need not be polite.
Didn't Wang Xiao say to wait until he arrived before making a move? Now, it's fine, this kid alone can't turn the sky upside down. Once we capture him, Wang Xiao will definitely be even happier, they joked among themselves, seemingly envisioning the scene where Wang Tang would come and reward them. However, in the next moment their expressions changed drastically. The sinister spider with overwhelming force knocked down the surrounding magical beasts one by one. The scene turned chaotic, filled with the painful cries of various beasts. No, 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 impossible, my magic wolf is a D-class second-tier beast, how could it be this spider? It seems like a real fourth-tier magical beast, we must run, this kid seems a bit strange, I'm getting out of here first, one of them said. As soon as they witnessed the combat power of the sinister spider, they instantly understood they were no match, and the smarter ones chose to flee immediately. Those who were slow to react were quickly cocooned by the spider's silk trap one by one. Even those who fled quickly were not spared. The spider leaped and caught up to these fledgling students, hanging them from trees with its silk. The sinister spider was ruthless in its attacks, which were further laced with its inherent deadly poison. Due to Fong Ming's orders, it was relatively merciful towards the beast tamers. However, it showed no mercy towards the beasts. Even if they did not die immediately from the injuries, they had already lost their ability to fight. This was a habit and experience it had developed following Fong Ming through many battles. After all, from the moment it was born from a spider egg, its first battle was a significant one-inch, spanning different levels. Thus, it always fights with all its might. Even now, facing these much weaker opponents, it shows no mercy. Fong Ming sighed. Mao Mao truly lives up to being a descendant of the sinister demon spider, possessing some predatory instincts. But fortunately this trouble was resolved quite easily. Well done, Mao Mao. He was in a good mood and praised directly the sinister demon spider. Upon hearing this, blissfully squinted its tiny eyes. Gentlemen, I won't keep you company any longer. If you have the patience, you might as well wait here for your young master, Fong Ming said as he looked at the few people trapped and unable to move, a slight smile on his face. Then he walked up to them and, under their terrified gazes, smoothly took their storage rings. Consider this compensation for the trouble you've caused me. This way we're even. Should we meet again, we can still greet each other as good classmates. If you wish to cause more trouble in the future, I'm always welcome. But make sure to bring something good. As he spoke, he skillfully broke the seal on the storage rings right in front of them. Glancing inside, the contents were quite decent, worth nearly $1 million for an average student. Is this the value of a student from Imperial Beast High? TSK. Oh, perhaps it's also the compensation given by that young master. Thinking of the young master, Fong Ming, who had already walked past, suddenly turned back, startling them. Oh, and do convey a message to that young master. I, Fong Ming, am waiting for him to come personally. If he's too slow, I might just go find him myself. Having said that, Fong Ming swaggered into the jungle. The few encased in spider cocoons looked at each other, speechless. Other candidates who had just finished their exams stopped in their tracks at the entrance of the jungle upon witnessing the scene. Watching Fong Ming's departing figure and then looking at the people suspended in the trees, no one dared to speak. Outside the forest, at a certain location, a figure watching this scene couldn't help but chuckle. A bit of restraint in his actions, but directly robbing people isn't very nice, this kid. The Nine Palaces Sky Tower has an environment full of variable and unpredictable challenges, yet the sudden appearance of such a vast forest feels somewhat unreal. The forest in front of him is just like the one outside the main city. However, the forest here is enveloped in a faint mist, carrying a dim and oppressive atmosphere, making it feel even more sinister and terrifying than the large forest outside Jiang City. Fong Ming looked at the forest in front of him, still letting the fluffy spider lead the way for exploration. If the first palace was a theoretical exam, then this forest in the second palace is clearly outdoor practical training. Fong Ming already had a guess in his mind. Now, the fluffy spider was handling fourth-tier magical beasts with ease, and since it was only the second palace, Fong Ming didn't feel much pressure. Nevertheless, adhering to a principle of caution, he still let the fluffy spider lead the way to scout ahead for him. And Fong Ming didn't have to wait long. The challenge of the second palace soon arrived. Contrary to Fong Yun's expectations, it wasn't a third-tier magical beast that appeared, but a group of second-tier ones, illusionary spirit beasts, grade second-tier mature phase magical beasts of the dark type, skilled in evasion and concealment, perfect for assassinations. Against such beasts, Fong Ming dared not be careless. With a thought, he immediately summoned Xiao Hong and had it cover him as armor for protection. Facing such a large group of second-tier, dark-type magical beasts was likely going to make this test a tough one.
as Fong Ming appeared in the jungle, many illusionary spirit beasts also detected his presence. In an instant, they swarmed towards him. Fong Ming quickly used the yellow jade crystal he had just retrieved at the entrance of the jungle, enhancing the fluffy spider back into its sinister spider form.
As the system prompt indicated, the fusion was complete, the originally unremarkable
Fluffy Spider underwent a dramatic transformation. Its dark spider shell suddenly adorned a layer of even more mysterious and eerie patterns, making it look sinister and grotesque, instilling fear at a glance. The 8 giant spider legs flickered with a dim luminescence as if radiating a strange murderous aura throughout. The sinister spider, once Fong Ming's nightmare, nearly became the predatory beast that took his life.
Fong Ming was quite familiar with this form of Mao Mao, particularly effective when bullying weaker opponents.
Especially now, after entering the second tier, the fluffy spider's attributes had surged directly to the fourth tier. Coupled with its already strong base stats, the sinister spider, originally an assassin, was like a tangible god of war in front of the dark illusionary spirit beasts. Countless strands of spider silk were instantly spat out, covering the approaching illusionary spirit beasts.
However, the silk had no effect on the illusionary spirit beasts. After all, they didn't have a real
physical body, passing directly through the sinister spider's web and continuing their attack. For ghost-type magical beasts, physical attacks naturally had little effect. Mao Mao used the skill Scorching Breath. Fong Ming ordered without hesitation. Upon hearing Fong Ming's command, the sinister spider opened its mouth and spewed out a fierce line of fire. The massive sea of flames surged up with the wind, almost instantly igniting the surrounding trees and forming a vast sea of fire. Illusionary spirit beasts, while charging through, were suddenly surrounded by the sea of fire, unable to break through. "Well done, Mao Mao," Fong Ming said with a slight smile. Unexpectedly, the sinister spider had trapped the illusionary spirit beasts in such a manner which was beyond Fong Ming's original plan. He had originally planned to break through the situation with the violent force of the sinister spider demon, but ended up using flames to alter the terrain and trap the illusionary spirit. The battle turned out to be even simpler than Fong Ming had anticipated. This was undoubtedly a time saver, which was good news for him. Killing these monsters wasn't the key. As long as he could get through this forest, he would find the entrance to the next palace. Fong Ming furrowed his brow and thought, in the midst of this major test, every second counted, and slaughter was not the only way to break through. Without lingering in battle, Fong Ming let the sinister spider demon continue to lead him forward. The jungle terrain was undoubtedly well suited for the swift advancement of the spider demon. Once again, it was like a real-life Spider-Man scene. Before long, under the guidance of the spider demon, Fong Ming arrived deep in the forest. Along the way, they mainly encountered second-tier ghostly beasts, which didn't pose much trouble for the spider demon. At such a speed, Fong Ming wanted to move on, and they simply couldn't stop him. Deep in the forest, what appeared in front of Fong Ming was a vast lake. The lake was like a mirror, serene and peaceful. A breeze caused ripples to form, creating a scenic and refreshing atmosphere. Most importantly, there were no traces of monsters in this area. It seemed like a sanctuary amidst the entire illusionary forest. After confirming that the monsters hadn't followed them, Fong Ming let the spider demon exit its combat mode. Fong Ming explored around the lake, hoping to find clues to the next palace. The lake was large, but as he walked, Fong Ming realized that the lake itself wasn't the highlight. The real point of interest was in the center of the lake, where there seemed to be a light that occasionally flickered. Could the entrance to the next level be inside that light in the lake? Fong Ming secretly guessed, feeling somewhat uneasy. After all, although the surface of the lake was calm, he couldn't know whether any monsters were lurking within. The unknown was always the most frightening. Regardless, he had to try. Fong Ming no longer hesitated, staring at the light in the lake. Just as he was about to use a water crystal to switch the spider demon's form, he suddenly saw a dazzling white light flash before his eyes. Fong Ming instinctively squinted his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in a familiar yet strange environment. A somewhat tattered teddy bear, a small bed that clearly could no longer accommodate him, and a small wish carved on the window. This was the room in Jiang City's first orphanage where he had once lived. He had grown up in the orphanage without parents. Here, he could recall his warmest memories, even though he knew he was in a different environment now. Fong Ming felt a reluctant intoxication, not wanting to leave. Ever since the big fire 10 years ago, he had never had the chance to return here. "Little rascals, it's time to eat," a cold voice spoke from outside. Upon hearing it, Fong Ming's whole body shuddered. Yes, that was the voice of the head of the orphanage, a fierce woman who had left a deep shadow in Fong Ming's childhood. but at this moment Fong Ming's face showed no sign of fear. It was now that he truly understood. The dean, though fierce, had never mistreated any of the orphans. If fierce could be replaced with another word, strict might be more appropriate. Without her strict demands, there would not have been the scholarly Fong Ming later on, so how could he possibly be afraid? What he felt was more of nostalgia. This illusory space was likely created to trap the examinees, testing whether a beast master's heart was strong. The illusory space thought this was a place he feared. In reality, this was the place he had always wanted to return to. Fong Ming's lips curved slightly into a smile as he reached out to push open the small door. Then came a dazzling white light. Fong Ming blinked open his eyes only to find himself in a new space. It turned out he could no longer see them even in this illusion. He chuckled bitterly, yet soon heard that voice again by his ear. Congratulations to the examinee for successfully passing the second palace illusory forest as the top candidate of Jiangcheng district, awarded 10 million Long Kingdom currency and a star badge. So had he now reached the third palace? Fong Ming couldn't help but marvel. This speed seems a bit fast. What Fong Ming didn't know was that the second palace, which he thought was a bit fast, had already trapped most of the examinees. It should be known that the majority of candidates had only just awakened or stepped into the first tier at the time of the national exam registration. A large group of second-tier dark beasts was enough to keep these examinees busy for a while, even if they gradually adapted to combat facing second-tier beasts without expending significant effort was impossible. Only those who had already advanced to the second tier as beast masters could truly step into the third palace, unless one had an overwhelming advantage like the sinister spider or an extremely fast speed. The multitude of second-tier beasts in the jungle was not something a first-tier beast master could easily escape from. In fact, based on past performance, reaching the third palace in the Great Exam was already considered absolutely excellent. Therefore, among the onlookers outside the tower, there was suddenly some surprise. That green light point, which had broken through the first palace in just 10 minutes and 8 seconds, had now quickly breached the second palace at an even faster pace, moving on to the interface representing the third palace. This kid must be cheating. How can he be so fast? If it was the first palace, I could understand because he was a scholar, but with such a fast speed in the second palace, could he be a third-tier beast master? Impossible. When did our Jiangcheng Beast Master High School have such a character? You might not know this, but this year the most talented girl at Beast Master High School number 1 Yining Shuang excels in both academics and martial arts. This light point is likelier. I've heard about that girl, A+ level talent, though not reaching S level. Rumor has it that one of the top 4 Beast Master High Schools, Guanghua High School, even wanted to admit her exceptionally early, but she declined. My goodness, where did you hear this news? Can you believe that girl rejected offers from all 4 top universities? Is she out of her mind? You clearly don't know how talented Yining Shuang is. Although she's not ranked as S-class, her combat abilities are definitely on par with those who are. Maybe she skipped the early admissions because she has bigger ambitions, perhaps aiming to make a splash at the national competition. It's true, the thoughts of these geniuses are hard to predict. Let's just wait and see. I think Yining Shuang might really set a new record. At this moment, the third palace that appeared before Fong Ming looked more like a real palace, a massive bronze temple. His view was obstructed by the imposing bronze walls towering and overlapping, blocking out the sun. Fong Ming tried to glimpse inside the bronze hall, but he couldn't see clearly at all. Without any hesitation, Fong Ming chose the fluffy spider to lead the way. Together, they entered the bronze palace. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by a dim gray scene. The lighting inside the hall was rather poor. Fong Ming quickly took out a flashlight from his backpack to light the way. The air inside seemed heavier than the outside world, filled with an indescribable and mysterious aura. Although the murals on the walls were faded and peeling, Fong Ming could vaguely make out that they depicted a great and ancient civilization. However, the script on the walls was unlike any he had learned before. "Be careful, Mao Mao," he whispered. From the moment he entered the bronze palace, Fong Ming felt as if an unknown presence was watching him, which made him increasingly vigilant. Along the way there were quite a few small traps and mechanisms. Back in his sophomore year, Fong Ming had been quite interested in the study of spiritual arrays and mechanisms. During that time he had spent a lot of effort studying and tinkering with various devices. Unfortunately, whether it was becoming a spiritual array master, an alchemist, or a craftsman, everything depended on awakening one's potential. So later on, Fong Ming focused solely on cultivation, hoping to awaken his abilities sooner. However, now relying on the extracurricular books he had studied like spiritual power deconstruction and recirculation, spiritual pathway design, and basic mechanism studies. He managed to pass these small tests without much effort. This was indeed the confidence that came from once being a top student. As they continued forward, reaching the center of the Great Hall, no disturbances occurred. However, in the center of the bronze hall, a huge bronze altar appeared before him. Around the altar stood several particularly burly, well-equipped mechanical bronze guards. Clearly, this was the heart of the bronze hall and the thing these bronze figures were guarding. Should he try it? After all, there were no other discoveries made so far. Fong Ming knew in his heart that the path to subsequent palaces probably lay above that altar. Perhaps this palace's test was to solve the mechanisms? He moved slowly, doing his best to avoid the gaze of the bronze statues while continuously scrutinizing their structure and details from the corner of his eye. The velvet spider took the lead, with Fong Ming cautiously following behind. Fortunately, they encountered no barriers or triggers that might activate the bronze figures as they made their way to the altar. Standing before the altar, now just within reach, Fong Ming hesitated. His intuition told him that stepping onto the altar would change the entire hall. It seemed unavoidable. He muttered under his breath and resolutely stepped onto the staircase leading to the altar. Click! A distinct sound of mechanical movement came from beside him. The bronze guards were awakening. Fong Ming did not stop. Instead, he ascended the steps of the altar, quickening his pace with each stride. Click, click! The entire bronze hall seemed to come to life as countless bronze figures stiffly turned their heads towards the figure at the center of the altar. Yet Fong Ming walked leisurely, calmly reaching the platform of the altar. At the top of the altar was a crystal round table strikingly laid out. Atop the table shone a dazzling crystal orb, and in front of the orb there stood a small bronze statue shaped like a child with a smile at its lips. No need to scare me, Fong Ming spoke to the empty hall, his voice eerily echoing. All these bronze statues are controlled by you, aren't they? His judgment stemmed from his intuition, which clearly sensed that the spiritual energy fluctuations in the entire hall originated from the small bronze statue in front of him. As he spoke, the giant bronze guards at the altar's edge drew their swords towards him. Just for show, Fong Ming scoffed coldly and sent the velvet spider forward, its long legs stabbing fiercely towards the small bronze statue. Ding! A crisp sound like metal striking metal rang out deafeningly. The small statue unexpectedly raised its arm, blocking the spider's determined strike with just its palm. The spider's leg was only inches from the statue's palm, yet it could not advance any further. Definitely something strange here. Fong Ming narrowed his eyes. This seemingly ordinary small statue possessed such incredible defensive power that it could easily withstand the full force of the spider's attack. This had to be at least a third-tier magical beast. Suddenly, the small bronze statue tilted its head, smiled at him, and then, under the dim candlelight on the altar, which made the smile appear particularly sinister and eerie, it leapt from the altar onto the shoulder of a huge bronze guard. Fong Ming's eyes widened in surprise, realizing something was amiss. These bronze guards were likely not there to protect the small statue but to prevent his escape. This could explain why all the bronze guards faced the altar instead of the direction from which the outsiders came. His arrival might have just coincided with the unsealing of the altar. Trouble was brewing. Fong Ming quickly commanded the velvet spider to block the small bronze statue. However, the small statue emitted a dry, triumphant laugh. Gaga gaga, accompanied by a chilling laughter. It slowly sank into the chest cavity of the large bronze guard. Fong Ming's expression darkened immediately. Although the spiritual energy fluctuations of this small bronze statue were only around the third tier, it possessed a parasitic ability, and in this entire bronze hall there were still a heap of bronze statues. If the small statue continued to parasitize, the velvet spider would be essentially fighting a high-strength magical beast continuously. The only way was to trap this eerie bronze statue within the body of the current bronze guard, preventing it from switching hosts at will. Now the priority was to deal with this bronze guard. This bronze guard, towering several meters tall, was like an ancient war god clad in thick bronze armor, wielding a massive axe, majestic and solemn, exuding a heavy and stern oppressive aura. The velvet spider showed no fear, charging at the bronze statue without hesitation. At the same time, countless strands of spider silk were spat out, attempting to slow down the bronze statue. A crisp sound echoed. The sharp spear-like legs of the spider clashing against the armor only produced a grating metallic collision sound. Fong Ming frowned at the sight. This metallic lump was really troublesome. The bronze statue's defense was as solid as a wall of iron and copper, and this indestructible defense, merely relying on brute force, was clearly too strenuous. System used the C-grade red agate on the pet Mau Mau for integration. Ding integration successful. Special effects integration. Beast 100-fold effect activated. Velvet spider evolves into C-grade red rock demon spider and has matured to the 4th tier. Effective time 10 minutes. Bright red pattern suddenly covered the velvet spider's body and a frenzied aura also emanated from it. Mao Mao used the scorching breath. Upon hearing Fong Ming's command, the bronze guard seemed not to be in a hurry but leisurely watched the red rock demon spider's movements. On its expressionless rigid face there seemed to be a mocking smile. The red rock demon spider directly used its skill. A scorching line of fire sprayed towards the bronze guard. The fire line unobstructed utilized the previously laid spider silk to continuously intensify the flames. Soon what was initially just a line of fire had now transformed into a terrifying fire tornado rampaging wildly within the bronze hall. In the confined space the intense heat continued to rapidly rise. Boom! The densely packed bronze armors standing in the hall utterly immobile were finally ignited one by one, emitting a bewitching green glow. Upon seeing this the bronze guard was plunged into extreme rage. These were its spare hosts and now they were being destroyed by the red rock demon spider. The bronze guard swung a fierce punch, hammering down viciously towards the red rock demon spider. Agile as ever the spider dodged the heavy blow, but the altar beneath it wasn't so lucky and was smashed into pieces by the force of the strike. Fong Ming watched the bronze guard with a playful smile, thinking, now it's your turn to be anxious. What followed was a game of cat and mouse. Despite the ferocity of the bronze guard's attacks, the red rock demon spider, relying on its speed, dodged attack after attack with ease, even managing to occasionally scratch its hard armor. As the flames intensified, even the temperature inside the copper hall reached several hundred degrees. Fong Ming had to fuse fire-resistant herbs into his slime monster Xiaohong to barely withstand the high temperatures of the bronze hall, but the bronze guard's movements were noticeably stiffening. Crack! What seemed like a mechanical failure froze the bronze guard mid-turn. The red rock demon spider, ever watchful for an opportunity, didn't miss its chance. It plunged its claw viciously into a joint at the statue's waist, creating a fine crack. Crack! Sensing something was wrong, the bronze guard hurriedly attempted to counterattack, but it was too late. In the high heat, the bronze was no longer as resilient. The impact of the red rock demon spider's claw continued to burst forth, spreading along the crack like thunder tearing through. Irresistible and devastating, the bronze armor shattered instantly, fragments flying everywhere. Then with a deafening crash that echoed through the great hall, the mighty bronze guard finally fell under the full force of the red rock demon spider's strike. As the red rock demon spider's combat form timed out, it reverted to its fluffy spider form and hopped onto Fong Ming's shoulder. Seeing the bronze guard fall, Fong Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to step forward, a sudden intuition stopped him in his tracks. Sure enough, in the next moment a dark shadow shot out like lightning from within the bronze guard's armor, aiming straight for Fong Ming's face. With a cold laugh, Fong Ming said, "I was waiting for you." He immediately pulled out a grade C spiritual sword, the Spirit Light Sword, from his storage space and channeled his spiritual power into it. Feeling the rapid drain of spiritual energy, Fong Ming's expression remained unchanged. With a fierce thrust he stabbed at the shadow. Spiritual energy surged out, centered on the tip of the sword, unleashing an unstoppable force. The shadow was in fact a tiny bronze figure which only now realized the danger, but it was too late. With a crisp sound, Fong Ming's sword was deeply embedded in the body of the tiny bronze figure. This time Fong Ming had resolved the battle personally, relying on both the slime monster and his own power. With the death of the tiny copper statue, a crystal key suddenly burst out from within it. At the same time, the tiny copper statue gradually vanished without leaving behind even a corpse. The slime monster, which had already bounced onto the ground, seemed to want to devour it, but as soon as it opened its mouth, the copper statue disappeared, leaving the little creature to stare blankly at the empty space in front of it. Fong Ming glanced at the slime monster, realizing for the first time that its devouring ability might extend beyond just purifying magic cores. Perhaps its true function was to consume other things. However, it seemed that the magical beasts in this grand test weren't real creatures but illusions created by the Sky Tower. With this judgment in mind, Fong Ming took the key and inserted the crystal key into the sphere on the platform. As the key was inserted, the crystal sphere suddenly burst into a brilliant light. Congratulations to the candidate Fong Ming for annihilating the Bronze Guard and successfully passing the third palace, the Bronze Palace, as the top candidate from the Jiang City district, with an additional reward of 20 million Dragon Kingdom currency and a star medal. Just as Fong Ming vanished from the spot, the figure reappeared soon after he left. looking at the mess in the Bronze Palace he sighed.
Trouble, there are still a bunch of people coming, and since the
elite copper statue has been taken down by that youngster, I might as well activate all these copper pieces. This kid, causing such a big stir all by himself, I suspect even the Tower Master in his day wasn't as troublesome as him. With his eyes opening once again, he found himself in a new environment. I've already reached the fourth palace. Fong Ming was slightly surprised this journey was smoother than he had anticipated, and indeed passing each palace directly rewarded money, a style Fong Ming quite enjoyed. Please continue this.
At this moment the slime monster on Fong Ming's shoulder began
to stir restlessly. Chirp. Fong Ming glanced at it and the slime monster had already bounced onto the ground. This is... Fong Ming's gaze slightly sharpened. He quickly sensed something. The spiritual energy fluctuations in the slime monster were becoming more intense, clearly a sign of a breakthrough. Indeed, the slime monster, currently a rank F First Order, didn't require much spiritual energy for a breakthrough. After several battles and the integration of materials, the energy within the slime beast's body must have been sufficient. But at this moment the system's voice suddenly rang out again. Ding! Detection of the shapeshifting slime monster approaching. Breakthrough. Please host quickly collect the required thunder element materials to complete the breakthrough. As the system's voice sounded, the fluctuations on the slime monster, which were already on the verge of breakthrough, suddenly seemed to be suppressed and calmed down abruptly.
This is direct intervention, not allowing a breakthrough without materials. Fong
Ming was stunned for a moment. Although the system had hinted at this before, he hadn't expected such a hardcore method of intervention from the system. Could it be that there was something special about the slime monster? He carefully checked the list of materials listed by the system. Compared to the initial materials needed for the slime monster's life recovery, it had indeed been reduced a lot. It was primarily a piece of grade A ore material, the Nine Heavens Thunderstone. I would have
to wait until after the big exam to ask Brother Sure to help me look for it.
Upgrading now is easy, but finding materials is tough. Fong Ming needed various elemental materials for his own talent upgrade, and the slime creature also needed thunder elemental materials. Jumi. The sudden disappearance of the spiritual energy fluctuations on its body left the slime creature slightly stunned, and then it looked at Fong Ming with some grievance. Fong Ming sighed. There's no other way, I'll have to go out and find materials for you later.
The slime creature bounced around on
the spot for a while, then cheerfully hopped back onto Fong Ming's shoulder. Fong Ming rubbed its head and continued to explore forward with the fuzzy spider. The journey was relatively smooth without much time wasted. Fong Ming surveyed the surroundings while silently speculating about what the fourth palace might test. Just as he was looking around, a cold and sinister wind suddenly struck from behind.
Just stepping into the domain of the fourth palace, he already encountered an assassination attempt.
Fong Ming believed that this was a deliberate intimidation by the fourth palace, a reminder to the candidates to always remain vigilant. Fortunately, the slime creature had stayed on Fong Ming's body and didn't come off. So the moment the cold wind struck, the slime creature instantly transformed, forming a steel-like armor behind Fong Ming. With a crisp clang, Fong Ming was knocked back, retreating 3 steps before stabilizing himself.
Even then, his body felt numb as if he had just been struck by electric voltage, rendering him almost immobile. What in the world was this? With such tremendous force and eerie effects, Fong Ming did not dare relax and immediately commanded the fuzzy spider to attack. He then turned around and saw that his attacker was a glowing orb enveloped in lightning. Could it be that this challenge's monster was of the thunder attribute? Fong Ming guessed silently and immediately issued a command to the system: use the Gigarock or Grade D on the pet Fuzzy Spider 4 Fusion.
Ding! Fusion successful. Special effect: Fusion monster effect magnified 100 times. Fuzzy Spider has now grown to the 4th maturity stage. Defense and strength attributes enhanced 100-fold. Effective for 10 minutes. The Gigarock or temporarily added the property of rock to the Fuzzy Spider, offering a certain degree of immunity to thunder attributes, effectively countering it. The body of the Fuzzy Spider instantly grew immensely large and a thick layer of rock armor covered its surface, granting it immunity to electric attacks. However, the reaction of the thunder orb was still beyond Fong Ming's expectations. Thunder representing not only the fierceness of thunder and lightning but also the swiftness of lightning. Like a phantom, the lightning ball bounced in a way that it surprisingly circumvented the massive energy orb, speeding towards Fong Ming once again.
Fong Ming was taken aback and hastily retreated 2 steps. The magical beasts in this tower truly possessed a keen intelligence.
An ordinary candidate with limited practical experience would likely have met their demise in such a direct assault by a magical beast. However, Fong Ming's experience was exceptionally seasoned. As the lightning ball charged towards him, Fong Ming promptly had his slime monster morph to shield him. Simultaneously, his velvet spider spat out a web, swiftly sweeping Fong Ming onto its back, thus evading the lightning ball's attack unscathed.
This creature was indeed cunning. Fong Ming decided to
stay on the back of the velvet spider, quietly observing the lightning ball, ready for its next move. While Fong Ming was entangled with the lightning ball in the fourth chamber, some of the outstanding candidates had already made their way to the third chamber. Confronted with a grand bronze palace filled with bronze guards, they were momentarily dumbfounded. Man, are the exam questions this hard this year?
The second chamber had second-tier magical beasts, and now the third chamber directly has third-tier ones?
I told you it's hell difficulty this year, but you wouldn't believe me. Stop talking nonsense, let's charge together. Unlike Fong Ming, who proceeded alone, candidates could actually team up, which was a means to somewhat reduce the difficulty of the test. Nevertheless, teaming up required a certain discount on the scores obtained in that chamber. Therefore, the truly capable candidates often chose to proceed alone.
This batch of candidates was relatively superior, which is why they managed
to smoothly pass the second chamber to reach the third. However, the scene before them made them pause and opt for cooperation. After all, breaking through a chamber still yielded points, much better than being stuck here without scoring any. Hey girl, want to team up? A young man called out to a long-haired girl who simply ignored them and walked past. No need. The girl glanced at them briefly, her steps unwavering, and charged forward towards the bronze guards like a sharp sword. She's
pretty but a bit reckless, he muttered to himself as she charged alone.
Unafraid of death, it seemed. The rejected young man's face showed a trace of displeasure, obviously feeling somewhat embarrassed by the girl's refusal. Stop it, dude, don't you recognize her? She's pretty, but don't you know the name Yi Ningfrost? Hud, she's Yi Ningfrost. The young man was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood why she dared to charge alone. The group exchanged looks and then turned their gaze forward.
At that moment, Yi Ningfrost, like a female war god, or perhaps more aptly an unstoppable ice sword accompanied by her ice chill bird, was slicing through the ranks of bronze guards. All the magical beasts on the path were frozen in place like a series of transparent bronze ice sculptures. Some boys who lagged behind couldn't help but gulp hard. The girl was pretty, but perhaps too fierce. Are you kidding me? Are you starting to pick on her now? Just imagine if she were your girlfriend, would you say no? Of course, they would say yes. Meanwhile,
these boys were still puzzled about how to get past the bronze guards' blockade. On Fong Ming's side, he was gradually getting used to battling with the thunder orbs. The fuzzy spider, relying on its stone armor, steadily pushed forward. The thunder orbs continued to harass him, but to no avail. Fong Ming just nestled on the back of the fuzzy spider, using the spider's silk bindings and the massive rocky outcrops on its surface for defense. With the slime monster backing him up from behind, it was a nearly foolproof defense. As Fong Ming and the fuzzy spider continued to advance, they finally reached a rugged valley. Fong Ming was instantly stunned by the sight before him. It was a valley of thunder. Countless forces of lightning violently churned through the valley, weaving a spine-chilling pattern like numerous swift thunder dragons in the air. Fong Ming swallowed hard, but then a thought flashed through his mind. This place with thunder like dragons might have the material needed for the slime monster to evolve, the Nine Heavens Thunder Stone, which could only be formed in places with the densest thunder struck by lightning 9 times, continually condensing the power of thunder. It was worth a shot. If it was really there, it would be a stroke of great luck. Fong Ming glanced at the valley in front of him and then thought about where the exit of the fourth palace might be. Could the exit of this palace be deep within this valley? If it were anyone else who could break through, but Fong Ming was no ordinary person.
After checking the materials he had, which had been greatly replenished by a previous shadow kill, he didn't have many A-grade materials left, but there were still quite a few below B-grade. Biting his teeth, Fong Ming issued another command to the system. The system used a thunder crystal, B-grade material, on Xiaohong for fusion. Yes, he originally had a thunder crystal, but it was only a B-grade material, far from the breakthrough material Nine Heavens Thunderstone required by the system. Ding! Fusion successful. Special effect: Fusion Monster 100-fold effect activated. The variable slime monster evolves into a C-grade thunder slime monster and has grown to the second stage of maturity. Effective time, 10 minutes. As the system's voice fell, the surface of the slime monster, originally a reddish brown, also began to change.
Bursts of sparkling lightning shot out from its body like sparks, while layers of flowing plasma membranes covered its surface. Slimebeast species, Thunder Slimebeast rarity, C-class, upgradable, rank, second tier attributes, Thunder strength, 500 agility, 250 magic, 700 defense, 700 skills, Devour, S-class, Lightning Mastery, D-class, Electric Flash, D-class, Thunder, D. Class. Fong Ming hesitated for a moment, merging directly with the slime beast in this state. He wasn't sure if he could become immune or if he would be electrocuted by Xiao Huang. Regardless, he had to try to know if it was life or death. Gritting his teeth, Fong Ming let the slime beast cover his body. A warm sensation followed as expected with no pain or sting. Indeed, his beast could not harm its tamer. Fong Ming knew his gamble was right. The slime beast completely covered him, using lightning mastery as a guide, effectively avoiding any attacks from the lightning. Now he could smoothly enter the valley. He was unaware if there were other magical beasts in the valley. Considering the situation, the magical beasts in Thunder Valley were at least at the level of the lightning spheres. Amidst such wild thunderstorms, the attacks of single attribute magical beasts were even more formidable. Fong Ming kept a vigilant mindset and chose to send the fluffy spider back to the beast's base. He proceeded, covered by the slime beast, silently and discreetly, as expected. It wasn't long before Fong Ming saw other thunder-type magical beasts in the valley: wind thunder wolves, clap electric bears, thunder-devouring beasts, and countless obedient thunder spheres freely bouncing around in the valley. Fong Ming clicked his tongue. These beasts were at least third tier, with many even at the fourth tier. Ordinary candidates probably would reach their limit here. Those who were either of the thunder type or could use stealth might have a chance to break through the valley. As Fong Ming pondered, his steps became even more cautious. Perhaps due to the thunder stones, the thunderous aura from the slime beast naturally blended into the valley, not attracting the attention of other magical beasts. At this moment, Fong Ming was like a humanoid lightning, carefully moving deeper into the valley. And in the center of the valley, there was a sanctuary formed entirely of light. Once Fong Ming entered, the outside lightning was completely blocked, and even the presence of magical beasts disappeared. Yet could this be a resting place specially set up for candidates? If there were such sanctuaries at intervals along the way, candidates might have the opportunity to keep moving forward through stages, eventually reaching the deepest part of the gorge. Fong Ming looked around the interior of the sanctuary. Inside the sanctuary, apart from an altar emitting a white glow, there was nothing else. The whole space was only about 10 square meters in size, with gentle white light surrounding the altar, forming a protective lock that isolated everything from the outside. Fong Ming only needed to expend a little spiritual power to maintain his current state by summoning the slime creature, which did not cost him much otherwise. Thus, the sanctuary was somewhat optional for him. After making some adjustments and resting, Fong Ming continued on his journey. At this rate, it took him about half an hour to reach the deepest part of the valley. To his surprise, he found that the deepest part of the valley was calm, with no sign of thunder or lightning. It was as if everything outside was completely isolated. The reason was simple. At the forefront stood a huge, mysterious altar, several times larger than any he had seen before. The white light emanating from it covered most of the terrain deep in the valley, making it impervious to the thunder and lightning outside. Hidden in the deepest part of the altar, Fong Ming found some herbs. His eyes lit up and he quickly walked over. There were Thunderstrike woods and 9 heavens thunder stones. It was like finding treasure without even looking, especially since the 9 heavens thunder stones were urgently needed at the moment. Thunderstrike wood was also a rare A-grade material, not only necessary for magical beast evolution but also essential for alchemists who could use it as the core to create powerful spiritual weapons. Weapons made from Thunderstrike wood were much more powerful than ordinary electric guns. This was indeed a reward for being the first to arrive here. Fong Ming naturally did not hold back and gladly accepted them all. Then, in the center of the sanctuary, Fong Ming searched to see if there were any other treasures. To his disappointment, aside from the solitary altar, there was nothing else. The materials must have been naturally formed by the Thunder Valley over time rather than deliberately placed. However, just having the 9 heavens thunder stone was enough to satisfy Fong Ming. This place also provided some protection, so Fong Ming chose to allow his versatile slime creature to undergo a breakthrough on the spot. System: the 9 heavens thunder stone has been collected. Proceed with Xiao Hong's breakthrough. Ding. Material used successfully. Versatile slime creature breaking through. Please wait. Ding. Versatile slime creature's breakthrough successful. Xiao Hong's species, versatile slime creature, rarity E grade, upgradable, rank, second tier attributes, strength, 53 agility, 52 magic, 55 defense, 56 skills, devour, S grade, mimic, E grade. After the breakthrough, the slime creature's attributes greatly improved and its combat power significantly increased.
More importantly, it gained an E-grade mimic skill. Fong Ming tested it and quickly discovered the skill's effect. It
could mimic other magical beasts' abilities, but the skill's effect could only reach up to E-grade. Perhaps it might be useful. Fong Ming shrugged his shoulders, not hesitating any longer, as he was still in the midst of a major exam and could not afford to waste time. He walked up to the altar and pressed his hand onto it. Congratulations to the examinee for passing the 4th Palace, Thunder Valley, as the first in Jiangqing District. Reward, 10 million Dragon Country currency and a star medal. The next moment the world spun around. Fong Ming opened his eyes once more, and this time he found himself in front of a vast snowfield. It seems the 9 Palaces Sky Tower contained various natural environments, something he hadn't quite anticipated. At this thought, Fong Ming couldn't help but smile slightly. He might have been less confident in other tests, but if it was a test involving magical beasts of different elemental environments, he felt more assured. Thanks to the special fusion beast, it could integrate different materials into the magical beast's body, forming new attributes. Thus, the furry spider now possessed multiple attributes, allowing it to perform excellently in different combat scenarios. It seemed this challenge would mainly feature ice-type monsters, so this time it was up to Mao Mao to utilize its fire attribute advantage. Although the furry spider's initial attribute was poison, it had started by facing the purple extreme magic spider, so it was quite familiar with fire attacks. The air was cold on the snowfield, and the flying snowflakes even blocked much of the visibility, turning everything into a vast expanse of white. Fong Ming couldn't help but wrap his slightly thin clothes tighter around himself. Chirp! The variable slime monster saw Fong Ming's movements and suddenly crawled onto his back. Fong Ming was slightly startled but immediately understood the slime's intention through their psychic connection. He then took out a fire attribute material and fused it with the slime monster. After the fusion, the slime monster, now enhanced 100-fold, instantly enveloped Fong Ming in a warm sensation. Xiaohong, you truly are a versatile creature. This effect is even better than a fur coat, Fong Ming said with a slight smile, unable to hold back his admiration. Chirp! The slime monster Xiaohong seemed to feel Fong Ming's praise and conveyed a sense of happiness. Then let's continue moving forward. With the issue of cold smoothly resolved, Fong Ming had no further concerns and promptly mounted the furry spider's back, rushing forward. He hadn't forgotten that this was a part of the national exam, not a leisurely outdoor trip, and every second counted. Snowflakes fluttered in the sky, adding layer upon layer of white to the snowfield. The surroundings were silent except for the occasional sound of the wind, with hardly any other noise. Fong Ming took a deep breath of the cold fresh air, feeling the tranquility and vastness of the snowfield. This was the 5th palace of the Sky Tower, and it was hard to imagine that such an expansive snowfield could be created here. There were no trees, rocks, or even a blade of grass on this snowfield. Having walked for so long without encountering any magical beasts, Fong Ming wondered how much longer he would have to walk. Though protected by the gentle warmth of the slime monster, Fong Ming was beginning to feel fatigued. His footsteps left deep marks in the snow, which were soon covered by newly fallen snowflakes, restoring the surface to its original smoothness. At this point, he could hardly even tell from which direction he had come. After all, on this bare snowfield there isn't a single point of reference. At this moment on this snowfield, time seemed to slow down, and Fong Ming could even clearly hear his own heartbeat. The mud creature responded to his words but didn't quite understand the meaning. Continuing like this was merely dragging out time. Fong Ming frowned and subconsciously stopped walking. Only when he stopped did he realize that exhaustion had already surged toward him like a tide. How long had he unknowingly walked? Meanwhile, outside the Sky Tower, a large crowd of onlookers was paying attention to the only green light that had reached the 5th palace. Look, it must have been at least 3 hours, right? That little green light hasn't moved. It's not bad. If he was eliminated, the Sky Tower would directly kick him out and the light would disappear. At least it shows he hasn't failed yet. By the way, does anyone know what the test in the 5th palace is? Why is it so difficult? Nonsense, this is the 5th palace. Don't you see how few people have reached the 4th palace? Ha, the little green light really got us excited. I thought he might set a record. Yes, the record for the great test of the 9 palace Sky Tower is held in the 7th palace. It was set by that genius female beast tamer Gongsun Jilan, who was now the head of the Jiang City Beast Taming Guild, the most dazzling genius beast tamer in current Jiang City and an idol for countless youths.
Look, one of those lights in the fourth palace has finally moved. Phew, it's not easy that little Greenlight has been trapped in the fifth palace for nearly 3 hours and they've finally made a breakthrough. As the chatter of the onlookers faded, another small green light also flickered slightly and then appeared on the interface of the fifth palace. I wonder who this genius is. Maybe he'll manage to overtake in the fifth palace, don't you know? The eldest son of the Wang family head, who is also participating in the grand test this time. He is an A-level talent, I guess. If that first green light was that a plus-level genius girl, this time this green light might be him. It's possible, after all, it's the Wang family, their strength is undoubted. This statement immediately met with approval from the surrounding crowd, as the influence of the Wang family in Jiang City was undoubtedly strong. Snowflakes kept falling as if endlessly, and the scenery around seemed to repeat continuously. Fong Ming had completely lost his sense of direction and could no longer find a way out, and he could already be sure that this challenge was probably not a simple snowfield battle, but rather a deeper step, a snowfield illusion. Using similar scenes, the repeated images confused the examinees, thus trapping them in the fifth palace. Probably when I'm too tired to stand, that will be a complete failure, Fong Ming muttered to himself. Although he had not yet figured out a way to break the situation, he had not given up and continued to persevere. For now he was just conserving his strength, waiting for a chance to turn things around. The crunching sound of footsteps on snow, someone was approaching.
Fong Ming turned around and saw the figure he had anticipated. It seemed his chance to turn the tables had arrived. "Hey, can you help me out?" he asked with a smile as he approached the newcomer. The girl responded nonchalantly, standing tall before him with her usual frosty demeanor. Yet, in the icy, snowy environment, her presence seemed unusually warming. The newcomer was naturally Yining Shuang. She was an A+ level frost and ice talent, naturally advantaged in such an environment. "Did you just get here?" Fong Ming glanced in the direction she had come from, unable to discern if it was the entrance. Thunder Valley, a bit troublesome. Yining Shuang frowned slightly, her voice still as calm as a light breeze. Indeed, if it hadn't been for a bit of cleverness on his part, Fong Ming doubted he would have passed through so easily. "Did you force your way through?" Fong Ming's expression turned slightly odd. "Are you hurt?" "I'm okay." Yining Shuang gave him a quick once-over. "You seem to be in better shape than I expected." Fong Ming chuckled bitterly. "I was lucky before, but not anymore. I need your guidance now. This is the snowy mirage. Without ice or frost talents, it's indeed hard to discern the array nodes," Yining Shuang said, looking into the distance. "So you can really get us out of here?" Fong Ming was surprised by how easily she said it. Indeed, different talents had their advantages in different tests. It's fine if you get out." "I won't," Yining Shuang nodded. "What do you mean?" Fong Ming didn't understand at first. Yining Shuang didn't explain further. "Follow me." Fong Ming had no choice but to follow her. With Yining Shuang leading, the same snowy path somehow felt much safer. The girl didn't walk fast and Fong Ming quickly caught up to walk beside her. The heavy snow fell on their shoulders, sharing a kind of togetherness in the snowstorm. The wind was strong, the snow heavy. Yining Shuang silently raised her left hand, forming a small ice shield in front of them. A strange thought crossed Fong Ming's mind. This feeling of being cared for by a young girl was somewhat wonderful. "It's just ahead. In a moment I'll use my psychic power to strike the array node and you can take the chance to get out," Yining Shuang said after a while, stopping and looking at the snowy ground ahead. Fong Ming looked carefully, guided by Yining Shuang's hints. Indeed, only with her direction did he notice the slight differences here. The fluctuations of psychic energy in the air were subtly intense, but without deliberate observation, these minor differences were imperceptible. Perhaps it was the enhanced sensory perception of her ice abilities that allowed Yining Shuang to detect the location of this array node. "But, your words just now, have you decided to stay here?" Fong Ming asked again. "Yes." Yining Shuang nodded, offering no further explanation. Fong Ming felt a vague guess forming in his heart. They were in the fifth palace of the Jiugong Sky Tower, located at the very center of the tower's body. The scene here was a snowy plain, which might hold special significance for Yining Shuang's spiritual power cultivation. "Alright, then I'll leave it to you," Fong Ming said, looking deeply at her. At this moment, having received Fong Ming's consent, Yining Shuang no longer hesitated. She began to gather her spiritual power right where she stood. It was then that Fong Ming truly sensed the immense spiritual power within the girl for the first time. The depth of her spiritual power was perhaps many times his own. Hiss, could this girl already be a 4th-tier beast master? Or Fong Ming couldn't help but speculate, as Yining Shuang finished gathering her power. A stream of clear spiritual energy shot towards a certain spot on the snowy ground. Boom, there was a muffled sound, as if some heavy mechanism had been activated. What was an empty expanse of snow began to split open, revealing a huge crevice shimmering with silvery white light. Now's the time. Yining Shuang turned to look at Fong Ming.
Okay, then I'll go first. Fong Ming didn't hesitate and walked towards the crevice in the ground. At the same time, he felt something and couldn't resist looking up.
Above his head in the sky, a huge shadow had appeared at some point. That was Fong Ming's pupils suddenly constricted. However, before he could continue observing, the suction force from the ground's crevice violently pulled him inside. Everything in front of his eyes began to blur. Congratulations to the candidate for passing the 5th Palace's snow illusion as the top scorer in Jiangcheng District, awarded 10 million Dragon Kingdom currency and a star medal. That somewhat familiar voice rang in his ears. When Fong Ming opened his eyes again, everything in front of him had drastically changed. Yining Shuang was naturally nowhere to be seen. What appeared before him was a world completely engulfed in red.
This 6th palace, could it be the realm of flames? Fong Ming
realized, almost understanding the rules within this sky tower. Each palace was a completely different domain space, designed to test the candidate's adaptability and combat capabilities in varying environments. To put it in official terms, it was a multidimensional assessment of comprehensive abilities. The world before him revealed a churning, boiling red stream not far away. Was that lava? Fong Ming hurriedly had Xiao Hong withdraw the cold-resistant effects of the flame grass. In just this short moment, due to the rapid temperature change, he felt his back was already soaked through. He wondered what the test in the 6th palace would be. The snowy environment just now. He had somewhat cunningly relied on Yining Shuang's help, and he didn't know if this would affect the final scoring. But at least he hadn't lost any part of his reward. Oh, and that creature that appeared over the snowy plains. I hope Yining Shuang isn't in any danger. Or perhaps that was exactly what she was seeking. Fong Ming had a guess in his mind. If Yining Shuang wanted to take the opportunity to contract a new pet on the snowy plains, then he wished her luck. Collecting his thoughts, Fong Ming infused Xiao Hong with the effect of an ice spirit herb, then merged it into his own body. Instantly he
felt a refreshing sensation, as if he had eaten a cool ice cream. The dry heat in the air seemed to have receded considerably. Mau Mau, come out too. Fong Ming summoned the fluffy spider and used a red rock agate on it directly. This C-grade material was easy to mine and not expensive. He had stored quite a bit, so it didn't hurt to use it. System: use red rock agate, C-grade, on pet Mau Mau for fusion. Ding. Fusion successful. Special effect: Fusion Beast 100-fold effect activated. Fluffy spider evolves into red rock demon spider and matures to the 4th stage. Effective time: 10 minutes. The red rock demon spider reappeared, now using its flame abilities in its most familiar form. As soon as it came out, it waved its claws around for a while, clearly having been stifled on the snowy plains for too long. Mau Mau, lead the way. Fong Ming watched its somewhat terrifying appearance, yet the childish actions it made brought a smile to his face. The initial path was fine, just a bit hot underfoot, but later on, the ground started to crack open with lava.
Further on, there were countless flows of lava. The air was so dry it seemed about to explode at any moment. Fong Ming had no choice but to continue forward with the red rock demon spider. Fortunately, with the 100-fold fusion enhancement, the red rock demon spider's resistance to fire had also increased 100-fold, so it could still withstand this level of scorching. Suddenly, a light grunt sounded from ahead, somewhat like the quack of a duck. Fong Ming hurriedly looked over, his expression turning serious. In the lava ahead, there were several fire spirit ducks happily swimming. Despite their cute appearance, these were genuine B-grade magical beasts. Although not fully mature, they already possessed the aura of the 4th stage. Once provoked, the sound they made wasn't a mere squeak, and what they spewed from their mouths was not water but lava. Mau Mau, let's see if we can get around them. Fighting fire attribute magical beasts in a lava terrain is a disadvantage. After all, magical beasts of the same type gain extra bonuses in power and spirit recovery speed in their respective environments. Fong Ming really didn't want to engage in such a thankless task. However, those ducks swam much faster than he had anticipated. As soon as they saw him, they immediately paddled their webbed feet and wagged their little tails, rushing over enthusiastically, just like puppies spotting a bone, eager to get closer. I remember that the fire spirit ducks didn't seem inherently fond of fighting. They aren't those predatory types of magical beasts. As Fong Ming's thoughts raced, he quickly rummaged through his system backpack and tossed a few fire-attributed ores down. Quack, several little ducklings immediately became joyful, each snatching up a small ore and slurping it down, happily flapping their fiery little wings. They were quite easy to fool. Fong Ming breathed a sigh of relief. However, after eating the ores, the ducklings didn't just leave. Instead, they started circling around Fong Ming. What did this mean?
Fong Ming was truly puzzled, completely befuddled. Quack! Quack! After making their rounds, the ducklings quacked twice more, then hurriedly swam forward.
They finally left. Just as Fong Ming relaxed, he saw the ducklings turn back, quacking at him again. What did this mean? Were they asking him to follow them? Fong Ming was stunned. Before him was a sea of magma with no place to set foot, impossible for any normal person to follow. Chirp chirp.
Seemingly noticing Fong Ming's hesitation, the slime monster Xiaohong jumped off his shoulder and transformed into a small boat structure, leaping into the magma. Holy moly, Fong Ming was startled.
But then he realized that the slime monster wasn't harmed at all. At that moment, Fong Ming discovered that the slime monster had automatically used the Fire Spirit Duck Sea of Fire Rolling skill Sea of Fire Rolling, a sea-level skill allowing the user to move autonomously in a fiery environment. Impressive. Xiaohong had directly used an imitation skill to replicate a functional skill.
Fong Ming gave a thumbs up and then climbed onto the back of the slime monster. Tough and durable, it was incredibly stable in the magma.
Not wanting to upset the ducklings, he didn't dare to study too long and had the slime monster follow the ducklings forward. The ducklings then seemed reassured, continuing to lead the way. Where were they taking him? Fong Ming was somewhat baffled. However, following the ducklings with the slime monster proved surprisingly smooth. They encountered no trouble along the way, and as they moved forward, the ducklings finally stopped.
Simultaneously, a vast expanse appeared before them, made up of
various strangely shaped and dried-up magma rocks forming a bizarre stone forest. The center of the stone forest, there was a pool of magma like a small bathtub in the vast sea of magma, and in the center of this pool, there resided a massive creature. That was the fire god duck. In the large pool of magma, countless bubbles boiled and frothed, bringing up steaming heat. The fire god duck, an A-level magical beast at its 6th mature stage, had a tremendous presence, as if a single breath could stir the entire pool into tumultuous waves. So, these little ducklings had brought him to their guardian. Was this their way of treating the one who fed them? Fong Ming was deeply distressed. As he turned to leave, he suddenly found himself frozen in place. The reason was clear. He could feel the immense duck fixing its gaze upon him. Fong Ming wondered if his level S rank 5 abilities could match up against this level of rank 6 creature. He couldn't help but think about taking out the sacred droplet. Quack quack. A few ducklings, noticing his hesitation, circled around him anxiously, seemingly urging him to act. The giant fire god duck nearby didn't seem to harbor any murderous intent and simply quacked softly upon seeing this scene. Simultaneously, a surge of spiritual light flashed into his mind. In the pool of his spiritual sea, a little duckling appeared, swimming carefree. But in the next instant, it seemed as if the system triggered a notification. With a ding, the joyous duckling was abruptly ejected. Fong Ming, bewildered, reopened his eyes to meet the gaze of the equally stunned fire god duck. Quack! The fire god duck looked at him deeply, seemingly signaling something. Fong Ming's spiritual sense clearly told him that it was a gesture of goodwill. Gritting his teeth, Fong Ming let the slime creature carry him closer. As expected, the fire god duck showed no signs of territorial aggression and continued to observe him calmly. The ducklings, unable to contain themselves, quickly swam back to the fire god duck, quacking loudly, clearly expressing something. With a casual flap of its wing, the fire god duck stirred up a small splash, overturning the ducklings, who then seemed even more delighted, swirling rapidly around it. This scene resembled a mother playing with her children. Realizing this, Fong Ming felt relieved. The next moment, the fire god duck glanced at the approaching Fong Ming and simply flapped its wing toward him. Fong Ming jumped, almost reacting instinctively. Fortunately, the wave of spiritual energy dissipated 10 meters in front of him and he relaxed. At the same time, a light feather floated down from the sky. Catching it, Fong Ming felt a slight burning warmth in his hand. He suddenly remembered the records he had seen. This was a feather from the fire god duck, a rare level of material hard to collect because it only came from magical beasts. Was this a show of gratitude? Fong Ming looked up at the fire god duck only to find it had leisurely closed its eyes. At the same time, a small whirlpool appeared on the surface of the magma pool. Fong Ming understood that this was the fire god duck's way of sending him off. Thank you. Without hesitation, Fong Ming directed the slime creature to approach the whirlpool. In the next moment, there was a flash of light. Congratulations to the candidate for passing the 6th Palace's fiery magma pool as the top candidate from Jiangqing District, awarded 10 million Dragon Kingdom currency and a star medal. The voice echoed in Fong Ming's ears again, something he was becoming quite accustomed to. Truth be told, the rewards of the grand test were nothing to scoff at. As for the star medals, he had already collected 6 without discovering any particular use for them. He could only wait and see if they could be exchanged for something worthwhile after the Sky Tower challenge was over. With these thoughts in mind, Fong Ming refocused on his immediate surroundings. Before him lay a vast cliff. Above the cliff, a slender chain spanned the gap, making the scene look even more precarious than a chain bridge.
Glancing down the cliff, even someone as composed as
Fong Ming couldn't help but feel a stir of unease. Below was a true abyss, seemingly bottomless. He wondered who had devised such a perilous test, pondering if the invigilators would be quick enough to rescue any student who might fall. Taking a deep breath, Fong Ming grasped the essence of this 7th palace test. It was evidently meant to challenge him to cross the chain bridge. But he had a trick up his sleeve. Time for Spider-Man to make an entrance. His velvet spider spat out a thread,
firmly sticking to the chain.
With another strand securing him, he was set to smoothly make his crossing. A smirk formed on Fong Ming's lips. The earlier tests involved tough battles, but these later ones, with their odd challenges, provided opportunities for clever solutions. Just as he was planning his next move, a sharp cry from behind caught his attention. Turning around, he was met with the fierce gaze of a magical beast diving towards him at high speed, a grade C tier 4 magical beast, the fiery sky giant eagle, an evolved form of a previously encountered fiery sky eagle. Narrowing his eyes, Fong Ming used a yellow jade crystal on the velvet spider, evolving it into a sinister demon spider, boosting its combat level to tier 4. Among its peers, the spider's combat ability was unmatched. Fong Ming commanded the sinister demon spider to take down the fiery sky giant eagle first, to avoid complications from an aerial attack later.
In no time, the sinister demon spider, using its web to restrain, successfully trapped the fiery sky giant eagle in its net.
Sorted, Fong Ming barely cracked a smile, ready to call back his spider to continue the crossing, when suddenly another fierce cry echoed, and another fiery sky giant eagle emerged from the clouds. Fong Ming was puzzled. Was this a tag team battle? The sinister demon spider's spiritual energy could easily be replenished with fusion material, making it well suited for drawn-out battles. Shortly, another fiery sky giant eagle fell, but unfortunately, perhaps due to the nature of the beasts in the Sky Tower, these magical creatures didn't drop any magical cores upon their deaths. Fong Ming felt a twinge of regret as he muttered to himself, there probably won't be any more magical beasts coming to seek death, right? But no sooner had the words left his lips than a sudden twitch in his right eye made him look up to see a fierce sky giant eagle appearing in the sky. Fong Ming roughly understood what was going on.
The endless stream of magical beasts, it seemed, was to compel beast masters to leave their pets to fight.
And for crossing the bridge, the beastmasters had to rely solely on themselves. Perhaps he thought the 7th palace has a way of detecting when I summon several pets and then sends an equivalent number of magical beasts to cause trouble. Looking up at the sky, a guess suddenly flashed through Fong Ming's mind. However, he wondered if a shape-shifting creature like the slime monster would be detected.
With a slight upturn of his lips, Fong Ming said, Xiao Hong, just attach his armor.
Following his thought, the slime monster adhered to his body, but no additional sky giant eagles appeared in the sky. It seemed to work. Fong Ming smiled slightly. Xiao Hong, can you morph into a hook to latch onto that chain? The slime monster chirped affirmatively, and Fong Ming instantly knew it was feasible. Interesting, it seemed he could cheat the system again. Mao Mao, you stay here to fend off the enemies. I'll make my move now.
Fong Ming casually addressed the sinister spider demon, then stepped onto the narrow chain barely 2 fingers wide.
The mountain wind swept across, howling past his chest. The chain under his feet swayed in the wind as if it might snap at any moment. Glancing down, the vast sea of clouds offered no beauty, only the intense, pounding heartbeat. This was with the safety of a hook. Without any protective measures, Fong Ming could hardly imagine. And at first, there seemed to be a way back, but as he moved along the path surrounded with no barriers, the situation became truly terrifying. Fong Ming clenched his teeth, reminding himself that all this fear was just cowardice in his heart, and that moving forward bravely would surely bring him safely to the other side. Outside the tower, many candidates had already been automatically ejected from the national examination by the 9 Palaces Sky Tower. Each level had a strict time limit of 3 hours. Those ejected were students who had failed to pass their current level within the allotted time.
As candidates gradually exited, the crowd outside the tower naturally grew more congested.
Look, that green knot has reached the 7th palace. Is this going to be a record? You know, even the President Gongsun only made it to the 7th palace in his exam. Honestly, back at the 5th palace I thought he'd be kicked out after 3 hours, but he broke through at the last moment. Truly impressive. How could he not be impressive? Look, apart from another small light that reached the 5th palace later, no one else has been able to reach it since then. The difficulty from the 5th palace onward is absolutely epic. This was the ongoing discussion among the onlookers. Meanwhile, many astonished cries from the younger audience members added to the buzz. Who is this fierce guy? He's already reached the 7th palace and I haven't even passed the 2nd palace. What fierce guy? That must be our Zhang's goddess Yining Shuang. Okay, my goddess is truly fierce.
I bet a lollipop she's going to break President Gongsuan's record. She is the new goddess of our
Zhangcheng. At this point, just under 5 hours had passed since the exam started.
The wind was still howling, but Fong Ming's heart gradually settled down. The swaying chains, if taken as a usual iron plank bridge to walk on, although a bit narrow, were not impossible to stabilize and move forward. Just slow down, be patient and be more cautious. Clouds of mist surrounded him as if he was walking on the clouds, treading through the void. Fong Ming did not know how long he had been walking like this, until finally in front of his view the fog broke layer by layer, revealing the shape opposite. Almost there, his heart leapt with joy. But because of this sudden fluctuation in his mood, the chains under his feet shook violently again. Fong Ming quickly stabilized his emotions, telling himself to stay calm. Success was on the other shore, and he needed to endure and step firmly to reach it. To travel 100 miles is to be halfway to 90, and he couldn't afford to fail when so close to success. Finally, when his feet stepped on solid ground, he could finally confirm that he had successfully reached the other side. The mountain wind blew, and at this moment there was a sense of refreshment and openness. Fong Ming directly recalled the sinister spider still battling on the opposite bank. It had played a significant role blocking all the harassing fierce sky eagles. Otherwise, this chain bridge would have been even more troublesome. And as Fong Ming stepped onto the other bank, the clouds and mist in front of him naturally completely dispersed, revealing a winding mountain path leading upwards. Could it be that he had to continue upwards? At the same time, suddenly a voice rang out again in his ear. Congratulations, candidate, for passing the 7th palace's wind cliff as the top candidate from Jiangcheng district, rewarded with 10 million Longwood currency and a star medal. Congratulations, candidate, for breaking the Jiangcheng district record with an additional reward of 10 million Longwood currency. Would you like to continue to challenge the 8th palace, the Path of Stars, breaking the record? Hearing this message, Fong Ming finally realized that he had indeed broken the record previously set by Gongsun Jilan at the 7th level. Moreover, the 8th level even had a specific challenge notification. Could there be something special about this 8th level? Since it's within reach, why give up? Fong Ming grinned. Continue the challenge. The voice in his ear faded away. Not far away, a figure watched Fong Ming's back and frowned. This kid really going to start the Sky Tower challenge? This would exceed the scope of the big test. Fong Ming and the fluffy spider continued forward, initially puzzled why this path was called the Path of Stars. It wasn't until he set foot on that spiraling mountain path that he truly understood the meaning behind its name. Meteorites fell on this path, a celestial road indeed. Fong Ming looked up to see the stars above, now incredibly clear and close. High towers of 100 feet where stars can be plucked by hand. He was now in the 8th palace of the Sky Tower, surely at a tremendous height. Bang! Without time to admire the beauty of the night sky, a huge meteorite crashing down less than 3 meters away compressed his spirit to the extreme. The impact of this meteorite was comparable to the attack of a peak 5th tier beast, and it was incredibly fast. Had he not been vigilant and dodged in advance, he would have had no chance to escape. Cough, Mau Mau, keep an eye out for me, Fong Ming instructed, his own eyes also fixed upwards, constantly wary of abnormalities in the sky. This path wound its way into the heavens, soaring into the clouds with no end in sight. So long, 3 hours per palace. Can it be done? Fong Ming frowned. Thinking it over, he chose to lie on the back of the fluffy spider, letting it carry him swiftly forward. There were plenty of places to climb on the mountain path, and the fluffy spider spat out webs, trying to take the shortest direct route between 2 points. Just as it had launched into mid-air, a huge boulder inexplicably rolled down from the path above.
With no way to dodge in midair, the fluffy spider had no choice but to lift its front legs and block the blow. Bang! The boulder was immensely heavy, and even the fluffy spider's strength could not withstand it, nearly being flattened. Fortunately, at the last moment, it spat out a web carrying Fong Ming to safety from beneath the stone. Fong Ming's face darkened. If he had to face such challenges all the way, not getting killed by beasts but instead by a falling rock, he figured he'd die with. His eyes wide open, this mountain path was somewhat bizarre. Fong Ming furrowed his brow. After such an ordeal, he and the fluffy spider had almost returned to the starting point. The path of stars, perhaps it wasn't as straightforward as it seemed, Fong Ming thought, and decided to let the fluffy spider stay close by his side, ready to help him dodge any falling meteorites from the sky. As for the mountain path, he would climb it step by step himself. Sure enough, this time he walked a good
distance without any strange incidents of rocks suddenly falling from above.
The path of stars, the path to heaven, must it be climbed step by the challenger himself? Fong Ming muttered to himself as he looked at the towering path that stretched into the clouds. In the city center outside the Sky Tower in Jiangcheng, countless people watched the tower rise into the clouds with complex expressions.
The National Grand Exam had been going on for over 24 hours and had not yet concluded, or rather, apart from 2 candidates still inside, all other examinees
had long finished their tests. As the sun rose, many had gone home to sleep and then came back here waiting for the results of the exam to be announced. To their surprise, upon returning, those 2 were still not finished, and their names had been thoroughly exposed by the curious crowd. At Imperial Beast High School, Yining Shuang, a girl with an A+ talent rating and recognized genius,
formerly from the same school, now an unemployed social member. Fong Ming, a freelancer with an unknown talent.
Anyone with a slight understanding of Yining Shuang would know her background, so naturally most of the attention was involuntarily focused on Fong Ming. This Fong Ming, a dark horse who seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Where had he come from? It was said that he was a student who had failed his awakening and was expelled from Imperial Beast High School, yet unexpectedly he had risen prominently again. What many didn't know was that Fong Ming was once the undisputed top scholar of Imperial Beast High School, and there were issues with his supposed awakening failure. Even if his academic performance was stellar, could his talent really compare to Yining Shuang's? Many still doubted it. Have you heard? Recently, many Beastmasters have been disappearing in the wild. Even the senior year guidance director of this year's class at Imperial Beast High School has gone missing, and the Beastmasters Guild has reportedly found clues pointing to the Spirit Thieves Guild. Are you suggesting that Fong Ming, clearly a failure in awakening, now showing such monstrous capabilities, could be involved with the Spirit Thieves Guild? I didn't say that. Remember, the Spirit Thieves Guild is an officially wanted nefarious organization that steals other people's talents. Fong Ming was allowed to participate in the major exam. He must have passed the checks, no issues there. This Fong Ming is not simple at all. Securing the second place this time has definitely made him famous. Enough said. Look, the young master of the Wang family has arrived. I heard he doesn't get along with Fong Ming. Someone saw them arguing on the sports field at Imperial Beast High School. As several people arrived, the surrounding noise immediately quieted down. Wang Teng silently stood under the Sky Tower staring at the display screen that showed the exam results. Young master, our people have been monitoring here since they came out of the tower, confirming that Fong Ming is still inside. Someone whispered to Wang Teng. Wang Teng nodded, his expression somber. This major exam, his results were ultimately fixed at the 4th palace. And the light representing Fong Ming was in the 5th palace. Didn't that mean that the kid had actually surpassed him? Moreover, absurdly, the rules of the Sky Tower stated that one couldn't stay in a palace for more than 3 hours, yet both Fong Ming and Yining Shuang hadn't been kicked out. Wang Teng had even sent a lackey to consult with the exam supervisory committee, and the answer he received was that the exam was proceeding normally. Normal or not, as long as you're in the tower, you'll have to come out eventually, and by then you won't be walking away so easily. Wang Teng looked at the small light on the 5th level, a cruel smile appearing on his lips. After all, what could second place in the major exam really amount to? He would tell Fong Ming personally that in front of the Jiang City Wang family a mere examinee is nothing. 24 hours had already passed in the outside world, which meant that Fong Ming had been trapped in the 8th layer of the star path for nearly 20 hours. At this moment Fong Ming, although weary, still had a bright sparkle in his eyes. The difficulty of the star path was not the meteors falling from the sky, nor was it the mountainous environment, but rather the perseverance required on this lengthy path. There was no room for shortcuts. Every step had to be solid and earnest. Since he started taking each step one by 1 inch, countless meteors seemed to have turned into mere backdrops, never affecting him again. Fong Ming had forgotten how long he had been walking. Eventually he even forgot that he was participating in a major exam, as if all that remained in his heart was an obsession to ascend. Even though his legs were sore and could hardly lift, even though every muscle in his body was screaming to stop and rest, he never stopped moving. It wasn't that he couldn't stop, but he dared not. He was afraid that if he stopped he would never find the courage to continue. Giving up was too simple. Persevering was truly very, very difficult. The stars in the sky were so close, and the road he was on seemed to truly lead to a sea of stars. Every step he took was in the direction of the sky. However, as high and distant as the sky was, could human effort really reach the end? Ding! Host has triggered the side quest Sea of Stars objective. Reach the other side of the starry sky. Reward: 1 drop of holy dew, 1 piece of star sand. System prompts: more new material rewards. Fong Ming was slightly startled, almost stumbling and falling due to the surprise. Fortunately he steadied himself in time, and a long-lost smile couldn't help but appear at the corners of his mouth. With the system coming out, it seemed that this task had to be completed no matter what. System use the holy dew on me. Fong Ming gritted his teeth and directly issued the thought. Holy dew was an S-grade item produced by the system, which Fong Ming had carefully examined. It was not any ordinary material or pill, but a highly pure energy body. Since magical beasts could use it, beast tamers naturally could as well. Even without the special effect of a 100-fold amplification from a fusion beast using it now, as long as he could complete the task, it was absolutely worth it. Following Fong Ming's thought, the holy dew in the system bag was directly used. A surge of pure energy instantly exploded throughout his body. It was truly an explosion. That completely suffused capability almost seemed to overflow from every pore of Fong Ming's body. Fortunately, the power of the holy dew was very neutral and pure, not violent, allowing Fong Ming to slowly guide it through the continuous circulation of spiritual power within his body. It was unbearable, the sensation of swelling. Despite this, Fong Ming could hardly bear it any longer. He bit his teeth and just started running along the lengthy mountain path. The energy within his body seemed almost infinite, almost able to sustain him indefinitely. Thus Fong Ming, who was already exhausted, now seemed as if he was on a high, flying forward at a speed that one might believe was a 100-meter sprint. Fong Ming charged forward for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. At a certain point on the path of stars, a figure who had been meditating with closed eyes suddenly opened them, filled with an expression of disbelief. That little guy, he started sprinting from halfway up the mountain. He's out. Finally, someone else has emerged. Outside the sky tower, as another light on the big screen went out, a tumultuous cheer erupted from the crowd. Another hour passed, and now the second place of the national exam in Jiangqing district was about to appear before everyone. It must be that kid Fong Ming. Surround the exit later, don't let him escape. Wang Tung, watching this scene, smirked and instructed the people behind him. Don't worry, young Master Wang, we won't let that kid escape again. Right, the mistake we made at the entrance of the enchanted forest, we will definitely not repeat it. Exactly, we'll stand around him and surround him. What can that kid do to us anyway? Hearing this, Wang Tang's lips twitched slightly, and he immediately remembered the scene he saw yesterday when he had just broken through the first palace and arrived at the entrance of the second palace. His followers, without exception, were all wrapped up like spider cocoons hanging upside down at the entrance of the forest. Passers-by were pointing and laughing. Normally, these followers bullied others in school under the name of the Wang family. Now naturally no one would come to their rescue. In the end, it was Wang Tung himself who had to go and rescue these trash. The Wang family's reputation took a serious blow, so Wang Tang's hatred for Fong Ming had reached an indescribable level. Everybody be ready. Wang Tang squinted his eyes, staring intently at the exit of the sky tower. His wait wasn't long. Soon the grand doors of the sky tower opened, and a striking young woman appeared before everyone. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, her eyes cold as ice, emitting an aura that warned strangers to stay away. Wang Tang's expression stiffened. Why is it a girl? Wasn't it supposed to be Fong Ming? What Fong Ming? That's Jining Shuang. Deservingly are Ning Shuang, so strong, so beautiful, I love her. Where did these crazy fans come from? This is a national exam, not a celebrity talent show. Get out. But she really does have a strong aura. Why do I feel more pressured by her than by our homeroom teacher? Wait, have you guys thought about one thing? If the candidate who came out from the 5th level is Jining Shuang, then doesn't that mean the light's still on the 8th level? Suddenly, numerous people began to look at each other in confusion. They had subconsciously set Fong Ming's strength to the 5th level, a feat that already far exceeded everyone's expectations. However, to their astonishment, Fong Ming's power surpassed even that. Yining Shuang remained indifferent to the gazes focused on her after she stepped out of the sky tower. She did only one thing: she turned to look at the big screen behind her.
Seeing that a light still lingered on the 8th level, her eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. Indeed,
a slight smile, like the thawing of frost, appeared on her usually icy face. Unfortunately, this faint smile was so subtle that with everyone behind her no one could witness this beautiful moment. "Hello Miss Yi, I am a reporter from Jiangqing City's Prime Beastmaster Evening News. May I ask if you are available for an interview?" A reporter eagerly approached her. This was a scoop on the city's second highest achiever. An interview with her would surely make the headlines the next day. "Not convenient." Yining Shuang shook her head, decisively refusing. The reporter, with a myriad of questions ready, found himself embarrassingly silenced. His words stuck in his throat, yet he persisted. "As one of the top candidates, could you share some tips for success with the juniors for the future?" Yining Shuang glanced at him coolly, her formidable aura instantly freezing his words in his mouth. "Excuse me," she said, nodding slightly to the people in front of her. Her powerful presence made way as people instinctively cleared a path for her. After all, she was not just any exam candidate but a highly talented beastmaster with formidable strength. As Yining Shuang walked past her path unswerving, she suddenly stopped upon reaching Wang Tong. Wang Tong, startled, thought she had recognized him and quickly flashed her a smile. "You're blocking the way," Yining Shuang said flatly, her aura shaking Wang Tong and his followers aside. Then she walked past as if no one else was there. "You." Caught off guard, Wang Tong almost stumbled, saved only by his quick-moving entourage. "This Yining Shuang is too arrogant. Should we teach her a lesson?"
"Brother Wang, no matter how strong that girl is, she can't compete with the Wang family. Let's deal with her." His followers spoke angrily, but Wang Tong, initially furious, suddenly calmed down. "Her strength has increased again, probably to the 4th tier's peak," he muttered, his teeth clenched, "and it seems her background is not simple." Hearing this, his previously loud followers quieted down. They had merely been shaken off like ants, which irritated them, hence they spurred Wang Tong to seek revenge. But Wang Tong had cooled down first. "Forget it, there will be another time to teach her a lesson." Wang Tong coldly watched Yining Shuang's retreating figure, a hidden desire flashing in his eyes. "But for now, my only request is to keep an eye on the exit and keep an eye on Fong Ming." Meanwhile, inside the sky tower on the path of stars, Fong Ming, after such a burst of energy consumption, felt his spiritual power not only sustained but boiling with increasing intensity. Even the 2nd tier realm that he had not broken through for long began to show signs of loosening, hinting at a progression toward the 3rd tier. The holy dew was composed entirely of the purest spiritual energy, its effects probably surpassing even those of an S-grade energy stone. This left him somewhat helpless. It could only be said that the items produced by the system were too effective. Although he had enough spiritual energy, Fong Ming felt that his circulation of spiritual energy had not kept up, still slightly lacking for the expansion to the 3rd tier spiritual pool. It wasn't that Fong Ming usually slacked in his cultivation, rather he had advanced too quickly. To build a solid foundation, one naturally could not always seek speed. Fong Ming suppressed the restless spiritual energy within him, thought for a moment, and then slapped his hand on Xiao Hong, who was lying on his shoulder. The velvet spider had fought many battles and had plenty of fusion materials, so it never worried about breakthroughs, but Xiao Hong might need this spiritual energy more. Xiao Hong lifted his head. Chirp. Then the next moment the system's notification sounded as expected. "Ding, detection of the shape-shifting slime beast nearing. Breakthrough. Please host collect the required Gold Series materials to complete the breakthrough promptly." As the system's voice sounded, Xiao Hong, who was on the verge of a breakthrough, had his fluctuations suppressed once again. All right, the system is really a tough negotiator." Fong Ming glanced at the material list displayed by the system. The main material was still an A-grade or demon pattern gold. It seemed he would have to find a way to gather these materials. While pondering, he continued moving forward. After such a journey, Fong Ming finally saw the end of this path. At the top of the mountain path was an exceptionally open large platform. The platform was covered with numerous complex runes. The stars in the sky above truly seemed within reach here. Fong Ming took a deep breath, slowed his frantic pace, and silently circulated the grand cycle of spiritual energy within his body to calm his still boiling blood. "Congratulations, you have passed the 8th Palace Star Path. Just a
Notification, and that's it. Fong Ming was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected that this, the toughest 8th palace so far, would pass without any reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Star Ocean rewards Holy Dew and Star Gravel have been credited. Star Gravel item level, S grade, item description. A small piece of star gravel from the sky seemingly containing the power of the stars.
It should be a pretty good item. Fortunately, completing the system task was not entirely without gain.
Fong Ming secured his items and after a moment cautiously stepped onto the platform, and just as he set foot on the platform, the completely empty center of the platform suddenly manifested a figure seated with legs crossed. People come and go, transforming the present into history. The mountains preserve the traces of victory, and once more we ascend. A long drawn-out chant echoes through the air, carried by a voice aged and weathered.
After so many years, someone has finally come here.
Again, young man, I'm quite surprised you managed to reach the 9th palace with your abilities. Fong Ming immediately summoned his velvet spider and slime creature, standing guard as if facing a formidable enemy. The presence before him was even stronger than that of Gongsun Jilan. When did Jiang City ever produce a second beast tamer of the 7th rank or higher? Are you the challenger of this 9th palace? His heart sank.
If this figure truly was his opponent, not even an S-rank Holy Dew might turn the tide.
Ha ha ha, no need for such hostility. I am indeed a challenger, but not yours, not now. The figure stood and slowly approached Fong Ming. Only then did Fong Ming see clearly an old man, his features withered, dressed entirely in black, unremarkable at first glance, or rather his presence was far more striking than his appearance. Fong Ming remained on guard. Senior, what do you mean by that?
It's not even time for you to challenge the 8th palace, but since you've somehow made your way here,
I won't hold it against you, the old man said, casting a peculiar deep glance at Fong Ming. Fong Ming knew the old man must have noticed something with his strength, but since he did not pursue it, it must not have broken the rules of the Sky Tower. Each palace tests a different aspect of a person: the intelligence of the first palace, the innocence of the second, the logic of the third, the righteousness of the fourth, the determination of the fifth, the friendliness of the sixth, the bravery of the seventh, the conviction of the eighth, and the 9th palace's sole criterion, strength. So, what are you implying, senior? What Fong Ming still couldn't grasp the old man's intentions. This challenge of the 9th palace, come back when you reach the 5th rank. The old man waved him off, clearly signaling him to leave. Fong Ming's expression turned serious. Senior, are you telling me to just give up? Upon hearing this, the old man looked at him expressionlessly.
If you want to challenge me now, it's not impossible. This 9th palace
indeed was about challenging this old man. Senior must be joking. I know better than to overestimate myself. Fong Ming shook his head with a bitter smile. Throughout he maintained a safe distance from the peculiar old man, a testament to his wariness of the other's strength. Alright, I know you're not one to give up easily. Besides, you've already won that big competition, so there's no rush to challenge this moment, right? The old man said, somewhat annoyed. I'll give you a year, time's up.
And I won't wait.
The old man snorted coldly, dismissing him with disdain. Over the course of a year, advancing from a 2nd level to a 5th level beastmaster before the age of 20 was no small feat, each one regarded as a rare prodigy. The requirement was indeed not low. Fong Ming remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. Alright, I won't keep my senior waiting for long. Pause. By the way, what did the old man mean when he said I set the rules? Fong Ming stared intently at the elder in front of him, a lightning-fast conjecture crossing his mind. He hesitated slightly before continuing. May I ask, senior, are you perhaps the master of this Sky Tower? The Jiugong Sky Tower, with one in each of the 13 main cities, had been iconic landmarks since the Great Cataclysm, naturally requiring guardians. The old man replied indifferently, a response that undoubtedly answered Fong Ming's question indirectly.
No wonder, as another beastmaster of over 7th level strength in Jiang City, his existence remained unknown.
He was akin to a hermit, invisible to the outside world. The fog of confusion in Fong Ming's mind cleared immediately. Just as Fong Ming was about to greet and take his leave, the old man interrupted him. Young man, on your journey here, did you collect 7 celestial medals? Taken aback by the question, Fong Ming had never truly understood the purpose of these celestial medals, and he was surprised that the old man brought it up himself. With nothing to hide, Fong Ming promptly took several celestial medals out of his backpack. Senior, are these what you're referring to? The old man snorted. Yes, give them back to me. With a gesture from his hand, the 7 celestial medals flew up autonomously, arranging themselves in the shape of the Big Dipper in the sky, drifting further away. Fong Ming watched in astonishment. This ability to manipulate objects from a distance nearly made him break out in a cold sweat.
With the old man's strength, if he truly wished to kill him, it would probably only take a thought blade to strike silently and swiftly. Senior.
Feeling it unwise to linger, Fong Ming prepared to leave. Since the old man had directly taken the celestial medals which presumably belonged to the Sky Tower, there was nothing more to say. "Alright, take this, and don't act like I've done you a great favor," the old man said gruffly, throwing a gleaming golden weapon towards Fong Ming. Startled, Fong Ming quickly had a slime creature possess him, extending his hand to block in front. However, as the golden light drew closer, its speed decreased and it gently landed in Fong Ming's palm. "The young one sure is cautious," the old man sneered. "Alright, you can leave now. There's nothing left for you here." Fong Ming glanced at the golden light in his hand, which turned out to be a moon medal, but with no time to ponder further. Upon hearing the old man's dismissal, he felt as if he had been granted amnesty. "Then I shall take my leave now, and I will surely return another day to seek more teachings from you, senior." Scram! The old man waved dismissively, a strong gust of wind suddenly blowing directly, sending Fong Ming off the immensely high celestial platform. "My God!" Fong Ming exclaimed in shock, feeling as if he had plunged into an abyss. "Teacher, you just gave him the moon medal." He watched as Fong Ming fell from the platform and another tall and burly figure appeared atop it. "What do you want it?" the old leader asked indifferently without even a glance. "The student dares not." "The student will follow the teacher's arrangements," believing that there must be reasons behind all of them. The burly figure hurriedly bowed and lowered his head. "Go then. Every year we lend our venue for the national exam, but this year with this boy here, many things have been messed up. Go and straighten them out. The student understands." Meanwhile, Fong Ming, feeling an endless fall, only saw countless scenes change before his eyes. The top of the starry sky path that he had struggled to climb up to, he had now come down from so effortlessly. In the next moment, when he opened his eyes again, he miraculously found himself standing at the entrance of the first palace. It was as if everything that had just happened was a dream, as if nothing had happened. Phew, the old man's methods are indeed unfathomable. It seemed that this trip to the Sky Tower would have to end here for now. Fong Ming took a deep breath without hesitation and stepped towards the gate in front of him. Sensing Fong Ming's movement, the gate of the Sky Tower automatically opened at that moment. Fong Ming walked straight out.
Clang! With Fong Ming's exit from the Sky Tower, a loud bell tolled throughout the city. The bell of the Sky Tower rang again at this moment. Everyone looked in amazement at the figure walking out of the door. The tall and slender youth, in the noon sunlight, seemed to be surrounded by a halo of golden light like a deity. Is that Fong Ming? Indeed, every generation brings forth new talents. This young man is impressive. Displayed on the big screen, it seemed he had reached the 9th palace. Did he clear all levels? Regardless of whether he cleared them or not, this young man is undoubtedly the first, even breaking the record of President Gongsun. Also, the preliminary results of the national exam just came out. I saw that too. My God, the previous national third place was also this Fong Ming. Countless people watched him, countless people discussed him. Fong Ming, looking at the crowd in front of the Sky Tower, finally couldn't help but clench his fist. Although he hadn't yet made the Wang family and the Spirit Thieves Association receive their due punishment, at least at this moment he truly proved himself. 25 consecutive victories in the preliminary competition, undefeated third in the nation. The national exam lasted more than a day and night, reaching the 9th palace ranked first. He, Fong Ming, was not a waste, but a true genius. Fong Ming, a voice suddenly called out from not far away. Wang Tong, who had been waiting for a long time, looked at Fong Ming with a resentful expression. How could all this glory be enjoyed by this young man? No, a mere ranking in the national exam meant nothing in front of the Wang family.
Realizing this, Wang Tong sneered and slowly approached Fong Ming. "Fong Ming, now that you have completed the exam, it's time for us to settle our accounts." Fong Ming stood at the entrance of the Sky Tower looking down at Wang Tong with a slight smile. He wondered what kind of debts were being settled. Was young Master Wang here to repay him? At this moment, from his high vantage point, Fong Ming's presence overwhelmed Wang Tong. Simultaneously, the conversation between the two caught the attention of the crowd below, drawing their eyes back to the pair. One was Fong Ming, the hotshot genius fresh from his major exams, and the other Wang Teng, the prominent direct heir of Jiang City's wealthiest family. What could possibly cause a conflict between these two? The onlookers' curiosity was instantly piqued. Just then, several figures approached. The crowd, recognizing them, gasped and instinctively cleared a path. The three newcomers were well-known figures in Jiang City, leading
Then was the city's Lord Wudi, who approached with a commanding presence. Following him was a dignified and elegant woman, Ji Pian, a fifth-tier beast master and the overseer of the exams specially dispatched from the capital. The last in the group was Wang Lang, the patriarch of Wang Tang's family, a man known for his charitable demeanor and impeccable dress. Wang Tang, who was about to have his henchmen surround Fong Ming, felt the shift in the atmosphere and turned around stunned. "Father, what brings you here?" he asked, only to be dismissed coldly by Wang Lang, who scolded him, "Get out of the way." Wang Tang's face clouded over and he stepped aside without a word, his followers also quickly retreating. Fong Ming watched this unfold with a flicker of amusement in his eyes, curious about the Wang family's intentions. He had heard of Wang Lang, whose reputation in Jiang City was generally positive, known for his philanthropy and contributions to safety and relief efforts outside the city. However, Fong Ming had never personally witnessed it. "Are you Fong Ming?" Wooted the city lord stopped before ascending the tower steps and addressed Fong Ming, who responded with a polite smile and descended the steps to meet him. "Lord Wu, I am Fong Ming, a student." "Good," Wu De said with a smile. "Your performance in the preliminary competition brought great pride to Jiang City and I've been meaning to reward you. However, considering your busy schedule with the exams, I didn't want to disturb you. Now that your exams are over and you've achieved first place, I felt it was time to meet you." Fong Ming, facing this imposing middle-aged man, bowed respectfully. "You are too kind, Lord Wu. If you are indeed here just to reward me, I am most grateful," Fong Ming said. Wu De then gestured to the woman beside him, introducing her as Ji Pian, the official from the capital overseeing the exams. "Miss Ji Pian, pleasure to meet you," said Fong Ming, greeting her politely. Fong Ming glanced at the beautiful woman in front of him and greeted her. Ji Pian, with her voluptuous and enchanting figure, was perfectly balanced between being neither too plump nor too thin, yet she exuded an intellectual aura from her scholarly demeanor. This combination made her even more captivating. "It's truly eye-opening to see that a student like you, Fong, has achieved such feats through self-cultivation," Ji Pin said, her red lips parting slightly as she spoke with evident admiration. "You flatter me, teacher Ji. I've just been a bit lucky," Fong Ming replied with a modest smile. There seemed to be no malice in Ji Pin. "Additionally, this gentleman here is the richest man in Jiangcheng, Mr. Wang, the head of the Wang family. His son also took the major exam today, so he came to have a look," Wu Dezhong said, introducing another dignified middle-aged man after casting a deep glance at Fong Ming. "Mr. Fong, you are outstanding. My unworthy son could learn much from you." Wang Lang chuckled as he looked at Fong Ming, seemingly oblivious to the prior confrontation between Wang Tang and Fong Ming. "You are too polite, Mr. Wang. I have indeed learned much about Wang Tang's capabilities," Fong Ming replied with a slight smile, his expression as serene as Wang Lang's. "In that case, let us dismiss any past misunderstandings. Our family does not dwell on such things," Wang Lang said, not taking any offense at Fong Ming's subtle sarcasm and smiling lightly, which showed the magnanimity of a family patriarch. "If Mr. Fong is not satisfied, we can also offer some form of compensation. The Wang family always values harmony, and considering your talents, Mr. Fong, and that you are one of Jiangqing's finest, I am more than willing to invest more resources." Fong Ming's expression remained unchanged, but his tone cooled considerably. "Do you think, Mr. Wang, that with money all problems can be resolved? Money isn't everything, but without it, nothing can be done. Offering compensation is just a gesture of our sincere desire to make amends." Wang Lang continued to smile, his demeanor still gracious and benevolent like a kind philanthropist. "What if I refuse?" Fong Ming asked, lifting his head to meet the gaze of the charitable figure before him. "Fong Ming, don't be disgraceful." Wang Tang, who had been standing by and was already displeased with his father's favorable approach towards Fong Ming, couldn't hold back any longer and burst out in anger. "In my presence you've never been anyone of significance." Fong Ming looked coldly at Wang Tang. "Would your family dare to publicly disclose what you have done?" The area around the Sky Tower erupted in murmurs. No one expected that what began as a harmonious post-exam atmosphere would suddenly turn so tense. Wang Lang's face slightly darkened, but he still spoke. "Tang, come back here. Let me handle this matter with Mr. Fong." Wang Tang glared fiercely at Fong Ming, reluctantly stepping back. "Mr. Wang, there's no need to play good cop, bad cop. I don't believe you're unaware of your son's actions," Fong Ming stated, his gaze unwavering as he faced Wang Lang. Wu De on one side looked at him with some surprise, seemingly the first time he had seen a junior dare to speak so boldly to Wang Lang. Ji Pin also appeared surprised, a faint interest flickering in her beautiful eyes, seemingly more intrigued by the story Fong Ming spoke of No matter what he has done, I've said it before, the Wang family can compensate you, Wang Lang said, his usually amiable face finally turning cold as Fong Ming spoke without holding back. Oh, is that really what the head of the Wang family is saying? Fong Ming said with a cold laugh, his lips curling into a slightly sinister smile. What if I said I wanted his life? Fong Ming, Wang Teng, standing to the side, couldn't hold back any longer, furious and ready to charge forward. Stand down! Wang Lang barked angrily, then turned to look at Fong Ming, his face calm as he asked, Mr. Fong, you wish for my son to die? Though his expression remained composed, Fong Ming had clearly seen a flicker of murderous intent in Wang Lang's eyes. He took my life first, Fong Ming said softly. His tone was calm, but those simple words sent chills down the spine. The head of the Wang family should understand what I mean by life. Wang Lang stared deeply at him. The incident has already happened. And your future is bright. Why dwell on the past? Let bygones be bygones. The Wang family can compensate you double. We can shake hands and make peace, and even invest in you long term. Fong Ming smiled, still repeating his stance. I do not agree. What do you want? Wang Lang looked at him, an invisible aura seemingly forming around him. These significant figures, not to mention their status and position, but in terms of strength, were at least 5th-tier beastmasters and above. What I want I will take with my own hands. The head of the Wang family need not bother, Fong Ming said lightly. Wang Lang smiled deeply at him. Mr. Fong, you have just passed a major exam. Your life is full of promise, but do not lose sight of what is appropriate. Thank you for the reminder from the Wang family, Fong Ming responded loudly. For a moment everyone around looked at him with complex expressions. His words clearly meant that Fong Ming intended to draw a clear line with the Wang family. Many people watched him, murmuring among themselves. This Fong Ming, thought to be a brilliant prodigy, turns out to be a fool. Indeed, does he think that just because he ranked first in the major exam he can defy the heavens? It's laughable. He's now offended the Wang family. The value of being first in the major exam might be worth $1 billion, but what is the scale of the Wang family? Several billions. This guy has ruined his own future. No one will invest in him, no one will stand against the Wang family for him. The murmurs continued. Even those who had just been praising Fong Ming as a genius and commending his performance in the preliminaries for bringing glory to Jiangcheng were now consciously silent. In Jiangcheng, the Wang family was the limit of the sky. Who would dare oppose the Wang family here? Do ordinary people no longer wish to live? Do merchants and vendors no longer want to conduct their businesses? Do common noble families no longer wish to thrive? Fong Ming's gaze was indifferent as he looked at the various faces before him, letting out a sneer. Everyone feared the Wang family, but he did not. Heaven had given him a chance to redo it all, a chance filled with limitless possibilities, not to be used for compromising or settling. Since the day he dropped out and obtained the system, he had told himself, either soar to become a dragon ruling the world or fail to transform and die proud and defiant. There were no other possibilities. Hearing Fong Ming's openly declared stance, even the Lord of Zheng City Wu De couldn't help but sigh, and withdrew the words he had intended to say today. Originally he had wanted to use the guise of a reward to invest in Fong Ming to foster good relations with this talent for future benefits, but since Fong Ming had directly confronted Wang Lang, those words could only rot inside him now. As the lord of a city, Wu Din naturally had the standing to oppose the Wang family, but compared to the value of the Wang family, Fong Ming was clearly not worth the risk. Ji Pin frowned slightly as well but said nothing, yet she picked up her phone, seemingly sending some messages. Boy, are you not afraid that you won't walk out of here today? Wang Lang scrutinized him, his tone partly teasing, partly probing. Just as Fong Ming was about to speak, suddenly a chilling female voice came from nowhere. With me here he can go wherever he wishes today. A rainbow light appeared from afar and in an instant was right before their eyes. The only 7th-tier beast master who could traverse the skies in Jiang City had arrived. The identity of the newcomer was clear: Guild President of the Beast Tamers, Gongsun Jilan. Wang Lang's expression darkened immediately as he watched the tall figure land smoothly. Ladies and gentlemen, long time no see, Gongsun Jilan said as she landed, sweeping her gaze over everyone present and then focusing intently on Fong Ming. Little guy, did I arrive just in time? Fong Ming was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Gongsun Jilan to make a stand for him at this moment. Today Gongsun Jilan was dressed in a flowing, mysterious blue gown exuding an aura of nobility and immense power, shining like the brightest star in the venue, almost impossible to look directly at. President Gongsun. Fong Ming bowed slightly in greeting, now unable to fathom her intentions. After all, they had met only once and did not share a deep connection.
The previous offer from Gongsun Jilan to help if needed seemed more like a casual promise. Could it be that this guild president would truly stand against the Wang family just because of those casually spoken words? Gongsun Jilan, what are you doing here? Wang Lang asked, his tone growing deeper as she ignored him. Gongsun Jilan's beautiful eyes swept across her, voice tinged with light mockery. The Wang family owns many properties in Jiang City, but since when did the Sky Tower also become theirs? Am I not allowed to come here anymore? How imposing! Fong Ming couldn't help but silently applaud the beautiful president. Are you really going to meddle in such trivial matters today? Under the gaze of the crowd, it was impossible for Wang Lang to easily back down.
A woman wanted his Wang family to yield. What face would the Wang family have left in Jiangcheng?
I will meddle, what can you do about it? At the base of the Sky Tower, as Gongsun Jilan spoke, the area fell into a sudden silence. Wang Lang's face turned extremely ugly as he stared at Gongsun Jilan and said, President Gongsun, you might not fully understand what has happened here. I don't need to know too much about how your Wang family handles things, Gongsun Jilan said indifferently. Wang Lang's expression soured, unable to restrain himself any longer. Gongsun Jilan, you've only been in Jiangcheng for a year, do you really have to oppose me in everything? Gongsun Jilan crossed her arms and glanced at him. I'm not interested in making threats. Want to fight? Then come at me. Wang Lang clenched his teeth. Do you really think being a seventh order allows you to do whatever you want in Jiangcheng? I wouldn't say I do whatever I want. I still follow the law. But those who don't should be dealt with accordingly. Gongsun Jilan spoke, her originally lazy gaze sharpening. Hearing this, Wang Lang suddenly scoffed. President Gongsun, perhaps you should ask that Mr. Fong behind you. He just openly called for my son's life in front of everyone. Even if my Wang family is willing to turn hostility into friendship, he is not willing to reconcile. Gongsun Jilan raised an eyebrow slightly and looked back at Fong Ming. Fong Ming shrugged, offering no explanation. So he just made a threat and you won't let him go because of that?
Gongsun Jilan looked reasonable. It's better to wait until he actually takes your
son's life before you catch him. At this statement, not just Wang Lang but even the surrounding onlookers could hardly contain themselves. Fong Ming also coughed dryly, somewhat helpless at President Gongsun's words. This is too much. Wang Lang bit his lip, his normally maintained image of cultured grace could no longer be upheld. Do you really think I have no way to deal with you? As his voice fell, a group of beast tamers suddenly appeared from nowhere, surrounding the entrance of the Sky Tower. This sudden change caused screams of surprise from the crowd. The many onlookers quickly cleared a large space, fearing that if a fight really broke out, any stray damage could cause serious injuries to them as ordinary people. Dozens of beast tamers emerged from the crowd at the same time. This was the foundation of the Wang family. As the richest family in Jiangcheng, the resources they spent on sponsoring beast tamers were not invested in vain.
Fong Ming coldly swept his gaze over the
encircling crowd, noticing that several had particularly strong auras, clearly all above the 5th order beast tamers. Along with Wang Lang's strength, even a powerful 7th-tier beastmaster like Gongsun Jilan would find it difficult to manage everything immediately if a fight really breaks out. The city lord of Jiang City would have silently watched the scene unfold, as if he had become invisible, uttering not a word. Fong Ming deeply observed the situation. This Lord Wu truly is a cunning old fox. With the two major forces of Jiang City clashing, his position as the city lord is likely to become even more secure. Call for help. Gongsun Jilan's cold eyes swept over the numerous beastmasters surrounding her, her gaze devoid of any panic. Do you think my beastmaster guild has no support? Gongsun Jilan, you've been the nominal head of the guild for a year now, do you still not have any influence? Wang Lang laughed loudly, questioning how many in her guild would heed her commands. With a snort, Gongsun Jilan seemed to be hit where it hurt, her expression souring. Fong Ming sighed, about to speak when suddenly someone patted his shoulder. Startled, he instinctively wanted to summon Xiao Hong, but then he heard a whispered, "Don't worry, I'm here." Fong Ming paused, then realized that he was actually standing near the Sky Tower. Could the one emerging from the Sky Tower be the guardian of the skies as mentioned by that peculiar old man? Turning around, Fong Ming saw a tall, burly man dressed in a gray robe. Bald, with an ordinary face, he smiled gently at Fong Ming in a rather
friendly manner.
Are you? Before Fong Ming could inquire further, the gray-robed man had already stepped in front of him. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the realm of the Sky Tower. With just that statement, it boomed like rolling thunder, causing many to turn their heads in surprise and gaze at him. I believe everyone here still remembers the rules of the Sky Tower. Within a mile of the Sky Tower, no conflicts shall arise.
As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Wang Lang's surrounding beastmasters retreat, even the cold and ready-to-fight Gongsun Jilan involuntarily retracted her surging spiritual power. Fong Ming, witnessing this, was momentarily stunned. The mere mention of the Sky Tower's rules had such a powerful effect. Well, this gentleman is the esteemed guardian of the Sky Tower. My family is willing to show respect, Wang Lang said, waving his hand to pull back all the beastmasters as he stepped forward and bowed to the grey-robed man. The man's gaze swept over Wang Lang and without pausing moved across other prominent figures present. Jiang City's Lord Wu Did, the visitor from the capital Ji Pin, and the president of the Beastmaster Guild Gongsun Jilan, all of whom nodded in respect towards the grey-robed man. The onlookers were so shocked that their eyes nearly popped out. What background does this grey-robed man have that so many influential people greet him willingly? What's this about? Didn't you see? With just one sentence he made everyone stop fighting. Now that's what you call having real clout. You must be quite uninformed, not knowing about the lineage of the Sky Tower, which is the cornerstone of every main city. They exist beyond the mundane world, yet absolutely dominate everything. After all, they are the most stable sanctuaries in every city. This brother is right. There have been 4 beast tides in the history of the Dragon Nation, which at times have brought main cities to the brink of danger. Each time, it was the guardians of the Sky Tower who stepped in to defend the cities. So there are such hidden powerhouses in the main cities. How come I'd never heard of them before? Unless it's a major issue, the people of the Sky Tower lineage do not make an appearance. Does today's event count as a major issue? As the spectators around have said, unless it's a matter of the city's survival or a great calamity, the Sky Tower lineage generally does not concern itself with worldly affairs. Therefore, even though they hold high statuses, they usually do not provoke the opinions of the city authorities or major families, since there are no conflicts of interest. However, today is an unprecedented event. A sense of foreboding unexpectedly rose in Wang Lang's heart, and he bowed again to the man in the grey robe. Guardian sir, may I know if there is any urgent matter today? If it is just a minor conflict that occurred, we would not wish to trouble you further. He didn't want any unexpected factors from the Wang family to continue affecting today's matters. Since Fong Ming cannot be confined within a mile of the Sky Tower, what about 10 miles or 50, as long as it's within Jiang City? Wang Lang is confident that Fong Ming cannot escape the control of the Wang family. Oh, I forgot to say, there indeed is one matter. The man in the grey robe looked at Wang Lang with a half-smile, patted his bald head as if he just remembered something. Young Tower Master, please bring out your badge. With that statement from the man in the grey robe, the respectful smile on Wang Lang's face suddenly froze. What did he hear? Young Tower Master? To whom was he speaking? The ominous premonition in his heart seemed to grow stronger. Fong Ming was also stunned upon hearing this. It wasn't until the man in the grey robe turned his head to look at him, still wearing that amiable smile, though now with a hint of urgency in his voice. Young Tower Master, the badge, please bring it out. Every new Tower Master of the Sky Tower must ring the bell to announce their ascension and also to inform the City Lord and the Guild President. Today happens to be the perfect day as both are present. Following another statement from the man in the grey robe and that definite look towards Fong Ming, everyone was once again shocked. No wonder when Fong Ming emerged from the tower, the bell of the Sky Tower rang. Historically, the bell is only rung at the start of a major examination, never at the end. The peculiarity of today's event, now it all makes sense. Wang Lang could hardly believe his ears. He stared at Fong Ming, eyes wide open, but dared not speak another word. Fong Ming was silent for a moment, then he took out from his backpack the moon badge that the old man at the top of the starry sky had tossed to him. Is this what you mean? The man in the grey robe just smiled and did not say a word. Upon seeing the medal, several bigwigs widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Wang Lang's face turned a steely blue, no longer maintaining his usual composed demeanor. It is well known that the holder of the Sky Tower Star Medal is the guardian of the Sky Tower, the holder of the Moon Medal is the Deputy Tower Master, and the holder of the Sun Medal is the Tower Master himself. The man in the grey robe looked towards Fong Ming and took the opportunity to explain. The title of Deputy Tower Master doesn't sound very pleasant, hence Junior Tower Master feels more amiable. This is also the customary title. Hearing the grey-robed man's confirmation, the bigwigs no longer hesitated and bowed respectfully to Fong Ming. We meet the Junior Tower Master. This gesture was directed not so much at Fong Ming himself but rather at the medal he held, or perhaps it was out of respect for the lineage of the Sky Tower. Even Wang Lang reluctantly bowed to Fong Ming, his face contorted as if he had swallowed a bug.
In that moment Fong Ming's thoughts raced, yet he settled on a light chuckle. "You flatter me." Gong Sun Jilan blinked her beautiful eyes, looking at Fong Ming with a corner of her mouth suddenly curling into a peculiar smile. "With the lineage of the Sky Tower behind you, that does save me some trouble." Hearing this, Wang Lang coughed awkwardly, unable to find any issues in the presence of the gray-robed man.
Fong Ming smiled slightly, looking at Wang Lang. "It seems then that I can leave smoothly today?"
With the backing of the Sky Tower lineage, it seemed the Wang family wouldn't dare to touch him so easily, at least not openly. Wang Lang snorted and turned his head away. "This place is under the jurisdiction of the Sky Tower. The junior tower master is free to stay or go as he pleases." "Then thank you, Master Wang," Fong Ming responded with a mild smile.
With these words, the tension in the air finally eased. The onlooking crowd couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The identity of the Sky Tower's guardian seemed formidable, but the hard power of the Wang family in Jiang City was not to be underestimated either. If a conflict were to arise, it would ultimately be the common people who would suffer. Yet this Fong Ming. Everyone looked at the young man, who still stood tall and straight, their eyes carrying a hint of strangeness. At his age, to be able to face the Wang family without losing ground and even slightly overpower them, supported by big shots like the president of the Beast Masters Guild and the guardians of the Sky Tower. His personal strength and potential were both outstanding. Such a prodigy's future potential was almost visible to the discerning eye. As long as he didn't die young, he was sure to become a top-tier beast master, a truly formidable young man. Perhaps Fong Ming had already transcended the usual categories associated with age. After all, in terms of status, he was on par with city lords and guild presidents, a true powerhouse in the main city. The junior tower master. Just then the gray-robed man walked back to Fong Ming's side and whispered, "This moon medal contains a strike from your teacher, which might help you in times of danger. Additionally, the teacher mentioned that he is looking forward to seeing you again soon." Fong Ming gave a bitter smile. "Thank you, senior, for helping me out today. I will definitely work hard and not let you down." The man in the gray robe looked at him deeply and couldn't help but say, "The lineage of the Sky Tower rarely interacts with the mortal realm. As the future representative of the Sky Tower, you must be extremely cautious in your words and actions." Fong Ming nodded in understanding, taking this as a warning not to misuse his status for any undue actions. "Then I wish the young tower master smooth cultivation ahead and look forward to seeing you again soon." The man in the gray robe nodded at him, swept his gaze over the crowd below and then turned and walked back into the tower. Fong Ming knew that although the man had come out to enforce the rules and make announcements, he had actually come to support him, and he felt grateful. Fong Ming bowed slightly towards the man's retreating figure. "Ladies and gentlemen, today is after all a major examination, and at this moment we should return to the main topic," he said. As the situation finally calmed down, Ji Yan, who had been silent, slowly stepped forward and spoke out loud. Her crisp and elegant voice spread throughout the venue like a lush peony blooming fragrantly. "I announce that the official competition of the Jiugong Sky Tower is now concluded. The specific scores and rankings will be listed shortly, and candidates not present can check the National Beast Taming Examination official website for details." As Ji Yan's words fell, all the candidates burst into cheers. After years of hard practice, they had finally reached a conclusion. Regardless of their scores, this represented that their lives were about to enter a new stage. The crowd watching the jubilant students also showed a smile. This indeed was the spirit of youth, so free and exhilarating, truly enviable. Additionally, students ranked in the top 100 in Jiangcheng district can choose whether to participate in the official elite training camp. And let me give you a little secret, there will be surprises. Ji Yan continued with a smile. Meanwhile, amidst the roaring cheers, a gigantic golden scoreboard descended from the sky, slowly unfurling and hanging high in front of the entire Sky Tower. At the top, the scores shone brightly in golden light, dazzling and eye-catching. National competition Jiangcheng district scoring rankings: first place, 788 points Fong Ming; second place, 486 points Yining Xuan; third place, 352 points Wu Liang; fourth place, 349 points Wang Tong. My goodness, Fong Ming's score is almost double that of the others. Unbelievable. He truly is a prodigy who made it to the 9th palace. Perhaps he is the next council president. Countless people gazed at the golden scoreboard, their eyes filled with envy. Even from a distance below the tower, the names and scores were clearly visible, and that top name, shining like a sovereign above all, was so brilliant. First place Fong Ming. Below the Sky Tower, cheers erupted. After announcing the
Results: Ji Yan did not leave immediately but walked straight up to Fong Ming. Fong student, I still address you this way, you won't mind, right? She looked at Fong Ming with a smile poised and graceful. Mr. Ji is joking, she said. I am merely an examinee, so it is only natural to be addressed as such. Fong Ming and Ji Bai exchanged glances, unsure of what she intended to say. Mr. Fong, although I represent the official examination committee this time, I am also a teacher at Guanghua Academy, therefore I would like to extend an invitation to you on behalf of Guanghua Academy, Ji Bai said straightforwardly. Among the 4 prestigious Imperial Beast Academies of the Dragon Nation, Guanghua Lingyu Beast God and Sea Soul, each has its focus with none considered superior to the others. Sea Soul Academy, located in the coastal city of Lianyan, specializes in water attributes. Guanghua and Beast God are situated within the capital, the most bustling educational institutions with the highest number of admissions each year. Lingyu Academy is located on the northern borders, defending against the 2 major demonic beast restricted areas closest to the main human cities, zones 3 and 5.
Ji Bai's invitation for Fong Ming to attend Guanghua was indeed an excellent choice. After all, Sea Soul is too specialized, Lingyu is remote and dangerous, and there is little difference between Guanghua and Beast God. However, Fong Ming hesitated only briefly before responding. Thank you for your invitation, Teacher Ji, but I have not yet made up my mind, so I cannot hastily agree. Ji Bai looked at him and smiled slightly. It's okay, choosing a university should indeed be a careful decision. With your excellent results, I believe that wherever you choose you will have a bright future. Thank you, Teacher Ji, Fong Ming replied, his impression of the dignified and intelligent woman before him growing ever more favorable in just a few short exchanges. Well, I won't keep you any longer. Whenever you're ready to make a decision, you can contact me at any time. Remembered Guanghua was the first to extend an invitation to you, Ji Bai said, winking at Fong Ming as she spoke. Fong Ming swallowed nervously and nodded. Boy, you're staring quite intently. Gongsun Jilan approached and teased him with a glance. Fong Ming ignored Gongsun Jilan's jest and calmly shifted his gaze. Thank you for today, President Gongsun. Humph, no need. With such a strong backup, it seems I've been meddling unnecessarily, the president joked. President, you came today because... Fong Ming was somewhat incredulous that Gongsun Jilan, given her temperament, would make a special trip for him. The guardian mentioned it, didn't he? When the bell rings, how can I not come? Gongsun Jilan replied irritably. I was actually wondering why that young tower master hadn't shown up yet, and it turns out it was you, kid. Fong Ming coughed awkwardly. To be honest, I only found out at the last minute myself. At this point, the normally aloof city lord of Jiang City, Wu De, also finally approached. Mr. Fong Ming, speaking of which, my son is also in your cohort. Oh, Fong Ming raised an eyebrow, glanced at the leaderboard behind him, and expressed slight surprise. Could it be that the third-ranked Wu Liang is the son of Master Wu of Wu City? As soon as this was mentioned, Fong Ming's expression turned somewhat strange. Others might not recognize him, but he certainly did. Wasn't Wu Liang that lunatic who, after being beaten up by him at the Hunters Association, still had the nerve to talk tough and say he wasn't convinced? Ha ha ha, indeed, compared to Fong he's quite lacking, but securing third place is still quite satisfying to me. Wu Dezhao gave a slight smile. I mentioned when I arrived that I came specifically to reward Mr. Fong Ming. Please accept this. While speaking, Wu Dezhao actually handed over a storage ring directly. Fong Ming didn't play coy, as he was indeed in need of money. Since Wu Dezhou had publicly declared it a reward for the exam, he didn't overthink it and accepted it rightfully. Glancing briefly at the ring, he hissed, a pile of materials probably worth tens of millions. There are still good people in the world. Knowing his financial struggles, there always seems to be someone providing timely help. Thank you, Master Wu, I shall accept it without further ado. Fong Ming smiled and secured the ring, then glanced at Gongsun Jilan, who was still standing by. He suddenly felt a stir of emotions. Master Wu, Chairman Gongsun has something to discuss with me, so we'll be taking our leave now. Wu Dezhou opened his mouth, as the gift was originally just a pretext and he had a lot more to say. However, Fong Ming waved his hand and left with Gongsun Jilan. Wu Dezhou stood there, not good at forcibly stopping them. After all, the last person who tried to stop Fong Ming had already skulked away. Watching Fong Ming's departing figure, Wu Dezhou slowly let the smile fade from his face. Glancing in the direction the Wang family had left, then up at the towering Sky Tower, he muttered to himself, even the lineage of the Sky Tower is getting involved in worldly affairs. It seems that Jiang City is about to see a change of weather. Kid, do you know what happened to the last person who used me as a shield? Gongsun Jilan looked at Fong Ming standing before her and scoffed coldly. Her figure was exceptionally tall and her presence overwhelmingly Strong such a cold laugh would usually unnerve most people.
Fang Ming, however, merely took a small step back and said lightly to the imposing woman opposite him, "It shouldn't be that I'm using the chairman as a shield, but rather that the chairman herself has matters to discuss with me, right?" Gongsun Jilan's eyebrows raised slightly. "How did you know? After all, she is a 7th-tier beast master." Even with a nominal title of Tower Master, Fang Ming dared not show the slightest hint of pride and quickly lowered his head. "It's just a guess after all. The chairman manages myriad affairs. If there weren't important matters, she probably would have left already." You're somewhat clever. With your cleverness, can you guess why I'm looking for you?" Gongsun Jilan didn't deny it, then threw out another question. Fang Ming looked a bit helpless. Dealing with the temper of a 7th-tier beast master, was it meant to be this challenging? "I had an agreement with Secretary General Zhuo Yi of the Beastmaster Guild which has not been implemented yet. That's the only thing I can think of." Fang Ming looked at Gongsun Jilan, blinked, and wore an honest expression on his face. "Indeed, this is the matter, but it's not convenient to speak of it here." "Come with me," said Gongsun Jilan as she glanced at Fang Ming, then quickly grabbed his hand. "Wait, President." Fang Ming barely started when his mouth was filled by the gust of wind that met his face. Where did the wind come from? In a moment he had been pulled up into the sky by Gongsun Jilan. As Fang Ming watched the rapidly shrinking scenery below and the perfect profile of Gongsun Jilan close at hand, his usually calm heart began to flutter unusually. Indeed, before one can fly on their own, the fear of heights is something that cannot be avoided at all. Feeling the faint fragrance of orchids wafting through the air, Fang Ming sighed to himself. They arrived at the Beast Taming Guild in Jiangcheng City. Fang Ming followed Gongsun Jilan through the guild's long corridor to its innermost part, reaching an office door. The door slowly opened, and a mix of faint floral scent and a cool fragrance rushed towards them. Inside the office was a space decorated in exquisite cold tones. Several abstract paintings in black and white hung on the walls, their lines smooth yet austere. The central desk was made of a large slab of marble with ice-crack patterns, its surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting the dazzling light of a crystal chandelier above. In a word, it was costly, and too luxurious. Seeing the office in front of him, Fang Ming finally understood what was meant by the disparity between rich and poor. Gongsun Jilan walked up to the desk, casting a long shadow on the marble surface. "Come and have a seat," she said, turning to glance at Fang Ming, who took a seat on a sofa near the door. He looked at the woman across from him and said seriously, "President, you can just tell me your plan directly. I have already promised Mr. Zhuo Yi that I would cooperate fully. No rush, this matter is quite dangerous. Your status has changed since then, shouldn't the price be adjusted too?" Gongsun Jilan sunk into a down-filled executive chair, casually lifting a slender leg as she looked at Fang Ming. Fang Ming fell silent for a moment. "There is indeed something I need your help with, President." Gongsun Jilan smiled slightly, not surprised. "Go on." "I urgently need some materials and I've asked a friend to help look for them, but it might take some time to gather them, so I hope the guild could help out." Before the big exam, Sure Tu had already sent a message to help collect A-grade materials from various departments, but there has been no news and it seems indeed difficult to find them right now. "No problem, what materials? Just give me a list and I'll have someone bring them to you." Managing the core trading center of Jiangcheng City, it was indeed an easy matter for Gongsun Jilan to obtain some materials. Fang Ming shook his head. "Thank you, President. I just need one type of A-grade material from each department and a piece of rune gold. I can pay for it myself." After the major exam and various rewards, Fang Ming's Dragon Kingdom currency had nearly reached 300 million. Although grade A materials were expensive, he could afford them. If something could be bought with money, it was better not to owe favors. Gongsun Jilan sneered. "Is that all you ask for? And you're paying yourself, are you that afraid of owing favors?" Fang Ming smiled. "President is joking. The little things I do can't be worth so much money." Gongsun Jilan leisurely brewed a cup of floral tea. "Suit yourself. Have you been briefed on Secretary Zhuo Yi's plan?" "Secretary General Zhuo Yi's plan is very detailed. I have no issues here." Fang Ming nodded. "Good. Originally, according to the plan, you were just meant to be bait, but now with your new status as the junior tower master of the Sky Tower, the significance is different." As Gongsun Jilan spoke, a mysterious glimmer flickered in her eyes. At this moment, she no longer seemed like an orchid in a secluded valley, but rather like a carnivorous plant, beautiful yet deadly, plotting its next catch. "By the way, although you now have the identity passed down from the Sky Tower, the Wang family dares not touch you openly, but be careful about their movements in the shadows." Thank you for the warning, President. If there's nothing else, may I leave? Fong Ming tentatively asked. Wait, there's one more thing. Gongsun Jilan tapped on the table, speaking lazily. Fong Ming gave her a puzzled look. Please speak directly, President.
About that hooded figure in the wilderness forest outside the
city. I found a clue, Gongsun Jilan said casually. Fong Ming's expression immediately grew serious. Any leads from the shadow kill? He caught you, little classmate Fong. Gongsun Jilan's eyes gleamed with triumph, narrowing as she looked at Fong Ming. You said you were just passing by. By all accounts you shouldn't be interested in this person, right? Fong Ming coughed. It was just a passerby's curiosity. Well, let it be then.
That person seems to be connected to an underground organization. Better you don't know too much if you're just curious.
Gongsun Jilan leisurely sipped her tea, still looking at Fong Ming indifferently. Please inform me, President. This time Fong Ming did not evade, stepping forward with sincere eyes. If Shadowkill is linked to the Spirit Thieves Guild, I definitely won't miss any leads. Not pretending anymore. Gongsun Jilan finally put down her teacup, propped her chin with her fair hand, and looked at him with interest.
The man's real name is Ma Fong from U City and was a D-grade hunter according to
the Hunter Systems data from 5 years ago. Originally a fire attribute D-grade beastmaster, not dark attribute at all. I also checked with the enforcement team and found he had several murder charges. He had been captured but mysteriously disappeared from prison 5 years ago and hasn't been caught since. Fong Ming was stunned for a moment. Yu City was thousands of miles northwest of Jiangcheng.
He hadn't expected Gongsun Jilan to access such detailed information, and if they were to follow up on these overt clues, would they have to go to Yu City?
Gongsun Jilan glanced at him and continued speaking. There are 2 points to note. First, his talents have obviously changed, which coincides exactly with the characteristics of the Spirit Thief Association that is currently wanted by the authorities. Second, another person disappeared with him from Yuqing Prison. Who? The warden of Yuqing Prison, Sun Haodong. Gongsun Jilan looked at him with a complex expression in her eyes.
This matter is quite deep, and with your current abilities, it's
better not to get involved too deeply. Okay, thank you for informing me, President. It's nothing. You have also shared some information with me before, so we are even now. Gongsun Jilan waved her hand and casually pressed an internal communication button on her desk. Soon after, there was a knock at the office door. Come in. A figure pushed the door open. Fong Ming glanced up and saw it was the genteel Secretary General Zui.
Zui, please take Mr. Fong out. If he needs any materials, help him out.
Yes, President. Zui bowed respectfully. All right, I need to rest now. Mr. Fong, remember, if you have any trouble you can come to me. Gongsun Jilan yawned and nestled into her executive chair, waving the 2 men off with a gesture that clearly meant to dismiss them. Fong Ming was just about to thank her again when Zui pulled him out the door. The office door closed with a snap, and only then did Zui let out a sigh of relief.
When the president tells you to leave, don't dawdle or
she'll throw you out herself. Zui explained this to a somewhat surprised Fong Ming. Fong Ming chuckled. Mr. Zui seems to know President Gongsun well. No choice, she's been here for a year and I've come to know a bit about her temperament. Zui adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled at Fong Ming. Now should I call you Mr. Fong or Yi Jin here in the Hunters Guild? Call me Yi Jin here. While the name Fong Ming is quite well known in Jiangcheng now, I still prefer to use Yi Jin in
the Hunters Guild.
Alright, Zui didn't waste words and started leading Fong Ming outside. The president said you needed some materials. May I know exactly which ones? Fong Ming smiled. 1 portion of Class A materials from each category, plus an extra piece of rune-etched gold. I can pay for them myself. Please assist, Mr. Zui. Zui raised an eyebrow. Getting Class A materials is no problem. The trade center still has some in stock.
As for the rune-etched gold, that's a bit fortunate. What do you mean?
Fong Ming didn't quite understand. There's an auction tomorrow that just so happens to have it. Zui gave Fong Ming a slight smile. According to Zui, the auction would be held at the city center's expo hall. However, getting tickets to the auction was something he couldn't help with. The president has some conflicts with the organizers of that auction and they wouldn't sell us tickets. Zui shrugged, explaining to Fong Ming.
Fong Ming raised an eyebrow, surprised that someone in Jiangcheng would dare to oppose Gongsun Jilan like this.
Alright, I'll figure it out myself. Oh, I found the materials you were asking for. Come with me. Zui led him directly to another office where the desk was neatly covered with spiritual materials. All these materials are grade A. Take a look, Zui said. Fong Ming glanced at them and confirmed that they were indeed grade A materials. Although most of them were cultivatable herbal materials, it didn't really matter to him.
Thank you, Mr. Zui. I'll transfer the money to you, Zui.
smiled, "Are we being this formal? I'm already thankful that you could find these materials for me. Alright, I'll handle it as a business transaction then. There are 11 items in total and I'll calculate them at the average price of 10 million for grade A materials." Without another word, Fong Ming transferred 110 million. Good steel should be used on the blade's edge. He had more than a billion left, no pain, no pain.
Fong Ming smiled slightly as he stored all the materials into his storage space.
The plan should be moving forward soon. We'll be in touch, he said as Zui Yi watched him pack up, knowing he probably had to get busy and reminded him. Fong Ming nodded and didn't stay any longer, leaving the Beastmaster Guild. Carrying valuable treasures, he almost couldn't wait to get home. The door across was closed. He didn't know if Yining Xuan had returned. Fong Ming initially wanted to thank her in person, but now that he had the items, there was no delay. It was better to upgrade his talent first. Back home, Fong Ming called out to the system, all materials have been collected. Can we upgrade the talent now? Ding. Checking materials, sufficient material quantity for talent upgrade, please confirm upgrade. Confirmed. Ding. Talent upgrading, please wait. Ding. Talent upgrade successful. Special Fusion Beast has been upgraded to level 2, Special Fusion Beast 2 talent level, SSS, talent effect. You can fuse any material with magical beasts and amplify the fusion effect by 100 times. Currently at level 2, each fusion limited to 2 types of materials with a chance of mutation after fusion. Next upgrade condition, host must advance to tier 3 inch, needing 5 types of materials from each category. Fong Ming's eyes lit up as he saw the enhanced talent effect. The number of materials that could be fused at one time had increased, and there was also a chance of mutation. This was definitely a huge boost in combat power and the money was well spent.
However, seeing the next upgrade conditions, Fong Ming's expression darkened again, guessing that he would need to collect more materials,
which meant more money spent. Thinking too far ahead wasn't worth it. For now, it was more realistic to help Xiaohong advance and then test the evolved effects in the wild. Thinking of tomorrow's auction, Fong Ming immediately sent a message to Brother Shi asking him to see if there was any way to get tickets to the auction. Soon after sending the message, Shi called him directly. Fong Ming answered immediately. "Brother Shi, what's up?"
"Brother Fong, I've also been inquiring about this auction you mentioned, but..." Shi Tu's voice hesitated slightly.
Fong Ming spoke up directly. "Brother Shi Tu, feel free to speak your mind. This auction requires an entry fee of 1 million just for the ticket alone, and they're limited in availability and not easy to come by. I do have a way to secure one, but it must be confirmed within an hour, otherwise buy it." Before Shi Tu could finish, Fong Ming made his decision without hesitation. "Aren't you afraid I'm lying to you?" Shi Tu was taken aback by Fong Ming's decisive reaction. "No worries, I trust you, Brother Shi Tu," Fong Ming replied calmly. "Alright, since you've said so, I'll definitely secure it for you." Clearly moved, Shi Tu immediately responded, "Then I won't waste your time, I need to hurry and book it with that person."
"Okay, I'll transfer the money to you right now." Fong Ming
hung up the phone and did as he said, immediately transferring 1 million to Shi Tu's account. Just 1 million for a ticket, Fong Ming mused silently, squinting his eyes. This must be the biggest auction in Jiang City this year. Shi Tu was quick to act and soon provided an update. "Brother Fong Ming, the ticket is secured. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. at the City Center Expo Hall, make sure you're there on time." "Thanks, Brother Shi Tu." "No need for thanks." Shi Tu quickly followed up with another message. "It's tied to your ID card, just swipe the card to enter." Fong Ming replied with an okay gesture. Just then, there was a knock on the door.
Fong Ming peered through the peephole, slightly startled, then opened the door. Yining
Xuan stood in the afternoon sunlight, her calm eyes gently looking at him. The young girl's long black hair and simple, elegant skirt, her figure light as an early summer breeze, lacked her usual coldness, adding a touch of freshness. Behind her, she pulled a suitcase. "Thanks for everything at Sky Tower," she said. Fong Ming looked at the girl, puzzled. "Where are you headed? This setup looks like you're moving again."
If he remembered correctly, she had just moved in a month ago. "The big exam is over, I'm going back home first," Yining Shuang said, avoiding his gaze and looking to the side.
So soon? Fong Ming was surprised to hear her definitive answer. "I came here to focus on preparing for the exams, and now they're over, I need to return home, then I'll prepare to go to college." The girl put her hands behind her back, looking down at her toes. Fong Ming hesitated, then said, "Alright, it's time to go home." Hearing this, Yining Shuang suddenly looked up again. "After the exams are over, which college will you go to?"
"Teacher Ji Pian invited me to Guanghua College, I might
consider it." What about you? Fong Ming didn't hide anything, speaking openly. I might go to Lingyu College. I have relatives waiting for me there. Yining Shuang looked down again. Fong Ming paused briefly, not prying further, simply nodding his head. The Academy of the Spiritual Realm was situated in the northern borders of the Dragon Nation, where the climate was harshly cold. It was a rare choice for candidates from the main cities in the south, and Yining Shuang's decision to go there was
indeed surprising.
However, located near the frontier and facing two major forbidden zones, the main city of the spiritual realm served as the military center of the entire Dragon Nation. The combat training there was undoubtedly rigorous, which seemed quite suitable for those who thrive in battle like her. Let's go, the girl said, pulling her suitcase and turning to head downstairs. Fong Ming was momentarily stunned but quickly followed her. The two were staying in an old-style residential building with no elevator. Fong Ming decisively caught up with Yining Shuang, walking beside her. Miss Yi, let me help you with your luggage. Although Yining Shuang was also a formidable beast master, she was still a girl. Fong Ming told himself that helping her was simply what a gentleman would do. Yining Shuang pursed her lips and did not refuse his help.
Sunlight chased them down the hallway from behind, spilling into the stairwell as they descended one after the other. It felt less like a farewell and more like a reunion just beginning. The mid-June noon sun was not yet scorching. A cool breeze greeted them as they reached the tree-lined path downstairs. Will you go to the special training camp? Her skirt fluttered in the wind, her voice calm, but under the sunlight it seemed to carry a hint of melting ice and snow. The elite training camp was specifically mentioned by Ji Pin when announcing the examination results. Students ranked in the top 10 of the main city district could freely choose to attend this government organized camp, rumored to have excellent rewards. Of course, why wouldn't I go? Wu Fong Ming smiled. After all, with rewards promised, it was naturally worth attending. Yining Shuang would be there, and so would Wang Tong. How could he miss such a grand event? Alright, then let's see who comes first. The girl turned her head, her bright eyes seriously looking at him. Fong Ming smiled slightly. It's a deal. The next morning, Fong Ming was up early as usual to exercise. Taking advantage of the morning's abundant spiritual energy, he completed a full cycle of cultivation before going for a run. After consuming the holy dew previously, his internal spiritual power had reached the peak of the second tier, and he believed he would break through very soon. By the afternoon, Fong Ming arrived early at the entrance of the City Expo Hall. There weren't many people at the entrance of the Expo Hall, seemingly because the news of the high-end auction hadn't spread widely. But once his identity was verified and he entered the venue, Fong Ming realized he had underestimated the situation. It wasn't that there were few people, rather, those with tickets had all crowded in early. However, those present were clearly either from prominent families or powerful merchants, each sitting upright in their seats, only occasionally chatting with acquaintances. Fong Ming found his seat according to the number on his ticket. It was conveniently located in a corner of the back row, with only a person on the right and the aisle on the left. Securing a corner seat was no easy task, which spoke volumes about the popularity of this auction. Just as Fong Ming settled down, a figure dressed in Lolita fashion with pink rabbit ears suddenly appeared in front of him. Excuse me, please let me through, came a crisp and somewhat adorable voice. Looking up, Fong Ming saw a pair of almond eyes blinking at him. Before him stood a quintessential anime-style beauty, dressed in an enchanting bunny girl outfit, her round face irresistibly cute, almost begging to be pinched. Fong Ming shifted his legs to let the little girl pass. She quickly counted the seat numbers and exclaimed, "Seat 168, this is it." The bunny ears perked up as she happily took her seat next to Fong Ming. A sweet fragrance drifted by, reminiscent of summer flowers blooming in the sunlight, cheerful and warm. Fong Ming coughed lightly and refocused, turning his attention to the brochure in his hands. This was handed to him by a server as he entered, listing most of the items that would be auctioned today. Only the most treasured secret items were kept as surprises to be revealed during the main event. The items listed at the beginning were merely warm-ups. Although not rare, they started at AB grade and were a decent choice for those in need. The starting prices were in the millions, justifying the $1 million entry ticket. As Fong Ming pondered this, he continued to flip through the pages. Just then he landed on an A-grade item. An A-grade spirit gathering array produced by the Hanging Monastery, effective for beastmasters below level 5. The starting price was 30 million, well. Never mind, Fong Ming thought, this is something only the richest of clans could afford. Besides these auxiliary cultivation arrays, medicines and tools, there were also precious materials listed, all quality items, but Fong Ming hurried through looking only for the two specific materials he needed, and there it was. On the third page his eyes lit up. A-grade or magic pattern gold, a favorite among metal-type magical beasts containing potent metal energies and a chance to induce mutations in such beasts. The starting price was 20 million. Fong Ming gasped at the price, realizing he had underestimated the value of magic pattern gold. Fortunately, he had enough funds. A full purse keeps the mind calm. He continued flipping through the next items, being mysterious and reserved for later reveal without specific details. After a quick scan, Fong Ming reopened the brochure and meticulously reviewed each item. After all, he was preparing for his next talent upgrade. Before he knew it, as he was engrossed again in the brochure, the voice of the auctioneer finally rang out from the stage ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first auction of this year's main tour by Treasure Row. I am your host Lu Ching, and on behalf of Treasure Row, I extend our heartfelt thanks for your presence. As my words fall, applause fills the room. Treasure Row, Fong Ming's heart jolts. This is the most mysterious trading house in the entire Dragon Nation, with enormous funds and countless treasures, and even the experts within are too numerous to count. One could say Treasure Row is wealthy enough to rival nations. The auctions held by Treasure Row are notoriously hard to get into because the items they auction are absolutely exquisite treasures. Fong Ming hadn't expected that the auction shirt too had helped him get into would be won by Treasure Row. He silently noted his gratitude. On stage, the host Lu Qing continues with the opening remarks. For this auction we have specially invited Mr. Wu De from Jiang City and Professor Ji Ban from the capital's Guanghua University to join us. Thank you both for your presence and support. As the spotlight hits them, Wu De and Ji Ban each acknowledge the crowd from the front boxes, prompting another round of applause. What a grand gesture, Fong Ming can't help but remark. The presence of the city lord and a distinguished guest from the capital, along with the experts from Treasure Row itself, surely serve as a security assurance for the whole auction. Alright, I believe everyone has been waiting eagerly, but I assure you this auction will be worth your wait. Without further ado, I declare the auction now officially open. The pace of Treasure Row's auction is brisk. With Lu Qing's announcement, items quickly start being presented on the auction stage. The quiet that had lingered in the room is completely shattered by the sounds of bidding. Class B treasures, storage rings each containing a space of 5 cubic meters, perfectly blending utility and aesthetics. Why not purchase one for your beloved and pledge your soul's loyalty? The starting bid: 5 million. Great item, I bid 5.5 million. Just 50,000 more? Don't embarrass yourself, I bid 6 million. Stop competing, my wife says she likes it and her happiness is priceless, I bid 8 million. At this moment Fong Ming truly understands the meaning of wealth and extravagance. However, for him, who possesses a system backpack space, the storage rings are naturally meaningless. He just needs to patiently wait for the next item. Meanwhile, the little rabbit beside him seems all too eager, making Fong Ming somewhat helpless. Indeed, even little Lolas like rabbits are so sentimental. If she wants something pretty, just buy jewelry. Is there really a need to spend twice as much on a storage ring as decoration? The next item, Class B Purple Flame Crystal, contains unique fiery energy, perfect for fire attribute pets and their growth and cultivation. It's also a specific material for those who cherish the evolution of fire attribute pets. Starting bid 1 million. Fong Ming's eyes light up. He hadn't expected to encounter the very crystal that had once saved his life. He was somewhat tempted. However, there seemed to be quite a few fire attribute beast masters present, and the price of the purple flame crystal quickly soared to 3 million. Since Fong Ming also needed to prepare for the auction of the magic pattern gold, he naturally had to give up on the crystal. For a time, accompanied by the auctioneer Lu Qing's gavel falling repeatedly, numerous wealthy merchants bid fiercely, gradually pushing the atmosphere of the auction to a climax. A-grade treasures were also gradually brought to the auction stage in such an atmosphere. This next item, a treasure many water system beast masters dream of. I won't keep you in suspense any longer, let's get straight to the point. The water spirit pearl, and A-grade treasure bead, can help beast masters enhance their water system talents by 10% and provide the ability to breathe underwater. Its value, needless to say, is immense. The starting price, 30 million. Fong Ming looked at the azure blue pearl in the center of the auction stage and couldn't help but feel a bit envious. A 10% enhancement to water system talents is equivalent to forcibly elevating a D-grade beast master's talent to C-grade, and this kind of acquired value is, in some ways, priceless, not to mention the special ability to breathe underwater. As expected, as soon as Lu Qing's words fell, the bidding area exploded like a barrel of gunpowder tossed with a spark. I bid 32 million, my good brothers. Give the elder of the exploding heaven gang some face.
Your face worth how much? Get lost. I bid 35 million. Enough, you all are so stingy. I bid 40 million, 50 million. Amidst the noisy crowd, a somewhat soft and cute voice suddenly rose, which should have been inconspicuous, yet it suppressed all other voices. Fong Ming was slightly startled. The source of the voice turned out to be the little rabbit next to him, quite bold, directly raising the bid by 10 million.
Bidder number 168 bids 50 million. Any further bids? Lu Qing,
seeing everyone quiet down, quickly raised his auction hammer to ask. No one responded. Although the water spirit pearl was precious, 50 million was indeed its maximum value. Lu Qing clearly understood the psychology of the crowd, quickly banged the auction hammer 3 times and finalized the deal. As Lu Qing's hammer fell, the little rabbit also let out a sigh of relief, gently patting her small chest. Turning her head, she giggled twice at the auction stage, clearly quite proud of
successfully acquiring the water spirit pearl.
Fong Ming hadn't expected the little girl next to him to be a hidden wealthy lady and couldn't help but take another look at her. The next item for auction, magic pattern gold. Lu Qing's words quickly drew Fong Ming's attention back. A favorite of metal system magical beasts, needless to say about its rarity, containing powerful metal system energy and even having a chance to help metal system magical beasts undergo mutations. All metal system beast masters, what are you hesitating for? Starting price 20 million. As Lu Qing's words fell, the result was unexpectedly met with a chilly silence. Seeing the lackluster expressions of those present, Lu Qing was slightly taken aback and immediately understood the reason. The value of the demon pattern gold was definitely worth the price, but, very coincidentally, there seemed to be no gold element beastmasters present. Like the dragon element beastmasters, the gold element ones possess extremely formidable abilities. Almost every appearance they make is as a top contender in combat among their peers. Born strong yet exceedingly rare, it wasn't surprising that none were present, which led to an awkward fact that made Lu Qing helplessly smile. Just as she was about to say something to warm up the atmosphere, a clear voice suddenly came from the back corner of the room. 25 million. There was hope, at least it wouldn't go unsold. Lu Qing's eyes brightened instantly, her gaze sweeping over to where Fong Ming was seated.
Bid number 169 offers 25 million. Any higher bids?
The room remained quiet. Lu Qing understood that encountering someone who needed it was already a pleasant surprise, so she didn't harbor much hope, raising the auction hammer and bringing it down. 25 million once, 25 million twice, 25 million. Wait, from the other side of the auction room, a voice suddenly rang out. 30 million. Lu Qing was momentarily stunned, not expecting a last-minute bidder.
But for the treasure house, this was certainly good news. She smiled slightly in that direction. All right, bid number 59 offers 30 million. Any further bids? In the back corner, Fong Ming's face darkened. He was certain that bid number 59 had shown no intention of bidding initially, but after glancing in his direction, number 59 suddenly made a bid. Who was this person? Was this deliberate targeting? Too far to see bid number 59's face, Fong Ming's mind raced with numerous guesses, but Lu Qing's voice didn't allow him to hesitate. 35 million, not wanting to waste words. Fong Ming continued to bid. 40 million. The voice grew louder, carrying a hint of triumph. Now, the crowd, hearing that undisguised tone, began to understand a bit of the situation. Was someone deliberately driving up the price? In an instant, all eyes turned towards Fong Ming. Even the little girl next to him turned her head, her eyes carrying a trace of curiosity as she looked at Fong Ming. Fong Ming's expression remained unchanged, his tone steady as ever. 45 million, I bid. 50 million. This time, the voice didn't even wait for Lu Qing to announce the price, chasing it with his own bid. Lu Qing's beautiful eyes swept towards Fong Ming again, waited a few seconds, seeing that he had no intention of speaking. She finally slowly began to speak. Guest number 59 bid 50 million. Is there anyone else who would like to raise the price? Are they so sure they will win this? Fong Ming squinted slightly in the direction of guest number 59. After a brief silence, he smiled faintly towards where guest number 59 was seated. Since the gentleman so desires it, I shall not compete for what another loves, I will let you have it, Fong Ming declared. His words caused a stir among the crowd. Even the little bunny nearby looked at Fong Ming with surprise. Those who were observant could tell Fong Ming truly wanted the item and that guest number 59 was merely driving up the price to cause trouble. No one expected Fong Ming to simply give up. The demon pattern gold is invaluable. To those who really need it, it was a pity to let it go. Many felt sorry for Fong Ming, for who would want to be the victim of such spiteful bidding, but soon people began to recognize Fong Ming.
Wait, isn't this young man the one who topped the national exams in our city this year? That's Fong Ming, who said Fong Ming's family was in bad straits. Being able to attend such an auction, could he really be lacking money? However, it seems that guest number 59 knows Fong Ming.
It looks like a deliberate targeting. In Jiang City, who else would target Fong Ming and also be so wealthy if not that one family?
Sure, quiet, Mr. Su, do you not wish to do business anymore? As whispers spread through the crowd, the little bunny also heard Fong Ming's name, its eyes growing wide as it stared at him. What's the matter, kid, are you scared? Guest number 59 taunted, his voice still mocking, clearly thinking Fong Ming was pretending to back down. Fong Ming simply ignored him. Lu Qing, seeing this, couldn't help but smile, looking at Fong Ming with curiosity. Let's continue with the process, Fong Ming said, noticing her gaze. Lu Qing's face turned red, realizing her lapse, and she quickly spoke up. 50 million once, 50 million twice, 50 million. Wait, again, that familiar wait. It was guest number 59 again. Lu Qing shot him a questioning look, her expression tinged with disgust. Even though his actions had increased the profits by 20 million, she couldn't help but dislike such a person. Guest number 59 ignored Lu Qing's interrogative glance, looking urgently towards Fong Ming. Hey kid, you really want this item, right? I was just messing with you. Go on, keep bidding. I'll give you face and won't compete with you. Fong Ming's lips slightly curled, but he didn't bother to respond. He had a good guess about the identity and background of guest number 59. Since reconciliation was impossible, it was better to let him dig his own grave this time.
Lu Qing, quick-witted, understood Fong Ming's intention with just one look and didn't hesitate to bring down her auction hammer.
50 million for the third time, sold. Congratulations to guest number 59 for acquiring this piece of demon pattern gold. The auction was settled. Even with the greatest skill, bidder number 59 could no longer default on his payment at Jinbo Auction House, otherwise he would not be able to leave the auction hall. You little brat, you. Number 59 angrily stood up, about to curse loudly in the direction of Fong Ming. However, before he could utter a single swear word, security personnel who suddenly appeared pressed him back into his seat. Sir, please keep quiet or we will consider it a provocation against Jinbo Auction House. With such a serious accusation thrown at him, number 59 immediately shut his mouth and a ripple of amused laughter spread around the room. In fact, after most people recognized Fong Ming, they tended to agree with him. Such a young man who brought glory to Jiangchang was indeed commendable. Furthermore, people instinctively harbored a hostile attitude towards those who deliberately drove up the prices. On the auction stage, Lu Qing casually glanced over the situation and then continued with the next item. Meanwhile, at the back corner of the room, Fong Ming sat in his seat, his expression still serene. The little girl next to him, seeming somewhat concerned for him, leaned over and whispered, "Hey, are you really Fong Ming? Are you all right?" A fragrant scent of fresh flowers, not the overpowering smell of perfume, but a unique natural floral aroma wafted over. Fong Ming shivered slightly and then responded with a polite smile, "I'm fine, thank you for your concern." The little girl widened her eyes curiously at him but did not say more. She was just naturally curious. The auction continued. Fong Ming watched the items being presented on the stage as if he were just a spectator enjoying the show. Finally, Lu Qing concluded the previous round of auctions and smiled at the audience. The hall, bustling at its peak, gradually quieted down under the spotlight. Lu Qing, in a flowing emerald gown, looked both stunning and innocent. "Ladies and gentlemen, I wonder if today's auction has been satisfying," she asked, her voice clear as a bell. "Satisfying?" The audience responded enthusiastically. "Your satisfaction is the driving force behind Jinbo Auction House's continuous development," Lu Qing said, clearly pleased with the crowd's support, her cheeks blooming like peach blossoms with smiles. "But I know some friends here today have yet to see the treasures that truly move their hearts. Any regrets?" "Yes," the crowd responded, clearly aware that Lu Qing was building anticipation for the final mysterious item. "Well then, I know you are all eager, so without further ado, let's begin the grand finale of Jinbo Auction House's secret treasure segment." Lu Qing waved her hand and the curtain behind the stage slowly began to rise. As the curtain pulled back, everyone in the room couldn't help but widen their eyes. Behind the stage, there now stood a massive whale skeleton approximately several tens of meters long, dominating the entire stage. Even reduced to a skeleton, a single glance is enough to feel its overwhelming presence as if it was charging towards you. It's clear that this creature was a supreme demonic beast that reigned supreme over all during its lifetime. As everyone can see, today's final treasure grade auction item is the skeleton of an A-grade 7th tier giant sea demon whale, a 7th tier A-grade demonic beast.
This is nearly the highest class of demonic beasts, and here it is hidden away as a treasure.
Baijinbo line, once a demonic beast surpasses the 7th tier, its entire body undergoes a qualitative change, making each piece of its flesh and bones equivalent to materials of the same tier. It's no exaggeration to say that this is a skeleton made entirely of A-grade materials. Instantly, everyone's gaze intensifies. The value of this giant sea demon whale skeleton goes without saying, and I believe everyone understands that, though it's A-grade material, its overall value can
absolutely match that of S-grade materials. So,
Lu Qing paused here, smiling as he looked around at the crowd, then slowly announced, "Our starting bid is 100 million. Silence fell over the entire auction hall. Despite being prepared, this price still exceeded many people's expectations. Moreover, this is the only item in today's auction with a starting bid over 100 million. Fong Ming couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. His total assets amounted to just under 120 million. Compared to an ordinary person, he might be considered wealthy, but in this auction that's merely a starting price, 110 million, I'll bid 110 million, 120 million, such a large amount of A-grade material, it's definitely worth it. 130 million, don't compete with me. Wow, not even a minute in and the price has already surpassed Fong Ming's limit. He could only sit back and watch the fierce bidding unfold. Amidst the noisy clamor below, as people were almost ready to fight over this dragon-shaped skeleton, a calm voice suddenly rang out, 300 million, hiss, the bid had
just reached 200 million inch and someone had already upped it by 100 million.
As everyone turned towards the source of the voice, they all nodded in understanding. It was the city lord of Jiangcheng Wu who had made the bid. True to form, the big boss had made a generous move. City Lord Wu, I am extremely fond of this item and would like to sincerely offer 500 million. If City Lord Wu continues to bid above this, I am willing to step down, said an old man in a loose robe as he slowly stood up and bowed in the direction of Wu's private box. It was Yi Xingji, the head of the Yi family. Unexpectedly, he had also made a bid. Listen to what the man said. Fond of it? Is he planning to buy it as a collectible? For the Yi family, a prominent family, spending 500 million on something they like is quite normal, the crowd murmured. Yi family head, I actually have a use for this item, so I must ask you to relent. Wu's steady voice came through, clearly unaffected by Yi Qingji's words.
Since City Lord Wu has a use for it, I, the old man, will not compete for what others need. Yi Qingji sighed and sat back down.
Thank you for your generosity, Master Yi, Wu Dezhao said lightly. The hall fell silent at once. After all, Wu Dezhao's bold declaration that the item was useful to him meant that no one who wanted to continue to thrive in Jiangcheng would dare to ruffle his feathers at this moment. Moreover, the price of 6 billion was certainly not low for a grade A material. Lu Qing, observing the situation in the auction seats below, also realized this and smiled slightly. Thank you, Master Wu, for your support. Now Master Wu has offered 6 billion. Does anyone else wish to bid? This was merely a formality. She expected no one would raise the bid at this point. As Lu Qing spoke, she was already lifting the auction hammer to finalize the sale. Suddenly, a soft and cute voice excitedly rang out, I'll take it, I bid 7 billion. The auction hall went silent. Everyone almost simultaneously had the same thought.
Who had the courage and confidence to compete against Master Wu for the item?
Even Fong Ming was surprised for a moment as the voice came not from afar but right beside him. To be more precise, it was the little Lolita who had bid 7 billion. The little Lolita, trying to assert her presence, had already stood up from her seat. Uncle Wu, I'm sorry, but I really want this treasure too. Uncle Wu, Fong Ming raised an eyebrow. The fact that she could use this title suggested that the little Lolita's background was extraordinary. Who could it be if not the Chen family's darling? Wu Dezhao also followed the voice and looked over, but his expression was not as angry as one might expect. Instead, he still wore a friendly smile. The Chen family, Fong Ming thought, and a bolt of lightning seemed to strike through his mind. Indeed, with such financial power and the ability to disregard the Wu family's influence, aside from the famously wealthy Wang family, only the Chen family came to mind. Unlike the Wang family's high-profile development and promotion of charitable causes, the Chen family was extremely low-key, quietly expanding their influence. But with the Chen family's capabilities, even if they were slightly less prominent than the Wang family, they were certainly not far behind. So, the little Lolita was from the Chen family. No wonder she was so wealthy. Uncle Wu, could you please let me have it? The little Lolita smiled sweetly, waving at Wu Dezhao from a distance. I'm afraid that's not possible, my dear. Uncle really likes the skeleton of the giant sea demon whale, Wu Dezhao responded, still smiling, and then without hesitation he raised his bid. I bid 8 billion, then I bid 9 billion, 10 billion.
The two tycoons casually chatted incidentally,
driving the price up to 10 billion, leaving the surrounding crowd utterly stunned. The little Lolita, somewhat annoyed, scratched her bunny ears and muttered softly, I'm running out of money. Miss Chen, this price is already the peak for this demon whale skeleton. If you can still afford to go higher, I will graciously step back, Wu Dezhao said, clearly unaware of the little Lolita's current state but still speaking quite magnanimously.
Although the bone of the giant sea demon whale was substantial, it was after all only a grade A material. The price of 1 billion was already the limit unless there was a real urgency for it, and Wu De understood this, making his point quite reasonable. On stage, Lu Qing slightly smiled, having also understood the situation. In fact, selling the demon whale bone at this price had already exceeded the expectations of the treasure house. They didn't want to offend the Wu family and the Chen family over this one material, so Lu Qing was ready to speak. Suddenly the little girl shouted again, small in stature. Her voice was surprisingly clear and loud. Wait a moment, let me ask, could it be possible to make an urgent transfer at this point? Everyone looked at the little girl with curious expressions. Then Fong Ming saw the little girl with drooping rabbit ears turn her head and look at him with eager eyes. Brother, could you lend me some money? Knowing that Fong Ming had just made a bid, she was sure he had money on him. Fong Ming was somewhat speechless, thinking to
himself that this girl really knew how to lead trouble his way. Please help me this time. My family just happens to have a piece of that demon pattern gold that I can give you, the little girl pleaded earnestly with her hands clasped together. Fong Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Really, truly, if I lie, may I never be able to sneak out to play again? She nodded vigorously, almost ready to raise her hand and swear. All right, enough. Fong Ming quickly stopped her from continuing.
He didn't want to know too much, it was just a transaction after all.
How much do you need? Upon hearing this, the girl knew Fong Ming had agreed, and a barely concealable joy appeared in her large eyes. She hesitated for a moment before raising a tender pale finger. 10 million. Fong Ming nodded, thinking that since Wu De had already agreed to increase the price, 10 million was reasonable. 1 billion. The little girl blinked innocently, whispering, I only have 10 billion and I'm short 1 billion to increase the bid. So you guys only talk in
billions, huh?
Whatever you say. Fong Ming didn't care whether it was 10 million or a billion, it was all borrowed, and he didn't believe the little girl could run away with it. Thank you, brother. Knowing Fong Ming had agreed, the little girl's face lit up with a smile as she raised her little arms high. Sister, I bid 11 billion. Wu De, hearing this, shook his head and smiled, not bothering to compete any further. Let the child have her fun.
The host Lu Qing intentionally waited a few extra
seconds to ensure Wu De wouldn't speak before finally striking the auction hammer, announcing the result. Congratulations to guest number 168 for winning the giant sea demon whale bone for 11 billion. After saying this, Lu Qing also couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the clash between these two tycoons was full of twists and turns, and she was worried it might cause some trouble. I won.
The little girl happily jumped up, waving her little fists. Listening to her recent words, it seemed as if she had sneaked out. Could this wealthy little rich girl really walk down the street without getting robbed? Fong Ming suddenly began to worry whether he could safely borrow and return his billion. As the final mysterious auction item was sold, the auction came to a close. The little lowly happily pulled Fong Ming to pay for it, then cheerfully stowed away the colossal sea demon whale bone into her storage space with ease. Tisk, just the storage ring alone must be worth at least several hundred million, brother.
Come home with me, she chirped. I'll give you the demon pattern gold and return the money to you too. The little lowly had already become quite familiar, eagerly reaching to grab Fong Ming's hand. Fong Ming hesitated for a moment but was soon led by the adorable little lowly in the opposite direction. No sooner had the two of them left the auction hall than they were blocked by someone. Chen Guogui, you've grown bold, daring to sneak out alone.
A furious roar came, and a somewhat haggard, middle-aged man charged towards the little lowly.
Fong Ming, momentarily startled, instinctively shielded the little lowly behind him. She tugged at his hand and whispered softly, brother, this is my dad. Fong Ming cleared his throat and reluctantly pushed the little lowly forward. The middle-aged man grabbed her by the bunny ears she wore, glaring fiercely at her. If someone hadn't told me you were making a spectacle of yourself at the treasure line auction, I wouldn't have known where to find you. The little lowly, feeling aggrieved, protested. Dad, don't pull on my bunny ears. I will pull them, her father retorted sternly, asking what trouble have you caused now? I heard you've been butting heads with Chief Wu." No, I've been smart. I didn't let Uncle Wu waste his money. I spent it for him." The little lowly waved her hands repeatedly, her chubby baby-faced features beaming with pride. Fong Ming listened on the side, his lips twitching uncontrollably. The father, eyes widening, responded, "So he should thank you, should he?" "Oh, no need for that," the little lowly grandly dismissed with a wave of her hand. The middle-aged man, tired of listening to the little girl's clever banter, turned his gaze to Fong Ming. "Young friend you are." Before Fong Ming could speak, the little lowly had already rushed over. "Dad, this is that very powerful Fong Ming. Did I ask you?" The middle-aged man scolded her with a glare, then turned back to Fong Ming with some astonishment. "A hero emerges from youth. Chen Gongyi of the Chen family has seen the young tower master. Master Chen is too polite. Just call me Fong Ming." Fong Ming replied, bowing slightly. Upon hearing the name, Fong Ming immediately recognized the man's identity, Chen Gongyi, a man without the talent of a beast tamer but who had become the current head of the Chen family. It could be said that he was a true mastermind and a force to be reckoned with. Little Chen Guogua, naive as she was, could she have caused trouble for Mr. Fong? Not at all. Hearing this, the little girl nearby puffed up and interjected. "No, Guogua is innocent and charming, very likable," Mr. Fong said with a slight smile. Hearing his words, Guogua giggled, twisting her little hands behind her back, her round cheeks blushing. It was as if Mr. Chen Gongyi had seen the sun rise from the west as he looked at Chen Guogua. "You girl, it's rare to see you shy," he huffed. With that, Guogua's mood shifted again. She put her hands on her hips and made a face at her father. Mr. Fong couldn't help but chuckle, which made Guogua shy again, and she quickly hid behind Chen Gongyi. Chen Gongyi cleared his throat. "I've pretty much heard about the auction. Thank you, Mr. Fong, for your righteous help. I'll transfer the money to you right away." "And that magical gold?" Guogua's little head popped out from behind her father again to remind him. Chen Gongyi was frustrated. "Magical gold? Wasn't it said that we just borrowed $1 billion?" "Exactly, just $1 billion," Mr. Fong remarked, gaining a clearer understanding of the strength of the Chen family of Jiangcheng from the seemingly unremarkable head of the family. "I remember. Dad, you had collected it before, and I promised it to my brother." Guogua said, her big eyes spinning, the rabbit ears on her head looking particularly spirited. Chen Gongyi, clearly exasperated by his tricky daughter but given his status obviously didn't mind the matter of a piece of magical gold. "Since my daughter has promised Mr. Fong, it's all right." Chen Gongyi laughed heartily, casually taking out the magical gold from his storage ring. "Mr. Fong, are you watching? Such a big shot, casually producing valuable materials." Mr. Fong almost couldn't resist the temptation to burst this old man, who wasn't even a beast master, into coins, but it was just a fleeting thought. The Chen family has always been low-key, but their strength should not be underestimated. Chen Gongyi was just an exception in the Chen family. Mr. Fong turned to Chen Gongyi and said hurriedly, "Mr. Chen, Guogua and I were just talking business. I don't know the price of this item, I'll buy it." Chen Gongyi laughed. "You've helped Guogua, and that's helping my Chen family. We're not so petty." "Mr. Fong, you don't have to be so formal. Don't you want to give me, Chen Gongyi, a chance to befriend you?" Mr. Fong shook his head. "One thing at a time. I helped Guogua and Guogua helped me find this item. There's no reason to take it for free. Come on, big brother, stop refusing, or I'll just consider that you bought my dad's magical gold for $1 billion. Guogua giggled, peeking out her little head again. Mr. Fong smiled. "Then I won't be polite anymore." Chen Gongyi's expression was gentle. "That's right, I've already arranged for someone to transfer the money to you. The deal is complete, and from now on we have a relationship." Mr. Fong was taken aback. The strength of the Chen family was no less than that of the Wang family, and indeed, befriending the Chen family might be a good choice. However, the entrance of the museum was not the place for deep discussions. Mr. Fong and the Chen family exchanged contact information, agreed to meet another day, and bid farewell for now. After being scolded at home, Chen Guogua headed back, while Fong Ming immediately turned to visit the Beast Tamers Guild, located not far from the city center. With the materials already in hand and the official notification of the training camp set for a week later, Fong Ming naturally wanted to make the most of his time to enhance his skills and break through to the 3rd tier. His routine training continued, and he did not relax his combat exercises. This was also an opportunity to test the newly upgraded level 2 fusion beast talent. Without further ado, Fong Ming headed straight to the Hunter Center to pick up several D-level tasks and set off once again towards the forest outside the city. This time he made no effort to conceal his movements, boldly leaving the city. D-level tasks mostly took place beyond the 10-mile safety zone around the main city. Now a 3rd-tier beast tamer, Fong Ming hesitated little before heading deep into the forest. the safety zone was relatively more protective of civilians and novice beast tamers.
True hunters aiming to complete tasks had to leave the novice areas and venture deep into the jungle. The
Jiang City Great Forest encompassing the area was relatively safe as there were no absolutely dangerous monsters due to the presence of a 7th-tier powerhouse ensuring stability in the city. About 100 kilometers north of Jiang City's Great Forest lay the infamous number 13 monster restricted zone of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Monsters of the 7th tier were known as hazardous, 8th tier as super hazardous, and 9th tier as catastrophic. Deep within the number 13 monster restricted zone, there were rumors of the existence of catastrophic monsters. One alone could destroy an entire city.
However, Fong Ming's goal was not so distant. His primary target, a wood element D-class 3rd
tier creature called the Feather Spine Archer, was active about 1 kilometer deep in the forest. The Feather Spine Archer often camouflaged itself in the bushes waiting for prey to pass by. Similarly, the Fluffy Spider, as a predator of the forest, shared some habits with it. Mao Mao Go Fong Ming didn't hesitate and immediately sent the Fluffy Spider to scout the area.
The slime monster attached itself to him at once, guarding against any surprise attacks. To test the effect of dual material fusion, Fong Ming simply used 2 E-grade materials.
System: apply the aquamarine crystal and purple flower vine to Mao Mao. Ding. Fusion successful. Special effect: Fusion Beast 100-fold effect activated. Defense and strength of Fluffy Spider greatly increased. Mutation effect not triggered. Effective time 10 minutes. Unfortunately, no mutation effect was triggered. The 2 E-grade materials did not evolve the Fluffy Spider but merely enhanced its combat capabilities. However, it was more than enough to deal with the Feather Spine Archer. Almost in a sprint, the Feather Spine Archer, which normally held a ranged advantage, was immediately approached by the Fluffy Spider. In the next moment, before the Feather Spine Archer could even attempt to resist, it was swiftly killed by a single swipe of the Fluffy Spider's claw. Continue, Fong Ming commanded, and the Fluffy Spider neatly extracted the magic core from the Feather Spine Archer and continued its advance.
Fong Ming, along with his slime creature, approached the corpse of the feathered archer.
As Fong Ming had guessed, the slime Xiaohong immediately used its devouring skill on the archer's body. Despite its small size, its mouth opened like a black hole, effortlessly shrinking and swallowing the corpse. Gurgling sounds came rhythmically from the slime's belly. Then, in less than a second, the slime opened its mouth again and spat out a 2nd-tier energy crystal. Fong Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible?
Normally, the magical power of a beast was
concentrated in its core, and the core of this feathered archer had already been removed. This meant that the slime could purify the residual energy in the beast's body, effectively making one beast serve the purpose of 2. The scholarly Fong Ming even began to concoct a business plan in his mind: open a shop to recycle monster bodies and sell the energy crystals extracted. Considering the body of a feathered archer could fetch a few thousand at most, a 2nd-tier energy crystal could easily bring in tens of thousands, a pure windfall. During Fong Ming's moment of distraction, a chilling coldness shot towards him like a venomous snake strike. Swiftly, as if he had anticipated it, Fong Ming dodged the attack with a quick sidestep. Truly deserving of being the top candidate in Jiangcheng District's examination, he had impressive reflexes. From behind, a faint voice came, dripping with mockery: "Isn't it a pity that yesterday's top scorer might die here today?" Fong Ming turned coldly to see a somewhat obese figure. "Who are you?" "Me? I am here to take your life," the fat man laughed. "Or you can call me 5th brother." Fong Ming squinted slightly at him. "So you and that 8th brother from before are together? Clever. So clever in fact that it confirms I haven't come to the wrong place today." The fat man clicked his tongue in wonder. "Right, you as dumb as a pig, are only good for being toyed with at auctions, am I right, Mr. Number 59? Fong Ming said, smiling at the newcomer. He had felt that 5th brother's voice was somewhat familiar, and remembering the figure from the auction who had maliciously driven up prices, he could now confirm that this was indeed the same number 59. "You figured it out, huh?" Caught off guard by Fong Ming's revelation, 5th brother became somewhat flustered and angry. "Ha, with your dumb pig figure, it's hard not to recognize you." Fong Ming didn't spare him any courtesy, openly mocking him. "Kid, you're courting death. Do you really think that just because you ranked first in an exam you can look down on a true beast master?" Lao Wu roared, immediately summoning his pet beast. A massive turtle appeared, its huge shell covered with trees and soil, as if it were carrying a small forest on its back. "Go, mossback turtle, torment that kid fiercely for me." "Old turtle, indeed, you are quite suited to him." Fong Ming smiled, but his expression remained utterly serious. The mossback turtle, a dual wood-earth type, was a grade B Tier 5 magical beast known for its thick skin and astonishing defense. Even among Tier 5 magical beasts, it was a formidable opponent. Lao Wu, ranked above Lao Ba, was indeed not easy to deal with. He was another Tier 5 beast master. There were only about 30 Tier 5 or higher beast masters in Jiangchang. Fong Ming hadn't expected the Navigator Association to possess such strength. Without hesitation, Fong Ming also summoned back Mao Mao. System used the red agate, grade C, and frost star herb, grade B, on Mao Mao for fusion. Ding, the fusion was successful. Special effect: fusion beast, 100-fold effect activated. The furry spider evolved into a grade C peak frost star magic spider, due to the mutual exclusion reaction between the two materials. The frost star magic spider has mutated into a grade B icefire magic spider, enhancing all icefire attribute skills by 50%. The icefire magic spider has massively grown to the mature phase of Tier 4. Effective time: 10 minutes. As the system's voice fell, the body of the furry spider began to swell, and at the same time red and frosty patterns alternately appeared on its body. Almost in an instant, a bizarre fusion of two types of power atmospheres emerged on furry spider. Its body was as hot as flames, yet its 8 long legs were clearly covered with ice spikes, carrying endless frost, freezing the surrounding vegetation as well. Impressive. Indeed, there's something about you, a Tier 2 beast master, directly causing a magical beast to unleash the power of Tier 4. Truly talented. Lao Wu laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with pride as he looked at Fong Ming. It's a pity such a genius will have to die by my hands. Lao Wu, we from the Navigator Association wanted to recruit you, but you just wouldn't cooperate. So much nonsense. Fong Ming coldly stared at him, spitting out a few words. Mao Mao attack. Stupid, Lao Wu sneered. A mere Tier 4 magical beast wanting to fight against my Tier 5 beast? Don't you know that the growth gap between each tier of magical beasts becomes vast as they progress? Moreover, my mossback turtle in the entirety of Tier 5 magical beasts is absolutely a king-level existence. Mossback turtle a king? Fong Ming scoffed sarcastically. Then your knowledge is really quite shallow. It's true that the mossback turtle has decent strength, but among Tier 5 it's mostly just about taking hits. It doesn't excel in other aspects. Coincidentally, the icefire magic spider is extremely fast and its dual attribute skills are highly destructive. Defeating such a target might take some effort, but it certainly won't be difficult. The battle unfolded just as Fong Ming had anticipated. The icefire magic spider utilized its webbing to move swiftly through the jungle, while the skills of the mossy tortoise, such as the mud shot, were too slow and obvious, never posing a real threat to the agile spider. As the spider moved, it continuously bombarded the tortoise with its skills, blazing breath and freezing ice beam. These attacks, alternating between fire and ice, seamlessly emanated from the body of the icefire magic spider. When they collided with external elements, they triggered explosive reactions, repeatedly bursting and scattering ice and fire. Even the normally resilient mossy tortoise began to falter under the onslaught, its thick skin unable to withstand the barrage, and even the trees on its back caught fire or broke apart. The soil on its back, once a thermal insulator, was now shattered by the frost and erupted into craters as if struck by meteors. Damn kid, old Wu, watching from the side, was somewhat stunned. In his usual battles, leveraging his 5th tier advantage, he had always crushed his opponents directly, never encountering such an intense fight. Even when sparring with other 5th tier beast tamers, he could rely on the robustness of the mossy tortoise to gradually wear down the opponent's magical energies, securing an undefeated position. But Fong Ming was a different beast altogether, not only fighting across tiers but doing so with such ease, as if it were as simple as drinking water. It was truly bizarre. Old Wu had thought his own strength and a single mossy tortoise would be more than enough to handle this young upstart, yet he found himself in a troublesome situation. Thus he decided it was time to reveal his reserve trump card. As a 5th tier beast tamer, he could summon another monster. Old Wu frowned slightly and began to summon his second beast without any outward sign. Meanwhile, Fong Ming merely glanced at him with a slight smile. Mao Mao, you seem to enjoy hitting a meat target a bit too much. Let's wrap this up quickly. After all, someone seems to be in a hurry. Die, kid. Hearing Fong Ming still in the mood for taunts, old Wu's face contorted with rage, his chubby cheeks reddening with excitement. Simultaneously, a huge venomous snake appeared behind him and lunged straight at Fong Ming. The moment it materialized, Fong Ming looked at the approaching venomous snake without a hint of panic in his eyes. This was also a wood-type monster, a C-tier 4th level emerald flower snake adept at camouflaging and launching surprise attacks from within the jungle.
However, this monster compared to the mossy tortoise was considerably weaker. But in Old Wu's eyes, the formidable combat prowess of Fong Ming's ice fire magic spider already engaged in battle, and the deployment of the emerald flower snake should suffice to directly kill Fong Ming. However, at that moment Xiao Hong had already covered Fong Ming completely. System used the giant energy rock, D-tier, and the water blue crystal stone, E-tier, on Xiao Hong for fusion. Ding fusion successful. Special effects. Fusion monster hundredfold effect activated. Slime monster's defense has significantly increased and it has grown to the 4th stage of maturity. Effective time 10 minutes. Xiao Hong's body seemed to shimmer with a watery light, but it quickly subsided. There were not many obvious changes like those of the fluffy spider. Although the slime monster's combat attributes were not high, it had after all advanced to the 2nd tier, and using the hundredfold fusion to assist Fong Ming in defense, handling a jade flower snake was not much of a pressure. Just as the slime monster was possessing Fong Ming, the attack of the jade flower snake arrived simultaneously. As a wood-type magical beast, it excelled more in control. The jade flower snake's only strong attack skill was Vine Whip, but such an attack left no mark on the slime monster. Old Wu, watching from the side, almost popped his eyes out. This kid, he's a real freak. On one side, the jade flower snake's strong attack was ineffective, and on the other, the moss turtle was being overwhelmed clearly at the end of its strength. This was truly bizarre. It was always other magical beasts that ran out of magic energy fighting the moss turtle, but this was the first time seeing the moss turtle directly beaten to a state where it couldn't defend itself. Old Wu swallowed hard, hesitated no more, turned around and thought of leaving. Taking advantage of the fact that both magical beasts were not restrained, he must let them cover his escape. He just needed to hurry and leave, then he could recall his magical beasts. No sooner said than done. Old Wu's chubby body flashed ready to flee. However, the next moment a huge shadow already covered him. What? Old Wu's eyes were splitting, and at the same time, under his control, he also felt that his moss turtle had completely lost its combat ability. In just that brief moment, the fully unleashed ice fire spider directly killed the 5th tier magical beast, moss turtle. Such a fearsome burst of power. The outcome of the battle was unsurprisingly one-sided. Fong Ming walked smilingly to the base of a large tree, looking at the fatty dangling upside down from the tree by spider silk. You fool, now do you realize how stupid you are? Well, Fong Ming, do you know who you have offended? I know the Navigators Association, right? You've said it many times. Fong Ming interrupted Old Wu's words. Or perhaps you meant to say the Wang family. Old Wu's chubby face suddenly changed. But you should also be well aware of the conflict between the Wang family and me. Moreover, with my current identity in the Sky Tower lineage, what do these small powers count for in my eyes? Fong Ming looked at him indifferently, clearly looking at the upside-down Old Wu, yet with a palpable sense of looking down from a high position. Old Wu was at a loss for words. We could actually be partners. Shut up, you only have one choice now, Fong Ming said expressionlessly, cutting him off. What choice? Old Wu was also stunned. He had thought Fong Ming would just kill him, but Fong Ming had just hung him upside down in the tree. Fong Ming looked at the overweight man in front of him with an inscrutable expression and uttered 2 words softly: seek help. What do you want to do? Lao Wu was startled and felt a wave of horror. Having reached his current status, he was no fool. Fong Ming's action could only mean one thing: his target was the power behind him. Was it the Navigators Association or the Wang family? Lao Wu gritted his teeth. Impossible. If I betray them, my end will be even worse. Who said anything about betrayal? I made myself clear. I told you to seek help. Fong Ming's lips curved into a smile, but to Lao Wu this young man's smile seemed like the devil's smirk. Stop dreaming. Seek help now or die. Fong Ming's smile faded, and the chill on his face made Lao Wu shiver. Fine boy, you'll regret this. Lao Wu bit down hard and finally spoke. Let me down. Let you go. Dream on. Fong Ming shook his head. Even though your 2 beasts have lost their fighting power, I can't just let you go. Just tell me how to send the signal for help. Lao Wu's face turned ashen, and finally, as if giving up, he said, in my storage ring there is a signal flare specially designed by the organization. Fong Ming glanced at him skillfully, took off his storage ring and cracked it open right in front of him, scanning the contents inside. Tisk worthy of a 5th order beastmaster. Lots of good stuff here. Various beast cores, ores, herbs, and even various types of elixirs were piled up. He specifically took out the signal flare and placed it aside. Fong Ming was familiar with this item. Almost every hunter squad would need to use it. It could display a custom pattern and was convenient for communication in areas without signal coverage in the wilderness. However, it was also dangerous as it could easily attract the attention of beasts, hence, in deep
wilderness areas such signal flares were rarely used. Without any hesitation, Fong Ming pulled the signal flare. In the sky, a ship's will pattern slowly appeared. Interesting, the Navigators Association really thinks of themselves as the masters of the sails. Fong Ming scoffed with a mocking smile. Meanwhile, Lao Wu remained silent, his only hope now being that the arriving brother could kill this arrogant young man and help him escape. It didn't take long for the Navigators Association support to arrive. Within just 3 minutes, a figure slowly appeared in front of Fong Ming. It was a bald, burly man who looked like a professional boxer. As soon as he arrived, he saw Lao Wu hanging from a tree and immediately cursed, "Useless trash, was it you who fired the signal flare? Brother 3, save me." Lao Wu cried out with a mournful face to the burly man who had just arrived, naturally known as Brother 3 of the Navigators Association. The burly man, Brother 3, glanced at Fong Ming standing under the tree staring at him faintly and sneered. "Kid, I advise you to honestly let go of Lao Wu, or I'll make sure you end up with no corpse to bury." No corpse to bury. Fong Ming cocked his head and a strange smile appeared on his lips. At the same time, the fluffy spider that was lurking in the trees swiftly moved its long legs. The fat body of Lao Wu, which was hanging, was suddenly cut in half, and with a thud it fell to the ground. Lao Wu looked in horror at his lower half, only then realizing what had happened. "Kid, you," but he could no longer speak. His chubby upper body was still hanging by the spider silk, swaying eerily from the tree. "Oh, is this what you meant by no corpse to bury?" Fong Ming looked calmly at the burly Lao San with bloodshot eyes and smiled faintly. "Kid, you deserve to die." Lao San's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. A giant red maned lion lizard suddenly appeared behind him. Fong Ming's pupils shrank as he observed the beast before him. The red maned lion lizard, a tier B level 5 magical beast, was extremely ferocious, far more so than the gloomy magic spiders, and in the forest of beasts it usually commanded its own territory. But Lao San's strength was even greater than that. Almost instantly, as the red maned lion lizard appeared, another huge magical beast appeared without hesitation. It was a massive predatory beast, not much different from the red maned lion lizard, the tier B level 5 Iron Fist King. The Iron Fist King was an evolved form of the Iron Fist Ape, and in an entire Iron Fist Ape colony, there was usually only one such king, its combat power and ferocity directly proportional. This was going all out. Lao Wu's death had clearly pushed Lao San's rage to an incomparable level. Fong Ming was on high alert, and he immediately transformed the fluffy spider into an ice fire magic spider, launching an attack on the red maned lion lizard. "Overestimating yourself," Lao San sneered, his 2 tier 5 powerful magical beasts against a tier 4 spider. Honestly, he didn't see how they could lose. The red maned lion lizard was incredibly fast, as if lurking in the shadows of the void, and in an instant its sharp claws swung fiercely at the ice fire magic spider with a swoosh. The ice fire magic spider spat out spider silk and dodged with a swift flash, cleverly avoiding the lethal strike. At the same time, its counterattack was instantaneous. Its 8 legs suddenly became crystal clear, releasing a strong burst of cold air. Skill: Frost Nova, a control skill for tricky situations. The cold air spread rapidly, forming a small frost barrier. The 2 charging tier 5 magical beasts were frozen in place at the same time, although the skill's effect only lasted for a second due to the level suppression that 1 second was enough. The combination of fire and frost created a huge explosion, and the red maned lion lizard howled in pain. Its massive body knocked back several steps. However, the Iron Fist King didn't give the ice fire magic spider a chance to breathe. The dark maned lion lizard was repelled, its iron fists like cannonballs swooping through the air with a whoosh to strike the ice fire magic spider. Having just unleashed its skill, the ice fire magic spider raised its long legs to brace against the attack. The Iron Fist King wasted no time, triggering his unique ability, Gale Storm Rain. A barrage of punches poured down like a storm, each blow powerful and heavy. The ice fire magic spider's 8 legs defended in turn, swirling like a dance of divine weapons, miraculously blocking each and every punch from the Iron Fist King. Seeing this, Lao San's face turned extremely ugly. He hadn't expected that the ice fire magic spider could not only withstand the attacks of 2 5th tier beasts but also counter effectively. "Iron Fist King, kill him!" Lao San roared, his voice filled with murderous intent. As he spoke, he didn't hesitate to use his own innate talent, B-rank talent, explosive unparalleled, enhancing his beast's physical attack by 50%. Feeling his master's anger and his own suddenly increased power, the Iron Fist King bellowed and swung his fist relentlessly, his power becoming even more ferocious.
Meanwhile, the ice fire magic spider's skills had cooled down and it unleashed an ice frost nova without hesitation, freezing the rampaging giant ape in place. On the other side, just as the dark-maned lion lizard recovered and moved forward, it too was frozen by the spreading ice frost nova. In the next moment, a fiery breath burst forth, and this time, the ice fire magic spider squeezed out the fused energy within its body, pushing the limits to enhance the power of its skills. Fong Ming glanced at the ice fire magic spider's skill duration. This move had shaved off 2 minutes. The explosion caused a vast amount of dust to rise and even blasted a terrifying crater in the center of the forest. The power of this combined ice and fire burst from the ice fire magic spider had even surpassed the scope of 5th tier skills. Fong Ming stepped back cautiously, watching Lao San. Although the two beasts were likely severely injured by this attack, Lao San, being a 5th tier beast master, probably had other powerful beasts in reserve. Boy, who exactly are you? The burly Lao San looked at Fong Ming with a gloomy face, puzzled how a mere 2nd tier beast master could unleash such terrifying destructive power. Oh, you don't know who I am, Fong Ming replied with a slight smile. Allow me to introduce myself, my name is Fong Ming. What, you are Fong Ming? Lao San's expression turned even grimmer. He glanced at the body of Lao Wu on the other side and couldn't help but want to tear this man to pieces. He gritted his teeth, his face alternating between shades of dark and light, and then strangely a smile crept onto the burly man's face. Our boss had already specifically mentioned the young tower master before telling us to get along with the young tower master in the future. Today's events must be just a misunderstanding. Fong Ming was somewhat surprised to see such a response from the typically volatile man. Sadly, what he wanted today was not an explanation of a mere misunderstanding. It's hard to say whether there's a misunderstanding or not. Why don't you have your boss come meet me? I think my status as the young tower master should be sufficient, Fong Ming said calmly as he looked at the third brother opposite him. Arrogant kid, the third brother muttered under his breath, then walked aside. The location wasn't far from the main city and the signal wasn't cut off, so he could still use his phone. It didn't take long for the third brother to return. What did he say? Fong Ming asked with a glance. The young tower master, please wait a moment. Our boss will be here shortly. The third brother, now in a good mood after receiving a positive response from the boss, smiled at Fong Ming. Whether the cooperation was achieved or not, his role was significant. Fong Ming nodded. Good. At this moment, the atmosphere between the two was harmonious, and no one mentioned the body of the fifth brother hanging on the other side. Fong Ming's wait wasn't long either. Soon a figure approached from the distance and almost in the blink of an eye appeared in front of Fong Ming. It was clear this person was not a 7th tier beast master. After all, he hadn't arrived flying. Truly a hero from Youth Young Tower. Master, you're arrogant kid, the third brother muttered under his breath, then walked aside. The location wasn't far from the main city and the signal wasn't cut off, so he could still use his phone. It didn't take long for the third brother to return. What did he say? Fong Ming asked with a glance. The young tower master, please wait a moment. Our boss will be here shortly. The third brother, now in a good mood after receiving a positive response from the boss, smiled at Fong Ming. Whether the cooperation was achieved or not, his role was significant. Fong Ming nodded. Good. At this moment, the atmosphere between the two was harmonious, and no one mentioned the body of the fifth brother hanging on the other side. Fong Ming's wait wasn't long either. Soon a figure approached from the distance and almost in the blink of an eye appeared in front of Fong Ming. It was clear this person was not a 7th tier beast master. After all, he hadn't arrived flying. Truly a hero from Youth Young Tower. Master, your demeanor impresses me, an elderly voice said. At the same time, the leader of the Pioneers Association fully appeared before Fong Ming. Now, standing before Fong Ming was an elderly man dressed in a golden threaded robe, exuding a kind demeanor with his white beard. Kid, what did you want to talk to me about? The old man asked with a smile. Are you the head of the Pioneers Association? Fong Ming asked with a smile. The real deal. The old man fluttered his robe and smiled enigmatically. If you're willing to join our Pioneers Association, I can even offer you the third brother's position. Hearing this, the third brother standing nearby was instantly dumbfounded. Brother, I've been loyal to our association. Why does this kid get my position right off the bat? The old man's kindly face briefly swept over Lao San, causing him to shiver and promptly shut his mouth. Fong Ming watched the scene unfold, a cold smile playing on his lips. Do you not care at all about the lives of your subordinates? Lao Wu's body is still hanging from the tree, yet here you are seemingly warm and pleasant discussing collaboration with me.
What kind of man does that make you? Everyone has their value, and if Lao Wu's value was to get you Fong Xiaoyu to join our Navigators Association, then he has fulfilled his purpose, the old man said indifferently, his tone when mentioning Lao Wu casual as if he were discussing something utterly trivial. Fong Ming, hearing this, responded with a faint smile. And what about you? What is your value?
My value, the old man stroked his beard and smiled, is to lead those naive and ignorant
hunters onto the right path, his face a picture of sanctimonious sincerity. Truly a noble cause. Fong Ming clapped his hands in mock appreciation. What a pity, a pity, what is? The old man asked, puzzled. A pity that beneath that facade lies nothing but filth, darkness and disgrace, Fong Ming said, his face full of scorn. Don't you think that's a pity? The old man's expression darkened slightly. Boy, don't think that just because you belong to the Sky Tower lineage you can spout nonsense
in front of me.
Lao San immediately stood up for himself, clearly anxious to maintain his status. Kid, this is our boss, watch your words. Openly violating the Hunters Association's rules to profit by forcing hunters. Is this your so-called leading hunters on the right path? Fong Ming retorted, his tone unyielding. It's a joke. Without us those novice hunters wouldn't even qualify to take on higher level tasks, Lao San said aggressively.
So you're exploiting their naivety and cutting off their chances for
rightful advancement, Fong Ming responded sharply, not mincing his words. Enough, boy, I didn't come here to argue. The old man's originally amiable tone finally vanished, his murky old eyes staring intensely at Fong Ming. What exactly is your ultimate purpose today? If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, then your identity as the Tower Master is nothing but a joke to me. Identity is granted by people. I say it has value, it does. I say it doesn't, and you're nothing but trash in my
eyes.
After a string of words, Lao San seemed quite relieved, his cold smile no longer containable, proudly curling upwards as he looked at Fong Ming. To think that you can still smile in such a despicable and betraying organization. Fong Ming shook his head, sighing at Lao San's foolishness. I came here today for one reason only. What? The burly Lao San couldn't help but ask. That is to take all of you down in one fell swoop. Without waiting for the reaction, Fong Ming quickly retreated backward. A murderous intent flashed through the old man's eyes. In almost an instant he chased after Fong Ming. Even with his guard up, Fong Ming was still startled by the old man's speed. Although not quite at the level of flying, the man's pace was definitely that of a 6th-tier beast master. In Zhang City, how many could claim such prowess? The answer was clear. Fong Ming had hoped to stall for time, but the old man's speed left no room for delay. In an instant Fong Ming had summoned the fuzzy spider back in front of him. System use Thunderstrike Wood, Grade A, and a 5th-tier magic core on Mau Mau for fusion, he commanded. Ding! The fusion was successful, creating a special effect fusion beast, multiplying the effect 100-fold. The fuzzy spider evolved into an A-grade Thunder Roar magic spider, growing to a 4th-tier adult due to an unknown magic core effect. This caused an unknown mutation in the Thunder Roar magic spider. Effective time, 10 minutes. Thunderstrike Wood was one of Fong Ming's rare Grade A materials. The magic core had just been obtained from Old 5, not to be wasted. Under the influence of the mutation, the Thunder Roar magic spider's body began to transform. Normally electric lights would flash on the body of the Thunder Roar magic orb, impressive and mighty. However, the mutation made all the electric lights disappear, and instead a new head shimmering with electric light grew from its shell, a two-headed beast. Fong Ming was slightly shocked, his mind racing with guesses about the origin of that magic core. It must have been from a two-headed flying snake. As a 5th-tier iconic magic beast, the two-headed flying snake possessed both poison and dark attributes. Its two heads could simultaneously spray different attribute skills, making it a representative of combat strength among 5th-tier magic beasts. Mau Mau had inherited this two-headed mutation, undoubtedly boosting its combat effectiveness. This was excellent news at the moment. However, in front of the old man, it seemed insufficient. The formidable two-headed Thunder Roar magic spider had just appeared when it was slapped away a dozen meters by a bizarre little bird perching on the old man's shoulder. The bird, with its bright multicolored feathers, looked quite adorable, yet its strike was surprisingly powerful. With a light flap of its wings, the bird had sent the Thunder Roar magic spider flying, even taking a moment to peck at its feathers, as if displeased by the disturbance caused by its own attack. Sensing with his mind, Fong Ming realized that the Thunder Roar magic spider wasn't seriously injured, but the bird's action had undoubtedly wounded Mau Mau's pride. Almost without hesitation, the Thunder Roar magic spider spat out a web and charged again towards the bird. No, Mau Mau! Fong Ming's eyes widened in alarm, but Before he could finish his sentence, the thunder roar magic spider had fearlessly charged at the bird. The little bird struck out again, and this time the thunderous demon spider released dual abilities from its two heads simultaneously. The powerful magical fluctuations collided, causing an elemental explosion that barely managed to block the bird's attack. It was an attack from a 6th tier magical beast, and though it was a casual strike, it astonishingly managed to block it across 2 tiers.
In that moment, even the old man couldn't help but flash a look of surprise in his eyes.
Interesting little fellow, no wonder that old monster chose you. Too bad you won't have the chance to grow any further. Fong Ming painfully closed his eyes, aware that escape was futile. Mao Mao's actions, though desperate, were also to buy him time to survive. Without hesitation, Fong Ming turned to flee. Trying to leave, the old man sneered coldly. His figure swept forward again, lightly landing in front of Fong Ming. Now we can settle our accounts, little tower master. In the dense forest,
a crisis suddenly arose.
Just as the old man reached out towards Fong Ming shouted at the top of his lungs, "Now, strike," pretending to be something. Hearing this, old three on the side scoffed. He had specifically checked before coming. There were no ambushes nearby. Moreover, with the boss personally coming, he had surely scanned the area with his divine sense, and there was no one who could possibly help Fong Ming.
But just at that moment, a sword light descended from the sky, cleaving with a force that
nearly split the entire forest area in two. Old three was so frightened that he kept retreating. Even the old man himself was involuntarily pushed back more than 10 steps before he could stabilize his stance. "You should have spoken up earlier. I thought you could handle it." A lazy voice came, seemingly still tinged with the laziness and comfort of just waking up. It was clearly a charming female voice, yet it caused both the old man and old three's expressions to drastically change. Not good.
"Let's go!"
the old man exclaimed, no longer caring about Fong Ming, and started to run. But the visitor, naturally the president of the Beast Taming Guild, Gongsun Jilan, had arrived. Without even summoning her own magical beasts, she simply held a spirit-infused sword, blocking the old man's path with such dominance. It was the first time Fong Ming had seen this woman take action, and unexpectedly, it was she herself who had entered the fray.
"President Gongsun, it's all a misunderstanding," the old man
said with a forced smile, his previously invincible aura significantly diminished. "Misunderstanding? I've been listening from above and heard everything clearly," Gongsun Jilan said, her long sword pointing to the ground and her expression mocking. At this moment, the old man couldn't help but inwardly curse. He had indeed carefully checked the surroundings when he arrived, finding no ambush. But how could he have anticipated that the ambush was not on the ground, but in the sky? After all,
the only variable in River City was Gongsun Jilan, who could traverse the skies.
Seeing the two big shots, Fong Ming had already silently recalled his fluffy spider, stealthily moving to the side to avoid being affected by the potentially imminent battle. And as he turned his head, he saw old three, the burly man, cowering off to the side. The burly man, usually arrogant and domineering, now cowered silently at the sight of Gongsun Jilan, much like a mouse before a cat. His large frame huddled tightly together as if trying to hide himself deeper and deeper, it seems.
"You're not truly fearless after all," Fong Ming couldn't help but sneer.
Lao San glanced at him and, breaking his usual pattern, didn't voice any objection. Fong Ming was indeed surprised. Clearly terrified, Lao San didn't flee, even though the Navigators Association had obviously fallen into a trap. It seemed as if he heard Fong Ming's silent criticism and wanted to curse out loud. "How can I run? With this woman here, do you think you can escape?" In the next moment, Gongsun Jilan
demonstrated her power, showing what it means to be a 7th tier beast master, what it means to be truly invincible.
Dazzling golden light emanated from her. Simultaneously, she finally swung her spirit-infused long sword. The old man, terrified, went pale and without hesitation summoned all his powerful beasts at once. Along with a strange little bird, they charged towards the sword light of Gongsun's guidance. But all of it, like snow meeting sunlight, instantly vanished in the face of the blade's light. "Poochie," a sound made as the long sword cleanly sliced through the old man's throat. You dare to kill me?" the old man said with a face full of disbelief. "Why wouldn't I dare? A mere lackey of the Wang family. Did you really think I couldn't kill you?" Gongsun Jilan scoffed coldly, a fleeting gleam of cold light in her eyes. The old man fell powerlessly, dying with his eyes wide open. Fong Ming watched all this unfold, his understanding of the woman's terrifying strength deepening anew. To think she single-handedly defeated a 6th tier beast master with just her physical prowess, who would believe this if told? Beside him, Lao San was utterly terrified. With the head of the Navigators Association dead, what fate could possibly await him, a mere third in command? Almost instantly, the burly Lao San's gaze swept over Fong Ming beside him and he made up his mind. Fong Ming, feeling no different, saw Lao San charging at him and simultaneously summoned both the fluffy spider and the slime monster. If he couldn't defeat him before, he certainly had no chance now. Fong Ming sneered coldly, stepping back. To give Lao San no opportunity, after a prolonged attack, Lao San fiercely bit down his anger and, ignoring the battle of the beasts, charged directly at Fong Ming. Confident in his stature as a burly man and a fifth-tier beast master, he thought dealing with Fong Ming, a mere second-tier student fresh from exams, would be easy, but the next moment he realized how wrong he was. Fong Ming, equipped with the slime monster, drew his spirit light sword and with all the skill of a school combat expert taught him a harsh lesson. With the slime monster's enhanced strength and defense, Lao San was utterly thrashed. In this moment, Lao San deeply understood the meaning of delivering oneself to the doorstep. Thus, without Gongsun Jilan needing to make a move, Fong Ming alone took down Lao San. Well done. Gongsun Jilan's beautiful eyes swept over Fong Ming. Seeing Lao San now wrapped up like a spider cocoon, she raised an eyebrow. The president's rescue was timely indeed. Fong Ming smiled, glancing at Gongsun Jilan and subtly stepping a few paces away from her. This woman, appearing so elegant and aloof, turned out to be a veritable human tyrannosaurus in a fight. Gongsun Jilan noticed his movement and slightly narrowed her elongated eyes, signaling him, "Come here." Fong Ming was taken aback for a moment, then said, "President, my task is completed. I should be able to leave now, right? I think it's best I don't get involved in this matter any further." "Your task is not yet finished," Gongsun Jilan stated flatly. "What else does the president need me to do?" Fong Ming asked, his gaze clear. "We had an agreement that I would help you lure out and eliminate the Pilots Association, and that would complete my task." Moreover, judging by Gongsun Jilan's reaction, she seemed to have already known the identity of the leader of the Pilots Association. "Aren't you curious who this old man is?" Gongsun Jilan did not answer directly but instead posed another question. Always with the questions, this woman, not really curious. But before Fong Ming could finish, Gongsun Jilan interrupted him. She looked at the old man lying on the ground and directly revealed his identity. "This person is the current vice president of the Beast Tamers Guild, Li Minka." "The vice president of the Beast Tamers Guild?" Upon hearing Gongsun Jilan's words, Fong Ming was momentarily stunned. Seeing the calm expression on the woman opposite him, an uncontrollable thought emerged in his heart. Was Gongsun Jilan using him all along to eliminate a political rival? "Don't misunderstand, I only just found out about this myself," she clarified. "Just found out? You don't seem surprised at all, as if everything is within your expectations." No, there is one thing that isn't." Fong Ming looked puzzled. Gongsun Jilan gave him a measured look. "You're not in it." Fong Ming coughed. "Please, President, let's stick to the matter at hand. You mentioned my task isn't finished yet. What exactly are you referring to?" The aftermath. Gongsun Jilan sheathed her sword and looked up at the sky. One Pilots Association disappears and others like the Helmsman, Pathfinders and Leaders Guilds will emerge. To truly put an end to this, to allow novice hunters to keep growing, another thing needs to change. Gongsun Jilan paused slightly, then looked at Fong Ming. After a moment of silence, Fong Ming slowly spoke. "The mindset." "Exactly, the mindset of novice hunters." Gongsun Jilan nodded in approval. "Once that changes, no one will resort to shortcuts, and those dark creatures will no longer have a breeding ground." "So?" Fong Ming was beginning to grasp what Gongsun Jilan was implying. "So we need you, the top scorer of the national examination, to take action." Gongsun Jilan's usually impassive face finally showed a hint of a smile. "Tell people that you too started as a novice hunter and grew by continuously taking on missions, earning points and climbing the ranks. In a nutshell, taking shortcuts leads to a dead end. This aligns with the promotional efforts of the Beastmasters Guild, at least it's a legitimate publicity affair. The initial phase of covert growth is over and the conflict with the Wang family has been brought into the open. Given such an opportunity to be in the limelight, Fong Ming wasn't so opposed to it. Thus, 3 days later, a video interview with Fong Ming, the top scholar of Jiangqing's grand examination, began playing on the large screens of the Beastmasters Guild. It also started appearing continuously on external media channels and platforms like Doukwai, even trending in many families' social circles for a while. "Family, look, this is our Jiangqing's top scholar of the year. Such a handsome young man. It said that he started from the lowest level of novice hunters and worked his way up all by himself, not an easy feat, so I say the path of a hunter must be steady and well-paced. Your son, always looking for quick schemes to make money, hasn't advanced his hunter rank in 3 years, has he? That's no long-term strategy. I'll talk to him.
Scenes like this were unfolding in numerous households.
Across Jiangcheng, the influence of Fong Ming's interview video was spreading rapidly, far beyond his own expectations. Meanwhile, Jiangcheng's newly popular Fong Ming was pushing forward on his path to advancement. The battle with the Ambush Navigators Association was a plan set long ago. After its completion, instead of asking for money from the left one, he directly requested to exchange for grade A materials. He also handed over the spoils from 3rd and 5th to SSS-tier 2 for processing. The miscellaneous magic cores and materials piled up in the storage spaces of 3rd and 5th, along with even more pills. Fong Ming selected materials above grade D to keep and didn't ask for any spiritual weapons or pills. According to SSS-tier 2's initial estimates, even after excluding the high-grade materials Fong Ming kept, the total value of the other items had already exceeded 100 million. Truly robbing the rich to aid the poor. Fong Ming didn't have SSS-tier 2 transfer money to him, instead he helped him convert it into high-grade materials for his own use. SSS-tier 2's business had been growing and he had recently opened a small trading shop. He seemed to have even asked for his authorization. Fong Ming didn't bother with the specifics, feeling that after his battle with 3rd and 5th he was just a step away from reaching the 3rd tier. Thus he spent the days adjusting his condition, attempting to break through. There were 3 more days until the training camp started, and breaking through would be ideal. Persisting in this way, on the morning before the training camp began, Fong Ming
finally found the opportunity for a breakthrough.
With the surge of spiritual power within his body, Fong Ming vigorously circulated his spiritual power in a grand cycle. After persisting for an hour, it finally paid off as he broke through to the 3rd tier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 3rd tier. The evolutionary map has now been activated. Evolutionary map. Fong Ming was slightly startled and clicked to open the detailed description.
Evolutionary map feature introduction. This map can help any magical beast
explore the ultimate evolutionary path, surpassing the 9th tier to reach the saintly tier. Current slots 0/1 upgrade instructions. Each time the host breaks through, an additional slot will be automatically added. Saintly tier. Fong Ming's eyes widened at the mention of this term in the description, a tier he had never even heard of.
It's known that even the strongest beast master in the Dragon Nation is only at the 9th tier. However, human exploration of the magical beast restricted areas is still too superficial, especially the top 3 zones, where it is rumored that beasts beyond the 9th tier exist. Could it be that there are beasts capable of advancing further? Fong Ming frowned. If such creatures existed in the magical beast zones, any disturbance could spell disaster for the entire Dragon Nation. As Fong Ming made his breakthrough, almost synchronously Mao Mao also completed its advancement. This little creature effortlessly surpassed the common fluffy spider's 2nd tier limit and officially entered the 3rd tier. Mao Mao species. Fluffy spider rarity, E-tier tier, 3rd. Attributes, mixed, poison plus fire plus ice plus lightning plus holy, strength, 1700 agility, 1755 magic, 1550 defense, 1655 skills, spider web spitting, E-tier, venomous sting, E-tier, frost nova, D-tier, extreme cold beam, C-tier, fiery breath, D-tier, flashing thunderclap, B-tier, lightning bolt, C-tier. Fong Ming looked at the fluffy spider for a while. Considering that Xiaohong could evolve on its own, he decided to allocate the evolutionary map slot directly to Mao Mao. System assist the fluffy spider in researching the evolutionary path. Ding! The evolutionary map has been used. Current slots January 1st. Ding! The evolutionary path has been provided. Please check it by the host. Fluffy spider evolutionary map. Evolutionary path. E-tier fluffy spider, D-tier shadow demon spider, C-tier celestial demonling spider, B-tier azure moon watching spider, A-tier sky demon chaos spider, S-tier luo tian holy demon spider, Saint-tier saint demon spider emperor. Next level evolution required material. Shadow tentacles blood. Fong Ming frowned. He had never heard of this material. Looks like he would need to ask someone to help find clues again. Now, the whole family of 3 were all spending money. Fong Ming's own talent needed upgrading, and both Mao Mao and Xiaohong needed to evolve. At this point, Fong Ming was already considering the proposal Stone had made earlier. Perhaps investing in a partnership in a business might be a good choice. On the other hand, for Xiaohong, who had already prepared the materials for breakthrough, Fong Ming naturally would not be stingy.
he directly used the magic rune gold on Xiaohong.
Ding material successfully used variable slime. Monster is breaking through, please wait.
Ding variable slime monster has successfully broken through. Xiaohong species, variable slime monster rarity, D level, upgradable materials needed for next upgrade, misty grass, tier, 3rd attributes, none strength, 530. Agility, 520 magic, 550 defense, 560 skills, devour, S level, mimic, E level, camouflage, C level. Fong Ming was startled as he noticed the newly added camouflage skill and immediately had Xiaohong demonstrate it. The effect of Xiaohong's skill completely stunned him. Xiaohong transformed into another fluffy spider lying side by side on the ground with Momo.
They looked exactly alike, and even upon close inspection no differences could be discerned. This camouflage, combined with mimic, was practically a direct proportional replication. However, due to the weak attributes of the variable slime monster, the strategic significance of these two skills would likely far exceed their combat significance. A smile curled at the corners of Fong Ming's mouth as he mentally issued another command to the slime monster. The next moment a Fong Ming dressed identically appeared before his eyes. Facing this copy of himself, Fong Ming felt a surreal absurdity. It was indeed possible to camouflage as a beast master. Then could he also use the mimic skill to imitate the talents of a beast master?